Chapter 1 Prologue. Oh, Fate, Queen of the World. Terrifying and void. The wheel of fate. You turn ruthlessly. Blood trickled from the corners of the old man's mouth as he murmured incomprehensible words, his hair and beard disheveled and yellowed, his fingernails long and cracked, his eyes filled with madness, as if he were a bottomless whirlpool that a faint black mist swirled around the old man, sometimes solidifying into form, sometimes melting back into the air. His legs were broken, the shattered bones piercing through the skin and protruding out, blood pooling beneath him like a small stream. Yet he seemed indifferent, continuously muttering to himself. The young man in front of the old man was so frightened that he took several steps back. With a thunderous roar, large chunks of debris fell from the sky, countless black meteors raining down. Roads and buildings collapsed under wave after wave of impact, and the scene resembled the apocalypse. The once bustling and lively streets were now in ruins, filled with rising flames and black smoke. Crowds screamed and fled in all directions, pushing and trampling each other in a chaotic scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The true hellish sight was not on the ground but in the sky, where an enormous six-winged beast floated. Its body was composed of black mist and white bones, parts of it disappearing and reappearing like images flickering on an old television. Each time the beast flapped its wings, a torrent of black mist fell from the sky, crashing to the ground in buildings like meteorites, creating massive shockwaves. Several flying lights circled the beast, and upon closer inspection, they were people. Those were the light warriors, heroes said to control thoughts and battle thought beasts. A blue figure descended from the sky, a light warrior in a blue robe, ice crystals forming rapidly around him, only to vanish again like twinkling stars. The blue-clad warrior seemed to be struck by a great force, quickly flipping to absorb the impact, a circle of icy air spreading beneath his feet. He waved his hand, and in an instant, a semi-transparent ice bridge formed beneath him. The ice bridge solidified under his feet, disappearing back into illusion where he had just run. The blue-clad warrior ran back into the sky, while two of the other three light warriors wielded swords, and one used flames. Of course, the fire was not fire, the ice was not ice, and the sword was certainly not a sword. These were projections of their mental power. Wait, don't go. Save them first. The young man, suppressing his fear, stood up and ran towards the blue-clad warrior, repeatedly shouting this phrase. But the warrior did not turn back, as if he hadn't heard it. "Oh, please save them. Please, I beg you, my sister is still up there. Anyone, please come help." At the other end of the road, a large bus was stuck on the broken bridge. Through the windows, desperate people could be seen crying for help. The bus was pierced by rebar from the broken surface, precariously hanging in midair, the front half already suspended. Gasoline leaked from the tank, dripping down from the brake like a countdown in an hourglass. The young man shouted for help, but panicking pedestrians kept knocking him down. Neither the light warriors nor ordinary people were willing to stop and look at him, except for the seriously injured old man. The old man's eyes were like a venomous snake fixated on the young man, instilling fear in him. The black mist surrounding the old man was identical to that of the monster in the sky. He had just fallen from the sky and broken his leg. The young man saw it clearly. "No one will help you." The old man spoke, his voice raspy like a dying raven, dry and hoarse, each word slightly off-key. In their eyes, the lives of a few ordinary people are worth less than ants. "Who are you?" The young man's voice trembled as he tried to approach the old man, but with each step forward, he felt the chilling aura creeping up his spine. "Me? I am nothing, not even worthy of being called a person. Ha 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 ha." The young man nearly collapsed to the ground, his legs going weak. "You soft coward, don't you want to save your family? Go on, you can only rely on yourself. In this world, no one is more reliable than you. The pillar over there hasn't broken, yet climb up that way." Blood gushed from the old man's mouth, yet his expression remained relaxed. You can't do it. You're a useless coward who can only hide under the covers and cry." "I'm not. The young man's eyes drifted over the old man's shoulder, spotting a light warrior wielding a sword while jumping off the broken bridge, indifferent to the cries and pleas around. You just need power. As long as you want, you can have it." The old man extended his withered hand, his nails black and cracked, his fingers so thin they barely had any flesh, resembling the hand of some bird rather than a human. "Come on, if you want it, take it. Just take it. I have plenty more, so much more." "No, you're a thought beast, You're not human. Where the heart resides, all is non-residence, there should be no attachment, yet the heart is born. The old man stopped responding, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he continuously repeated those words. His hand recovered in black mist, resembling black gloves. You've killed many people. Because of you, the world has become this way. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dew, like lightning. They should be viewed as such. You're all monsters. The young man gritted his teeth, feeling overwhelming fear, his mind blank. The old man's dry, raspy chanting frayed his nerves. In the distance, the light warrior with the sword wheel swung his weapon, cutting down a pedestrian blocking his path. The giant thought beast in the sky flapped its wings, sending waves of wind. The rebar on the bridge began to bend under the tremors, the front of the bus inching downward, the hourglass nearly running out. You're all monsters. Tears streamed down the young man's face as he walked step by step towards the old man, as if being pulled by an unseen force, each step stiff like a marionette. Bang! A tender hand clasped tightly with a hand like dry wood. The black mist from the old man surged towards the young man like a tide, and in that moment, both their eyes reflected. Shock! Chapter 2, Celestial Beings. Not seeing the beginning, not seeing the end. No shore, no boundary. The white that falls between my brows is the snow of 10,000 years ago. The right, I sees the great river rushing, the sun and moon collapsing. The left, I reveals the flickering starry nebula. All things are born from that sea, from those clouds, is the color of the stars, the color of the stars. Clang. Gern violently tossed the package into the mailbox, the rusty tin making a piercing sound that woke up everyone on the floor, curses echoing through the hallway. It is the color of the heart, the color of the heart. Gern completely ignored them. Wearing large headphones that played Moon, she airs famous song Color of the Stars on loop. She was Gern's favorite singer, or rather, no one in the world disliked her, right? Her voice held a mysterious and ethereal magic that could touch anyone, regardless of age, region, or whether they understood her language or not. Lost in his own world, humming along, Gern finished tossing everything in his hands and headed for the next building. He leaped off the railing of the old residential building, situated over 100 meters above the ground, a glance down enough to chill the bones that on the horizon, a ray of dawn rises, casting colorful light across the land, weaving through towering buildings and reflecting off the glass walls of the structures. The interplay of light and shadow creates an illusion, making the entire city resemble a massive movie screen, displaying something fantastical and beautiful, yet incomprehensible. To anyone, hey, Gwyn's body leaps into the air, a skateboard popping out from his backpack. Instead of wheels, the board is equipped with a series of grape-like spheres. These magnetic spheres allow him to glide closely along the surfaces of buildings. Gwyn crouches down, flips the skateboard, and with both feet planted on it, he glides from one building to another. The light streaming from the skyline falls on him, and this is how each of Gwyn's days begins, delivering packages before dawn, greeting the rising colors. By the time he finishes his work, the sun will be up, allowing him to rush to class. With his parents absent, he doesn't want to burden his aunt's family too much, so he has been working part-time to cover his living expenses. Yes, it's still not dawn. The light that just appeared is not from the sun. It has no warmth and will never rise, remaining forever in that one position. That light is the remnant glow of a star that fell a century ago, emanating from a tower made of crystal, a cold, colorful light. Gwyn has been accustomed to such sights since birth. Sometimes he even finds the light beautiful. However, the older generation sees it differently. Those who experience the calamity of the falling star do not find the light beautiful, they only feel fear. Over 100 years ago, a crystalline meteor flew towards Earth. Its size and weight were not noteworthy, and no country or organization paid it much attention. The crystal fell into the Pacific Ocean. However, a month later, something strange happened. The place where the crystal fell gave rise to a massive tower. The crystal began to grow and reproduce like a living organism. It rapidly expanded and soon rooted itself in the seabed, forming a new continent. That was the seventh continent on Earth. But this new land did not bring new opportunities and resources. Instead, it brought catastrophic disasters. Countless terrifying mutated monsters began to appear all over the world. They could suddenly manifest anywhere, existing in a state between matter and illusion. Conventional human weapons were useless against them. Within a decade, the disaster spread across the globe, even reaching from the Sahara Desert to the poles. If it weren't for the later revelation of the Vance effect principle, the Earth would likely have been overrun by them, and human civilization would have been utterly destroyed. Gwyn's mind wandered as he worked quickly, finishing all the deliveries in less than an hour, gliding down to the ground on his magnetic skateboard. The Wilford community is one of the oldest residential areas in the Krosno district, built during the early stages of the calamity. It was designed as a massive shelter, consisting of 10 towering buildings with over 220 floors, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 residents. There are also large temporary shelters underground for when conditions on the surface become harsh. As the city was rebuilt, most residents moved out, leaving only families like Gwyn's, who were economically challenged, still living here. Because the buildings are old and the environment complex, delivery companies cannot use drones, so they still rely on manual delivery, reminiscent of ancient times. The radiant glow of the crystalline tower gradually faded, and a warm light from the sun began to rise in the east, slowly dissipating the cold of the night, achieving a balance between light and dark. "You lost this time," Gwyn said, already changed in his clothes, while his childhood friend Sam came down, panting. "You're treating me for breakfast today. I want a cheese sandwich." "I'll treat you, I will. Just watch me not make you pay back tomorrow," Sam retorted, hands on his hips, looking unconvinced. "How did you do on the third test?" Gwyn casually handed him a bottle of water. "Don't even mention it. I can't bear to look. Maybe I should just drop out and work instead." "Don't say that. With automation rising, what can you do after high school? Do you really plan to spend your life in this dump?" The Wilford community is overall a massive enclosed structure, indeed resembling a barrel, an extremely old black one at that. "Stop mocking me. Did you do well?" Sam scoffed. "I ranked in the top 100 this time, but I'm still a bit short of my goal. And no wonder they call you Shadow. You've always been smart. But where do you plan to apply? Capital University?" Gwyn is tall and often dresses in black. He has a somewhat gloomy demeanor, sometimes resembling a shadow when standing in a crowd. His friends have taken to calling him that nickname, and it's also the name he commonly uses online. "I'm applying to a military academy," Gwyn said nonchalantly, causing Sam's eyes to widen in disbelief. "What did you just say? You're not dreaming, are you? You haven't even awakened your spark. How could you get into a military academy? Even if you did, they wouldn't accept you." "I'm not even 18 yet. I might awaken it besides. No one says you must have a spark to get into a military academy." Oh, you know why no one says that? Because it's common sense. Common sense. The military academy even has practical exams. Without a spark, you won't have any light thought. Are you going to roll up your sleeves and beat the thought beast to death? Perhaps it was because he lost a meal to Gwyn today. Sam was fully on the offensive, poking Gwyn's chest and letting loose. Gwyn didn't react much, merely shrugged. He had heard such comments too many times. Both of them attended Krosno 4th High School and had grown up together, sharing the dream of entering a military academy and becoming thought warriors. This was the first time Gwyn mentioned it to Sam. He hadn't told anyone else before. Only Gwyn knows that, although he has no spark, he can slay thought beasts using methods known only to him. Krosno 4th High School is located on the western bank of the Krosno River, with the bustling area of Krosno just across the river, resembling two different worlds. The western bank is dilapidated and old, with residents crammed into aged housing complexes like the U community. Even this is considered fortunate. The poorest live in underground shelters built during wartime, many of which have not been repaired, presenting a scene of decay and desolation. In contrast, the Eastern Bank is one of the first areas to be rebuilt and revitalized, with skyscrapers rising from the ground. One can see the luxurious villa and commercial district from afar, with wide and bright roads, and even a city garden. It's worth noting that the ecology was severely damaged during the Great War, and plants have become a luxury, let alone timber. Those who can live there are wealthy individuals, officials, researchers, and thought warriors from various factions. Thought warriors are humanity's only weapon capable of combating thought beasts. Over a century, humans have been waging war against thought beasts. It is because of the countless thought warriors fighting day and night, slaying thought beasts, that humanity was able to rescue the ember of civilization from the abyss, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe against thought beasts today. The status of thought warriors goes without saying. Whether in the military, the 4 major academies, or mercenary organizations, they enjoy high social welfare. Even freelance hunters, who are not accepted by major factions, hold a status above others. Money, status, and benefits are indeed what Gwen needs most. He dreams of moving his family out of that broken place. But that is not the most important reason he wants to attend a military academy. The real reason, only he knows. Come on, hurry up. We're really going to be late, Sam urged from the front. What's the rush? We still have half an hour. You forgot that the first class today is on Warcraft? I don't want her to remember me. If you don't leave, I'm out of here first. Okay. Gern walked out of the breakfast shop, stretched lazily, and was suddenly bumped hard by someone that he thought his physical fitness was decent, yet he was knocked back several steps. It was no exaggeration to say it felt like colliding with an iron mountain. Upon closer inspection, the one who had bumped into him was just a girl, shorter than Gern, looking rather ordinary, but her steps were steady and her lower body was solid. The girl looked up at Gern with disdain, said nothing, and continued walking forward. In the moment they brushed past, Gern noticed her neck clean and bare, without a thought wave suppressor. To prevent thought beasts from being born in the city, all residents are required to wear thought wave suppressors to avoid excessive emotions that might give rise to thought beasts. Gern had one around his neck, Sam did too, and so did the breakfast shop owner. Everywhere he looked, everyone had this small circular ring around their necks. But this girl had none. There was only one kind of person who could be exempt from this. Celestial. Gern muttered to himself that in the Second Thought Beast War, the descendants of the four most outstanding heroes were born. They are referred to as Celestials, born with sparks of power, possessing the top-tier light thought talent. They are the most elite and powerful beings among thought warriors. Every city has hovering aerial castles for them to reside in, enjoying a luxurious life and the worship of all citizens. Celestial, why would they be here? You little brat, what are you mumbling about? Did you get knocked silly? What show off? Can't you see she's ignoring you? Sam was completely oblivious. You go ahead. I have something to take care of. Gern shoved his backpack into Sam's hands, turned, and followed the girl into a small alley around the corner. Chapter 3. Beast Shadow. Gern lowered his footsteps and slowly followed the strange girl. A celestial deigning to come to a commoner's area, especially a backward district like Hushi, was hard not to be curious about. The girl had short white hair, was not tall, had a slim figure, and lacked muscle definition in her arms and legs, making it hard to imagine she had just nearly knocked Gern off. His feet. She wore a black and red dress, with a white sleeveless vest over. The style was nothing special, but upon closer inspection, the material was clearly of high quality. Bam! Just as Gern reached the end of the path, he saw two men collide on the street and fall to the ground, with two bicycles toppled over beside them, still spinning. You idiot! Are you blind? Who are you calling blind? The two men rolled up their sleeves, ready to argue, when suddenly the suppression rings around their necks emitted a warning beep. Simultaneously, the indicator lights changed from green to yellow. Both men froze in place, their anger dissipating as they helped each other up, concerned for one another until the lights turned green again, at which point they relaxed. Van's level. Everyone in the survival zone must control their Van's level. The thought wave suppressor displays 4 levels of Van's effects. Green means no reaction, yellow indicates a slight reaction, red signifies a dangerous reaction, which means the Van's effect has begun to manifest, and the highest black level represents a strong Van's effect, indicating that a thought beast is about to be born. Thus, everyone must be vigilant. If their Van's level becomes too high, they will be forcibly sent to the Thought Wave Control Center, and if it doesn't improve, they will be transferred to a correction facility. Those who enter such places can never return to normal, as they are subjected to heavy doses of psychiatric sedatives daily and endure extremely rigorous psychological correction. Therapy. Even if they come out, their personality, thoughts, and worldview would have been completely erased, leaving only a hollow shell puppet. Of course, there's one kind of person who can be exempt from this. Celestials. Celestials are considered the strongest-willed humans in the world. They can perfectly control their minds, never allowing thought beasts to emerge, and are naturally not subject to any institutional control. They stand above all mundane frameworks that, if there's an exception, Gern could be considered one. His suppressor has been illegally modified to always display green, and he has reached black-level thought wave levels countless times over the years without birthing a thought beast. The celestial girl moved quickly, striding through the alley and turning into a hidden dark passage. Gern was at a loss, unsure where she was heading, when suddenly a figure appeared before the girl. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair, dressed in a black coat, wearing white gloves with a square face, a small mustache, and a robust neck even through his loose clothing. It was clear he had a strong physique. "Miss, stop messing around, that guy is just trying to deceive you," the man in the black coat said in a low voice. "Get out of the way. Bart, who told you to follow me? Protecting the miss's safety is my duty. What do you think can harm me in a commoner's area? Are you insulting me?" The white-haired girl's gaze was fierce. She had small tiger teeth, looking like a fierce little white wolf. "I wouldn't dare, miss. You are a rare talent from the Ace Berlin family, easily able to defeat thought beasts of the ferocious wolf level at such a young age. However, thought beasts are easy to guard against, but human hearts are hard to guard against. It's simply not appropriate for you to leave home without permission." Ace Berlin. Gern perked up his ears from a distance, realizing she was indeed a celestial, and from one of the four great families of celestials, the Ace Berlin family. "He's a fraud. Why are you still nervous?" The young lady shot a glare back at him. "Just consider this as me coming out to play. I will personally explain to my father when I return, and you don't need to take responsibility. I am the butler of the Ace Berlin family, and from the moment you left the door, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility." The girl said nothing more, lowered her body, took a step lightly, and turned into a shadow, dashing along the wall of the alley. Her hair trailed behind her like a long white shadow. "You are still so mischievous." Butler Bart shook his head and immediately chased after her, their speeds hard to distinguish. "Is this the physical quality of celestials?" Gern stepped out from the shadows, crossing his arms. "I heard that celestials undergo strict training from a young age, their physical and mental abilities far surpassing those of normal people. This is the first time I've seen it in person." Gern certainly couldn't keep up with their speed, but being a local, he was very familiar with the terrain. That white-haired girl seemed to be going to meet someone at the invitation of someone else. An event that could stir a celestial must be a big secret. And in this area, heading in that direction, the most suitable place for secret exchanges was Blink Street. Gern smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and took a shortcut to catch up. Blink Street was originally just an ordinary underground commercial street, but later marginalized due to construction reforms, with new residential areas blocking the main road in. Front.It thus became a dark street unseen by daylight, where some smugglers and gangs controlled it, trading in all sorts of illicit goods. There were no surveillance networks or police patrols nearby, and foot traffic was sparse, making it very suitable for underground transactions. Gern rushed to Blink Street as fast as he could, and sure enough, the white-haired girl was already there. During the day, there were practically no idle passers-by on Blink Street apart from her. The dark commercial street had only one other figure, a short boy who looked to be about the same age as the Ace Berlin young lady. He wore a loose green jacket with a cloth eye patch over his left eye, and the uncovered eye was filled with madness and chaos. Gern couldn't quite put his finger on what was off about him. He just felt that his gaze was not that of a normal person. "You keep your promises, Nelle. You're still the same good child as you were when you were young." The person named Quello grinned, his mouth curving at a strange angle like a cat or some kind of hunting dog. It turned out that the white-haired girl was named Nelle. Jen thought the name suited her appearance quite well. It sounded cold and icy. However, Quello was likely referring to her shortened name grammatically. It should be Gonelia. Unlike ordinary light practitioners' families, celestial beings rarely appear in public and remain quite mysterious. This was Jen's first time learning the name of a celestial being. "What about the evidence you mentioned? Do you believe me?" Quello retorted. "It depends on what evidence you provide. If you don't believe me, you'll think any evidence is fake. If you do believe me, then evidence isn't even necessary." Quello shrugged, dancing in place. "I'm not here to listen to your nonsense after sneaking all the way from the suspended city. How cold. We've been childhood friends for so many years, and you're so utilitarian right from the start. Can we catch up a bit? If you keep babbling, I'll take you back. Your family would surely love to see you face justice." Nelle extended a hand, electricity flickering along her 5 slender fingers. All right, here you go." Quello looked amused at his own expense and took out a small piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to Nelle. What kind of shocking secret could be written on such a small piece of paper? Jen felt puzzled, but Miss Nelle stood frozen in place, seemingly in utter shock at the content, unable to accept it at all. After passing the item, Quello activated his light energy, and his entire figure disappeared into a layer of green mist. Nelle, however, didn't notice at all. All her attention was drawn to that piece of paper, and it took her several minutes to slowly recover. Chapter 4. The fall of the gods' liars. All of them are liars. Miss Nail tightened her fist, her light thought radiating from her hand as arcs of lightning erupted from her body, instantly scorching thin sheets of paper. Miss, Bart rushed over quickly, having only taken 2 minutes longer, not expecting such a great incident to occur. Get lost. I don't want to see you or any of you. What did Quello say to you? You can't believe the words of a wanted criminal. He is a bottomless betrayer who has even forsaken his own family. I don't trust anyone anymore. All of you get out. The last syllable of Miss Nail's words nearly came out as a scream, and she waved her hand, sending out a large arc of electricity. Bart was caught off guard and slammed against the wall, his coat singed in several places. Nail rushed out of the alley, holding her head, while Gern quickly hid in a corner. Bart followed closely behind, but was forced back by another arc of electricity. After bursting out of the alley, Nail ran wildly, as if trying to vent something. In her fury, she overturned various items by the roadside, wreaking havoc on trash cans and street lamps, totaling more than 10. Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? A shop owner whose shelf she had overturned yelled angrily, seeing the yellowing suppressor around his neck. He quickly controlled his emotions and forced a smile. No, miss, please don't go. Do you need help? Why are you breaking my things for no reason? Nail ran all the way to the riverbank in the city, and Bart caught up just in time to grab her. The white-haired girl pushed the old steward away with all her strength, and a bolt of electricity struck down, splitting into several forks like a trident, sharp and unstoppable. However, Bart waved his hand and created a rock shield to block it. Miss, please forgive my rudeness. I can't let you cause a scene here. Let's go back to the hanging city and talk slowly. For 18 years you have all been deceiving me, and you are complicit. Miss Nail twisted her wrist, trying to break free from his hold, but it was futile. Bart, who had risen to the position of chief steward in the Eisberon family, was no ordinary person. He was also a capable subordinate of her father back in the day. Miss, put this on. Bart pulled out a thought wave suppressor, having keenly sensed that the Vance effect fluctuations on her body had become very intense. After all these years, even he, who could handle everything calmly, started to panic. Could it be that Quello had told her about that matter? After all, she is not truly. I don't want it. Miss Nail forcefully waved her hand, sending the collar flying, and a bolt of electricity as thick as a bowl struck down, shattering the collar. Commoners need such things. I am. Heaven. A dull sound entered Gern's ears, like the sound of drums or a heartbeat. It wasn't a real sound. The ears could not hear it. Only thoughts could receive it. It was an incredibly strong mental shock, reaching the maximum threshold of the Vance effect fluctuations. Bang! Bart's first reaction was to pull his coat to block everyone's view. Miss Nail had already collapsed to the ground, surrounded by a thick layer of black mist, pale bones emerging from the black smoke. Bart, once a light thought warrior and a battle-hardened veteran, understood what was happening at this moment. The only daughter of the Eisberon family, the most promising star of tomorrow, had fallen, and her evil thoughts would coalesce into a thought beast that no one could stop unless she was killed right now. Miss, don't worry. I will take you away safely. You came running here. Why are you running? Let us talk it out. Just compensate me for the cost of my goods. Miss, you? The unfortunate shop owner, who had just been overturned, had followed closely behind and was now beside them. Seeing the black smoke, he was instantly horrified. However, the unfortunate shop owner could not scream, as Bart was much faster. A pitch-black blade condensed in Bart's hand, and he struck out like lightning. One slash severing the owner's arm, and the other cutting out his tongue. Just in time, I was in need of a scapegoat. Ugh! Wah! The shop owner wailed as he fell to the ground, rolling around, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. Help! Someone! Seeing that Nail had already completed her fall into darkness, and a thought beast egg had been released into the air, Bart immediately picked her up and ran while pointing at the bloodied man, shouting loudly, "This person has fallen. Call the police. Hurry!" Gern, witnessing the entire scene from a high building, felt as if a bomb had exploded in his heart, the shocking impact reverberating in his mind. Although he had already glimpsed some truths, seeing such a scene with his own eyes still left him in shock. Even the celestial beings can fall. The pitch-black egg was slowly spreading open, and a slender figure emerged, like a shadow of a woman, composed entirely of black mist, bone spurs, and white bandage-like material, with a pair of bony wings and a long tail. The face was vaguely visible, resembling nails somewhat. Loneliness. The thought beast let out a low growl, causing chaos as residents from the nearby buildings rushed down to flee. The sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance, indicating that the police were responding quite quickly. Deceit. The thought beast let out another strange cry, suddenly sweeping its wings, releasing a blinding bolt of electricity that cleaved a sturdy tree in half, the cross-section filled with numerous forked patterns. Hollow. The electricity quickly spread across the thought beast's body, its figure flashing rapidly, the tail trailing a long arc of electricity, instantly reaching the opposite bank of the river. The thought beast swiped its hand, knocking several pedestrians away, its hollow eyes fixated on a little girl crying on the ground. The girl appeared to be no older than 10, holding a doll, feeling deeply helpless in front of the enormous thought beast. Loneliness. The thought beast murmured, extending its hand toward the girl. The hollow eyes seemed like an abyss. The black on the thought beast was an extreme, lightless black, the color most symbolic of death. Just the color alone could make one feel helpless, like an infinitely towering black wall, leaving no room for retreat. Reaching this point meant the end. No one could break this iron law. Really? Fenrir's claw. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in front of the thought beast, its outstretched arm severed into several pieces. Before it could react, a cloud of dust erupted in front of it, and something heavily stomped down on the pavement, causing a large section of concrete near the riverbank to collapse into the water, splashing up a huge wave. Gern emerged from the smoke, raising his arm, a gigantic bone claw floating before him, moving in sync with his arm, as if he were playing a VR game with a sensor. Helpless, the thought beast seemed enraged, shooting out a massive amount of electricity toward the smoke. Beelzebub's wing, Gern shouted softly, and a pair of bone claws suspended before him quickly disassembled, transforming into a pair of thought beast bone wings that crossed a block in front of him. The electricity struck continuously, only creating ripples, as he lifted the girl in his hand. After taking a set of attacks, Gern flipped back, placing the girl in a safe spot and gesturing for her to leave. Thank you. The girl weakly thanked him before turning and running away quickly. Don't thank me, thank those celestial beings, Gern said with a sarcastic tone, controlling the bone claws to guard in front of him. Loneliness. The thought beast once again extended its hand toward the girl. Gern did not wait for it to unleash its electricity. He sprinted toward it. His physical abilities not as strong as the celestial beings, but constantly jumping between high buildings was not in vain. Magic sword. Calibalg. Gern tightly gripped his hands, and his wings quickly transformed into black and white bubbles, which then reformed into his hands, condensing into a great sword made of white bones and black mist. The great sword swung into a circle, leaping into the air with Gern's steps and striking down at the thought beast. Boom! Another sound echoed, and Bart, who had already run far away, stopped in his tracks and turned to glance back at the riverbank, his brow furrowed. How could there be two thought beasts? Chapter 5. Fragments of Malice the Shadow before him cracked open with a huge fissure. Gern swung his sword and struck the thought beast in half. However, countless fine black lines connected the two severed halves of its body. The moment the thought beast's body broke apart, a large amount of negative emotions that constituted its form spread out. The distance between Gern and the thought beast was too close. Those black lines seemed to come to life as they surrounded him, seeping into his body through his skin. Images, voices, a flood of information was released from these black lines, the purest negative thoughts. If an ordinary person were in this situation, Vance would have long since reached his limit. However, Gern had been dealing with these things since he was 10 and had long learned how to control them. Electric arcs shot out from the shattered body of the thought beast. Gern, gritting his teeth against the pain, thrust the sword forward. The tip of the great sword transformed into a sharp claw that suddenly gripped a pitch-black sphere inside the thought beast. That was the core of Vance's reaction. The key to Gern's ability to control these thought beasts was to prevent the core from forming. If only the shell was created, the thought beast would not have consciousness, and Gern would act as the core himself, manipulating the coreless shell like a puppet. Of course, it sounded simple, but he had practiced countless times in private to reach this stage, and several times he had nearly lost control. Smash! Gern violently twisted the sword handle, and a sound like shattering glass rang out as the claw at the sword's tip crushed the core. The thought beast let out a sharp, piercing howl as it took a fatal blow. The shattered black core released a large amount of malice, and Gern quickly withdrew from its influence range. But he was still affected. Countless images and sounds poured directly into his mind. Gern shook his head, clenched his fists, and dug his nails into his palms. The slight pain anchored him in reality, preventing him from getting lost in the black malice. Not enough, not enough. Keep going. You are the only heir of our family. With your current level, do you deserve the title of a celestial being? Not enough, still not enough. Your grandfather saved the world from the thought beasts. And you think what you've done is impressive? If your brother were still here, he would be better than you. Gern saw a blurry figure of a girl. She stood in a dark, spacious area that resembled a stadium, but there were no doors or windows, only a small ventilation opening that let in a little light. The area was filled with battered wooden stakes, and she held a training sword in her hand, its handle stained with blood. Her palm was also chafed, with layers of calluses and healing scars, wounds formed for being continuously worn away before healing. Yeah, the girl shouted with all her might, and the training sword suddenly crackled with electricity. As she swung the sword, arcs of electricity surged forth, shooting like arrows, piercing, severing, and incinerating the wooden figures before her, until they all fell to the ground. Don't you realize? Your memories before you were 6 are all blank. Where were you before that? Who are you? Suddenly, a man's figure appeared in the training ground, holding a piece of letter paper. Gern guessed that this person was the one who had just met with the white-haired girl. During the descent into madness, a person's thoughts would become chaotic and disordered. Time, space, and logic would be disrupted, which was why Gern saw the images he did. Boom! Thunder suddenly erupted. The training ground instantly turned blood red, and all the fallen training dummies transformed into real corpses, a scene like a hell of carnage. Their son was dead. To inherit the celestial family, they needed a gifted child, and for that, anything was worth it. The man grinned cruelly, his face becoming more and more twisted, finally transforming into a middle-aged man with white hair. Nayla, you're still not worthy. The white-haired girl stood dazed, gazing up at the only light source above the training ground, where a windmill was stuck, its 4-colored blades spinning in the wind. The bells on the blades chimed, and in those dark fragments of malice, that little windmill seemed to be the only color in her childhood. Gasp! Gern struggled to break free from the influence of the black lines. With the core shattered, the thought beast had lost its ability to move, and the remaining parts would gradually disintegrate. Given the scale of the incident, the police and the Light Thought Association would arrive soon. So Gern hurriedly left the scene to avoid any trouble. He had not yet enrolled in a military academy or the Light Thought Academy, and using his abilities in the city was illegal. Meanwhile, Bart had already taken Nayla to a safe place. Due to the chaos on the riverbank, everyone's attention was drawn there, and no one noticed them. Miss, wake up. We can't stay here any longer. I need to take you back to Suspended City. Bart placed his hand on Nayla's forehead, a faint green light spreading from his palm. His light thought was not healing type, but he still knew how to use general healing methods. Cough, cough. Nayla suddenly opened her eyes and slowly sat up, looking somewhat weak. Mississippi, are you feeling better? My head is spinning. What has happened? Nothing happened just now. Nayla raised her head and glared at the butler. Though she was disoriented during her descent into madness, she vaguely remembered the sensation of being wrapped in a black egg. Connecting that to the sudden appearance of the thought beast, she naturally understood what had happened. How could this be? How could it? You are still too young. Your will is too weak. Quello deliberately provoked you. He intended to lead you to this step. Bart patiently advised her. You shouldn't believe those malicious lies. This is what he wants to see. Quello is an inhumane individual with no bottom line. He is shaming his family. How many of your words are true? Nayla brushed off the butler's hand and stood up on her own. I'll return to Suspended City by myself. You don't need to worry about me. Continuing like this is dangerous. You should wear the suppressor. I told you, I won't wear that kind of thing. Still arguing? Are you saviors? So idle? Don't you have anything else to do? Just as they were bickering, a figure appeared at the end of the alley, slowly walking toward the two. Bart initially thought it was Quello and immediately reached out to protect Nayla behind him. But Miss Nayla pushed his hand away ungratefully. However, the person was not Quello, but a black-haired common boy, arms crossed over his chest, looking completely relaxed, though he exuded a scent very similar to that of a thought beast. It was him who dealt with that thought beast. Bart was taken aback. This boy had the aura of two thought beasts, one of which was the one Nayla had released after her descent, yet he bore no insignia of any faction, indicating he was not a light thought warrior. Who are you? I just want to say a couple of words to her. Gern shrugged and said. You better not get close, Bart threatened, gathering light thought, causing special colorful light to condense in the surrounding air. Don't get worked up. I might not be able to beat you if it comes to a fight, but causing a commotion will let people know that two celestial beings came here. And this is also the scene where the thought beast appeared. Gern extended his hand, and a translucent black claw formed around it. If someone finds out, the consequences won't be good. What do you want to say? I haven't believed you for a long time. My sister almost died in an accident, and she still can't stand up. There were light thought warriors nearby, as well as you celestial beings, but not a single person cared about the life and death of an ordinary person. Gern's tone was icy, subtly laced with hatred, while Bart placed a hand as if ready to attack at any moment. Gern continued speaking. However, it doesn't prevent the world from having so many fools who place their hopes on you, believing that with you saviors around, everything can get better. The privileges you enjoy, which are nothing but ordinary, encapsulate the hopes of countless people. My only hope for you is that you won't commit such outrageous acts again, whether it be divine fall or indiscriminate killing. Gern's eyes shifted between Nair and Bart, as if counting their sins. If you don't take it seriously, one day people will realize that you are unworthy of this hope and will pull you down from your high and mighty floating city. What do you know? Nair sneered. I've heard enough of this. Was I born to carry this burden? Your own matters are your private affairs. Don't always think you're the most wronged and the most suffering. Because of your reckless actions, more people will suffer from undeserved disasters. If you want to make a fuss, go home and do it, but when you stand in the open, I hope you play your hero role well. Gern turned to leave, reaching out to insert something into a vase by the roadside. This is for you. Think about it slowly. You. Nair was about to say something when a crisp bell sound reached her ears. A four-colored windmill spun joyfully in the vase. It was Nair's first time leaving the floating city, and she didn't know that this wasn't called a windmill. It was called a hep bell. The four colors represented the four heroes of the Second Beast War, and it was woven by children to present to the returning heroes, later evolving into a common ornament. Back then, who was it that always accompanied me outside the training ground? This question had lingered in Nair's mind for a long time. Bart, take me home. Chapter 6. How to fix the Vance flower. Did it break? Can it be repaired? Let's give it a try, just wait. After returning from the Boundary River, Gern didn't rush back to school. First, he had wasted too much time, and it was too late to go now. Second, his thought wave suppressor was broken, likely damaged during the fight with the thought beast. The indicator lights and signal receiver inside were completely destroyed. If he didn't fix it quickly, the Thought Wave Control Bureau would come looking for him soon. To be precise, what was around Gern's neck wasn't a thought wave suppressor, but a counterfeit signal generator. The essence of a thought wave suppressor is a monitor. It sends regular signals to the headquarters on time before the thought wave level reaches the alert level, monitoring everyone's mental health status in real time to prevent the appearance of thought beasts. When the thought wave level reaches red, the suppressor activates, releasing special waves to interfere with brain thought waves, preventing the Vance effect from occurring, while the collar emits an alarm to alert the Thought Wave Control Bureau to come and apprehend the target. However, the one around Gern's neck was a fake. It would always stay green and simulate normal signals to the monitoring center. It sounds simple, but achieving this is very difficult. Gern had met Sophia by chance. As far as he knew, there were very few hackers in the entire Shalong survival area capable of doing this. The old electronic workshop where Gern was currently located was Sophia's studio, a hidden underground workshop deep within an old residential building. It was small and filled with various mechanical parts of unknown use, with cluttered tools on the cabinets and walls, and trash covering the floor, leaving hardly any space to stand. Sophia was bent over the table, disassembling Gern's counterfeit collar. She wore thick protective glasses, and her short blonde hair had become messy and dry from lack of care. The shadowless lamp next to her illuminated her profile, and perhaps because she had spent too long in the dim underground, her skin was unnaturally pale. Moreover, she hadn't changed at all over the years, working late into the night, yet maintaining herself so well that Gern suspected she had uploaded her consciousness to the network and was only using a bionic mechanical shell to operate in reality. Of course, that was just a thought. Such technology couldn't possibly exist, right? It wasn't violent damage. It was overload damage. Have you been near those with high Vance effect levels? Sophia curiously analyzed the remnants of information in the collar. Me, myself. Besides yourself. All right, no more jokes. I just ran into a thought beast, and I guess its Vance index was too high. Gern briefly explained what had happened today. Sophia patiently listened while installing new components into the collar, looking focused, even noticing that the coffee pot beside her was almost boiled dry. Did you get the Vance crystal? It should be inside the thought beast. Sophia suddenly became interested, her nails happily peeling the coating off the table. No, I crushed it. Gern shrugged and replied honestly. You? What a waste. Sophia slapped her thigh, heartbroken. Do you know how much that thing sells for on the black market? It's been years since a thought beast appeared in the city. Oh, you're still hoping for its appearance? Well, the thought beasts invade in droves. You won't have to worry about not seeing one. You're making sense. Sophia quickly placed the new components into the collar, connected it to the computer, and began uploading new data. To make this counterfeit collar work, she had to infiltrate the central system of the Thought Wave Control Bureau and import the forged number. Sophia pressed her hands tightly against the computer's connection port, and green lights radiated around her wrist, forming rings of code made up of countless zeros and ones that constantly drilled into the computer through the port. Transforming her will into a powerful intrusion virus capable of breaching the firewall. This was her light thought, named the roaming worm. She could use her light thought to easily hack into various systems, penetrating like a worm. Perhaps it was her extraordinary obsession with machinery and programming that awakened this light thought. Sophia's spark was also a mass of green code, hovering above her head like a halo of an angel from mythology. She had lost count of how many times she had traversed the firewall of the Thought Wave Control Bureau, finding no challenge in it anymore. While uploading information, she still had the energy to chat with Gern. On Sophia's table lay a delicate crystal sculpture, carved to depict the Crystal Tower on the other side of the ocean, a star that fell from a universe 50 years ago. People both loved and hated it. The Crystal Tower could continuously amplify human thought, ushering in a new era of light thoughts. However, the thought beast it spawned nearly led human civilization into an abyss of no return. You say. Gern looked at the sculpture, feeling an inexplicable thrill in his heart. What kind of magic does the tower have that can truly turn human thought into reality? The Vance effect. Weren't you listening in class? Sophia shot him a glance. Of course, I know about Vance, but everyone talks about Vance. What exactly is it? So dumb. Our universe is made up of matter and energy. You know that, right? But the matter we know and can observe only accounts for about 14% of the total matter in the universe. The rest is dark matter, which we cannot observe, and it has no impact on our normal lives. We once thought dark matter was far away in the cosmos, but later we discovered it isn't. Dark matter is everywhere, right beside us. It's just that our human senses and technology are too backward to observe its existence. So, the light thought that is condensed is dark matter? Exactly. The tower amplifies human mental waves, or thought waves, by millions of times. When the frequency of thought waves surpasses the threshold, Vance occurs, and the invisible dark matter condenses into the form you imagine, supported by dark energy. Dark energy accounts for 70% of the total energy in the universe, which means that countless stars like our sun, vast galaxies, and black holes that can swallow light, even supernovae that can illuminate millions of black holes, all the celestial bodies, dust, and wonders in the universe, their energy combined is just the tip of the iceberg, 30%. While the main energy of the universe is dark energy, which we cannot grasp at all. Gern continued her words, and upon saying them, He was also shocked by the mental imagery he had conjured. Sophia smiled wryly and said, "That's right. We are like worms in a dish. Perhaps we shouldn't blame the tower for turning our lives into this. We should only blame the truth it brings, which is too cruel. The sun has broken through the darkness of the ditch, and all the worms are left wondering where to go. Aren't we doing quite well? Humanity has already mastered the laws of light thoughts. Yes, it is indeed the victory of idealism." After saying this, Sophia took off the collar she was wearing and repaired it. "Remember to take it off next time you fight. The counterfeit launcher is very fragile and can't withstand your antics. Thanks a lot. I owe it all to you." Gern grinned and extended his hand, but she quickly grabbed the collar back. Hey, money, you still haven't settled the last payment. It was a rush to get here. If I had been any later, it would have called the police. I'll go back to get the money. Definitely next time." Gern felt a bit awkward, forcing a smile and rubbing his hands together. "Last time you said the same thing. You keep owing me money if it doesn't call the police. I feel like I should." Sophia snorted and stuffed the collar in her chest pocket, crossing her arms and leaning back against the office chair, her whole body slowly sinking into the soft sponge. She relaxed completely, and even though she was wearing a loose shirt, it was still clear that she had a good figure. She pushed her goggles up to her forehead, her blue eyes lazy and deep, and beneath her ordinary denim shorts were two pale, plump thighs. Recently, money had been a bit tight. "Well, fine, I'll help you." Sophia's eyes darted around as if she was thinking of some mischievous idea. "Help me with something. What is it?" Before Sophia could answer, there was a loud knock at the door, and the iron gate of the studio shook continuously, mixed with shouts and curses from outside. The visitors were aggressive, clearly having a significant conflict with Sophia. "These guys have been bothering me. If you take care of them, I'll give you what you want. There are only 10 minutes left until the system detects that you're not wearing the suppressor, so hurry up." Sophia pointed to the doorway, indicating that they were just a bunch of small-time thugs from the black market and not hard to deal with. "Debt collectors? Why do you care so much? Are you going or not?" All right, I'm scared of you." With no other choice, Gern had to side with the woman. Without her help, not only would his mental projection skills remain subpar for a long time, but he also wouldn't be able to practice shadow projection often. "Hand over the stuff. You filthy thief, you're not getting away today. We all saw you steal it. Get out here. Damn it, break down the door." The people outside shouted more aggressively, and Gern walked over to press the button to raise the gate. Before the door was fully up, one of the outsiders swung an iron rod and struck through the gap. Gern reacted quickly, grabbing the rod with one hand while using the other to hold the bottom edge of the iron gate. He bent his knees and leaned back, using the upward force of the gate to launch himself out. He kicked off with both feet, sending one of the attackers flying. There were about 6 or 7 thugs outside, all armed with crowbars and steel pipes. Perhaps they hadn't expected the other side to strike first, as they all froze in place. "Sorry, our boss is unavailable today. You all should leave." Gern adjusted his sleeves, his tone cold and slightly threatening. "Still dare to make a move? Beat him up." Chapter 7. Brown Sugar, the leader of this group, was a tall man, at least 6 feet 3 inches, with a sturdy build and thighs as thick as tree trunks, carrying a long machete over his shoulder. The suppressors around their necks were all yellow level. They didn't care about such minor effects. They were just thugs, and as long as it didn't turn red, it made no difference to them. Hearing the leader give the order, 2 thugs rushed out from either side, wielding weapons, swinging their iron pipes at Gern's head and legs. The enemies came on strong, but Gern remained calm. Thanks to his daily training, his physical fitness was quite good compared to ordinary people, and even without using shadow energy, he could handle these few men. Gern quickly intercepted the blow aimed at his head with one hand, jumped to avoid the attack coming from below, and used the momentum of his leap to kick forward, striking the chest of the thug in front of him. The man let out a grunt and fell backward to the ground. Gern maintained his grip on the thug's iron pipe, spun in the air, and brought his other hand down heavily on the enemy's head, using his weight and inertia to slam the man's head into the ground. Just lie there." Gern released his grip, stood up, and kicked the man aside, who landed face down, losing a front tooth in the process. "You little brat, are you looking for death? You guys started first. I'm just defending myself. Get him." The leader signaled with his eyes, and the remaining 3 thugs charged at Gern, brandishing their weapons. Gern hooked an iron pipe lying on the ground with his toes, kicked it up, caught it with his hand, and swung it to hit the enemy on his right. He twisted his wrist and struck twice, knocking the weapons from the opponent's hands, just as an enemy behind him shouted and charged forward. With a stomp, Gern pushed off the ground and quickly rolled to evade an attack. In the moment of rolling, he grabbed the dropped crowbar with his left hand and stood up, rushing toward the last thug. With both weapons crossed in front of him, he swung them forward with great force. The thug tried to block, but was too slow, receiving a direct hit to the chest. The fabric of his shirt tore open, and his ribs made a sharp cracking sound as he fell backward to the ground. Clang! Gern tossed the weapons aside and looked at the leader. So what's it going to be? Are we still fighting? Damn it. You found such a tough helper. You're tough. We'll leave. The big man turned as if to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, drawing a black metal object from his waist and pointing at Gern. A thunderous bang echoed as the black object fired, flames erupting from it. The big man's eyes turned ferocious, clearly serious about achieving his objective. Guns had mostly been phased out by the military, and this thing was useless against shadow beasts. Humanity was now united against foreign threats, and major governments had not experienced civil wars for a long time. Only gangs still possessed such weapons. Shield of the Abyss. At the moment the bullet was fired, Gern hurriedly summoned his shadow energy, envisioning a shield to block in front of him. Shadow energy differs from light energy. Light energy comes from willpower and imagination, while shadow energy is rooted in negative emotions. This wasn't something he could just conjure on a whim. Gern didn't have enough time to cultivate his emotions, and the recent fight hadn't ignited much anger in him. The bone wings he imagined were nearly transparent. Fortunately, the big man's weapon was just a makeshift pipe gun, lacking rifling and thus dispersing its power. Gern managed to block the shot just in time. As the black mist and white bones slowly dissipated, the bullet embedded in the shield fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The gang, including the big man, stood with their mouths agape, stunned. Light energy? Oh, little brother. No, big brother, I was wrong. We won't dare again. You keep your stuff. Just let us go. The big man immediately showed fear, throwing his knife to the ground and kneeling. These thugs only dared to be arrogant against ordinary people. They wouldn't provoke someone with light energy. Anyone who awakened light energy, even if they weren't a light energy warrior yet, would soon be recruited by various forces, whether military, academies, light energy associations, or mercenary groups. They were not the kind of people who could be trifled with. If they made an enemy today, they might not even know how they died tomorrow. Get lost if you know what's good for you. What happened today? Gern cracked his knuckles, a shadowy figure flickering behind him. We know. We won't say a word. We'll leave right now. They quickly fled, their speed far surpassing when they were fighting, fearing Gern might change his mind. Well done, Sophia said with a smile as she emerged from the room. Don't involve me in this next time. Here, your stuff. You're welcome to visit again, she said, wrapping her arms around Gern's neck and fastening a collar around him. The moment it closed, a beep sounded, and the display on the collar turned green. Gern caught a whiff of a warm, fragrant scent as Sophia's hands rested on his shoulders, their faces close together. The collar had just been tucked away in her pocket, and Gern could feel its warmth. Sophia, wait a minute. Let me check if the connection is stable. Those people probably won't dare to come back. They seem to be trying to extort you and accuse you of stealing something from them. Gern changed the subject. No, I was telling the truth. I really did take their stuff, Sophia replied casually. What? Gern exclaimed in surprise. You made me an accomplice. I am doomed. I was planning to apply to the military academy. This won't leave a mark on my record, will it? Will I pass the political review? Don't worry. If they lose it, they won't dare to speak out. Sophia waved her hand dismissively, then took a box from the nearby shelf. Our boss somehow got hold of this good stuff. I'm just borrowing it to study. Inside the box lay a black square object, shimmering with tiny lights. Though black, it wasn't a pure black. It resembled an oil film floating on water, constantly shifting colors. What is this? Gern had never seen anything like it. A small cube the size of a thumb, worth enough for these thugs to resort to violence and even risk lives to reclaim. They call this black sugar. It sells for hundreds of thousands per gram on the black market, Sophia explained. Is it some new type of drug? Gern found it hard to believe anything could sell for such a price. I heard it can grant light energy. Huh, no way. If that were true, everyone would be a light energy warrior. Apparently, the side effects are severe. It could even be deadly. I personally think it's a failed product from a military lab. So that's how it is. We're both awakened, so we can't do business. Why not find an ordinary person to use as a guinea pig? If it works, they won't lose out, Sophia suggested with an expression of indifference, making a shocking proposal. Are you a devil? People could die. Just kidding, just kidding. But if you come across someone who has consumed this stuff, try to bring them to me. There will be a big reward for you, Sophia winked, while Gern felt a chill run down his spine. This woman might be more dangerous than Shadow Beast. Chapter 8, Gentle Wind. Helena, by the time Gern arrived at the school after leaving Sophia's workshop, it was almost noon. He climbed over the wall to avoid the security's gaze and enter the courtyard, taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people around during class. Gern took out the hoverboard from his backpack and gradually maneuvered it up against the wall. Hey! Finally reaching the window outside his classroom, Gern flipped over and landed on the windowsill. Fortunately, the teacher was still facing away, writing on the board. Gern quickly jumped into the classroom and slipped back to his seat in the last row. His actions, of course, did not go unnoticed by several classmates, and a burst of laughter erupted from the back of the classroom. This was not Gern's first time. He often forgot the time while practicing his shadow thoughts and ended up being late, always relying on this trick to get by. The teacher turned around and knocked on the desk to restore order. Oh, you actually came? I thought you overslept. Gern's deskmate, Helena, propped her face on her hands, looking at him with a half-smile. The girl was beautiful, with delicate features, sporting twin ponytails that made her look bright and innocent. Though everyone wore the same school uniform, she stood out the most when she sat down in class. Helena was Gern's childhood friend. She awakened her spark at the age of 12 and possessed exceptional talent. Among a group of children who played together since they were young, she was the most promising one. For her, living a superior life on the East Coast was just a matter of time. As a light thought awakeners, she had already been recommended to military school and just needed to pass the practical exam to become a military light thought master. But for some reason, she insisted on coming to school every day, even more diligently than Gern. I can't help it. There was a commotion over at the Boundary River. Someone fell from grace, and the noise from the thought beasts was quite loud. Just wait for the news, Gern said mysteriously. Boundary River? Your route to school has nothing to do with the Boundary River. Sniff, sniff, there's a woman scent on you. You didn't go on a date with that pretty girl, did you? Gern, you can't keep this up. If you can, you might as well not become a light thought master. You should work as a police dog for the military instead. Otherwise, you're wasting your talent. Gern retorted, then asked, did the thought beast find out I skipped class? The thought beast referred to the head of the grade, who also served as their class teacher and was known for being strict and rigid. He was nicknamed Thought Beast because he resembled an orc from an old video game. No, I covered for you. Helena summoned her light thought, and a stream of water gathered in her hand, slowly taking shape into a figure that looked exactly like Gern's head. Her light thought belonged to the common water control category, which had a strong plasticity. People say light thought is a projection of one's spirit, but to be honest, Gern didn't think Helena was a gentle person. How could she have such a light thought? Wow, you made it so much like me. You must remember me quite well. If you say you're not secretly in love with me, no one would believe you, Gern said playfully. Although he appeared to be a stern person to outsiders, he was very cheerful and natural when with friends. Go to hell. Helena stomped her foot in anger and waved her hand, smashing Gern's water head onto his real head. Damn! The water burst open, soaking Gern. However, a second later, before the water droplets on his hair hit the ground, they all vanished without a trace. Water isn't water, fire isn't fire, and swords aren't swords. All light thoughts are projections of the mind. Gern understood this principle since he was very young, and after gaining the power of shadow thoughts in that accident, he understood it even more deeply. Everything created by light thoughts quickly dissipates. It cannot remain in this world forever. Light thoughts can create food, but after eating, one still gets hungry. They can create water, but after drinking, one still gets thirsty. They can condense into sharp blades to slay thought beasts, but they can never sever the source that constitutes the thought beasts, which are the evil thoughts and desires in people's hearts. Since that incident, Gern had been pondering and reflecting on these matters. Perhaps he was overthinking, but no matter what, he couldn't escape this tangled state of mind. Gern, get up. There was no time for him to think now. The commotion caused by Helena was too loud, and the teacher noticed it. Unable to confront Helena directly, the teacher had no choice but to take it out on Gern, who was causing trouble with her. Why don't you tell me? What is the threshold for the Vance effect? 1. 427, and the value for the red reaction is 0. 74. Gern replied. Having just discussed this with Sophia an hour ago. Sit down. The teacher showed a hint of disappointment. Phew. Gern couldn't help but sigh. Sister Chung, you might not be a good person, but you are indeed a good tutor. After muddle class, it was time for lunch. Gern called Sam to go to the cafeteria together, and the latter kept asking him why he was late and if he had gone to flirt with that white-haired girl. The two rode their magnetic hoverboards, flying up and down along the buildings. Many students were also on their boards, and the lunch rush was always a highlight for students. Suddenly, a blue figure rushed from behind and quickly caught up with them. The blue figure zoomed past Gern from above. She wasn't on a hoverboard, but was riding a layer of waves. Waves continuously formed in front of her and disappeared behind her. Dancing droplets of water turned into transparent fragments, spreading in the air before finally vanishing into nothingness. Helena spun around and drifted to a stop in front of Gern, splashing water all over him, laughing uncontrollably. Snap! Helena snapped her fingers, and the water on Gern instantly disappeared. I am freezing. Achoo! Sam was also splashed and sneezed several times. What are you doing? This is so random. Just thought I'd cool you down a bit. Seeing you all flustered. Helena laughed triumphantly, a swirling water ball floating beside her. Want to go eat together? Gern asked, patting his clothes. Come to the rooftop first. I need to talk to you. Helena looked at Gern and said, I'm leaving now. You have to come over. Chapter 9. The night of Krasno Bay between the school complex and the dormitories. There was a piece of interconnected open space that was originally reserved for future facilities. However, due to funding and other reasons, the plan was canceled, and it was transformed into a decent rooftop garden with plenty of greenery and decorative statues. Usually, many students would come here to take walks or study. But at this time, during meal hours, few people would come to wander around. Helena stood by the railing of the rooftop, beside a patch of blooming pansies. The gentle breeze swayed the flowers in her ponytail. The weather was almost too good, with the direct sunlight becoming hot and scorching. She tilted her head to look at the sky without an umbrella or a sun hat, the bright sunlight making her skin shine as white as fresh snow. Don't hurt your eyes, Gern said as he walked up beside her. He noticed Helena was still channeling light, her swirling sparks floating around her. Beams of light filtering through the translucent water patterns, casting a crystal-like glow. I've created a thin layer of mist above, like an umbrella to block most of the sunlight. Why don't you come a bit closer and try? You call me over just to see this? Of course not. You need to see this. Helena shook the phone in her hand, where a video was playing. Gern casually walked over to take a look. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, he was startled. The scene in the video was indeed the boundary river of Krasno City, captured this morning. In the center of the frame, a dark shadow was slowly moving forward, flickering with electric light, and layers of black ripples emanated from it. In front of the creature, there was a figure shrouded in black mist, standing defiantly against it. Undoubtedly, this was the scene Gern had experienced today, and that figure was him. Who has the guts to film something like this happening? Gern thought to himself, maintaining an indifferent facade. Does it look familiar? What's wrong? The creature appeared in the city. I told you about it this morning, but you didn't believe me. Gern feignet ignorance. Even though it's blurry, it's obviously you. When did you awaken? You've been hiding it from me. Helena tugged at Gern's collar. You must be mistaken. It's too blurry. I do believe it if you said that, S.U. Gern casually brushed it off. If it weren't you, why did you dare to claim the last spot? Every year, the school only had 4 application spots for military academies, and this year, there were only 3 eligible awakeners, including Helena. Yet, Gern had actively claimed the last spot. The entrance exams for military academies had high physical and academic requirements, and the practical assessments were strict and brutal. Every year, many candidates died due to various accidents, and without light energy, it was impossible to survive. Thus, even if a spot remained unclaimed, no one would fight for it. And there were rarely more than 4 awakeners in previous years. Gern claimed the last spot voluntarily, which made it impossible to argue that he wasn't an awakener. Why do you care? If you don't admit it, then whatever. Sigh. Let's go eat. Helena put on a helpless expression. Just as Gern turned around, she suddenly launched a sharp water arrow. Gern sensed a fierce aura and instinctively raised his hand to summon a shield. However, nothing happened. The last remnants of his anger had been exhausted in fights with the local delinquents. He had been in a campus environment with Helena and Sam, feeling relaxed, unable to summon shadow energy. Thus, with a loud slap, Helena hit him, and he fell hard into the flower bed, unexpectedly munching on the grass. Damn, you really came for this, didn't you? You really haven't awakened? Or are you just pretending? Helena asked cautiously. Don't talk nonsense. If you're so tough, don't use light energy. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Sure. You win even without it. Alright, sorta. Helena was half convinced, but had no way to confirm, so she helped Gern up. Gern had his reasons for suppressing his abilities. It wasn't that he didn't trust Helena, but his abilities weren't light energy, but rather shadow energy taught by an illegal organization in league with the creatures. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to keep it under wraps. After managing to deflect Helena's questioning, Gern returned home after a day of classes. He had told his family about participating in the military academy assessment, and even his closest family members were unaware of the shadow energy. During the creature attack that year, Gern had lost consciousness after accepting that strange person's power. Perhaps due to using shadow energy for the first time, and because his fear and anger were at their peak, the summoned creature went berserk. Fortunately, Gern's determination to save his younger sister influenced the creature, which ultimately climbed the broken bridge and brought the car down. What Gern didn't expect was an accident occurred during this process. Where's my sister? After changing clothes at home, it was almost mealtime, but Gern found that his sister was not at the dining table. Is she unwell? Back already? Your aunt is busy in the kitchen, she said, sticking her head out. She hasn't had an appetite since returning from the hospital and has been hiding in her room. What did the doctor say? Who knows? Your uncle and little sister have been tight-lipped about it. They won't tell me, so you should ask them yourself. His aunt said helplessly, a bit worried. Gern pushed open the door to his sister's room and saw a frail girl sitting on the edge of the bed. She looked pitifully thin, her complexion pale with little color, leaning against the window and looking outside. The tower was glowing again, and the city, which had just fallen into darkness, was bright as day. Little sister, brother, you're back. The girl struggled to turn around in her wheelchair, but she still wore a smile on her face. At that moment, when Gern summoned the creature to bring the car down from the broken bridge, the battle between the light energy user and the creature affected them. His sister Vicky was injured in the waist from the collision, and a piece of metal damaged her spine. Until today, she could only live with the help of a wheelchair. This incident became Gern's greatest shadow. He still felt guilt and remorse over it, and his hatred for light energy users and celestial beings continued to this day. Chapter 10. Moonlit Bud. Vicky had long, soft black hair and wore a white dress. She sat quietly, exuding a melancholic yet serene aura, like a flower in the rain that evoked a sense of pity. The light from the distant tower shone through the window, illuminating her profile, and there were faint traces of tears on her cheeks. However, when she saw her brother approaching, a faint smile appeared on her face. She had always been an introverted and melancholic girl, and after sustaining such serious injuries, she was even more so. Even though her aunt's family and her brother had been very caring and attentive, they couldn't help her open her heart again. Oh dear, what's wrong now? Gern walked over with a look of affection and gently patted his sister's head. Nothing, it's just that light over there is too bright. Vicky rubbed her eyes. Want to listen to Siener's new song? Sure. Gern turned on his phone and placed it on the windowsill, then brought a stool to sit beside his sister. The melodious and enchanting voice of Sierra filled the air, and it seemed to heal Vicky, causing her sadness to fade a bit. Sierra truly deserved to be a world-class idol singer. Her voice had a power that touched people's hearts. Even in this era, she made the world recognize the importance of music and the soul of music. In the 5 major survival zones, her fan base exceeded hundreds of millions, transcending age, gender, culture, and language, allowing everyone to find hope in her songs. Yet, such a great singer still had her true identity shrouded in mystery. Some even doubted that Yu Sierra was a real person, believing she might be a perfect idol created by computer technology. The starry sea is vast and indifferent, only wishing for us to hold each other's hands tightly and never let go, never let go. Vicky closed her eyes and gently hummed along with Yu Sierra's song. Gern helped her comb her hair, seizing the moment when she seemed to be in a better mood to encourage her. Why are you unhappy as soon as you come back? Is it because the test results aren't good? Don't worry, take your time. The main thing is to lift your spirits. If you keep looking sluggish, it'll be even harder for your body to recover. No, the doctor said I was recovering well. After a while, I should be able to have surgery. Vicky said, lightly biting her lip. Are you worried about the surgery costs? Don't fret. I'll find a way for you, don't worry. It'll be fine. You know our family situation. What can you do? Vicky sighed. I'll only tell you this. Don't mention it to them. Gern glanced around the living room and quietly leaned closer to Vicky, whispering in her ear, I've awakened my spark. I'll be taking the military academy exam next month, and I can become a light knight too. Our whole family can enjoy military medical services. How about that? Doesn't it make you happy? Vicky covered her mouth and smiled. Gern also chuckled foolishly beside her, but she said, I'm not happy because of that. I'm laughing at how silly you are. Brother, I've known about your situation for a long time. We're twins. We can sense each other. Really? You practice secretly on the rooftop every day. I can sense your light thought. It's very restless and fierce, like a wild beast that can't be tamed. Very suitable for battle. You must have been trying hard to protect us, which is why you awakened such light thought, right? Does Auntie and the others know? I haven't told them. After all, you might have your reasons for keeping it hidden. Brother, don't go. I'd be very satisfied just living together safely. Vicky finally expressed her true feelings. Fighting with the beast is very dangerous. I don't want you to take risks for me. Actually, I've been very lucky. So many people died in that attack years ago, yet our family can still gather together for meals every day, all intact. I should feel grateful. I don't want to lose you for any reason. I'm doing fine now anyway. I'm not very active. Hee. Gern looked at his sister's smiling face, unsure of what to say, and just nodded. Don't feel unbalanced. I have something to show you. Brother is so slow. You must not have noticed. Vicky stretched out her hand in front of her, and a faint light gathered in her palm. The light looked thin and almost transparent, forming a thin light path pointing towards the distant shining tower, with another shorter path pointing towards Gern. As Gern stepped aside, the light path quickly adjusted direction to point back at him. A faint shadow also floated behind Vicky, resembling stained glass on ancient buildings, using different color blocks to seemingly outline a complete picture, which was her spark. How could? You're also... Gern was greatly shocked. He had never realized his sister was an awakener. Moreover, Gern was not a legitimate spark awakener, but had actively inherited someone else's shadow thought power. This power was not a proper path, and what influence it would have on him in the future was uncertain. However, Vicky was a true awakener. The probability of an ordinary person awakening light thought was extremely low. It was just a pity about her body. I knew you didn't notice. You've always been so silly, Vicky said with a proud smirk as the light in her hand continued to rise. And the light path quickly extended out of the window. The path pointing towards Gern connected to his chest, startling him. Little sister, do you know your ability? Don't mess around. I don't know. I've been trying secretly, but it can't do anything. It can't move things, and it's hard to shape it into anything else. I can feel it's very calm and harmonious, unlike a battle-ready light thought. Maybe it's because of me. Since I'm a weak-willed person, my light thought is also so weak. Vicky lowered her head, having used the light thought for a short time, and she was already a bit out of breath. Maybe it's a very unique energy. Your will is not weak at all. You're stronger than most people in the world. Gern patted his sister's head. The distant tower had stopped shining, and the light path pointing towards it instantly retracted. It seems your light thought can sense nearby awakeners. It's drawn to the tower's energy. Perhaps it could be used to search for hidden awakeners around us. Maybe you could become a police officer, Gern analyzed. Is that so? It feels useless, Vicky said, a bit dejected. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to let go and raised her head to say to Shun Chong, Look, I'm not going to be a light knight. living together safely is also quite good. Time to eat. What are you two chatting about? The food is getting cold. In the living room, and he was already calling them to dinner. Gern didn't answer his sister's question, just responded and pushed her out. Even so, he felt a significant internal turmoil, and Gern found himself caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 11. The New Awakeners? Did you watch the live broadcast yesterday? It was amazing. I didn't expect the experts from Dragon Academy and Viscera Academy to show up. Lancelot Lord, known as the Black Lightning from Lorndragon's side, was incredibly impressive with his sword-style light thoughts. He was so cool that words can't describe it, and his movements were swift and decisive. Without the slow-motion shots, you wouldn't be able to see anything. However, Viscera Academy's Noi was also formidable, and the fierce beast he defeated at the end was taken down by him in one strike. Sam was there rambling excitedly, but Gern just nodded numbly, unable to absorb anything as he was preoccupied with his conversation with his sister yesterday. He hadn't slept well last night, constantly pondering this matter. His sister was indeed right. And considering Gern's situation, if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to handle the powerful thought beasts. But if he was too strong, it might attract the attention of other light thinkers. His peculiar power would be hard to conceal, not to mention the organization that gave him power. The infamous terror organization Shadow Crow, which was a frequent headline in newspapers and news outlets, instilling fear in everyone. Shadow Crow had orchestrated several violent attacks, causing significant casualties in various survival zones, and even now, the organization hadn't been completely eradicated. If he joined the Light Thinkers, who knows if this mysterious Shadow Crow would come after him. But if he gave up now, to be honest, Gern felt a bit unwilling. This might be his only chance to touch the extraordinary path in his life. Thus, he arrived at school filled with conflicting emotions, only to be suddenly informed of something that resolved his dilemma from the root. What? My spot has been canceled? Hearing this notification felt like a bolt from the blue to Gern. Yes, just yesterday he received the news that our school had actually produced a fourth Awakener. This year is truly extraordinary. There's no way around it. Your spot has to be given up. Gern, just focus on reviewing for the college entrance exam. Stop thinking about random things. You haven't even awakened a spark. Going would be like sending yourself to death. The chubby homeroom teacher, nicknamed Beast, said sarcastically. Who is it? Gern wasn't a gossipy person, but this incident was indeed a bit strange. Why did it have to be at this time for someone to awaken? The awakening spark isn't something that can be controlled by humans. It's that Kylifer from the next class. Him? Didn't he get expelled already? Now he is an awakener, with unlimited prospects. He can come back whenever he wants. Who can stand up to him? Gern returned to his seat, feeling a mix of regret and inexplicable relief. The Kylifer mentioned by the homeroom teacher was the most notorious person in school. During the entrance exam, his score fell far below the standard line, and because of his wealthy family, he was able to pay a lot of money to enroll as a borrowing student. Once he got in, Kylifer didn't change his ways. Instead, he formed cliques and did all sorts of bad things. At first, the school turned a blind eye, but who knew Kylifer would become even more outrageous? Once, he took a liking to a girl at school and had ulterior motives, inviting her to his hotel suite under the pretext of a birthday party, teaming up with a few friends to try to do something bad to her. Later, she managed to escape, and a passerby happened to rescue her. Once this incident came to light, it caused quite a stir. Kylifer had done this kind of thing before, and many of his dark deeds were dug up. The school had no choice but to expel him due to public pressure. It's unclear how Kylifer's family operated behind the scenes, but this guy didn't end up in jail, and now that he has awakened a spark, everything is different. The things he did before, under the halo of being a candidate for the Light Thinkers, become insignificant. It's absurd yet realistic, full of irony. However, Gern no longer felt conflicted. Regardless, this path was no longer an option for him, and he could only choose to live an ordinary life quietly. Perhaps there would be a turning point in the future. Even if he didn't take the exam, if he really needed money later, with his abilities, he could probably do well in a mercenary group. There are many people in the world willing to pay high prices to hire mercenaries to escort them to dangerous places or to eliminate thought beasts on their trade routes. Perhaps being a mercenary is also quite good. It's free and doesn't require exposing oneself, reducing the chances of being discovered by Shadow Crow. Gern Pundut. While Gern let go of his concerns, Helena was indignant, feeling that participating in the exam with someone like Kylifer was demeaning. During lunch, she couldn't stop expressing her disdain, and Gern and Sam couldn't help but laugh until they were doubled over. The three were eating when suddenly there was a commotion from the other side of the cafeteria. At first, there were only sounds of arguing, but then a loud explosion-like sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a large pit blown into the ground, with tiles and concrete cracked and shattered, and black smoke billowing from the explosion site. A man in a long black coat stood next to the pit, wearing sunglasses and leather shoes, looking smug and arrogant, followed by 5 or 6 students who wore expressions as if they were watching a show. On the ground lay a boy in school uniform, seemingly injured from the recent explosion. Just as he tried to get up, he was pinned down by the man in the black coat, who stepped on his arm, causing him to scream in pain and collapse back to the ground. "Ha ha, is that it? Weren't you pretty arrogant before? You like to ruin my plans, right? Get up and act tough again, huh?" The guy in the black coat laughed loudly, kicking the person on the ground a couple of times. Gern looked closely and saw that it was Kylifer, with the identity of an awakener backing him. He was now acting even more recklessly, and the group of thugs following him were also enjoying their rise in status, directly seeking revenge on the student who had previously saved the girl. Cough, cough, cough. Tired. Just lie down and apologize to me. And I won't make things difficult for you anymore. What's wrong? Kylifer said in a strange tone, and the group of friends behind him burst into laughter. Be arrogant all you want. Don't think someone like you could become a light thinker. With your abilities, I doubt you can even pass the preliminary test. I advise you to accumulate some good karma, or you might get eaten by a thought beast during the practical exam. The student on the ground, though in a sorry state, didn't back down at all, glaring at Kylifer and threatening him. Still tough, huh? Let us see how long you can stay tough. Kylifer exerted force on his foot, and the arm he was stepping on made cracking sounds. It was the bones crying out in agony. Yet the student gritted his teeth and refused to submit. Hurry and call for help. He is an awakener. It's useless to call the police. Don't get involved. Let's go, to avoid getting dragged into this. The surrounding students were discussing among themselves, but not one dared to step in to help. Kylifer had long anticipated this scene, sneering twice, leaning down to whisper something to the person on the ground. Feeling cold-hearted? You saved someone last time, but no one came to save you because there are hardly any fools like you in this world. I'm done playing tonight. There's going to be a good show. Kylifer's voice trembled, and his eyes became a bit deranged. The girl from last time, my buddies know where she lives. You messed it up last time. Ready for some fun tonight? Beast. The student on the ground struggled to get up, but his hand made a sound like a bone breaking, causing him to double over in pain. Tie blade. A shrill shout suddenly rang out, and a flowing ripple of water appeared in front of Kylifer. The water flowing from nothingness and merging back into nothingness, forming a circular ring around him. The ring suddenly tightened. A sharp cutting sound erupted in the air, and Kylifer instantly ducked his head to avoid a strike. The powerful water flow severing a portion of his hair, while a large gash was cut into the cafeteria counter behind him. You should tone it down. What's it to show off about? Are you that impressive? Helena didn't want to cause a scene, but the other party's actions were simply intolerable. Fireworks flashed behind her, and water patterns swirled rapidly, light energy continuously surging forth. Kylifer was startled and initially very angry, but when he saw that it was Helena, his expression suddenly softened. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Miss Helena. Kylifer straightened his clothes and made a playful gesture towards Helena, saying, "No more fussing. There's nothing to discuss with these mortals. We're from the same world, aren't we? Stop being disgusting and let him go. Bullying an ordinary person is nothing to brag about. If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige." Helena tightened her fists, the water patterns around her churning like waves stirred up by a waterfall. "I was just joking with him. Don't be mad," Kylifer said, turning to look at the spot where he had just been, only to find that Gern had already come over to help the injured person up. A few of his lackeys rushed at Gern, but he easily took them down. Since we're both awakened and in the same school and year, we could say it's fate. How about we grab a cup of tea and share insights on light energy cultivation? Having vented his anger, Kylifer grew disinterested in the situation and focused his attention on Helena, rubbing his hands together while sizing her up. Go home and chat with your mom. I'm not interested, Helena retorted, arms crossed defiantly. Boring. Let's get out of here. Coliver huffed and turned to leave, striding away with an air of arrogance. But as he stepped out the door, he turned back to glare fiercely at Helena and Gern. Meanwhile, Gern had simply used chopsticks from the cafeteria as splints to bandage the boy's hand. He had quickly checked, and it was mostly bruises with no serious fractures. Are you okay? Helena approached, condensing light energy to summon a wave of water around the boy's arm. She wasn't very skilled in light energy healing, having only practiced following online tutorials, but at least it could relieve some pain. You should hurry to the hospital. I'm fine. I'll just take it easy and go to the infirmary later. Still fine? If we wait any longer, your hand will be ruined. Helena regretted not acting sooner to stop it. She hadn't expected Coliver to go this far. That jerk better not cross paths with me during the entrance exam, or he shouldn't blame me for taking action. Among the onlookers, someone had called an ambulance. Although the boy's hand wasn't that seriously injured, Gern and the others still put him on the ambulance to let him stay in the hospital for a few days to avoid any trouble, not knowing what crazy things Coliver might do. After this incident, Gern realized that awakened individuals like them, who hadn't joined any factions, were the most unstable and dangerous factors. Official light energy practitioners were managed by military or associations, and even mercenaries or gangs were at least constrained by their group doctrines, whereas those fresh out of the gate and unregulated awakened could get away with a lot as long as they didn't make too much noise. In the following days, Coliver didn't do anything too outrageous, perhaps knowing to hold back after being taught a lesson by Helena. At least that's what Gern thought at the time. But when he reached a corner at the bottom of the stairs that afternoon after school, he was suddenly struck from behind. Gern felt a chill run down his back as a gust of cold wind blew towards the back of his head. Turning around in time was impossible, so he instinctively raised his hand to block. The assailant's heavy strike landed hard on Gern's hand. TCH, without even looking to see who it was, Gern stepped forward with his left foot and kicked back with his right leg, hitting the person squarely in the abdomen. The metal baseball bat fell from the assailant's hands, and he leaned against the wall, clutching his stomach and grimacing in pain. Gern recognized him as one of the school bullies who always followed Coliver. Ever since Coliver awakened his powers, these guys had become even more devoted, believing that Coliver would surely rise to greatness and that they would also get a share of the spoils. Are you done yet? Didn't get enough last time in the cafeteria? Gern shot a glance at the bully, noticing that the others were blocking the stairs and corridors, forcing the students passing by to clear out, leaving a large space in the middle. Coliver then walked out from a nearby classroom and approached Gern. Last time, that wild girl Helena messed up my plans, and now she's not here. What do you do to me? After a few days, Coliver's malevolence seemed even stronger. His cheekbones were prominent, his skin pale, and bulging veins were visible on his face. You two seem to have an unusual relationship. Huh? I can't touch her, but I can still go after you. Chapter 12. Shadow against shadow, don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. I'll catch you first. And as long as you're in my hands, it'll be much easier to threaten Helena. Coliver approached Gern with a sinister smile, his hands held up as if cradling two transparent balls. Gern noticed black sparks flickering from Coliver's fingers, which quickly gathered and transformed into two basketball-sized black fireballs within seconds. Are you really going to fight me here? The space is a bit cramped. Gern shrugged, somewhat surprised by Coliver's reaction. You want to fight me? Have you gone dumb with fear? If you beg for mercy now, I might go easy on you. Coliver threatened, the black fire casting a sinister shadow on his face. Before Gern could respond, Coliver lunged at him, throwing the black fireballs down the hallway on either side. Gern was not very cautious, as he thought Coliver was still new to his powers and wouldn't be that strong. It was just an act to intimidate ordinary people. It wouldn't work against him. However, as soon as the two black fireballs hit the walls, they exploded, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, creating two large craters in the hallway and exposing the steel reinforcement buried in the concrete. Caught off guard by the explosion, Gern felt a shockwave knock him back, while Coliver leapt into the air, emerging from the smoke and slamming his hand onto Gern's face, using his weight and momentum to pin Gern heavily to the ground. Thud! Although Gern instinctively bent slightly to cushion the impact, his head still hit the floor hard, leaving him momentarily dazed. Coliver conjured another ball of black fire, bringing it close to Gern's face, who could feel the oppressive heat radiating from it. How is this possible? Gern thought, shocked. Coliver had only awakened a few days ago. How could he have such control? Helena was considered to have good talent, awakening at 12 and taking 2 years to gain basic control over her light thought. Did Coliver possess some kind of innate gift? Gern had no time to ponder that. He shook his head to clear his mind, allowing his growing disdain for Coliver and the pain to transform into shadow thought. Since Coliver was serious about fighting, Gern decided to stop holding back. Ha ha, are you scared now? Have you figured it out? It doesn't matter if you have. Since you didn't want to back down earlier, I won't let you go easily. At the very least, I'll leave a scar on your face. What word do you want? Coliver laughed maniacally, reaching out to slap Gern's face. However, as soon as he got close, Gern swiftly grabbed his wrist with a sharp snap. To be honest, I'm not a person with a strong sense of justice. I don't like meddling in other people's business. I just want to live freely. If I don't know you or have never seen you, you don't exist in my world. So, I can't be bothered to care about your misdeeds in a world that doesn't exist. Gern used dark energy to pry Coliver's hand open, causing him pain, and the veins on his face bulged as he looked at Gern in disbelief. You dare to fight back? Coliver exclaimed. But since you came to attack me and even planned to go after my friend, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Huh? Did you hear what he just said? One of Coliver's lackeys exclaimed. Boss, we don't need you to handle this guy. We can take care of him ourselves. Exactly. Coliver's hand that Gern was holding suddenly opened, and a large amount of black fire gathered in his palm. Gern seized the opportunity, using a powerful thrust to throw Coliver off him, then stood up and kicked him away. The black energy swirled around Coliver, and a semi-transparent black shadow appeared behind Gern, with a claw made of bone and dark energy forming in front of his right hand. What? Coliver stared in disbelief, and his lackeys, who had been boasting moments ago, fell silent in fear. Are you also an awakener? No wonder Helena likes being around you. Helena enjoys being with me simply because she feels happy. No one likes standing next to you. Being with you is uncomfortable, Gern sneered. Shut up, Coliver shouted in frustration, sending out 2 streams of black fire. Having learned from the previous encounter, Gern quickly jumped to avoid the black fire attack, kicking off the wall to distance himself from obstacles. The black fire seemed to explode only upon contact with something. Sure enough, the flames whizzed past Gern and exploded against the railing behind him, giving him a chance to rush towards Coliver. Fenrir's claw blunt. Gern bent down to gather his strength and threw a side punch with the back of his claw, making sure not to kill anyone in this place. Thud! Boom! This strike was swift and decisive, landing a heavy blow on Coliver's abdomen, sending him flying back to crash against the wall and slide down to the floor. You dare! You dare! Coliver wiped the blood from his mouth, his hands trembling with rage. Boss, are you okay? We should retreat. This kid seems a bit tough. His light thought is terrifying, like a thought beast. I didn't even use much strength. Did you bite your tongue? Gern scratched his head as Coliver glared at him, his intense black fire igniting from beneath him, enveloping him in a fiery aura. No one dares to treat me this way. You will die. Coliver was completely enraged, his emotions seemingly out of control as he thrust his hands forward, launching a pitch-black fireball. Gern was no fool. He knew he couldn't take that hit head-on. He quickly struck the ground with his black claw, propelling himself into the air to dodge the fireball. A thunderous explosion rang out, shaking the entire building slightly as the fire burst through the floor, revealing the scenery below. The commotion was so loud that students downstairs began to scream and flee, thinking there was an earthquake. No, no. Gern suddenly felt something. Sparks. Gern's eyes widened as he looked at Coliver. He was surrounded by black fire, but there were no sparks. Every light, thought awakener, even those with weaker abilities like his sister, would produce unique sparks as a symbol of their spirit and will. Yet Coliver had none, and neither did Gern, because what he was using was shadow thought. Undoubtedly, Coliver was not using light thought, but rather shadow thought like Gern, a negative spiritual power originating from thought beasts. This foolish shadow, why isn't he answering the phone? Helena was still squatting by the school gate waiting for Gern to come out, feeling a bit anxious after trying to call him several times without success. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from within the campus, accompanied by a series of screams. Huh? What happened? Chapter 13. The Bridge of Water and Rainbow. There is a significant difference between shadow thoughts and light thoughts, and Gern, as a holder of shadow thoughts, understands this better than anyone. First, light thoughts produce sparks, which represent a person's talent, spirit, will, and imagination. They are a sign of one's ability to use light thoughts. Secondly, the source of light thoughts is human will and imagination, and manipulating light thoughts requires a highly concentrated mind. Once the mind becomes scattered, light thoughts will also disappear. In contrast, the source of shadow thoughts is negative emotions and desires, which are simpler and easier to master. After all, chaos is certainly simpler than order. When Gern first obtained shadow thoughts, he climbed up a broken bridge to save a whole cart of people. The stronger a person's negative emotions, the stronger the intensity of the shadow thoughts. There is no need to constantly concentrate the mind. And even those whose minds are chaotic and scattered can unleash the most powerful force of shadow thoughts. Lastly, light thoughts have no side effects, and continuous use of light thoughts can make a person's spirit more resilient. However, shadow thoughts have significant side effects. If their influence cannot be suppressed, a person will become increasingly insane, eventually losing control and becoming like a thought beast. Although Gern did not know how Kolliver managed it, there is no doubt that he was using shadow thoughts. What kind of underhanded trick did you use to gain your abilities? Gern asked coldly. You are not a proper awakener. You can't fool me. What are you talking about? I am an awakener. My light thoughts are the strongest. I am exceptionally gifted. You mere mortals should kneel before me. Kolliver's emotions became increasingly uncontrollable, and the black flames on him grew more intense, causing the ground beneath him to smoke. First, get down. Gern suddenly launched an attack, lowering his body and rolling forward. His black claws transformed into a long-bone whip that whistled as it was swung out. Tail of the wind, bind. Let go. Kolliver did not expect Gern to have such a move, and he was immediately bound at the ankle and thrown down from the building. Falling from the third floor, Kolliver was badly hurt, but the shadow thoughts on him gradually strengthened with his emotions. He quickly got up and hurled several fireballs at the building. The explosion of black flames became more powerful, but his aim was significantly off, further confirming Gern's suspicion that Kolliver had clearly been influenced by shadow thoughts and had completely lost control, descending into madness. Where are you looking? Gern jumped down from the building, his black claws stabbing into the wall, leaving deep claw marks to slow his descent. As he neared the ground, he kicked off the wall and jumped, transforming his claw into a great sword in midair, swinging it down. Of course, Gern intentionally turned the sword handle, using the blade to strike down. Just as Gern was about to strike Kolliver on the head, Kolliver suddenly roared, and a ring of black fire erupted from beneath him, releasing an astonishing heat. Gern was forced to squint against the sudden flames and was unexpectedly hit by a burst of black fire, which knocked him to the ground. He quickly used the sword to prop himself up and flip back on his feet. It's taking too long. Gern covered his chest with his hand, breathing heavily. Black outlines began to appear at the edges of his vision, and his emotions became difficult to suppress. The black mist on him had started to attach itself to his body, forming a scale-like structure on his skin. He had been using shadow thoughts for too long. If this continued, he would end up like Kolliver, and there was a risk of divine fall. Speaking of divine fall, Gern noticed that the suppressor around Kolliver's neck had turned red. It had been yellow just a moment ago when they were upstairs. Given his mental state, it wouldn't be long before a thought beast would emerge. The suppressor had already sounded an alarm, and the control bureau would arrive soon. Until then, it was up to Gern to stop him. Kolliver was completely engulfed in flames, slowly rising into the air. His eyes turned pitch black, with two flames burning within them, as he gradually lost his human form. Kolliver waved his hand, launching two fire rockets. Gern used his bone wings to deflect the explosion's shockwave and transformed his bone whip to attack upward. However, Kolliver was already about 10 meters high, and the length of the bone whip was simply not enough. If this continued, it was likely that Gern wouldn't last until the control bureau arrived. He didn't care about himself. He was just afraid of innocent people getting hurt after a divine fall. Gien began to feel anxious. He really had no means for long-range attacks. If only Helena were here, they might have a chance. Just as he thought of Helena, her figure appeared before him, as if they were connected by some instinct. "I'll send you up," Helena shouted. "Please." Gien nodded. "Just focus on charging forward." With her words, Gien felt reassured. He stepped forward, charging toward Kolliver in the air. Beneath his feet, a path of flowing water formed, extending upwards like a water dragon breaking through the sea. Gien sprinted onto the water bridge, propelling himself forward, holding the great sword formed from shadow thoughts at his side. The water bridge continued to extend forward, and Kolliver naturally noticed the anomaly, launching a barrage of fireballs at Gien. Helena, however, controlled the water bridge to extend barriers to block the attacks for Gien. "Shadow, charge!" Helena clenched her fists, her pure spirit transforming into light thoughts, erupting from her body. An explosion of fire and mist appeared before Gien. Gathering his final strength, he jumped toward Kolliver, swinging the great sword in a wide arc to slash down. Kolliver created a wall of fire to block him, but Gien's strike was a feint. At the crucial moment, he suddenly let go, sending the great sword flying, which was deflected by the wall of fire, while Gien himself naturally fell and brushed past Kolliver in the air. In that moment of descent, Gien dissipated the great sword, regathered the shadow thoughts into his hand, transforming them into a bone whip. At this moment, he was perfectly in Kolliver's line of sight. Kolliver was completely focused on the great sword and had no idea that Gien had another trick up his sleeve. Tail of the wind, bind. Gien swiftly lashed out with the whip. The whip, made of vertebrae and black mist, slithered up Kolliver's ankle, tightening suddenly to bind him. Using the force of his fall, Gien pulled Kolliver down from the sky. From this angle, Kolliver had no way to launch an attack and could not maintain his balance in the air. Bang! Gien suddenly exerted force in midair, slamming Kolliver heavily to the ground. The combined impact of gravity and the whip knocked Kolliver unconscious, and the response from the suppressor on him instantly dropped to 0. "I got him." Helena snapped her fingers, and the water bridge instantly retracted to the ground, transforming into a large water cushion to catch Gien. At that moment, sirens began blaring nearby as a fully armed team of soldiers in orange uniforms jumped down from floating vehicles, quickly surrounding the entire scene. "Everyone, do not move. Please cooperate with the investigation of the Thought Wave Control Center." Chapter 14, Mind Wave Control Bureau. "I knew you were an awakened one. You tricked me last time." Helena giggled and pinched Gern, who nervously pushed her away. "Stop it. The Control Bureau people are here. Can't you see the situation? I'll settle the score with you later." Within a minute of the Control Bureau's arrival, they had taken control of the scene. A team of orange-clad guards first cleared the area, dispersing the onlookers, then quickly formed a perimeter, enclosing Gern and Kolliver among others. They held large mind wave suppressors in their hands, which were not guns but oversized devices similar in principle to the collars, just on a much larger scale. The Mind Wave Control Bureau is responsible for managing the mind wave status of residents within the survival zones. It can be simply understood as a combination of an intelligence agency and a military police force. They can monitor residents' mental states and danger levels through the collars and are themselves a violent organization with law enforcement powers. The Bureau has the authority to detain and correct individuals with abnormal mind wave levels. Every city has a mind wave control center, and being incarcerated even once can ruin a person's life. Even if released, they often become like walking corpses. A man in a black military uniform stepped out of a hovering vehicle. His clothes were impeccably neat, showing no wrinkles from head to toe. He was tall, probably over 6'3", wearing white gloves, a military cap, and sunglasses that obscured half his face. Just as the man stepped out of the car, Kolliver, who had been knocked out by Gern, suddenly woke up. Black flames quickly gathered around him, and disregarding his injuries, he attempted to stand up from the ground, behaving like a monster with no sense of pain. "Shut up." The man pulled down his sunglasses and glanced at him, his right hand making a grasping motion. A black iron bar, as thick as a wrist, appeared around Kolliver, quickly extending and coiling into various size square frames, which tightened around him, binding him completely. The black flames on Kolliver instantly vanished, as if he had been sealed in a coffin, with only his head sticking out. Gern sensed that the shadow energy aura around him had also disappeared. The man from the Control Bureau seemed to have the ability to suppress shadow energy. Finally, it was quiet. The man reached into his pocket, and Gern thought he was going to take out identification. Instead, after rummaging for a while, he pulled out a cigarette. "I am Scaly, the head of the Control Bureau in Krosno City. We have received a Level 1 alert. Everyone here must stay and cooperate with our investigation." He used an old-fashioned flint lighter, and, as the sound of friction sparked the flame, the glowing tip of the cigarette made his face appear even more sinister. Scaly exhaled a puff of smoke and coldly said, "No excuses." A group of orange-clad guards quickly came over to carry Coliver away, leaving Gern, Helena, and Coliver's entourage behind to be questioned one by one. The Control Bureau quickly confirmed that Coliver was the source of the alert. The necessary procedures had to be followed, which made Gern somewhat anxious. After all, his collar was forged, and, if discovered, it would be a huge problem. He could only hope that Sister Chang's skills would allow him to pass unnoticed. Name. Scaly brought Gern to an empty classroom, devoid of glaring white lights and interrogation chairs. And Gern was not handcuffed, but as soon as Scaly sat down, the atmosphere became even more oppressive than an interrogation room. Gern, male, 18 years old, citizen number 341815100. Bang! Scaly suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "I didn't ask. Don't say more than necessary. Not a single word extra." "Fine." Gern didn't want to make things worse. These Control Bureau people were crazed lunatics, and being targeted by them was truly bad luck. "Did you know Coliver before?" "Yes." "Who in the school doesn't know his infamous reputation? Have you had any conflicts?" "He hit someone in the cafeteria before, and Helena and I stopped him." Helena said, "She has known you since childhood, but only today found out you are an awakened one." Scaly folded his hands in front of him, a strange smile on his face. "This isn't normal. Being an awakened one is a highly regarded identity. Why would you hide it? I'm a rather introverted person and don't like to be the center of attention. I experienced a mind-beast attack when I was young, and I've always had psychological trauma. Besides, I had applied for a military academy assessment quota, planning to announce it after being accepted." Gern thought up a plausible excuse. "Psychological trauma? I see your mental state is quite normal. Rather, it's too normal. Cities and Gern. Your mind wave index has been at a green level for the past 3 years. During your fight with Coliver, there was no fluctuation in your mind wave level. Your psychological resilience is comparable to that of a professional light wielder. Perhaps it's a special talent." Beep. Scaly took out a device and scanned Gern's collar. Gern's heartbeat raced, feeling as if his heart were violently pounding against his ribs. He tried not to fidget, avoiding actions like rubbing his nose, rubbing his hands, or wiping sweat, but the cold sweat on his forehead wouldn't stop. "Can I see your light energy? I'm just too nervous to concentrate." "What are you nervous about? A high school student sitting in front of you shouldn't be nervous, right? Your counter questions are excessive. You are a conflicted and self-doubting person. You are very conscious of your actions and force yourself to maintain eye contact with me. You are familiar with the Bureau's usual interrogation methods. You hide your identity as an awakened one, and you have a considerable combat level. As a high school student who hasn't received professional training, you were able to defeat a wild dog level mind beast alone." When Scaly reached the last sentence, Gern's heart skipped a beat. The other party placed a tablet on the table, displaying a video that Helena had shown him before. This time, he couldn't use video distortion as an excuse. The Control Bureau had real-time location tracking on everyone, and although Gern's collar was fake, the positioning function still worked normally. "So what did I do wrong? What exactly do you want me to answer?" Gern felt a sense of foreboding. No wonder. Coliver hadn't even fallen to the level of a fallen, yet was already at red level, directly attracting the head of the Bureau. This situation was abnormal. This man was clearly targeting him. "For 10 years, I have been investigating a matter. I believe it might be somewhat related to you." Scaly leaned in closer, and Gern did not evade, staring directly at him. "I don't know what you're talking about. You just mentioned that attack. I happen to want to talk about that. I participated in the operation to eliminate Trapman Sigma 10 years ago. He sustained injuries that were not fatal, yet he died. I followed up on the investigation afterward, and the cause of his death was due to pineal gland rupture leading to brain necrosis. You should know what the pineal gland is. The mind waves in the human brain are emitted from there. Gern remained silent. I suspect he entrusted something to someone before he died. Scaly's gaze was like that of a venomous snake, fixated on Gern. As long as Gern showed the slightest sign of weakness, Scaly would strike hard. Gern could only continue to play dumb and say less to avoid making mistakes. His little tricks were no match for someone like this. Head, just as the two were locked in a stalemate. A guard from the Control Bureau suddenly rushed in and whispered a few words in Scaly's ear, whose expression changed as if he'd swallowed a fly. Got it. Scaly took a deep breath of smoke, frighteningly finishing off nearly half a cigarette in one go. Kid, I will keep an eye on you. You're lucky this time. No need to be like that, sir. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Dismissed. When the people from the Control Bureau arrived, they were in a rush, and when they left, it was just as swift. In just a few minutes, they wrapped up and left, taking Coliver with them. The principal received a warning from the Control Bureau, and this incident would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the school. Gern didn't encounter any issues, but it was clear that the Control Bureau had set its sights on him, so he would need to be more cautious in the future. On the floating vehicle of the Control Bureau, Scaly vented his frustration by punching the seat back in front of him, releasing a burst of light energy that pierced the seat, turning it into a beehive. Damn it! Scaly's facial features contorted, his pale lips contrasting sharply with his blood-red gums, creating a somewhat frightening appearance. After so many years of progress, they had come out to disrupt everything again. He had just received a notification from higher-ups, stating that there would be a comprehensive ban on the incidents involving the Boundary River's thought beasts, erasing all related information. All online routines and video materials were also completely banned, and all cases related to this matter were halted, meaning he could no longer investigate the boy named Gern based on this lead. Sophia's modified collar was very reliable when Gern had just fought Coliver. His thought wave level had been entirely green. Scaly couldn't investigate Gern through Coliver's incident, but during the battle at the Boundary River, Gern's collar had been damaged by the electric light of Thought Beast, and at that moment, his thought wave level had uploaded black level data for a few seconds, which could serve as leverage. However, because this matter involved celestial beings, all investigative directions were completely locked down, and Scaly had no choice but to give up. Just wait for me. I want to give up. The man, like a viper, gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 15. The mirror in my heart. After returning home, Gern was caught by his family. They asked him about the incident at school, which had already been exposed. The Control Bureau was managing public opinion and had not disclosed most of the information, but they still learned some news. Bruce. Gern had not been home for the past 2 days and had not answered his phone, which naturally made them worry. It's nothing. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. No injuries at all, really, Gern said, spreading his arms to let them check. He indeed had not sustained serious injuries. He had only received a slight wound during his fight with Coliver, which had already healed. You child, you return only now after such a big incident. We were all worried sick about you, his aunt scolded lightly while patting him on the shoulder. Exams are coming up soon, and now that this happens, will it affect your admission? The Control Bureau didn't keep a file on you, did they? His uncle chimed in. I can't help it, Gern replied, not wanting to explain too much. He grabbed his belongings and rushed back to his room. I can handle my own matters. No need to worry. I've already eaten. You don't need to save anything for me. Hey, Yin, come out. Forget it. He has been very sensible since he was young, never causing us trouble. He won't do anything bad. Once back in his room, Gern closed the door and locked it. His room looked like that of an average high school boy. A bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and walls covered with old posters from who knows how many years ago. Books and clothes were strewn on the chair, perhaps with fewer decorations and toys than others. After all, Gern had neither spare money nor time. On the desk was a photo of a woman who looked exactly like his younger sister Vicky, as if she were a mold of her. A perfect image of her grown-up self. That was their mother. Gern had never seen her, and as for his father, he had never even heard of him. Since he could remember, the siblings had always lived with their aunt, and they rarely spoke of their parents. Gern held no resentment toward his parents. After all, he was born during the late period of the Second Beast War, where the Krasno region had just been subdued. Life must have been very difficult back then, and they surely had their own hardships. The mother in the photo smiled kindly, and Gern firmly believed she must have been a gentle person. Although he had never met her, he often recalled a nursery rhyme from his childhood. It had no lyrics, only a vague melody. That was his only memory of his mother. In the past few days, Gwen had not rested well. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, his body feeling as if it had sunk into an endless abyss of the sea, limp and powerless. His body entered a state of dormancy, but his consciousness gradually delved deeper into the realm of the mind. Negative emotions are the source of shadow thoughts. During battles, Gwen had to actively induce feelings of anger, fear, greed, and sadness. These emotions would not easily dissipate. He had to actively adjust himself afterward. Otherwise, the accumulation of shadow thoughts would grow, and his mind would be affected in turn. There are many ways to suppress shadow thoughts. Guen had tried dozens of methods, including meditation, writing, and even the simplest method of sleeping. However, the most effective was meditation. As long as your mind could completely immerse itself in your inner state, you would find that organizing emotions was as simple as emptying a computer's recycle bin. Guen spent several minutes suppressing his restless thoughts and then successfully entered a state of immersion. He felt as if his body was submerged in deep water, with faint ripples below. However, it was not water, but an enormous mirror. Guen called it the heart mirror. It symbolized a person's inner state. Currently, it was covered with many black, viscous substances that kept gathering and growing larger. This was the side effect of shadow thoughts. Once used, your negative emotions would intensify, requiring timely cleansing. If one only used it like coliver, they would soon become a slave to shadow thoughts. All right, let us begin. Who is first? Guen appeared familiar with the process, slowly descending onto the mirror's surface. The surrounding black substances seemed to sense something and turn towards him. Kill, kill. Destroy everything. Ruin, blood. I want to kill. A mass of black sludge twisted in front of Guen, coalescing into the shape of a knife. Although the knife had no mouth, its voice echoed in Guen's mind. That was the killing intent he brewed during battle, which could also be described as wrath. Life and death are cyclical, endlessly killing. The heavens and earth are knives. All things compete and perish, ultimately leading to death. What significance is there in killing? After Guen spoke, the black sludge gradually became transparent, then exploded into a puddle of clear water that splashed onto the mirror. It's all mine. I want it all. No one can take it away. I came to this world as a pure child, naked and empty-handed, and when I leave, it will be the same. Why crave more? Scatter, scatter. Guen waved his hand again, and another mass of black sludge exploded. He didn't know how long it had been, but the vast mirror was nearly clean, with only small bits of material remaining on it. Through the mirror, Guen could see his own reflection. The black sludge in front of him transformed into Helena's shape, then into Sophia's, and finally even morphed into the celestial girl he had seen last time. Hey, 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 don't tarnish my purity. This one really isn't good. Guen diligently organized his emotions, saying, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. It's all just red-skinned skeletons. However, after he finished speaking, the black sludge did not disappear. Instead, it grew a bit larger, transforming into the celestial girl's figure as it approached Guen, reaching out to caress his cheek with a seductive smile. It seemed that Guen's words could not convince himself, so the black sludge remained completely unaffected. Get away. My goddess is only Ueshier. Bang. At his words, the black sludge suddenly expanded and burst apart. Oh, what was that? Just this? Ueshier. Ueshier is truly perfect. It feels like seeing her. Is this never-ending? Is there more of this? Just as Guen was struggling to clear his mind, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Entirely different from the voice of the black sludge, it was a completely normal human voice. Kid, you're still so clumsy. The voice came from a vague, humanoid figure that floated freely in Guen's thought space, and Guen had no way to deal with him. Guen ignored him, but the figure floated in front of him. Go find that thing. You really know where it is. Shadow Crow will give you everything you want. Don't you want to gain more? Repeatedly cleaning has no awareness. Like me, no matter how I use it, I'll 1T contaminate myself. Don't want to know how I do it? Come on, come find it. Stop bothering me. You're no different from that sludge, you know? Ye inside impaciently. How heartless. Speaking of which, you still have to call me master, the shadow said with a chuckle. That's right. That shadow was left behind by the rat person Sigma from back then. Before he died, he passed his shadow thoughts to Gwen. As one of the higher-ups of Shadow Crow, he wouldn't show kindness for no reason. The gift he gave Go-un was for this purpose. This shadow was a mark left by the rat person. He mixed part of his memories and spirit into the shadow thoughts, passing them to Go-in. It was equivalent to tearing off a small piece of his soul, attaching it to Go-in to survive until today. Although Go-in felt helpless, this guy could not be eliminated no matter what. Even if it was just a remnant thought, the rat person's spiritual power was far greater than Go-un's. He currently can't directly influence Gern, merely surviving in a lingering state. It's impossible for him to seize Go-un's body and replace him. The only thing he can do is continuously brainwash Gern to fulfill his unfinished wishes. Of course, Gwen doesn't heed a single word he says, and this entanglement has persisted until now. However, it's not entirely without benefits. Gwen has extracted a lot of useful information from the rat people's memories, such as how to manipulate shadow thoughts and methods to suppress and eliminate side effects. He has learned many important things from this. Otherwise, if he relied solely on his own exploration, he wouldn't have reached his current level. Do you think this is useful? That shadow is still emitting ghostly sounds. Constantly echoing in yin sich. Haven't you noticed that these things are increasing? This mirror is also getting larger. The more you grow, the harder it becomes to control. One day, you won't be able to cope. If you don't do as I say, you'll be on a path to death. Whatever, take your time. Go-in completely ignored him. Whether it's real or fake, he just didn't want to have any more ties with the Shadow Crow. After emerging from the spiritual world, Go-in felt much more refreshed, and his body had mostly recovered. It is said that those with strong light thoughts have higher self-healing abilities than normal people, because low-intensity Vance effects can stimulate the body's potential and enhance its functions. The specific theory is still unclear, but this phenomenon does exist. Ever since Gern gained the powers of the rat people, he has felt a significant improvement in his physical condition. Could it be related to what Sophia said about dark energy? The dark matter materialized from light thoughts also participates in the body's circulation, enhancing its functions. However, that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, when the effects of light thoughts disappear, wouldn't the body become all broken down? Go-in pondered, and speaking of Sophia, he suddenly remembered she had mentioned brown sugar to him. Although Coliver has already been taken away by the Control Bureau, perhaps Sophia could still find some clues. After making 2 calls and getting no response, Go-in guessed she was probably hiding in the network space. He decided to go find her in the fiber world. She should be inside. Chapter 16. The fiber world Gern put on the illusion goggles and connected them to the collar socket with a data cable. A familiar scene flashed by. Dozens of fine lines of various colors intertwined, ultimately forming a circular logo that connected at both ends. This was the logo of the fiber world. The fiber world was the first multifunctional interactive website directly connected to the ThoughtWave collar. By linking the collar with the illusion goggles, users could access the internet. Essentially, the fiber world was an anonymous website, but since everyone only had one collar, in principle, everyone could only have one account, and the ID was also unchangeable. When entering the fiber world for the first time, the server would bind an ID based on your collar number. The server had high confidentiality, so generally, users didn't need to worry about information leaks. Everyone could speak freely and do what they wanted. Of course, this world was open, and many people from the Control Bureau would come in to fish for evidence. It was not a lawless land. As the boot screen ended, Gern's virtual avatar dropped from the sky, landing in a huge public square. Users who had entered a room would wander around this square. Looking down from above, one could see a variety of colorful oddities. The virtual avatar could be set up freely. One could design themselves as a cartoon character or make it very realistic. Gern's avatar was a very simple cartoon figure, lacking facial features and limb details, looking as if it had been molded by a child out of clay. He had originally intended to create a cool image, but accidentally confirmed it before finishing the outline, and redesigning it would cost quite a bit, so Gern just let it be. The cartoon figure had a pair of small bat wings on its back. Gern didn't particularly like bats, but he had won them in a raffle during an event, so here were all the few accessories he had in his backpack. In the square, many people were holding signs, and simply walking over would allow entry into the rooms they created. If they were acquaintances, users could also directly input the room number for a search. Rooms were the main gameplay of the fiber world. This hall was merely a space for socializing and hanging out. The rooms in the fiber world had many functions. Using the built-in editor, users could create games of their own design and showcase their works. Excellent rooms could earn a lot of money, and regular users could also entertain themselves with friends. Sometimes, Gern liked to look for interesting games in the hall. After all, the regulations here were much looser than on traditional networks, allowing for more freedom and variety in gameplay. Of course, the fiber world also had its dark corners, which were not places Gern usually accessed. Those areas belonged to high-level hackers like Chung Xian. Shadow, you're back again? I just logged on too. Want to play? A semi-transparent frame suddenly popped up in front of Gern, and a huge rabbit was bouncing on the screen, displaying the ID Lucky Rabbit Foot. She was an online friend Gern had met before. He rarely made friends in the fiber world, and usually played games quietly by himself before logging off. He had met the rabbit in a simulated fighting game, and this character had been pestering him ever since. I'm just going to handle some things today. I'll be offline soon. Don't move, I'll be right over. Although Gern declined, it seemed that Lucky Rabbit Foot didn't hear him at all. About 3 seconds later, the other party suddenly appeared next to Gern. Hey, you haven't been to the fighting room in a while? I've been so bored lately. The big rabbit casually leaned on Gern's back. The fiber world lacked tactile perception unless one specially installed a full set of simulation gear. But Gern still didn't like having someone so close to him. Because I have a lot going on with school. I explained. I'm telling you, a few Master Rank players have come lately, but they're all idiots and I've knocked them all down. It's much more fun playing with you. Lucky Rabbit Foot gestured animatedly while speaking. Despite her childish appearance, she was quite skilled in games, excelling in shooting, fighting, and real-time strategy. Gern often lost against her, but he could still put up a fight compared to other opponents. So every time he logged on, Lucky Rabbit Foot would soon cling to him. Why not play? I invented a new move. Let us bet an accessory. Look, it's a rabbit just like me. Lucky Rabbit Foot pulled out a plush rabbit charm. In the fiber world, items on players were freely tradable, and some rare accessories could even be used as equivalents. Next time, I have something urgent to find someone. All right, but I'll give you this as a gift. Remember to look for me next time? Oh, Lucky Rabbit Foot's body flickered and then disappeared, leaving the rabbit charm that fell in front of Gern. She logged off, as if she had squatted there for a long time just to wait for him. Gern picked up the charm and placed it in his inventory. This thing didn't match his cool bat wings at all. It would just gather dust in the warehouse. Passing through the bustling game room area, Gern arrived at the edge of the hall, surrounded by locked, encrypted rooms. In a blank area, he entered the key that Sophia had given him, and suddenly a large door appeared in front of him. After stepping inside, it immediately disappeared. This was a hidden back door that Sophia had found within the framework of the fiber world, originally accessible only to administrators, but she had figured out a way to enter. She usually treated this place as her secret base, where a large number of domain vulnerabilities and data bombs for hacking attacks were stored. Little brat, why are you back again? Sophia's avatar was a black cat wearing a witch's hat, and this secret base was dimly lit, with various dangerous data bombs carelessly strewn about. Someone from my school got taken away by the Control Bureau today. I'm not helping you rescue anyone. The people from the Control Bureau have been acting crazy lately, searching everywhere for vulnerabilities in the collar system. I'm just trying to keep myself safe. Not that anyone wants to rescue him. That jerk deserves to rot in correctional facility. The main issue is that he might have used black sugar. He was just an ordinary person before, but suddenly awakened for no reason, and he used the same power as me, the Shadow thought. What? Chapter 17. The Ironnet District growing up in the city of Krosno. This was Gern's first time coming to this place, the Ironnet District, Krosno's most chaotic, gray area, completely controlled by gangs. The underground area of the Ironnet was originally an old industrial district of Krosno, where factories were held by the Sarah Technology Company, supported by the celestial beings. However, after suffering attacks from thought beasts, this area gradually became a desolate and dead city as the industry declined, turning into a no-man's land within the city. Ordinary civilians fled from here, and merchants involved in various gray industries and gangs gradually took over, transforming the once industrial area into a den for shielding crimes. Law-abiding citizens thoughtfully circumvented this area, as layers of barbed wire gradually isolated it from the outside world, adding a touch of mystery to the place. After the incident with Coliver, Gern went to find Sophia. If the intelligent Sophia mentioned earlier was true, Coliver must have awakened his shadow thought by using black sugar. Gern decided to investigate this matter thoroughly, not for any other reason, but because he wanted to understand the secret of the shadow thought. He feared that one day he might also become like Coliver, and Sophia happened to be very interested in this issue, so she naturally offered her full assistance. After listening to Gern recount what happened at school that day, Sophia began her investigation into Coliver's unusual condition. Every citizen's collar had a positioning device, and Sophia hacked in a network to obtain Coliver's movement route during this time. She quickly pinpointed one abnormal location, which was precisely the IronNet district where Gern was now. Sophia provided him with a lot of soft data disks that couldn't be found on the market, including many banned books explicitly prohibited by the city council, as well as a soft data disk containing a three-dimensional map of the Rust Underground District. The paths in the Rust Underground District were intricate and twisted, making it easy to get lost without a map, entering a maze where the actual black market could not be found. Gern held the small soft data player card on his collar, subtly activating the player's sensory switch with his thoughts. A three-dimensional blueprint of the city appeared before him, and Gern carefully compared the markings on the blueprint with the actual scenery in front of him, establishing a route before stepping into the underground district. After passing through layers of maze-like barbed wire, Gern finally saw the true face of this city of dusk, resembling a seductive flower blooming among industrial ruins. Colorful neon lights flickered, and faint steam wave music wafted through the air, bringing a sense of intoxication. The irregular graffiti adorned the buildings, making them look like some form of disharmonious installation art. However, Gern had no time to appreciate these sights. The most urgent task was to investigate the black sugar obtained from Coliver. Sophia had searched the dark web for a long time, but the information she found was vague. To uncover the truth, the best method was still to come here in person. In the IronNet district, young people dressed in colorful clothing were everywhere, spray painting on the street, playing instruments, connecting to games, and telling strange jokes that Gern couldn't understand, all while holding an electronic cigarette that emitted psychedelic mist. Sophia informed Gern that a large number of top hackers were hiding in the IronNet district, many of whom were more skilled than her, so once he entered here, she wouldn't be able to provide much support. Everything depended on his own luck. Nearly 90% of illegal transactions in Crossnode took place in the IronNet Underground District. Compared to here, Blink Street was merely a small commodity market. Guns, drugs, rare animal products, even cores of thought beasts, anything you could think could be found here, as long as the price was right. If black sugar flowed into the black market, it would certainly appear here. Even the small gang that Coliver and Sophia provoked could get their hands on such items, suggesting that their confidentiality was not high and that it might have already flooded the market in large quantities. Gern made an attempt to approach several black market merchants, who had large quantities of contraband sufficient to warrant a death sentence, but he did not find any black sugar. These people were easy to identify. They stood by the roadside in oversized coats, watching every passerby for a moment. When you looked at them, they often averted their gaze and pretended to look elsewhere. Perhaps due to his incongruous appearance, a few black market merchants turned away upon seeing Gern. After searching for a long time without any leads, he was feeling disheartened when he spotted a one-armed drunkard in a cloak arguing with someone. His hair was disheveled and greasy, and Gern could smell the alcohol from a distance. Gern paid special attention to the passers-by nearby, wary of whether they were gang members in disguise, as accidentally stepping into someone else's territory was very dangerous. After observing for a while and finding nothing particularly suspicious, he noticed that the drunkard exuded an utterly defeated aura, as if he were a puddle of mud, lacking any will. Such a person did not seem like a mere awakened thought user. The drunkard had beautiful golden hair, which had become unkempt due to lack of care. His appearance and physique were not bad. It was just that his left arm had vanished from the shoulder down, making him look like a fallen noble. In the distance, The dilapidated clock tower chimed the hour. This old building had completely tilted under the shockwaves of the Thought Beast War and was on the verge of collapsing. Yet, the large clock above continued to operate steadily, emitting a hoarse and lingering chime at regular intervals. Gern had no particular interest in the drunkard, and if the path weren't so narrow, he would have preferred to keep a distance of 8 meters from him. However, as he passed by, he caught a unique scent from the man, which stood out even amid the strong smell of alcohol. Gern had also smelled a similar aroma on Coliver. Black sugar? Get lost, you filthy kid, don't block the way. Ah! Gern was momentarily stunned when the drunkard pushed his shoulder and walked past him. This time, Gern was even more certain that the scent came from him. Without waiting for the drunkard to walk far, Gern lowered his footsteps and quietly followed behind him. He released his shadow thought, gradually condensing it at his feet, making his steps light and swift yet silent. The drunkard walked with a limp, but his speed was not slow at all. He skillfully navigated through hidden alleys, gradually delving deeper into the Ironnet district. It was not easy to turn through these intricate ruins. The paths looked similar, making it easy to lose direction. After about 2 hours of walking, Gern began to feel fatigued and started to doubt whether he was overthinking things. Just then, the drunkard suddenly stopped. They were in a dead end, facing a ruin of a building that had collapsed due to a Thought Beast attack. The area was empty, with not a single person around. Just some old, large jars scattered on the ground. This had once been a warehouse of some factory. As Gern stood there unsure of what to do, a chilling scraping sound suddenly came from the ruins in front of him. A withered, branch-like arm emerged from one of the broken jars, rotating once before grabbing the edge of the jar, pressing down on the opening in a rather bizarre posture, slowly pulling its body out bit by bit. Chapter 18. The Black Sugar Merchant. The entire scene was simply too bizarre. Even with complete psychological preparation, Gern was still shocked. The person in the jar was making strange, tooth-grating noises and took a full 5 minutes to pull his upper body out. The lower half was much easier. His waist and legs twisted and turned as if completely boneless, finally emerging from the jar at an odd angle. "Where's my card?" A short, gnarled dwarf emerged from the jar, draped in a black cloak, his face covered in wrinkles. He let out a hoarse call, reaching out a hand towards the drunken man. "Where's my card?" The strange man asked again, his cloak puffing up. Whether it concealed a twisted back or a hidden backpack was unclear. He extended his twig-like hand, trembling up and down in a begging manner. "Give it to me, hand it over." "Ah, this." Gern was stunned by the bizarre scene before him, nearly shouting out loud. The drunken man, however, appeared very calm, pulling a card from his coat pocket and handing it to the strange man. "Kiskiviko, kiskiviko, 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 kiskiviko." The dwarf emitted strange mumbling sounds as he took the card from the other man's hand. Then he made a shocking move. His mouth suddenly widened, becoming flat and long, and he directly stuffed the card into his mouth. A row of crooked teeth rubbed against the card like a punch card machine, and he swallowed the entire card whole. Gern had never witnessed such a bizarre scene before. It was like a plot from a low-budget monster movie. "No problem. I'll give you the goods," the dwarf said in a low voice, his flat mouth opening wide again to expel a glass jar the size of a water jug. The jar was filled with black cubes, just like the high-purity black sugar Gern had seen earlier at Sophia's. Given the current black market price for this substance, a jar this large was worth an unimaginable amount. "Don't come any closer." As soon as the drunken man took a step forward, the dwarf issued a sharp warning. "What's wrong?" "I'll leave it here. You can take it once I'm gone," the dwarf said. "How do I know your goods are real?" "Say one more word, and you can forget about the goods." The dwarf was extremely cautious, not giving anyone a chance to approach. "Fine, take care." The drunken man shrugged and stepped back 2 paces, pouring himself from a metal flask. "Now's my chance." Gern seized the opportunity, as the Black Sugar Merchant's attention was fully on the drunken man. He could launch a surprise attack, using the cover of the grass and rubble on the ground to condense shadow thoughts and summon a bone whip. The bone whip, slithering through the grass like a cunning viper, moved swiftly and silently, making no sound as it crept up to the mysterious supplier's feet. "Windtail, bind." Gern seized the moment, reaching out to tighten his grip. The bone whip shot out from the dwarf's feet, tightly wrapping around his legs like a snake pouncing on its prey. A successful strike. Caught off guard, The dwarf was bound by the bone whip, but his expression remained calm. He stared wide-eyed at the drunken man. You broke the agreement. The goods cannot be given to you. Hey, I'm not with him. He just followed me. The drunken man wore a look of indifference. You'll regret this. Ha ha ha. The strange man made eerie sounds as if to threaten Gern. Who cares? You think you can escape? Gern suddenly yanked back the bone whip, pulling the dwarf toward him. However, the dwarf twisted wildly in midair, just like when he had just emerged from the jar. His entire body folded up in the air, and the leg bound by Gern simply fell off. Gern quickly pulled back the bone whip, but only managed to retrieve a leg. What? Gern was startled, loosening the bone whip and swinging it again to try to bind the strange man, only for the dwarf to evade with his bizarre, contorted posture. From his severed leg, a large amount of threads shot out, wrapping around a distant pillar, swinging in the air and avoiding Gern's attack as it slipped back to the ground. I've noted you down. The corner of the strange man's mouth split wide open, and a long tongue lashed out. His movements bizarrely crawling on the ground like an oversized toad, twisting in an extremely strange manner as he disappeared into the ruins. Kid, you're no good. The drunken man commented from the side, leaving Gern unsure of whose side he was on. Stop. It was at this moment Gern noticed the severed leg the strange man had left behind. Inside, there was neither flesh nor bone, but a pile of metal structures that looked like mechanical parts. No wonder this guy could hide in such a narrow jar. He wasn't even a living person, just a finely controlled puppet operated remotely by shadow thoughts. Even so, I will catch you. Don't think you can escape. Leaping over the dirty, low buildings of the underground district, Gern's shadow thoughts operated at high speed, generating streaks of black lightning as he increased his speed to the maximum. Nearly on the edge of losing control, yet he still managed to keep up with the moving silhouette ahead. Geskiviko, Geskiviko, Geskiviko. The figure Gern was pursuing let out a tooth-grinding cackle. The strange man's movements were stiff like a puppet, but his speed was ghostly quick. The gray silhouette darting rapidly in front of the night-lit buildings, quickly widening the distance between them in a moment of inattention. Shadow wind. Gern accelerated again, the black shadow thoughts beneath him swelling, whipping up a whirlwind among the rubble, shortening the distance between them to an arm's length. The two figures chased each other, quickly reaching a corner of a street sign. Gern focused his thoughts, preparing to gather shadow thoughts in his hands to attack the puppet. Just then, a large hand suddenly reached out to block Gern's chest, preventing his next move. It was the hand of a middle-aged man, marked with scars that bore the traces of time. Gern's advance was halted. Gern looked up in surprise. It was the tall, one-armed drunken man he had just seen, but now he was wearing a white robe exclusive to light practitioners. At the moment Gern was blocked, the puppet had already sprinted far ahead. Seeing the target he had been tracking for so long about to escape his pursuit, Gern felt anxious, but the man stood like a mountain in front of him, showing no intention of letting Gern pass. The puppet continued to dash, its long feet landing an intersection, when suddenly a bright light appeared ahead. An iron net blocking the puppet's path. 3 or 5 figures dressed in trainee light practitioner robes swooped out from the depths of a narrow alley, encircling the puppet's silhouette. These people had been lying in ambush here without Gern noticing. He had just scanned the area and had completely failed to detect their presence. Nor had he seen through the drunken man's disguise. Was this the power of the light practitioners? Kid, hurry home. Don't meddle in affairs here, the middle-aged man said, looking down at Gern with an indifferent expression, his cloak moving without wind, making Gern deeply feel the overwhelming spiritual thoughts hidden within him. Chapter 19. Artificial thought beasts having a bunch of little brats around is already annoying enough. And now there's this little punk trying to show off his heroics. It's such a hassle. The one-armed light thought warrior muttered to himself, pulling out a flask from his waist and taking a couple of big swigs. The smell of alcohol on him was no disguise. The battle on the field was exceptionally fierce, with several young light thought warriors crazily surrounding the black, cloaked figure. Their attacks crashed against the ground and walls, while the black cloaked figure continually dodged, slippery like an eel, completely avoiding the waves of attacks. It seemed ready to break free from the encirclement, but the one-armed man appeared indifferent to everything happening over there. Burn it down. Who? A burst of flames shot forth like a lotus flower, exploding on the ground. As the flames dissipated, a beautiful girl with twin ponytails emerged, her hands engulfed in flames of condensed light thought. She laughed maniacally as she launched a series of fireballs at the creature. The girl had exquisite features and long hair that resembled flames, clearly from a noble light thought warrior family. She looked about 17 or 18, not much younger than Gern, and it was astonishing to see someone so young wielding such immense power of light thought. The light thought she released was nearly as powerful as Corlifer's shadow thought in a berserk state, and the large bursts of flames she unleashed could easily blow apart a low wall, but she seemed to lack precision, causing more destruction than actually hitting her target. "Hey, little peanut, are you just going to stand there? If you don't act soon, I'll take care of this guy myself." While she fiercely attacked the puppet with her light thought, she didn't forget to criticize her teammate beside her. Behind the red-haired girl was a boy with a hood, sporting a cute doll-like face, but his expression was that of a little sourpuss, his brows furrowed. "Whatever, I'm definitely going to die. I'm too weak to survive. I shouldn't have become a light thought warrior. I just wanted to make some money. I didn't want to face such a terrifying monster. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The boy curled up in a corner, mumbling to himself. "A coward is just a coward. Yeah, this place is spacious enough. Go wild. As long as you catch that guy, I won't bother you this time." The one-armed light thought warrior said in a dispirited tone, seemingly the team leader. Yet he just stood there doing nothing. "Understood. That's great." The girl named Ella waved her flames once more and charged into the enemy formation. Nightingale's lament, rose-red flames. The flames in her hands formed elongated fireballs, launching them at the bouncing puppet in front of her. Under such a fierce assault, even the agile puppet was hit, its mechanical parts damaged by the high temperature, its movements gradually slowing down. The other two older teammates worked together to weave a large net of light thought, enveloping the puppet's body and binding it to the ground at the intersection. Another older teammate, shouldering a thought shotgun, stepped forward and aimed at the puppet's head. The crisp sound of the trigger echoed, and the puppet collapsed, its joints instantly going limp. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pulse released by the shotgun interfered with the puppet's internal light thought remote control, and another teammate seized the opportunity to throw a binding net over the puppet, finally capturing it. "I survived this mission, but what's the use? I'll still die next time. I'll definitely die." Mori, hiding in the corner behind everyone, had his brows furrowed, looking as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Stop sighing, D. It's annoying." Ella couldn't help but curse. Just when everyone was relaxing, an unexpected change occurred. The puppet, which had seemingly stopped its joint movements, suddenly emitted a series of eerie laughs. Its hands transformed into claws, tearing apart the net that bound it, and its body leaped into the air. How could this happen? The one controlling it is not ordinary. They connected the mental control despite the thought wave interference. "Everyone be careful." Several light thought warriors retreated to the side. The puppet's body revealed several hidden containers that began to expand and rupture, dropping several mineral-like crystalline blocks to the ground, illuminating the dark corner of the street like shooting stars. "Kekekek, you went through so much trouble to catch me. I can't just let it go like that. Here's a gift for you." With that, the mechanical puppet spontaneously ignited, flames engulfing it, quickly melting and charring its metal and skin under the high temperature. The young light thought warriors were momentarily at a loss. Even the tall man, Raymond, who was standing at a distance with Gern, slightly changed his expression. "Artificial thought beasts," he silently murmured. "The artificial thought beast technology on the black market is not yet mature. Man-made products are not as powerful as wild thought beasts, but their brutality and bloodthirst are not inferior to wild thought beasts at all." 3 thought beast cores released boundless malice, instantly expanding and releasing a chilling aura. Hiss! These cold breaths quickly crystallized into ice crystals, and 3 thought beasts covered in ice crystals emerged from the formations. They gently rotated their spines and joints, shaking their razor-sharp icy fur, their movements becoming increasingly agile as they turned their massive heads, glaring sinisterly at the rookie light thought warrior team with their gray-blue pupils. Their noses wrinkled menacingly. Frothy saliva mixed with ice dripped down from their teeth, tongues, and the blackish protrusions of their mouths. They charged at the group like mad. The cold air they emitted freezing the ground into a layer of white frost. Counterattack. The rookie light thought warriors quickly reacted. A slightly older buzz-cut boy commanded everyone to form a defensive array, facing the enemy head-on. Of course, not everyone would follow the discipline. "You all cover me. I'll take care of them myself," Ella urged, activating the flames in her hands. The others sighed, having no choice but to follow Ella, as she was the strongest among them. Meanwhile, Mori had somehow shrunk back into the corner again, hugging his head in fear, which ignited a wave of unnamed anger within Ella. "Die for me." Her anxious emotions turned into the fierce flames in her hands as she punched angrily at the ice hounds in front of her. The thought beast ice hounds stood their fur upright, wildly fierce, with a hint of the bizarre cunning of a wolf. They crazily launched ice spikes from their backs at the group, attempting to scatter their tightly knit formation and eliminate them one by one. These artificial thought beasts were infused with a portion of combat memory at birth. So while their strength is weaker than naturally formed thought beasts, they possess a degree of intelligence, making them more difficult to deal with than natural thought beasts. The Ice Hound's attacks unexpectedly succeeded, breaking the Group S formation with several strikes, as they were all inexperienced rookies with insufficient battle experience. Ella, enraged by the Ice Hound's attacks, became even more determined to fight, her attacks growing more rapid. Flames erupted from her left hand in one direction, allowing her to swiftly dodge the extreme, cold breath emitted by the ice hounds. Then she countered with a powerful barrage of flames from her right hand. Boom! Ella's full-force strike was terrifying, shattering the ice crystal armor on the thought beast, sending ice shards flying in all directions. This level of destruction was completely uncharacteristic of a newcomer who had just recently participated in a mission. The two older team members beside her assisted her attack from the side, forming a spear of light to pin the ice beast's limbs to the ground, temporarily controlling the movement range of the ice creature. After being severely injured by Ayla and pinned down by the spears, the ice beast became increasingly ferocious. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Ayla, its long, sharp teeth resembling the tips of spears protruding from its gums. However, Ayla showed no fear and boldly advanced to confront it. Flame! A powerful fiery punch erupted from her fist, striking the beast's head with tremendous force. The beast's skull shattered under the impact of the flames, its cranium breaking apart and dispersing into dark, malevolent smoke, leaving behind only a smaller beast core. Phew! Finally! A sigh of relief. That idiot Mori sigh. After defeating the enemy, Ayla anxiously searched for her teammate. Mori had fallen behind, and a lone ice beast was gradually cornering him. The other team members were too far away to provide assistance. He trembled, curled up in the dead corner of the wall, holding his head, his eyes wide as he stared at the menacing beast approaching him step by step, his expression filled with fear. "Don't. Please, don't come closer. I beg you." The giant wolf towered above him, its brutal eyes glowing blue, locking onto Mori's gaze. It had opened its large mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth formed from swirling black mist, as if it were about to devour Mori in the next moment. However, the expected tragedy of the boy's head rolling did not occur. At this moment, the corners of Lin Mo's eyes twitched, and his gaze fixed on the giant wolf's eyes turned an eerie red, sending chills down spines. The giant wolf seemed to be under some invisible control, convulsing and unable to approach Mori any closer. Dozens of iron chains locked onto the giant wolf from all directions, and above its head appeared a physical object resembling a guillotine. The sound of clanging metal echoed as the enormous blade slowly sunk into the giant wolf's flesh, gradually decapitating it. The eye of death. The accompanying team members felt a shiver run down their spines, and they began to view the seemingly timid little one with newfound respect. There had been a rumor during the last entrance exam of Vesela Academy that about 10 candidates were locked onto by this bizarre guillotine during the assessment competition, all of whom were severely injured and eliminated, unable to escape. Fortunately, there were always highly skilled healing light practitioners on standby in the arena, who could pull someone back from the brink of death as long as there was still a breath left. Otherwise, they would likely share the same fate as the beast. I told you, don't come near me. Chapter 20. Naira, the choice of mentor, has been arranged. Zelens from a Vala family is a seasoned warrior who has already reached the peak of the full moon level. He has taught many outstanding students and is very caring. As his disciple, you will learn a lot, and after a year, you can return. If your strength meets the standards, you will officially become the heir of our Tianrin Eisbaron family. Father, your light thought is not pure enough. Zelens will teach you how to do it. Father, I want to participate in this year's academy examination. Do you know what you are saying? I don't need a dedicated mentor. I want to start from the bottom like all ordinary light thought warriors. You still can't pass the advanced trials in the simulation training ground. You are far behind the other Tianrin family children. Without special guidance, how can you catch up? How can you reach the top? I have never disobeyed your orders, but this time, I just want to try my own path. If passing means you will agree, I will go try now. Ganelia, come back. The morning light broke through the clouds in the sky, revealing the magnificent silhouette of towering buildings beneath the dense clouds. These buildings are primarily in blue and white tones, adorned with spires that rise like clouds. Their latest history can be traced back to the pre-war period of the Thought Beast War, with towering spires reaching for the sky, their exteriors covered in exquisite sculptural decorations. It stands tall in the clouds, resembling a paradise on Earth, exuding an air of inviolability. Suspended city. Among the many towers, there is a tower building on the western side that appears taller and older than the surrounding towers. This is the residence of the noble Eisbaron family. The Eisbaron family is one of the most prominent Tianrin families, the strongest and most influential among the four families, enduring through generations. The current head of the family, Gern, is known for his decisive and tough style, with great strength, praised by the outside world as the king of the White Wolf. Light Thought Trial Hall. Sunlight streamed through the narrow windows of the tower, illuminating the room. In the spacious hall, a small figure was throwing punches at the training dummy in front of her. Naira had her long silver hair tied back, and her moon-like face bore a cold expression. The icy gaze emanated an aura of detachment, and the corners of her mouth drooped, indicating her poor mood. Light thoughts gathered in her hands, rapidly channeling thunder as blue electric arcs erupted fiercely, attacking the training dummy in front of her. The waves on the thought wave suppressor around her neck trembled like unpredictable mountain peaks, taking a long time to stabilize before settling into a calm straight line. The incident of leaving the suspended city without permission had a significant impact on her. To be able to continue using the training room, she agreed to Bart's suggestion of temporarily wearing the suppressor. However, the matter in her heart felt like an abyss that she could not cross, leaving her with no other outlet but to channel her emotions into a brutal attack on the training dummy. A flash of lightning. Naira's figure darted into the encirclement of the training dummies like a shooting star, instinctively shouting the name of her technique, but then swallowed it back. The battle techniques created by the ancestors of the Eisbaron family had once been a source of honor and pride for Naira, but now she had to reassess everything. Her faith wavered, and her techniques became slower than before. With the force of wind and thunder, her technique surged forth, striking the rapidly moving training dummy, causing the special metal dummy to snap in half under the tremendous power. Electric arcs flickered. A powerful technique was unleashed from Naira's hands again, with long arcs of electricity swirling like a delicate veil around her long, fair arms, striking forward with an elegant grace. The dummy in front of her cracked open a large charred hole in its chest, falling lightly to the ground. Naira's pupils constricted, and her movements became even more rapid. The several dummies on the field were dismantled into shattered parts in just a few moments, collapsing to the ground. The training room was in utter chaos, as if it had just experienced a massive slaughter. Naira snapped her fingers lightly, and the dummy parts, made of special machinery, received automatic commands, writhing on the ground and transforming into a pool of liquid metal particles, which were then reclaimed back into the dummy machines for remelting. Naira's fingers glided over the control panel screen, raising the dummy level to orange, transforming its form to mimic a thought beast, with a quantity of 3. The previous dummies were merely warm-ups. The real test was about to begin. The noise of printing dummies echoed from the melting machines. Printing such high-level dummies consumed a tremendous amount of energy, causing the indicator lights on the machine's exterior to glow faintly red. The lead plate valve opened, and three thought beast form dummies stepped out with heavy strides, their beastly eyes shining with brutal red light, their form and expression resembling real thought beasts closely. Their paws moved slowly and gracefully, making it hard to believe they were lifeless mimics produced by intelligent computers. The simulated thought beasts were quite large. With each step, the ground of the training hall trembled slightly. They split into three routes, encircling the direction where Naira stood. North Wind Horn, Ice Thunder. At this moment, Naira did not dare to be careless, wrapping her arms around her chest in a defensive posture. The flickering thunder gathered on her hands like bright blue fireflies, poised and ready to strike. Suddenly, one of the simulated thought beasts on her left launched an attack on Naira. The simulated thought beast leaped forward, its sharp claws aimed at Naira's body, creating a fierce gust of wind as it approached. However, the first strike of the simulated thought beast missed, and instead, Naira kicked its back, bouncing onto the front of another simulated thought beast. She swiftly unleashed her palm strength, delivering a punch to the thought beast's mouth, forcing it back a few steps. As the level of the simulated dummies increased, the rigidity of the materials became even stronger than before. Naira's powerful strike did not break the simulated thought beast. Instead, it became more frantic and furious, recklessly charging toward Naira. A smile slowly appeared on Naira's lips. This was the fight she truly desired, not the small skirmishes under adult supervision. Thunder Sparrow. Naira's silver hair fluttered behind her, her fingers pointed into the air, forming electric fields. The arcs rapidly coalesced into the shape of a bird, spreading its wings toward the thought beast, emitting a sound as crisp as wind chimes. Naira dashed forward, instantly arriving in front of the thought beast, releasing the gathered light thought. Unexpectedly, the thought beast exhaled a scorching breath at that moment, and instantaneously, high-temperature steam spread throughout the room. Naira rolled to the side to evade the simulated thought beast's surprise attack, but at that moment, another thought beast took the opportunity to circle around Naira's back and struck out with a claw. Swish! The sharp claws sprung out like a spring knife from the thought beast's paw, heading straight for Naira's body. Her finely honed perception from long-term training was triggered, and Naira slid to evade the strike, narrowly avoiding this dangerous attack. However, she still sustained a light injury on her arm, blood flowing down her arm, momentarily leaving Naira in a daze. At this moment, Naira seemed to be completely immersed in the battle, feeling no pain as she crazily charged at the illusionary thought beast in front of her once again. The thunder in her hand erupted uncontrollably, and under her frenzied high-frequency attacks, one thought beast was quickly defeated, collapsing into a state of ionized decomposition. Naira swung her fist again towards the second thought beast, sweat soaking her finely tailored outfit. With a concentrated strike, she shattered the thought beast's spine, exposing large, thick bones segment by segment. The second illusionary thought beast was also defeated under a powerful onslaught, transforming into an ionized state with a painful wail. However, Naira had already exhausted her fighting strength, and faced with the third illusionary thought beast slowly approaching her, its sharp claws swung towards her head. Naira, her vision reddened by battle, refused to retreat, gathering the last ounce of her strength to channel thunder in her hand, unleashing one final Thunder Sparrow. The thunder erupted in an instant. A powerful beam of lightning struck the chest of the illusionary thought beast, causing it to instantly disintegrate into sand, entering a rapid state of collapse. However, this power did not come from the thunder in Naira's hand. That electric shock was far more powerful than her light thought. It was her usual technique, the Thunder Sparrow. But under the immense mental drive, that Thunder Sparrow was as ferocious as a flying dragon. The attack originated from a distance in the training ground, hitting the target while maneuvering around the obstacles in the middle, demonstrating that this person's control over light thought had reached an extraordinary level. Enough, Bjorn said coldly, retracting his palm and looking at Naira from afar. Father. Naira looked at the tall, silver-haired man standing in the shadow of the building. His handsome, rugged face bore a long scar, giving him an imposing presence, as if he were the embodiment of law and order in the world. The man she once both adored and feared. However, after Quello revealed her lineage to Naira, her feelings for her father became complicated. She didn't know who she should trust now. I agree to your decision. I will allow you to participate in the academy exam as an ordinary person, but I hope you remember your identity and honor and take responsibility for your actions. Never forget that you are a member of the celestial Espelin family. Bjorn looked at his daughter, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. After saying this, he turned and left, disappearing into the shadows at the end of the corridor, leaving the spacious training room with only the girl standing quietly, somewhat incredulous. What had started as a rebellious act had surprisingly led to her father's actual agreement. Bjorn walked down the long corridor, uncertain if he had made the right decision. During this time, his daughter had been acting very strangely. He didn't know if it was due to the immense pressure she had been under, or if she had sensed the secrets the family had always kept from her. He hoped that by agreeing to her request, she would become more stable after experiencing some hardships. Chapter 21. The Mirror Messenger, the last one. Ella raised her hands high, condensing a massive fireball in her palms. The flames materialized from her light thoughts, spiraled up her arms like vines, continuously merging into the fireball, which revealed a demonic grin. Boom! With a powerful strike, the fireball exploded upon hitting the ground, transforming into a towering pillar of fire, scorching the surrounding ground with the residual flames. The Icehound spirit beast, struck directly by the fireball, let out a shrill wail and disintegrated in the high temperature. Gern watched the entire battle from the side, and the one-armed drunken light thinker also did not intervene. Only after the spirit beasts were dealt with did he leisurely walk over to the charred puppet, kicking the burnt skeleton with his foot and pulling out something resembling a tablet from his pocket, swiping at it. Ella, Mori, Korea, Odomike. All of you failed this mission. What? Why? Ella showed a confused expression. Clearly they had taken care of these monsters. Did we do anything wrong? What did you do well? The drunken mentor burped loudly, stating that the mission's objective was not to eliminate spirit beasts, but to capture this guy. Look at the situation now. Originally, you could have prevented those artificial spirit beasts from appearing, but each of you seemed clueless about what you were doing. How could it be like this? In the end, he still escaped. The other apprentice light thinkers lowered their heads in silence, aware of their mistakes, while only Ella stood with her hands behind her back, looking unconcerned. It's burnt to this extent. Who knows how many clues can be left behind? Not capturing him intact is your problem. Teacher Xiao is so scary. He is going to eat people. Mori hid behind another student, feeling more frightened than when facing the spirit beast just now. And you, do you have anything to explain? The drunken man suddenly swayed around to look at Gern. Although these guys were just novices, they were still from Vissela Academy, interfering with the actions of light thinkers and sneaking into such a place. I now suspect you are in cahoots with an illegal smuggling group. I just happened to pass by, and it's all a misunderstanding. Gern hurriedly tried to clarify. I just saw you patrolling nearby, and you handed something to that black cloaked figure. We tracked its communication wave frequency for several days to find this place. Why are you here? You were the buyer coordinating with it, right? Although I don't know why you two ended up fighting. It's likely a black market deal gone wrong. This kid looks pretty good. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Ella grinned wickedly, stepping forward and creating a resilient flame lasso with her hands. Be careful, this kid's light thought is strange. It might be combat-oriented. Is he still an awakener? Yes. And he is not weak. Just listen to my explanation. Actually, it's like this, Hey! Before Gern could finish, Ella suddenly launched an attack, flicking her wrist as the flame lasso whistled toward Gern like a striking crimson venomous snake. Gern started, stepping back and summoning shadow thoughts, a layer of black mist emanating from his hand. However, the lasso didn't directly ensnare Gern. It whooshed over his head and flew into the ruins behind him. Initially, it seemed like that fiery girl named Ella had thrown it too hard, but then a scream echoed from behind. A pitch-black figure was caught by the lasso and pulled out from the rubble, dragged along the ground before Ella stomped on it. What is going on? There's an enemy. Another puppet. The student named Mike was startled. The person caught by Ella wore the same clothes as the puppet. He clutched the lasso around his neck with both hands, his face twisted in immense pain. Ella could control the temperature of her flames not to burn him. But the choking sensation from the lasso was very real. No, these are all living people, but they must be in the same group. The drunken man put away his flask, suddenly serious. Deal with them first, then we'll settle accounts with that kid later. These. Maury, like a timid snail, cautiously stretched his neck to look around. Numerous black figures stood atop the dilapidated buildings, wearing matching black cloaks, either standing or crouching, all with wolf-like eyes glaring down, encircling everyone below. Scary. We're going to die. Maury recoiled, his teeth chattering, muttering incomprehensible words. Take the stuff away, don't waste time. Yes. A woman with a slender figure stepped out from among the black cloaks, wearing a black veil that didn't conceal her alluring eyes. After she spoke, the others in black cloaks sprang into action, one after another jumping down. Go grab the puppet S remains. I'll handle this. The drunken man instructed the apprentices, then staggered toward the enemy. Arrogant. A black cloaked figure waved and shot several black arrows, while the two on either side also supported, releasing light thoughts to attack the drunken man. Wait. Gern noticed something amiss. These people were also using shadow thoughts. The aura emanating from them was identical to Coliver S. They must all possess abilities catalyzed by black sugar. No wonder they had such a large number of awakeners. With enough black sugar, warriors of this level could be mass-produced. Counter-prism. The drunken man did not dodge the attack, extending his hand forward. A pure surge of light thought erupted, constructing a mirror wall in front of him. It was a massive prism resembling crystal, and the attack from the enemy rebounded directly off the surface. Upon closer examination, it wasn't that simple. At the moment the black arrows approached, they swapped positions with the reflections in the mirror. Thus, they flew back in the opposite direction. What? The several black, cloaked figures standing before the mirror wall were taken aback, and in their panic, they were struck by their own shadow thoughts. Seeing this, the others quickly circled behind the drunken man, attempting a sneak attack. However, the drunken man's defense had almost no blind spots. The mirror wall seemed alive, automatically shielding him from incoming attacks. After 2 rounds of strong attacks, the black cloaks had gained no advantage, and instead, 2 of their members were injured. They began to hesitate, afraid to launch an attack. Do you think I have no means of active attack? The drunken man sneered, looking at a black cloaked figure reflected in the mirror. Suddenly, the figure's reflection cracked with a loud snap, the fissure crawling across his left hand and left foot. Almost instantaneously, the owner of the reflection let out a scream, his hand and foot on that side actually severed, exactly matching the position in the mirror. So strong. Who on earth is this person? The black cloaks couldn't help but exclaim. While the apprentices had already taken down 2 black cloaks and were retrieving the remains of the puppets, which were burned down to mere skeletons. There must be some evidence that can't be burned on that thing. These people are here to recover it, so guard it well. The drunken man reminded his students. Suddenly, a silver flash darted past, and he slightly turned his head, only to have a blood arrow shoot out from beside his neck. A seductive woman landed behind him, twirling a dagger in her hand, her enchanting eyes containing a deadly intent, playfully observing the drunken man before her. Chapter 22 Puppeteer, are you their leader? It will be much easier to deal with you directly. The woman in the black cloak let out a series of enchanting laughs, her long red nails dancing along the blade of a dagger, producing a sound like the strings of a musical instrument. Mirror Master Raymond. I've heard of your great name before. How did you end up as a babysitter here? The one-armed drunkard named Raymond did not want to respond. His eyes widened as he stared at the reflection of the woman left on the light thought mirror. Crack! A crack appeared on the mirror's surface, but in an instant, the woman took off her cloak and threw it forward. At the moment the mirror cracked, her shadow was obscured by the cloak, which was immediately torn to shreds. Yet she remained unharmed. You're not as terrifying as the legends say. The woman quickly ran along the ground, summoning several shadow daggers in her hands. And with a flick of her wrist, she launched the daggers towards Raymond. The daggers could not penetrate the mirror wall and were rebounded back. Raymond kept his eyes fixed on the woman's swift figure, continuously shattering images in the mirror, But each time he was a fraction too late, allowing the woman to evade. Just a crack away from hitting her, she tore off a piece of her skirt and used it to block the light, resolving the situation. Hey, stop using that. Ha! I'm running out of clothes to take off. How about this move? Raymond took a swig from his flask, then raised his head and sprayed it into the air. The droplets sprayed into the air were infused with light thought, spreading out and transforming into countless tiny mirrors. Each small mirror locked onto the enchanting woman below, as if thousands of eyes were simultaneously focused on her, leaving no place to hide. Each mirror reflected off one another, ultimately transmitting the images back to Raymond's mirror wall. Can you escape now? Raymond suddenly reached out and clenched his fist. Countless liquid mirrors in the air shattered like firecrackers, but the woman was still sprinting. Her body and the shadow in the mirror shattered and burst apart, yet there was no splatter of blood or flesh in the air. What erupted from her was a pool of thick, tar-like black substance. Watch out! Gern noticed the strange situation and immediately shouted to warn Raymond, but it was too late. The exploding black substance enveloped him entirely, and the viscous material continued to writhe and expand, growing larger and larger. What is this stuff? So disgusting. Ha ha ha. Of course, you've fallen into her trap. The enchanting woman has already turned to dust, but that voice came from the side. Another woman emerged from the shadows, completely different from the previous one. This woman was plump and short, her face covered in various red spots. Is this your ability? That's right. I'm the most talented puppeteer. Not only can I control mechanical puppets, but my own light thought can also condense into seamless puppets. What do you think? Can't you see through it? The fat woman said smugly, indicating that the dwarf and the enchanting woman were both under her control. Such low-level tricks. Oh, what's wrong? Want to break free? Impossible. Anyone controlled by this technique will absolutely not escape in a short time. This sludge contains my specially crafted poison, and your light thought will be sealed. Just enjoy it slowly. The fat woman laughed, her fat body trembling with her laughter. The rest is much easier. Get rid of them. Yes. A group of black-cloaked subordinates rushed towards the few students at her command. The shadow thought levels of these people were not too high. They could barely fight. Essentially a ragtag army. But with so many of them, even if they just threw black arrows in one direction, they could form a strong firepower. We're doomed. We're doomed. The teacher is down. We're all going to die. Before we die, we're definitely going to be tortured by them. I hate pain the most. Can someone just kill me directly? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock you out with one punch. Aira ignited flames in her hands, and the hooded boy behind her immediately fell silent. What should we do? Go save the teacher. Or should we escape first? You escape if you want, but I'm going to smash these despicable guys. Aira punched her palm, flames erupting beneath her feet, and she bent down, charging forward with great force, her fists enveloped in flames like a pair of fiery red gloves. Gotcha! Aira yelled angrily, dodging various attacks flying towards her, and charged at a black cloak in front of her, delivering a heavy uppercut to the opponent's stomach. The sound of cracking bones and the enemy being sent flying into the wall echoed almost simultaneously, the double-tailed girl like a fiery red whirlwind, weaving through enemies and delivering lethal blows. However, even the best punches were no match for many hands. After knocking down a few, Aira began to feel exhausted, her movements slowing down, and she was besieged by the remaining black cloaks. Knowing that the terrifying puppeteer was still on the other side, she saw the situation was grim and immediately withdrew, waving her hand to create 3 sludge puppets. They were not as exquisite as the previous enchanting woman, but their combat power was definitely not low. Mori, do something. I can't. It's too terrifying. I can't look. I won't look. Useless. The hooded boy curled up, hugging his head, and the other students, while trying to protect the remnants of the puppets, had no time to care for him. The fat woman seized the opportunity to control the sludge puppets to pounce on Aira. The double-tailed girl had already used a lot of light thought in the earlier battle against the artificial thought beasts and was now exhausted, completely unaware of the deadly threat approaching from behind. Kill her. Roar. The 3 sludge puppets jumped at the same time, their sludge coalescing into weapons like spears, swords, and knives. Blade transformation. Slash. Gern swung his bone blade fiercely, but he was not cutting at the puppets but at the air behind them. Strangely, as he slashed down, the 3 puppets all fell down in unison. Phew, thanks, bro, help you guys once. Just don't doubt that I'm on their side anymore. Don't worry, I'll speak for you. At a critical moment, Gern joined the battle, having observed a detail since earlier. Whether it was the dwarf puppet or the later female puppet, they actually had something in common. Upon closer inspection, one could see very fine black lines on them. Thinner than hair, but they were indeed present. Gern had just cut the lines behind them, and the puppets naturally lost control and collapsed. Bro, send me up. Era ran towards Gern, who understood and horizontally positioned the blade, using his great sword as a springboard for her to step on. Ready, jump! Gern gathered his strength, channeling his shadow thought into his feet for assistance, and with all his might, swung the great sword to launch Era into the air. Woo! Era excitedly shouted a few times, flames jetting from beneath her like rocket boosters propelling her high into the sky. Immediately, Era placed her left hand on her right wrist, gathering all her light thought, spiraling flame patterns igniting at her fingertips, and the sparks of light thought behind her also caught fire, brightness continuously increasing, like a supernova shining in the night sky. Extreme flame bind. A blinding column of flame shot from Era's hand. Now, she was high in the sky, with a clear view of the situation below, able to precisely lock onto every enemy, including the puppet woman. Oh no! The puppet woman panicked in an instant, immediately unleashing all her shadow thought, creating a dozen misshapen puppets as meat shields to block above her. However, Era's strike was not aimed at her. It was aimed at her trapped mentor, Raymond. Under the scorching flames, the tar-like substance on Raymond's body was burned away, and he successfully pulled himself out. You little brat, using so much force, do you want to burn me alive? Raymond stepped out of the fire, his clothes and the black oil burned off, leaving only the indestructible fire and water-resistant light night cloak wrapped around him to cover his shame. However, Ella couldn't respond to him. It seemed she had exhausted all her light energy in one blow, instantly drained of spirit, and couldn't even maintain her flight, beginning to fall from the sky. Gern retracted the bone blade and spread it into bone wings behind him, leaping into the air to catch Ella. So heavy, Gern was startled, almost saying it out loud. Ella looked very thin, but cradled in his arms, she felt as heavy as a solid iron block. Just how high was her muscle density? He had heard that practicing light energy could change a person's physique. The stronger the light energy, the more resilient the body would become. It seemed there was some truth to that. The 2 celestial beings he had seen before were as strong as monsters. Gern thought to himself, damn it, I was fooled. The puppet mistress finally reacted, controlling the puppets around her to launch an attack. Gern placed Ella down and rushed forward, swinging his bone wings to smash them all. What? You can only deceive others, but others can't deceive you? Raymond flexed his body, and the surrounding black cloaks dared not make a move. They had all witnessed Raymond's strength. Now that the beast was unleashed, there was no room for a fight. So what if you came out? You've been poisoned, and now you're just a dying ember. The puppet mistress wanted to retort, but suddenly there was a sound of shattering glass. A huge crack appeared in the wall behind her, as if it had been cleanly sliced in half by a massive, transparent blade. Oh, Raymond sneered. What did you just say? We retreat. The puppet mistress's expression twisted, her entire face scrunched up, and in desperation, she gave the retreat order. The group of black cloaks jumped atop the ruins and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the night. The remnants of the puppets were saved, but they failed to capture their opponent. This battle ended with both sides suffering losses, neither gaining an advantage. I saved my life. That was too dangerous. The trainee students sat down on the ground. This was the most perilous situation they had encountered during their training. Even the task of hunting thought beasts wasn't as dangerous. Just let them run away like that? Why not chase them? Ella got up from the ground, clearly devoid of any light energy, but her momentum didn't diminish. Chase what? I can barely hold on. Raymond spoke halfway, his mouth leaking air, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Teacher, are you okay, Mr. Shao? He had just been holding on against the poison, and it was probably not feeling good. They needed to rush for first aid. Gern said, I'm not going to the hospital. I'd rather be killed than go to that kind of place. Where's my wine? Damn it, Ella. You destroyed my wine flask. Raymond lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his hand still searching for the wine flask. Give me some wine. If I drink a bit, it won't hurt anymore. He mumbled some incoherent words and finally collapsed with a thud. Is this really your teacher? He is like this. Although he is quite strong. He is a freak. He passed out. Let us take him to the hospital. Gern pushed him, but Raymond showed no response. He wants to go. If he wakes up and finds himself in a hospital, he'll cause a scene right away. All right then. What are you doing? Take him to a place for treatment. You guys take that puppet back to a safe place. Be careful of being followed on the way. Gern helplessly picked up Raymond and, spreading his bone wings, jumped atop the ruins and quickly ran away. Chapta Haimwiba, Xiao Fenkuchu Gauga Gauga Gauga. A scruffy man opened his eyes and reflexively jumped up from the bed, feeling around himself and slowly calming down when he realized there was no threat around. Raymond had some bandages haphazardly wrapped around him. The method was very crude, and the medicine was applied sloppily. The light here was very dim, with only a small bed, making it look like a prison cell. Awake? Go in, hearing the noise, opened the door, and came in, a toothbrush in his mouth, indicating that it was already bright outside. Where's this place? Did I pass out the whole night? Raymond flipped the covers searching for something, then leaned over to look under the bed. You've been out for a day and a night. It's already been 2 days. Don't worry, your students are fine. It's just that your poisoning was a bit severe. I had a hard time carrying you back. Is this a hospital? Have you ever seen a hospital with such a poor environment? And with doctors who bandage like this? Shun Chong laughed, don't worry. They said you went crazy as soon as you entered the hospital, so I didn't dare take you there. This is my friend's house. She got you the antidote and used Guang Yin to heal your wounds. From a supplies train of the Guang Yin soldiers. Funny, right? Hundreds of thousands worth of goods. Protected by such a garbage firewall. I just hacked into their delivery drones and flew the stuff back home. A woman walked in from outside, wearing a loose graffiti hoodie. With headphones on her head, heavy dark circles under her eyes, but her features were quite pretty. Sophia was also brushing her teeth, almost synchronized with Guan's movements. She usually takes on a lot of prosthetic replacement work, so she understands a bit of medicine and can use Guang Yin healing methods. Truly a versatile logistics person. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? You could just report to the academy directly. It feels like we're doing something illegal. Raymond got up and looked around the room. Where are my clothes? Burned. Burned. Those were my clothes for 10 years. Raymond exclaimed in shock, shouting excitedly. They were covered in poison, and there was no other way to handle it, Sophia said. Don't touch other people's things casually. Didn't you learn that when you were a kid? Hey, I saved you. Is that how you talk to me? Sophia paused, a bit incredulous. I don't need your saving. Do you understand? Those clothes were given to me by someone very important. Raymond shouted angrily. More important than your life? More important than my life. The person who gave you those clothes must want you to take care of your life. Sophia's tone was very calm, a smile playing at her lips, showing no reaction to his rude behavior. Raymond was suddenly at a loss for words, sitting back down on the small bed, turning his face away and remaining silent, as if Sophia's words had struck a nerve. Well, this is my territory. You'd better behave a bit, this Guang Yin master. Sophia made a gesture with her finger, and the Guang Yin suppression collar around Raymond's neck suddenly lit up with green light. The green lines like circuit patterns spreading from the collar to his body. The line scanned his body from neck to toe and then disappeared. You're recovering well. You're quite sturdy. If you want to leave, you can. Sophia finished washing up at the sink, lifted her hand to shake a glowing object, your Guang Yin badge. I'll keep it for a couple of days, and the supply points inside will be your medical fees. All yours. Now get lost. Thanks, boss. Sophia hummed a little tune and walked away cheerfully, seemingly unexpectedly capable of managing this stubborn and obsessive man. Raymond had no way to deal with this cunning and intelligent woman who hid her daggers behind a smile. Kid, come here. After being downcast on the bed for a while, Raymond suddenly turned to stare again, who was startled by his sharp gaze. What? What do you want? I helped you drive those people away, and I even saved your life. You don't suspect I have a problem, do you? You're a shadow warrior, right? Huh? What's that? Some kind of video game thing? Stop playing dumb. You're using shadow and yin, right? Those weird claws and wings. The scent is exactly like that of a yin beast. You can fool newbies, but I've dealt with Nyin beasts for years. You can't fool me. So, you still want to catch me, huh? No. Raymond reflexively reached into his pocket, finding no cigarettes or alcohol, fidgeting like a hyperactive child. Shadow Nyin is original sin. Those who use Shadow Nyin are all lunatics. If the other Guang Yin masters see you, they'll definitely hunt you down, but I can't be bothered with that. Why? Gern asked. This drunkard had touched upon his most pressing concern. I've controlled this power since I was a child. I've lived like this without any problems. Shadow Nyin is connected to human emotions and desires. How could a person be without feelings? You tell that to the old stubborn ones at the tribunal, and the next day you'll be tied up and burned alive. I just want to know the secrets behind it. I want to use it for something, to protect the people I want to protect, just like you Guang Yin masters. Haha. Protecting someone is sometimes the hardest thing in the world. I haven't done well at that. So, you've been drinking all this time? No, I've always been a drunkard. I used to drink for fun. Now I do it to punish myself. Someone like me doesn't deserve to live comfortably. Raymond looked at the empty corner of the wall with a bitter smile, his eyes hollow, his gaunt face looking extremely dispirited. Do you want to become a Guang Yin master? Of course. Yin sighed. He had received bad news early that morning, which was why he hadn't slept all day, constantly thinking about it. Coliver had been detained by the Control Bureau, and although he lost his assessment spot, the school also bore a lot of responsibility. The pressure from public opinion was immense. After all, a student had almost fallen into depravity, and all the School S spots were canceled. This meant that everyone, including Helena, could not participate in this year's military academy assessment. Gern originally thought that with Coliver taken away, the spot would return to him. But who knew this would escalate to the point that everyone would be out of the game? Helena and several others would probably choose to stay in school and wait for next year's opportunity. Gern didn't know how to choose. The world of Guang Yin masters is completely different from what you imagine. We are not heroes, we're just a bunch of armed idiots. The world waits for us idiots to save it, so we can act recklessly, but we all know we can't save anything. The world is gradually collapsing, and we are powerless. Raymond said dejectedly, I think when you were my age, you were full of passion, only to find it was all in vain. I know you were a bunch of idiots. You almost killed my sister and ruined my life. A demon has taken residence in my heart, and every day, I fight it to keep from going insane. Gern's response surprised Raymond, who studied him and revealed an interested smile. Do you still want to become a Guang Yin master? You're not thinking of revenge, are you? Just based on you? Raymond mocked. I don't want revenge. It's meaningless. I just want to change everything. The world shouldn't be like this. Gern spoke slowly, his words filled with strength. How do you plan to change it? I don't know, but at least I need to become part of you guys first. A decaying tree can only loosen from the inside. Ha. Am I crazy or are you crazy? Raymond covered his face, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Are you going to take the military academy entrance exam? This year I can't make it. I can't get a spot. Zeit. If you join the army, your abilities will be discovered quickly, and you won't last long. Raymond said bluntly, come to Waysera Academy. If you become my student, maybe I can help you keep it a secret. The academy won't openly recruit from the public, right? Of course not, because they need to ensure the purity of their student body. Unless you're exceptionally talented and can get a recommendation from the Guanyin family, you won't even touch the threshold. If you want, I might be able to help you. You can recommend me? I can't. I've already severed ties with my family. Now I'm just a useless drifter with no power at all. Then why are you saying all this? Have you met that red-haired, hot-tempered girl? She's a genuine noble, the only daughter of the Garcia family in Jioli City. If she helps you, it will definitely be fine. The entrance trials for Waysera are next month. Why do you want to help me? Gern asked, somewhat suspicious. You don't seem like the kind of person who repays kindness. There's an idiot who's pretty similar to you, also a shadow warrior. The one who gave you clothes? You asked too many questions. Raymond stood up impatiently, stretched his body, tore off the bandage, and walked out. Find her by that big tree during the festival celebration 3 days from now. She'll give you a recommendation letter for the trial. Of course, the assessment at Waysera is even stricter than that of the military academy. This academy was founded by a celestial family, and whether you can survive the assessment depends on your own abilities. Chapter 24. The Crossnose celebration. The conditions set by Raymond were hard for Gern to refuse. Initially, He felt quite frustrated about the military academy quota, but now, with such a great opportunity falling into his lap, he was naturally tempted. However, he was unsure if that drunkard could pull it off, and whether he himself could pass such a dangerous trial. With a feeling of unease, Gern returned home. The battles with the artificial thought beasts had left him utterly exhausted, and after spending a whole night treating Raymond, he lay back in his bed, too drained to even organize his thoughts, and fell into a deep sleep. During this time, constantly battling and then adjusting his mental state, only to battle again and readjust, was a form of mental torment for a person. Of course, it was also a kind of training, just like repeatedly bending and hammering a piece of red-hot iron to eventually forge resilient steel. In his dreams, Gern sank deep into the world of his consciousness, where there were no traces of rat men, no mental states or distractions, only the deepest awareness and memories within him. All the memories appeared as transparent bubbles. He saw the world as it was when he first opened his eyes, saw his first step, saw family, friends, and everyone he had ever met, until a deep red bubble floated before him, containing the day when Gern was attacked by thought beasts at the age of 10. Half of Krasno City was turned to ruins in that attack. Gern tightly held the dry hand of an old man, feeling a pure shadow aura surge into his body from the old man's hand. He saw countless fragments of memories, some belonging to the old man, some he did not know whose they were. How many people had this shadow thought lingered in? How many people's malice and desires did it carry? Had this resentment existed long before the falling stars, even before the era of light thoughts had begun? It just had not manifested like an invisible ghost, until the tower appeared, allowing it to be revealed in this form. Wait, what is this? Gern suddenly noticed something and sank into that red bubble. The memory he desperately wanted to forget flooded into his mind. In that moment, transformed into a thought beast, Gern had lost all reason, and many details were unclear. But everything was clearly recorded deep within his consciousness. He replayed the memory frame by frame, like browsing images on a computer. He remembered the car shaking violently, losing control and falling. Although Gern steadied the vehicle with his last will, he could not protect the people inside. His sister was severely injured, and several passengers died in the cabin. This was not an attack by thought beasts. It looked like a sword. Gern gritted his teeth, enduring a headache as he sifted through his memories. He vaguely saw a sword pierce through the cabin, nearly cutting the entire bus in half. And the passengers sitting in that position were immediately sliced in two, blood and flesh flying. Gasp! Gern woke up suddenly from his bed, realizing he had activated the shadow thought in his dream, surrounded by thick black mist. The black mist was filled with chaotic fantasies, disordered and unrecognizable. A half-destroyed face floated before Gern, which he dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Brother, are you okay?" As Gern recalled the scenes he had just seen in the memory fragments, he was unsure whether they were real memories or dreams. At that moment, Vicky suddenly knocked and entered, sitting in her automatic wheelchair, still in her pajamas, looking at Gern with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I was just sleeping, and since your light thought, it felt like you were in pain." Vicky's light thought appeared in front of her, with lines emanating towards Gern. "My line has been shaking. The more peaceful others' light thoughts are, the more stable the line, but the more agitated they are, the more it shakes. Just had a nightmare." Gern took a deep breath, dispersing the surrounding black mist. "Vicky, why aren't you sleeping?" "I can't sleep. Tomorrow is the celebration. Everyone is excited, and I can feel the emotions they're transmitting, so I got excited too," Vicky said playfully, sticking out her tongue. "Tomorrow?" Gern covered his face. "It's already been a whole day. I've been out cold like that old drunkard." "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing. By the way, Vicky, would you like to go to the celebration? It seems like you haven't been in years." I think I won't go." Vicky lowered her head, her voice as small as a sparrow's. "I still find it a bit inconvenient, and in crowded places, I feel a bit overwhelmed." "You clearly want to go. We've grown up together. Do you think I can't see through that?" Gern smiled and leaned closer, looking into his sister's eyes, while she turned her head away. "Are you still a bit scared?" "Yeah. I haven't been in crowded places for too long." "Don't worry, I'll go with you." "Are you really going to?" "Just need to take care of something, and I can accompany you around." "Well, okay. Mainly because I don't want to keep bothering you. You already take care of me a lot." "How could that be?" Gern gently patted his sister's head. The celebration they were talking about was Krosno's Restoration Festival. Krosno was a region reclaimed from the thought beasts by humans, which had been completely occupied by thought beasts for about 10 years. The city had turned into ruins, and it took incredibly fierce battles to defeat the thought beasts that had settled there, allowing the land to return to humanity. The day they reclaimed Krosno was naturally the most celebrated anniversary in the city, and every year on this day, all the townspeople would participate in the celebration, rejoicing in Krosno's restoration and celebrating humanity's victory. His sister happily returned to her room to sleep, but Gern couldn't sleep at all for the rest of the night. Perhaps that nightmare was too frightening. After tossing and turning for a long time, Gern put on a virtual eye mask and entered the fiber world. The real world was completely silent, but the fiber world was bustling, especially with the celebration happening tomorrow. Many people were discussing plans for the next day in the hall. Not only were there locals from Krosno, but many tourists came from outside specifically to attend the restoration celebration. As soon as Gern logged in, he heard the notification sound for a private message. Before he could respond, Lucky Bunnyfoot quickly teleported beside him, bouncing with excitement. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't been online. I'll be leaving high school soon. Are you going to university? Then you should be pretty free afterward. I heard university students are quite relaxed. I'm going to the academy. What academy? Light Thought Academy. I'm going to take part in this year's assessment. Gern initially thought she would laugh and say he was bragging. But to his surprise, Lucky Bunnyfoot became serious, looking thoughtful. I'm also at the academy, but I don't know if it's the same one as yours. Are you serious? Of course, if you're in the same academy as me. You should call me senior. Lucky Bunnyfoot seemed to be joking, but given her reaction speed and combat skills, she might indeed be a formidable light thinker. She asked cheerfully, come on, tell your senior. Which academy are you going to? I won't tell you. TCH, if you really came, I would recognize you. Even through the internet, I can smell your scent. Sniff, sniff. Lucky Bunnyfoot leaned close to Gern, sniffing around, but he pushed her away in disgust. Let's hope so. Just don't get brushed off. Let's play a few rounds, and I'll teach you a couple of moves. Sure, I'm just not able to sleep. And the two entered the simulation combat game room, where players could control avatars for free combat. All the martial arts techniques from around the world were recorded in the database, and as long as your reaction speed was fast enough, you could use them skillfully. Today, the Lucky Rabbit's foot seemed to have given a boost, as it relentlessly beat Gwen, who ended up losing continuously until the next morning. Chapter 25. Encounter a bright, red hue melted on the white tabletop, dropping drop by drop until it coalesced into a blood-red, transparent sphere that floated above the surface. The surrounding heat lamps emitted colorful lights like a dream, and a person with a face painted in colorful patterns cradled the red sphere with both hands, drawing circles in the air while telling jokes. A circle of children gathered around, their innocent eyes fixated on the red sphere, occasionally bursting into laughter at the clown's words. Finally, the red sphere transformed into a drizzle, falling onto the nearby caramel cake crumbs, with a bright red and black mingled like flames and earth. And the maple syrup seeped into the caramel's mesh-like crevices, slowly solidifying. This was Krosno's traditional snack, lava candy. The handmade technique for making lava candy is still in use today, and this treat can be seen during various celebrations, holidays, annual meetings, and family gatherings. It is also quite popular among girls and children as a sweet snack. Its taste is sweet and soft, with the natural fragrance of maple syrup and the rich flavor of caramel cake. The outer layer is crispy while the inside is soft and with a light bite. It leaves a lingering sweetness on the lips. Seeing his sister so entranced, Gern ran over to buy a box without a second thought. This festive snack is relatively expensive, and they rarely indulge in it, but Gern had just received 200,000 from Rolled, so it was a good time to splurge a little. Bro, what are you doing? I don't want to eat it. I'm just looking, Vicky said, giving him a light shove, as if scolding Gern for wasting money. Just try it, don't overthink it. I have money now. What have you been up to these past few days? Secret. Just try it, stop thinking too much. You must have been fighting again. Vicky pouted, took a bite, and the cake and syrup instantly melted in her mouth, the soft sweetness continuously stimulating her taste buds. At first, she appeared reluctant, but slowly a happy smile spread across her face, and she closed her eyes to savor it. Hey, not bad, right? Gern laughed, taking a piece for himself. The flavor was indeed fantastic. Even he, who usually dislikes sweets, found himself addicted. Krasno was not a particularly prosperous city, as it was near the border and always at risk of beast attacks. Economic development had lagged behind, and aside from the River East District and the suspended city where the Celestials lived, other areas were quite backward, with chaotic zones like Black Street and Ironnet District. However, the celebrations were lively, with crowds of revelers everywhere. Colorful balloons and streamers filled the entire festival square, and various stalls with snacks, crafts, and festive games lined the long streets, extending for several miles. Jugglers and street performers weaved through the bustling crowd, creating a scene of festive joy. Many festivals had disappeared in this era, with numerous old-world traditions destroyed during the Beast Invasion Wars. The scarcity of resources had also dampened people's spirits to celebrate. Krasno only had this annual restoration festival, allowing the locals to enjoy themselves and relax from the accumulated stress of a year. While pushing his sister to check out the nearby shops, Gern suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. The other person also saw her, and the next moment, Gern was splashed in the face by a wave of water from the approaching figure. Hey, don't mess around. My sister is here, and she can't get cold. Gern spat out water, cursing Helena, who always greeted people in such a way. It was unbearable. Huh, I'm not an idiot. Of course, I can control it. Sister Helena didn't get me wet, so don't be mad, Vicky said, tugging at Gern's sleeve with a smile. She had a good relationship with Helena, and wouldn't be upset over something like that. What are you doing here? Gern asked. Of course. I'm here for the festival, what else? Helena replied, holding a large pile of lava candies, juice gummies, fruit yogurt jellies, and many other items Gern couldn't name. Your spot was cancelled, and you still have time to come out and play? You're quite carefree. You underestimate me. Who cares about military school? I'm going to participate in the academy trials. Helena said with a mysterious smile. No way. You're going to Viscera too? Gern exclaimed in surprise. No. I was noticed by a mentor from Lauren Long Academy. He gave me a recommendation. I met him a few years ago during a competition. Well, it seems that as long as people stay happy, good things will happen. Are you jealous? Helena said proudly. Lauren Long Academy was founded by another celestial family, the Cheen family, located on a peninsula on the easternmost coast of the continent. It seemed that their relationship with the Espelin family, who supported Viscera Academy, was not harmonious. The four major academies had similar overall levels, each with its strengths and weaknesses. The only commonality was that entering any academy required passing extremely rigorous assessments. That's good. I was worried about you, Gern said. Don't worry. If I become a light mage in the future, I will definitely protect you. Vicky, don't think about your sister. I'll come back to see you often. Helena pinched Vicky's cheek and shared half of her pile of snacks with her. You haven't even started yet, and you're already rushing ahead. Besides, Vicky was born on the same day as me. She is 2 months older than you, so you should call her sister. Do you want to try going with me? Your strength is pretty good. You could catch up to some rookie light mages. At this point, Helena suddenly became serious and said earnestly, I'll take you to meet the mentor from Long Academy. He will definitely be willing to recommend you. Actually, Gern was about to say he intended to participate in Viscera's selection when a loud cheer from the crowd drew their attention. 10 consecutive wins. This contestant has successfully defended their title 10 times. Today, as highest consecutive win record, and the prize has accumulated to a considerable amount. For contestants who registered previously have forfeited. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? We welcome the audience present and viewers watching on the screen to participate enthusiastically. It seemed there was a festival arena competition happening nearby, and the host was excitedly shouting through a megaphone, with the audience cheering continuously, creating a lively scene. Let us go check it out. Helena immediately got excited, and Vicky nodded with a smile, so Helena quickly pushed her over to join the fun. Gern looked at a red figure on the stage from a distance, feeling a hint of ominous premonition rise in his heart. Chapter 26. Water and fire cannot coexist. Gern squeezed through the layers of the crowd, surrounded by spectators who were shouting loudly. Everyone was gathered around a large arena in the center, with exciting and passionate music playing from the speakers on both sides. Two figures were moving rapidly on the stage. This was a traditional festival sport in Krasno called horn spear. The competitors had to move on a tic-tac-toe floor made of bamboo, using long spears made from cow horns to push each other off the stage. Of course, the water beneath the stage had now been replaced with ocean balls, and the bamboo had been replaced with more stable square columns. The spears held by both sides were also made with plastic tips. There was basically no danger, and it was more about bringing a lively atmosphere to the festival. Generally, it was like this. Gern heard a scream from afar and saw a figure fly off the stage, rolling through the air and crashing into the audience, causing a commotion. The person on stage spun their horn spear and struck a handsome pose in celebration. The person had fiery red hair, tied in twin ponytails at the back, was tall, and wore a fiery red dress matching her hair. She had red and white over-the-knee socks that accentuated her long legs, and her exquisite features were complemented by striking orange eye makeup. But don't think that a good-looking girl lacks explosive power. The person who just flew out was a perfect example. No need to say more. This person was Ella, who had arranged to meet Gern today. Is there anyone else? Ella waved her long spear and poked on the ground, yawning with slight boredom. 11 consecutive wins. Any challengers? The host shouted in an exaggerated voice. Ella certainly wouldn't use her full strength against ordinary people, but her physical prowess was something most people couldn't match. If there were no challengers, this limited edition projection game console, sponsored by the Illusion Group, would be the prize for this lady. Vicky, do you want that? I see you've been eyeing it, Helena suddenly said. I wasn't looking, and besides, I can't stand up to play such a motion-based game, Vicky said weakly, but Helena seemed to have completely ignored her. Then you must want to win it for your brother. Anyway, I've noticed, just wait. I'll win it back for you. Without waiting for anyone to say more, Helena directly waved her hand to create a water bridge, jumped up, and rushed onto the high platform. She casually pulled a horn spear from the edge of the arena, spun it a few times behind her back, and then struck a pose in front of her, the spear vibrating and buzzing. Ella looked slightly surprised, but then her expression turned to one of mild interest as she also stood holding her spear opposite Helena. You're also an awakened? This is interesting, Ella said with a smile. You too? Yangzi, get down. She's very strong. Don't mess around, Gern shouted from below, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Do you know her? She's an apprentice-light manipulator from Viscera, Gern whispered, though the sound of drums mostly drowned her out. But Helena still heard. Just right. I can test my strength before the assessment, she said, spinning the spear's tip, causing a layer of water to ripple at the spearhead. Come on. Boom. Ella suddenly exerted force, stepping hard on the column beneath her, and lunged forward, thrusting her spear at a sharp angle toward Helena's side. She practically jumped off the ground, but managed to run along the side of the column, demonstrating Ella's explosive power. If that spear hit, Helena would end up just like the last person, being knocked out of the arena. Surprisingly, Helena didn't T-dodge. Instead, she jumped backward, leaping from the column into the air, arching her body back to evade Ella's thrust. Helena then stopped in mid-air as her light manipulation concentrated on her feet, forming a liquid film on the soles of her shoes that firmly fixed her to the column. Hey, Ella still had a backup plan. She released her feet and swung downward, using her left hand to grab the column, swinging like on a swing set before thrusting her spear repeatedly. Both were now below the column, with Helena having no support. It seemed the only outcome was being hit by Ella. However, Helena released the light manipulation from her feet and fell toward the ocean ball pit below. Just before hitting the bottom, she created a water ball beneath her feet, bouncing off it and leaping back onto the column. A series of spectacular and graceful moves drew cheers from the audience, with many people recording videos to post online. It was rare to see such beautiful women fighting, and even Vicky was clapping below to cheer for Helena. Gern sighed, not wanting to say more. Helena's personality had never changed since childhood, still so reckless. However, it had indeed been a long time since she had seen her sister smile like that. You have some skill, Ella said, twirling her horn spear, her expression becoming more serious. You too, but I imagine the light manipulators trained by Viscera would be stronger, Helena replied, facing off against her while throwing in a jab. It's your turn to attack. Since you used light manipulation, I won't hold back either. Ha ha. I was a champion of the horn spear competition when I was a kid, So don't underestimate me. Helena charged straight at her opponent, thrusting her spear forward quickly. But it was a bit too straightforward. Ella naturally raised her spear to block, but to her surprise, Helena's spear tip twisted at a strange angle, bypassing Ella's block and lunging toward her chest like a venomous snake. Ella was caught off guard and hit, taking 2 steps back but not going out of bounds. Effective hit. For points, the host shouted from below. In horn spear competitions, points were also awarded. Hands and feet were worth 1 point, joints 2 points, and vital areas like the head and chest were 4 points. The first to reach 12 points would win, which helped avoid stalemates. Helena clearly realized that her strength was considerably weaker than Ella's and found it difficult to push her out of bounds, so she could only rely on points to win. My hands are steady, and I have 2 more moves. Helena waved her spear tip, and surprisingly, the plastic horn spear produced a whooshing sound. Their 1 TB and next move, Ella said, raising her hand to unleash a wave of flames. A roaring fire wall erupted from the flames at her feet, surging along the column. In horn spear competitions, direct attacks using light manipulation were not allowed, but using it for auxiliary effects was permitted. Just like how Helena used water to move, Ella's flames didn't have much heat. Even direct contact wouldn't feel hot, essentially just a fiery flashbang. The fiery wind rushed toward Helena, momentarily blinding her with the blaze. Then, a spear tip shot out from the flames straight for her face. Clang! Helena reacted quickly, stepping back to block with her spear. Ella's heavy strike hit her spear, causing both their weapons to vibrate violently. As they closed the distance, the battle transformed into a direct test of spear skills. Helena's technique was more refined, but Ella's physical prowess had the upper hand. They exchanged blows several times, evenly matched, but the plastic props couldn't withstand the strain, and both spears snapped in half simultaneously. Helena clasped her hands together, gathering water in her palms, quickly forming a flowing spear, while Ella wasn't to be outdone, sparks flickering in her hand before suddenly exploding, a fiery spear appearing in her grasp. The 2 individuals charged at each other again, leaving the audience and the host in awe. It was the first time they had seen anyone play a spear game to such an extent. The water guns sparkled, moving like waves, agile and cunning, while the fire guns roared, sweeping like a rainbow, fierce and swift. Helena and Ella clashed once more, their long guns of water and fire intertwining. And at the moment of collision, a massive steam erupted. The clash of light was a contest of wills between the 2, with a surge of momentum. One could overwhelm the other, and whoever relaxed first would let their light energy dissipate, causing victory to slip away. Go, Helena! Come on! Vicky shouted excitedly, waving her hands. She usually didn't enjoy watching light energy duels on TV and had no interest in battles, but at that moment, she was completely captivated by the passionate fight on stage. Gern thought, perhaps it was because her light energy was special. Her sister could sense the fluctuations of others' light energy, and she could also feel the emotions behind it: excitement, sadness, joy. Fragments of these emotions could all be received by her. It was indeed a very unique light energy. Vicky, Gern suddenly had a great idea. You should release your light energy. It should be able to measure whose light energy is stronger. Oh, right. I've never tried that. Vicky was in a great mood today, and upon hearing Gern's suggestion, she immediately felt playful and closed her eyes to concentrate on her own light energy. Everyone's attention was now focused on the stage, and no one noticed a small flicker of light in the audience. A small white glowing ball appeared in front of Vicky, and she initially wanted to see how far the lines from the ball would stretch towards Helena and Ella, but something unexpected happened. The ball extended 3 short lines pointing towards Gern, Helena, and Ella, and surprisingly, 2 extremely long lines stretched toward the other end of the square. What is happening? Gern was startled by the scene that unfolded. This is the first time I've seen such long lines. So there are 2 super strong experts hiding in the crowd. Chapter 27. Shadow Crow. Gern's eyes widened as he looked at the glowing orb in Vicky's hands. She resembled a fortune teller holding a crystal ball, proclaiming a terrifying prophecy. The 2 lines pointing towards Helena and Ella were straight and stable, with Ella's line slightly longer, while the line pointing towards Gern was curved and trembling. As for the 2 long lines stretching into the distance, They curved even more dramatically than Gern's, twisting like two dancing light snakes. If these were straight lines, it might be explained as two high-level light practitioners among the crowd, either there for fun or on a mission, but these two were clearly not right. They were shadow practitioners, just like Gern, and they were terrifyingly strong. Bro, what is this? Don't be afraid. I'm here. Though he said that, Gern couldn't help but feel a surge of fear inside. Who are they? What are they doing here? Are they with the same organization as the Ratmen? After a few minutes of maintaining the orb, Vicky started to breathe heavily and had to retract her light essence to calm down. The outcome on stage was becoming increasingly clear after the exchange of light essence. Ella clearly had the upper hand. In terms of real-world logic, Helena's water manipulation would naturally counter her, but light essence duels don't follow the common sense of reality. Water isn't water, fire isn't fire, and swords are certainly not swords. Everything is a projection of human will. Therefore, there are no elemental counters in light essence duels. Only victories of mental strength and technique. Helena's water gun shot out, but due to excessive consumption of light essence, her movement was somewhat deformed. Ella quickly seized the opportunity, thrusting her blazing fire spear diagonally. Helena, unable to defend in time, got hit on the shoulder and was sent flying out of the arena. The power of Ella's strike was so great that even the column beneath her feet was broken. Helena, despite being knocked into the air, refused to give up the match. She concentrated all her light essence into the water-patterned spear in her hand, and the tip suddenly sprang forward like a spring. The flying spearhead lightly tapped Ella's head. Previously, she had already been hit several times by Helena's fluid and flashy spear techniques, once on the chest, 4 times on the arms, and this time. The total score was exactly 12 points. Helena was knocked out of the arena, and her remaining light essence was insufficient to support a stable landing, causing her to fall directly into the ocean ball pit below. Meanwhile, Ella also scored a full 12 points, and both of them were eliminated simultaneously. Wonderful. So wonderful. Wow, that was a great hit. Cheers erupted from the audience. Helena crawled up half her body from the pool, still buried beneath, and Gern rushed over to pull her up. Her disheveled appearance was rather cute. You did well, but you need to train hard. I hope you won't resort to such tricks next time, Ella said as she jumped down from the stage. TCH, it was a tie. What are you so proud of? Both of them held their heads high, looking quite unconvinced. Their personalities clearly clashed. In the end, the prize was awarded to Helena. Ella had come just for fun and didn't care about the prizes. Although Helena had initially refused out of spite, she remembered boasting to her little sister earlier and decided to accept the award. At least this way, she wouldn't be going back on her word. After having fun, the group went to a CAF at the other end of the square for some snacks, mainly suggested by Gern, as this location was the farthest from the 2 unidentified shadow practitioners nearby, which made him quite anxious. Keeping a distance from them was the best option. It seemed Vicky's ability was indeed strong. No one had invented equipment to detect awakened ones yet, not even the military. This meant that if a person didn't actively use their abilities, others would never discover them. But Vicky could sense all the awakened ones nearby. Even if she couldn't fight, this ability could be very useful. All right, after playing all day, I almost forgot about the main matter. Ella stretched on the leather sofa in the CAF and took out an envelope, handing it to Gern. Is this a letter of recommendation? A letter of recommendation? Helena exclaimed in surprise. Shadow, you did well. I was worried about you, but I didn't expect you to get a recommendation letter on your own. That was what I wanted to say. We all have the Academy's acceptance. That's great. Gern took the envelope. The red envelope bore the exclusive emblem of the Garcia family of 9 Radiant City, and the wax seal was also marked with the Garcia family symbol, a bizarre beast that was half dragon and half tiger. Inside was a letter of recommendation signed by the head of the family, adorned with a special light essence imprint that outsiders could never replicate. Thank you so much for helping me with this. By the way, are you two very familiar? I didn't know when you met, Helena said, leaning over the table, eyeing the two of them. Not really. We just met, Gern scratched his head and replied. Well, actually, it was my drunk mentor who gave me a heads up, and you helped us before in the Ironnet Underground District. The Garcia family doesn't owe anyone favors. So just accept it. With your strength, you deserve it. Ella took a sip of her coffee, leaning against the glass floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the crowd in the square. Whether it was from exhaustion after the match or the comfort of the sofa and air conditioning, Ella suddenly fell silent, as if she had transformed into a different person. Her fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving off a unique vibe. The stillness of a flower isn't too noticeable. But when a blazing fire gradually turns into a gentle flame, it draws particular attention. After chatting aimlessly in the CAF for a while, Gern wanted to ask about the entrance trial, but Ella couldn't say anything. Every year's trial topics were completely different, and the process of creating the questions was entirely confidential. So there wasn't much to discuss. Of course, one thing that would never change was strength. As long as your strength was strong enough. It didn't matter what the trial content was. You could completely disregard it. The Krasno Festival was gradually coming to an end. The sun set in the west, and layers of colorful clouds appeared at the horizon, seemingly adding a festive touch to the celebration. The distant tower also flashed with radiant light, making the sky look like it was hanging with two suns, one as red as blood and the other as bright as stars. Soon, Gern suggested they leave. The presence of those two shadow manipulators still made him uneasy, especially with his sister around. It was better to leave quickly, though he didn't mention this to Helena and Ella. Given their personalities, he wasn't sure what trouble they might cause. Huh, are we leaving already? The fireworks show hasn't started yet. Helena felt a bit disappointed. At your age, why are you still watching fireworks? Let's hurry back. Don't you need to prepare for the trials at your Dragon Academy? What's there to prepare for? I've been preparing for over a decade. You saw how well I fought just now. I performed beautifully, and you didn't even give a single comment, yet you look so troubled. What do you want? Helena grew increasingly agitated and pushed Gern. You ain't great. That gaming machine was a waste on you. All right, I see you're the strongest. I concede. Gern quickly replied. Now let's hurry home. It's getting late. As time ticked by, Gern became more anxious. That was indeed impressive, especially when you flew out at the end. Ella didn't remain quiet for long. The little flame flared up again. Are you getting cocky again? Should we give another shot? This time at the dojo, we can use real spears. Miss, don't make a fuss. Oh dear. Gern was suffering from a headache when, at that moment, two massive bursts of fire suddenly erupted in the distant square. The scattered fragments of light illuminated the entire sky, even overshadowing the sunset and the tall towers in the distance. The two bursts of light seemed to freeze in midair, neither sinking nor dissipating, just floating silently. Huh, fireworks starting this early? Didn't they say 8 o'clock? Helena looked out the window towards the distant square, where the sounds of screams and cheers from the crowd reached them. The Krasno celebration happened every year, but such large fireworks were indeed rare. No, something's wrong. It was Ella who noticed the problem. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. This isn't fireworks. Something has happened. I told you to leave quickly, but you wouldn't listen. Gern sighed and slapped his forehead. The distant flames gradually collapsed and condensed, finally merging into a black core. The cores of the low-level thought beast Gern had previously slain were only the size of a fist, but this core in the sky was as large as a floating small island, perfectly spherical, resembling a celestial dog devouring the sun, leaving only a pitch-black circular rim. Black mist began to gather around the core, and bones, bandages, teeth, pure black limbs, and various chaotic parts began to emerge from the mist, slowly forming a massive body. Gern remembered. The catastrophe he witnessed at the age of 10 began with such a scene. Back then, the young and naive him stood foolishly in the street, watching it all unfold. It's a thought beast. Ella exclaimed. The aura of this thought beast is extraordinary. This is a battle we can't intervene in. We need to quickly notify the high-level light thought warriors to handle it. With this aura, it's at least a dragon-level thought beast, and only a heavenly fire-level light thought warrior can withstand it. Gern was astonished at how calmly Ella was thinking. Indeed, she was an impulsive and reckless beauty. But she wasn't foolish. They've already arrived. Vicky spoke up, summoning her white sphere. In addition to the few lines they had seen before, several new white lines appeared, with one extremely long, twisted line pointing towards a thought beast core and over a dozen straight lines pointing to the other side, and they were continuing to increase. The long straight lines represented light thought warriors. The entire city's light thought warriors had already emerged, gathering towards them. Chapter 28. The surge of shadow thought. The massive core in the square was expanding larger and larger, its shape gradually becoming more defined, transforming from a vague image into an indistinct outline. Decaying and chaotic chunks of flesh twisted rapidly in the space, and those disordered clumps of internal organs and bones gradually coalesced into an organic entity, bound tightly by white bandages. A colossal beast. It fell from the sky, crushing all the buildings beneath it. Amidst the rising thick smoke, it waved its stout tail and stood upright atop the ruins of the buildings. A low, angry roar erupted from the beast, resonating like the wrath of the apocalypse, stirring up a gale on the ground. Gern felt a wave of shock and dizziness in front of him. Under the tremor's might, debris flew about on the streets, and the crowd that had been curiously watching scattered in fright. The monster's face was partially covered by a bandage-like binding, revealing only a massive blood-red vertical pupil that glowed like a giant red lantern, casting a terrifying crimson light outward. It stared blankly at the tiny humans in the celebration square, watching as they fled in panic. The thought beast did not care about these insignificant creatures and made no further attacks. It simply plunged its massive forelimbs, as thick as steel bridge pillars, deep into the soil of the main road in the square, digging two ghastly trenches as if focusing on excavating something. The traffic light cables around its body lay scattered like candles on a birthday cake, and high-voltage electrical equipment burst, sparking wildly. Its sharp claws operated like specially designed large drill bits, swiftly tearing open the Earth's surface, revealing yellow soil beneath the asphalt road, sending rubble flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the light thought warriors stationed in the city were quickly rushing toward the square, their figures leaving behind swift trails of light against the blue sky, like divine messengers descending to the mortal realm. Wow! A quasi-heavenly fire-level light thought warrior, Ella exclaimed in surprise. Her beautiful red hair fluttering excitedly in the strong wind stirred up by the thought beast, momentarily forgetting the dangerous situation around her. Quasi-heavenly fire-level light thought warriors are rare strong fighters among light thought warriors. Usually, only those with both talent and experience can pass the assessment to reach such a level. They typically play a behind-the-scenes role in strategizing and rarely take to the battlefield themselves. When they do, their performance is nothing short of spectacular. They are the cream of the crop among light thought warriors and serve as goals and idols for young light thought warrior trainees, widely admired by the public. Hey, be careful. I see it. Ella, with her agile form, swiftly dodged a stone flying toward her and jumped to a higher, safer position to gaze at the horizon. In the distance, a white glow shot toward them, standing out brilliantly among the approaching ranks of light thought warriors. The glow made a strange curve in the air and then shot straight toward the giant thought beast in the center of the square. It was none other than the renowned quasi-heavenly fire-level light thought warrior, the unyielding Celt. He gripped a sword formed from light thoughts, descending like a war god, leaping into the air above the giant thought beast and hovering there. The other light thought soldiers quickly activated their light thoughts to form a formation around him, responding to his actions. Celt was a battle-hardened veteran light thought warrior who had participated in 3 hunting operations against dragon-level thought beasts and had personally slain a dragon-level thought beast. If all went well, he would undergo assessment this year to officially become a heavenly fire-level light thought warrior. He viewed this hunting target as another military achievement in his light thought warrior career, making him particularly careful and diligent. Feather-shaped light thought crystals condensed in Celt's hand, gradually forming the shape of a great sword, releasing a powerful glow. This was a classic charging-type technique, requiring a longer preparation time, but yielding immense destructive power. Celt did not wish to engage in a prolonged struggle with this highly destructive mummy-thought beast and aimed to deliver a single, fatal blow. The increasingly potent light thoughts gathered in Celt's hand, causing the surrounding space to slightly warp. The light feathers forming the giant sword trembled as if given life, producing a sound like metallic scales rubbing against each other. Celt's square, resolute jaw receded slightly, his wide mouth forming a straight line, and the yellow light on the power-enhancing strips affixed to his armor flashed. Sweat trickled down his forehead, indicating that he had exerted considerable effort in preparation for this killing strike. Gamma Bessie, from the left and right wing defense arrays. Final preparations complete. Launch the attack. Kelt commanded his 2 light thought team members to assist in controlling the target. Upon hearing the order, the 2 deputies reacted swiftly, slightly adjusting their positions to the left and right. Their anti-violence guns fired 2 thick control chains into the back of the thought beast below. These specially designed chains allowed light thoughts to flow within them, effectively controlling the thought beast. The giant thought beast, wrapped in layers of bandages, was enraged by their actions. Temporarily abandoning its goal of digging into the ground, it began to struggle violently, thrashing wildly against the implanted chains. The metal chains began to shake violently under the beast's pull, but Kelt's 2 deputies were also elites within the team. They skillfully adjusted their positions in 3-dimensional space, managing to avoid being thrown to the ground by the dragon-level thought beast amidst such violent turmoil, still firmly controlling the chains in their hands. Although the thought beast continued to writhe and thrash in pain, they kept its trajectory within a certain range, providing an opportunity for Kelt's full assault. Arc light sword, cross sniper. Kelt finally completed all preparations for the attack and pressed the long-accumulated giant sword down toward the beast below, descending with the force of a mountain. This was his signature technique. A fully charged attack could severely injure a dragon-level thought beast, and he was one of the few quasi-heavenly fire-level light thought warriors capable of facing large thought beasts alone. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A relatively smaller tiger-leopard-shaped thought beast burst forth from the ruins of a nearby building, charging directly at Kelt, who was suspended in mid-air. Chapter 29. Beast Soul Man. Kelt's Celtic move was abruptly interrupted by a sudden attack. He quickly retracted the gigantic sword that was drawn, and a rich and powerful light thought surged from him, sending the small thought beast flying away. The 2 deputies immediately loosened the chains in their hands and retreated beside Kelt. Based on Kelt's extensive combat experience, the attacker seemed to have low aggression, but the killing intent that swept over from it was very intense. Its moves were simple and direct, targeting lethal points. This was not an ordinary thought beast. Something felt very wrong. The small thought beast, resembling a fierce tiger with a golden sheen, moved with the swiftness and ferocity of a leopard, leaving the group of light thought warriors unable to determine its level and type for a moment. Be careful. The light thought warrior, named Bessie, summoned her light thought, which manifested as a weapon resembling a fishing rod, releasing dozens of fine and tough fishing lines that surrounded the opponent from all directions. However, the small thought beast nimbly evaded them, seeming to possess high intelligence. To everyone's shock, the small thought beast turned around and flipped, shedding its crystallized armor to transform into a tall and robust figure. With a slight flash, it vanished into the ruins of the buildings. Not a thought beast. It's a shadow crow person, a shadow warrior controlling shadow thoughts. Kelt immediately recognized the true identity of the opponent. Shadow crow. Have they reappeared? The person just now seemed to have completely transformed into a thought beast. Is that really possible? The members of the Shadow Crow organization possess very special light thoughts. Their abilities are inherently derived from thought beasts, and many of them can control or even transform in a thought beast for combat. Kelt said to his 2 teammates that the sudden appearance of such a level of thought beast in the city center was indeed the work of the Shadow Crow. Thought beasts have never been humanity's greatest enemy. Humanity's greatest enemy is not something else, but humanity itself. The escaping tiger-like thought beast dashed rapidly through the collapsed building ruins, leaving deep footprints wherever it stepped. 3 claw marks that were completely unlike human footprints, more akin to those of a brown bear or tiger. The tiger ran all the way to a position behind the gigantic thought beast, where a woman in a black cloak stood beneath a completely tilted building. She wore a black masquerade mask, revealing only her mouth. It's an old friend, big sword guy. The tiger ran to the woman's feet and surprisingly spoke human words. The beastly features on its body visibly diminished, and it finally stood upright as a robust, muscular man with long, wild hair cascading down to his feet. His skin was bronzed and covered in various scars, resembling a savage. Have the Celestials been mobilized? The woman spoke without moving her lips, yet her voice was soft and melodious. Not yet, but it should be soon. This is the territory of the White Wolf King. It won't take long before that thing is unearthed. I'll have them by some time. After the wild man finished speaking, he dropped to all fours and let out a low roar, enveloped in a mass of black mist, transforming back into the form of a tiger and sprinting out. More and more light thought warriors arrived to provide support, including military light thought warriors like Kelt, as well as many from various light thought associations. The Celestials in the suspended city and the Academy's light thought warriors had yet to take action, including Kelt. There were a total of 1 quasi-celestial level, 3 full moon level, and over 10 crescent moon level warriors. Not enough. There were far too few personnel. Kelt led the group of light thought warriors to gather on a platform close to the gigantic thought beast. To deal with a thought beast of this level, at least 3 quasi-celestial level warriors or 1 celestial level light thought warrior were needed. As far as Kelt knew, the only celestial level light thought warrior in the entire Krasno region was the current head of the Ace Berlin family, Bjorn. If they had to wait for celestial level reinforcements from other regions, it might be too late. By then, half the city could be destroyed. They could only push forward with everything they had now. Everyone listen to my command. Kelt summoned his light thought, condensing his signature gigantic sword and longbow in his hands. Bessie and Gamma, come with me to deal with those shadow crows. The rest of you, focus all your efforts on controlling that gigantic thought beast. We cannot let it get close to the city. Understood. The group of light thought warriors in white robes formed up and charged in the designated direction with trained precision. However, before they could disperse and act, a thick black cloud appeared ahead, converging towards the light thought warriors. An eerie and murderous wind sounded through the broken streets, and several figures dressed in black flashed in the dark ruins. From the blood-red crow emblem on their clothing, their identity could be determined as shadow crows. They emitted a black mist similar to thought beasts and advanced step by step, confronting the arriving team of light thought warriors. This was a terrifying underground organization whose threat level could even be equated to that of thought beasts. Since the death of the Shadow Crow's Feather Knight, the Ratman Sigma, 10 years ago, their activities had entered an underground state, and for many years they had been silent, seemingly disappearing into thin air. Many rumors and legends about them had nearly vanished, even though some messages about them, true or false, still existed. It had been a long time since they had conducted any large-scale operations. Today's action could be said to be the first of its kind in many years. Kelt felt a heavy weight in his heart. Confronting these Shadow Crow lunatics was far more troublesome than hunting thought beasts. The light thought warriors had gathered around him. He originally intended to split up, but unexpectedly, the opponent acted faster and had already taken the initiative to approach. It seemed they could only fight with their backs against the wall now. Several warrior-level light thought warriors stood at the front, and various energy shields blossomed like umbrellas, enveloping the members of the light thought task force behind them. Meanwhile, the Shadow Crows also began their actions, moving with the agility and silence of ninjas, using a spine-like zip line to quickly approach and attack the frontline members of the light thought warriors. A volley of shadow arrows condensed from shadow thoughts rained down, and these shadow arrows were quite powerful, far beyond what Gern had encountered before with the quick products made from black sugar. Kelt swung his gigantic sword, and a sharp sword light cut through the air, creating a crescent-shaped barrier that protected everyone in front, severing the shadow arrows. The Shadow Crows did not linger in battle, continuously harassing the light thought warriors' ranks, hitting and retreating, clearly stalling for time. Their movements were ghostly, making no sound at all. Strange, sharp sounds echoed, not emitted by any of the Shadow Crows, yet the sounds were indeed present, growing louder and closer. Some inexperienced light thought warriors, disturbed by the strange noises, lost control of their emotions, trembling uncontrollably, causing their light thoughts to dissipate, creating gaps in their previously tight defenses. The Shadow Crows seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, shooting shadow arrows towards the openings in the light thought warriors' formation. Disruption, sound waves. This was a common tactic used by the Shadow Crows. Kelt made a judgment. He first filled the gap, using his own strength to protect everyone, then commanded Bessie beside him to blow the special whistle she carried. The sharp sound of the whistle rang out, and the Light Thought team members suddenly felt their spirits lift, slightly awakening from their previous listless state. Laser Slaughter. Gamma, the assistant of Celtic, unleashed his Light Thought with full force, standing on the solid stones of the ruins. The Light Thought in his hands transformed into the shape of two machine guns, one on the left and one on the right, beginning to fire at the members of the Shadow Crow formation. The Shadow Crows quickly dispersed, tearing a hole in the encirclement. Taking advantage of this, Bessie spread out her transparent fishing lines, which were difficult to detect and resembled deadly invisible vipers, instantly ensnaring several Shadow Crow members. Combined with Gamma's machine guns, they were directly killed, and the Light Thought warriors let out a slight sigh of relief and launched a counterattack against the remaining Shadow Crows. At this moment, the giant Thought beast, which had been ignored by everyone, let out a heavy roar, digging its hand from the ground as if it had unearthed something from beneath. This is bad. Their true purpose is likely not destruction, but searching for something. The experienced Celtic keenly sensed something. He had initially planned to leave a few Shadow Crows alive, but it seemed he had to act quickly to end the battle. Phoenix Sword. Slash. Celtic stepped forward and swung his great sword fiercely ahead. In the moment the sword was drawn, the blade transformed into countless splashing feathers. The seemingly light feathers shot out in the direction of Celtic's sword swing, forming a powerful arc of light. A building nearby that had not yet collapsed from the tremors was actually sliced off at the top layer by his sword. The group of Shadow Crows was caught in the lethal range of the sword arc, with nowhere to escape, like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Roar. Just as the sword arc swept over the Shadow Crows, a savage and wild roar suddenly came from behind, and a massive black tiger burst forth from the ground, using its sharp claws to forcibly break Celtic's proud, great sword. Chapter 30. Sword and claw. The fierce tiger, emerging from the ground, was shrouded in black mist, its unique color resembling that of the giant Thought beast in the square. It let out a low growl from its throat, stood upright, and transformed into a strong man who was half human and half tiger. "Here you are again," Celtic said, slightly frowning as he extended his hand forward. The scattered feathers quickly gathered into a sword in his grasp. "I'll deal with the old guy. You all keep an eye on the others. The item is almost in our hands. Be ready to retreat at any time." The Tiger Man spoke up, and the members of the Shadow Crow quickly dispersed, occupying the high ground around them, setting up shadow arrows aimed at the Light Thought warriors. "Shapeshifter, if I'm not mistaken, you're the Shadow Crow's Feather Knight, Blood Tiger Karidi." Celtic recognized the opponent's true identity. Like the Ratman Sigma, Karidi was also a high-ranking member of the Shadow Crow organization, referred to as a Feather Knight. He was one of the most powerful figures in the Shadow Crow, adept at the Thought Beast transformation technique, skilled in transforming into various beast forms for combat. Rising to the position of Feather Knight at a young age showcased his formidable strength. Karidi seemed unwilling to waste time with words, quickly dashing forward, his claws extending as he climbed rapidly up the outer wall of the building. He kicked off the wall, using the recoil to leap down directly towards Celtic. A sharp sound of air being torn apart erupted in the atmosphere. Celtic stood with his sword, his expression extremely focused. Karidi, known as the Blood Tiger, was feared for his brutal methods and terrifying destructive power. His attacks appeared simple and direct, indistinguishable from those of ordinary beasts. Yet they were highly lethal. His claw had just broken through Celtic's sword arc, indicating the might of the Blood Tiger's strikes. Arc-Light Sword. Air Void. Celtic seized the opportunity to thrust his sword upwards, unleashing several sword arcs towards the sky, exploiting the opponent's lack of range capabilities to trap him in midair. Roar. Karidi's body spun rapidly in the air, first using his claws to break through two sword arcs, then astonishingly kicking against the air, his legs transforming into a rapid blur. Each kick created small explosions of mist in its wake. He was using the sonic boom effect generated by his kicks as propulsion, frequently changing direction in the air to evade Celtic's numerous sword arcs. Beside him, Bessie was also assisting with fishing lines in the attack. But Karidi's instincts were as sharp as a beast's. Even with the delicate light thought lines thinner than hair, he could sense them clearly, continuously darting and leaping in air to avoid the barrage of attacks. Fall back. Seeing the opponent closing in on the team, Celtic waved his hand towards the back. A surge of immense light thought erupted from his hand, pushing the group of light thought warriors several meters back, leaving him alone to confront the Blood Tiger. Blood Tiger Karidi spun in the air, his hands swinging down fiercely. 10 sharp claws tore through the air like razors. Celtic blocked the strike with his sword, the immense force driving his feet into the ground, fracturing the surrounding earth in a net-like pattern. Yet the old man's legs remained straight. At the moment their claws and sword blades collided, a blinding spark erupted, generating a circular halo of light around the two. A special phenomenon resulting from their intense mental clash, indicating they were evenly matched. Karidi continued to accelerate his attack from above, yet he still couldn't overpower Celtic. Is it that hard to contend with an old man like me? Celtic chuckled, suddenly redirecting his sword's blade forward. In that instant, Karidi released his grip, leaping over Celtic's head, the great sword slicing past his abdomen. The moment Karidi landed behind Celtic, he immediately clawed out, but Celtic's reaction was swift. Turning around with his sword, he cleanly and efficiently neutralized Karidi's offensive. You use 2 different sets of techniques against thought beasts and against humans. Karidi grasped Celtic's sword blade. Although his attack had been neutralized, he wore a proud smile. But dealing with me is quite troublesome. I am both human and thought beast. Celtic noticed a long tail trailing behind Karidi. In the moment they had just crossed paths, he raised his hand to feign an attack. While the real lethal strike came from his tail, like a scorpion's sting, the thought beast's tail pierced through Celtic's abdomen. Cough, is that so? Blood flowed from the corner of Celtic's mouth. You might want to reconsider. You should have heard of my dual mastery of bow and sword. Just now, I could have shot you with my bow, but I chose to use my sword instead. What? At that moment, Karidi realized something was amiss. Celtic had been continuously releasing light thought around them to disrupt his judgment. Karidi looked up to the sky, where Celtic's longbow was hovering above, already charged, and aimed at the giant thought beast in the distance. Phoenix sword, cross sniper, Celtic shouted loudly, and the longbow in the air was activated. A fiery red projectile streaked across the sky, heading straight for the core of the giant thought beast. From the very beginning, he had been secretly gathering energy, leaving only half of his light thought to battle Karidi, spreading his focus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit by the tail strike. This is bad, Karidi thought to himself, suddenly retracting his tail, but Celtic used light thought to lock it in place. Blood flowed from his abdomen, and he desperately tried to keep Karidi contained. Where do you think you're going? Celtic aimed his sword at Karidi, who was unable to move. This strike would surely hit. Fengling, attack! Karidi shouted into the distance. Upon hearing Fengling's name, Celtic's pupils dilated in shock. That person actually arrived. He had to end his fight quickly. The light in Celtic's hand suddenly surged. The long sword formed from light thought splitting apart, 2 blades resembling rail guns aimed at Karidi. A torrent of sword light shot forth, almost simultaneously striking the target alongside the attack aimed at the giant thought beast. Bessie and Gamma also launched their attacks in unison. Countless fine lines and bullets encircling Karidi. Boom! 2 massive explosions roared out simultaneously, like thunderclaps. However, the distant thought beast remained standing in place, seemingly having blocked the attack somehow, effortlessly neutralizing Celtic's most prized killing move. Where Karidi had just been, the ground was shattered to pieces. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. Only the tail connected to half of his body remained. Could it be that his upper half was shattered by the dense attacks? There was no feeling of a solid hit. He escaped. Celtic knew this well, and immediately looked up to the sky. Indeed, a graceful figure in a black cloak was suspended in the air, holding the bleeding blood tiger. This monster had just severed his lower half to escape. Within seconds, Celtic watched as Karidi's body rapidly healed, first the bones, then the muscles and blood vessels, and finally, skin formed, 2 new legs quickly regenerating. Feather Knight Fengling. The strongest feather knight in the Shadow Crow, Celtic murmured. Honored to meet you. The woman in black did not speak, yet her voice resonated in everyone's ears. I'm no match for you, old man, but since we've met, I won't back down. Celtic chuckled bitterly, tearing his white robe to wrap around his wound, enduring the excruciating pain to reassemble his long sword. No one could imagine that the so-called indomitable Iron Man, the unyielding Celtic, would be in such a sorry state. This mission is not to kill you, and I don't want to fight with you, Feng Ling said, taking out a pitch-black box from her hand, covered with some dirt, indicating it had been buried underground for who knows how long. Finally found it. These white-robed people are quite annoying. Can't we just get rid of them all? Blood Tiger remarked. Meaningless slaughter serves no purpose. Feng Ling suddenly opened her mouth, and a pitch-black halo formed by shadowy thoughts appeared behind her, releasing a strange song. This sound was stronger than the magical music used by the Shadow Crow members before, as if it could directly penetrate a person's soul, drawing out their fears. Sins, shadows. The lightsaber in Celtic's hand instantly vanished. The song made it impossible for him to strike with his thoughts. The light thought was a condensed state of the spirit, while the song was like an all-pervasive nightmare, capable of precisely destroying each person's mind and trapping them in different illusions. Beep, crackle. Bessie took out the flute again, trying to overpower Feng Ling's song with it. But the flute shattered the moment it made a crisp sound. It was as if it had been corroded by Feng Ling's song. Let me down. How dare you mess with me? I'll slaughter you all. Blood Tiger was being held by Feng Ling, laughing maniacally, wanting to break free from her grip and jump down to start a massacre. Let's go, the White Wolf King is coming. Feng Ling suddenly let out a soul-piercing shriek. The black halo behind her instantly expanded dozens of times. Sharp sound waves pressed down from the air, knocking everyone except Celtic to the ground, while Celtic bent his knee, almost kneeling. The nearby Shadow Crow members, however, were not affected at all, as if they couldn't hear the sound. Upon hearing Feng Ling's command, they immediately retreated. Bessie tried to condense a thread of light thought to track the opponent, but as soon as the thin line got close to Feng Ling, it quickly disintegrated. It was as if an invisible shield surrounded her. Finally, I'll give you a big gift. Happy holidays. White robe dogs. Ha 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 ha. Amid Blood Tiger's laughter, the Shadow Crow members quickly disappeared into the ruins in the distance, while the giant thought beast stood frozen in place like a puppet with its strings cut. Its body began to collapse slowly, while the enormous black core within it was rapidly expanding, pulsating like a real heart, emitting a faint red glow. It's about to explode. Retreat. Although reluctant, Celtic had no choice but to order a withdrawal. In this battle, neither side sustained any damage, but the Shadow Crow successfully took something from underground the square. What exactly was it? What purpose do they have? Celtic was filled with questions. Chapter 31, Death Bloom Roar. The giant thought beast has entered self-destruct mode. It was created from the special secret technique of the Shadow Crow, allowing its creator to control its actions at will, including its self-destruction. The core of the thought beast pulsated violently, with the red glow becoming more pronounced until a crack slowly formed, releasing blinding red light and an incredibly powerful destructive energy. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose above the celebration square, with thick black smoke and flames rapidly spreading outward like an iron curtain, enveloping the entire square in a haze of death. Although the thought beast had appeared, most people had already evacuated to safety, and there were no unrelated crowds left in the center of the square. However, the explosion's range was too vast, far exceeding the speed at which people could escape. The shockwave knocked down buildings and shattered the ground, sending people flying into the air like ants. Fragments of the giant thought beast's organs were hurled into the sky by the force of the explosion, with internal tissues breaking free from the white bandages, binding them to the main body, independently writhing and transforming into several smaller thought beasts, which began to attack the celebration crowd that had not yet had time to escape, filling the air with desperate screams and cries. The Shadow Crow members had vanished, and the explosion completely concealed their retreat route. Celtic organized a team of light thought warriors to pursue them, but this was essentially futile, with Feng Ling's strength. Even if they caught up, what could they do? The remaining individuals went to rescue the surrounding crowd affected by the blast. Although this wasn't the responsibility of the light thought warriors, under Celtic's request, the others had no complaints, especially since there were many smaller thought beasts emerging nearby. Rescuing the crowd was also a convenient way to clear out the thought beasts. Soon, police and emergency personnel arrived, urgently starting rescue operations. However, given the large-scale destruction, their manpower was clearly insufficient. Are you still alive? Ah! Gern felt a pair of hands pulling him, gradually lifting him from the ground. He felt utterly limp, unable to open his eyelids. Suddenly, another hand slapped his face twice, forcing Gern to open his eyes and stand up. No, no, no. Imawaka, Imawaka. Stop hitting me. You really are something else. Vicky is fine, and yet you collapsed. Don't tell me you were scared. Helena teased, poking Gern's chest hard twice. Helena and Ella had worked together to create a shield, and when the shockwave hit, everyone had shelter behind it. The shield blocked most of the impact, but Gern still fell backwards. It wasn't the shockwave that knocked him out, but the massive amount of shadow thought fragments released during the thought beast explosion affected him. As a shadow thought owner, Gern was very sensitive to the consciousness components that made up shadow thoughts. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, similar to when he shattered that thought beast by the river, but this time, the impact was magnified hundreds of times. My head hurts. That big guy suddenly exploded. Did Celtic kill it? No wonder he's my idol. So cool. Ella exclaimed excitedly. It doesn't look like it. It should be the Shadow Crow's doing. That big guy split off a lot of smaller thought beasts. A light thought warrior of the unyielding level wouldn't make such a mistake. Gern shook his head. Such destructive power. It's too exaggerated. Not exaggerated. I've seen worse when I was a kid. That was true hell on earth. Where are you going? Helena jumped, seeing Gern step out from behind the shield and jump down into the ruins below. To save people. Gern replied calmly. Are you crazy? You're going out into this chaos. Do you want to die? Ella exclaimed in shock. Dealing with a few small ones isn't dangerous. What if the Shadow Crow members are still around? There is no time to think about that. Gern's back opened up a pair of bone wings, and with the speed granted by Shadow Thoughts, he became incredibly swift. Shadow Thought Wind Walk, Gern shouted, using the Shadow Thought acceleration technique, his body moving like an experienced parkour athlete, quickly weaving through the ruins of steel and concrete and various debris, plunging deep into the buildings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a sharp ringing in his ears, it felt as if he had been submerged in an ice cellar. Gern's mind became exceptionally calm and clear. The use of shadow thoughts altered Gern's senses, making his perception of the surrounding environment clearer and more sensitive. However, this had its pros and cons, as it also intensified the oppressive feelings brought on by negative emotions. The depths of the ruins, filled with rubble and broken walls, were chaotic, with visibility completely obstructed, making it difficult to locate trapped civilians or wandering thought beasts. Gern's perceptiveness peaked, and the changes in the surrounding environment translated into a wealth of information his brain could process, continuously flooding his mind. In the darkness, a faint crying sound reached his ears. Is someone there? Can you hear me? Gern adjusted his search route and ran towards the sound, discovering a girl about 10 years old trapped in the triangular area at the junction of the staircase. The scene was chilling because the collapsed building was fortuitously supported by a steel beam, saving the girl's life. If the angle had been off by a bit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Daddy, Mommy. Gern followed the sound and found a little girl under a collapsed house, crying while hugging her worn teddy bear in the dark, cramped space. Is that you, Dad? Please come save me. The girl called out, hearing the voice nearby. I'm here to save you. Don't be afraid. Big brother, are you a light thought warrior? There's a really big monster outside. Sort of. I will help you. Don't be afraid. Gern anxiously considered his rescue strategy. If he directly used shadow thoughts to blast away the building structure covering the girl's compartment, it might harm her. Gern could only hang from a nearby steel beam, reaching through the hole in the building to pull the girl out, which had a slight chance of success. Time was of the essence, and Gern immediately took action, jumping onto the steel beam in a plank-like position, hanging upside down as he reached into the stairwell. Chapter 32 Emergency Rescue. The little girl chose to trust the outstretched hand of a stranger, stretching her small hand towards Gern with all her might. In an instant, their hands overlapped, and Gern gently pulled the little girl out of the precarious staircase, cradling her and her teddy bear in his arms. The moment Gern pulled the little girl out of the staircase, a steel beam above suddenly fell, causing the building structure to collapse. Gern was startled into a cold sweat by the scene. What would the consequences have been if he had hesitated for even a second? He held the little girl tightly, quickly running towards the medical area outside. The rescue team had already set up makeshift facilities there, and a group of medical light sentinels were gathered, working hard to treat the injured. From a distance, Gern spotted Vicky and Helena, which gave him some reassurance. They were together, caring for the injured, wearing medical masks and white sleeves found in the rubble, looking quite professional. When Gern set the little girl down, he realized she had fallen asleep in his arms, exhausted from her earlier crying. Now, her sleeping posture was innocent and peaceful, reminding Gern of his own experiences at the age of 10. He placed the little girl in a safe area and watched Vicky and Helena with some concern, as if there were many things he wanted to say but couldn't. Helena walked over and punched him in the chest. "You came back alive? Not bad. Sigh, I was just trying to be a hero by myself. And now I've dragged you along with me. You know you were trying to be a hero? But you've always been like this since you were a child. You seem cold but can't help but care for others." Helena sighed, speaking about Gern but also about herself. "But don't forget, I also aspire to be a light sentinel, to be a hero. It can't just be you being the hero. Keep searching for the injured. Vicky will take care of me." Thank you." Gern nodded in response to her words, turned, spread his bone wings, and dashed back into the destroyed urban area. This time, Gern encountered a small split-off thought beast midway. It seemed a battle was unavoidable. Upon reaching the source of the cries, Gern found a family of 3 trapped in a corridor, facing a crawling crocodile lizard-type thought beast. The beast, with rough skin, emerged from the cold, filthy underground water, its purplish body covered in evil, blasphemous patterns. Its jagged, irregular teeth protruded from its mouth, surrounding an agitated tongue, and its triangular head had 2 sinister little eyes radiating cold light, gradually forcing the huddled family into a dead end. At that moment, Gern used the pipes on the building as a natural slide towards the corridor, while summoning bone claws with his other hand to slash at the thought beast. The bone claws struck the back of the crocodile lizard thought beast, creating sparks against its tough hide, even breaking 2 of the hard bony protrusions on its back. The beast, in pain, abandoned its attack on the family and submerged back into the cold water. Its dorsal fin broke the surface as it swam in a wide arc, building up momentum to attack Gern from the other side. A foul stench hit Gern's face as the thought beast opened its massive mouth, 2 rows of long, spear-like teeth snapping towards him. Bang! 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 Shadow energy shot out from Gern's hands, but he couldn't focus on controlling the shadow energy at that moment. He didn't even have a weapon formed, just aimed his hand at the thought beast and let the torrent of shadow energy surge forth. The uncontrollable black energy ball broke free from Gern's grasp and charged towards the beast. However, the thought beast was already well prepared and managed to dodge all of Gern's attacks with its hefty body. Gern realized he had clearly underestimated the agility of the short-limbed crocodile lizard thought beast and could only passively engage in close combat. "Where are you running?" The shadow energy in Gern's hand condensed into a slender spear, extending forward and launching countless sword shadows down towards the beast's open mouth. To Gern's surprise, the beast didn't give him a chance to attack. Instead, it initiated a breath attack against him first. The black water stored in its abdomen was instantly spewed out, sweeping towards Gern. This water glowed with a dark purple hue, apparently mixed with the beast's stomach acid, carrying a potent toxicity. Gern jumped to the right to evade it, entering a nearby building, climbing up the shattered ceiling through the ventilation ducts, constantly changing positions in the corners to avoid the beast's pursuit. The crocodile lizard thought beast turned its cold, small eyes, silently tracking Gern's position. But perhaps due to its primitive intelligence, its thinking was disturbed by Gern's movements. Tilting its head, it anxiously stared at the ceiling, its abdomen emitting a rattling sound like a viper, and gradually, its attention began to wane. Slash! The ceiling shattered under Gern's attack, and he seized the opportunity to launch a final assault on the crocodile lizard thought beast, descending swiftly from above, the slender spear piercing into the beast's thick neck. "Who?" The beast struggled desperately, its scales pressing against Gern's body, cutting small wounds like numerous little blades. Gern endured the intense pain, but did not let go, increasing the intensity of the shadow energy even further. The dark, murderous aura of the shadow energy spread freely into space. Gern had always suppressed his own abilities, but in this enclosed dark space, he no longer needed to hide and unleashed all his brutal power. The spear in his hand began to branch out like a dark tree, rooting into the beast's body. The cutting power attached to the shadow spear spread continuously across the enormous thought beast's body, tearing it apart. Black smoke billowed from the beast's remains, collapsing inward into a core. At that moment, the shadow energy in Gern's hand dissipated as well. Gern fell to the slippery ground, feeling his brain go dark, dizziness overwhelming him, and objects in front of him began to sway and double vision appeared. Black, vein-like patterns flickered in his vision. Chapter 33, The Language of the World. Gern saw a tall figure dressed in a shadow crow cloak, his strong arms covered with strange black tattoos. Beneath the cloak's hood was a beastly face resembling that of a tiger, with several sharp, large fangs protruding. The hot breath that escaped from him slapped against Gern's face, stinging like a slap. The man tightened his grip around Gern's neck, slowly squeezing, lifting him off the ground. Gern instinctively kicked downwards, but his struggles were as powerless as a bug in front of the half-orc. The scent was right, but mixed with many other things. The half-orc leaned down and sniffed Gern's body. Gern could feel the immense shadow thoughts surging within him. How much hatred could a person harbor to contain so many shadow thoughts? Why were they not affected by these thoughts? Did the method mentioned by the rat man in the inner world really exist? Who are you? Gern managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, almost exhausting the air in his lungs. I see. The half-orc revealed a strange smile, a row of sharp fangs making him look terrifying. You're such an idiot, rat. Not only did you fail to seize this body, but you also let someone else use it as a weapon. What a waste of your lifetime's reputation. Cough, cough, cough. Since that's the case, I might as well send you on your way. The half-orc's other hand extended 5 incredibly sharp claws, aiming for Gern's abdomen, ready to stab down. At that moment, a strange song echoed through the tunnel. The voice was ethereal and elusive. Gern couldn't describe it. Due to lack of oxygen and severe injuries, his consciousness was fading, and he mistakenly thought it was a song from some afterlife. Fortunately, it was not. As the song rang out, the half-orc's hand froze in midair, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his arms. Unable to stab down no matter how hard he tried. Let him go. A tall woman wearing a mask appeared in front of Gern. Through the thick mask, her beautiful brown eyes stared into Gern's, as if she could see deep into his soul through his eyes. The half-orc showed a look of dissatisfaction, yet his hand obediently relaxed. Thud! Splash! Gern fell into the sewage below, struggling to shake his head, trying to regain some clarity. But his strength was already at its limit, ready to faint at any moment. Feng Ling, he is no longer a rat. Killing him now is the best choice to avoid future troubles. The task is complete. We leave. I will only say this one last time. Fine. Blood Tiger shrugged, pretending to give up. But after taking a step out, he suddenly turned back and swiped a claw at the boy on the ground. You. The anger in the woman's phoenix eyes overflowed from beneath her mask. But at this distance, she had no time to act. Blood Tiger's hand transformed into a beast's claw, tearing 3 deep grooves into the tunnel walls. The sewage on the ground was blown apart by the fierce wind, only coming back together after several meters, while the boy who had just been lying there had vanished without a trace. Oh! Blood Tiger tilted his head, looking at Gern standing in the distance, his head lowered, emanating a strong wave of thought pressure. Gern was completely unaware of his actions. In other words, he was entirely in a fainting state, with something controlling his body. In his inner world, the large mirror had been completely stained black, and countless twisted, worm-like creatures were crawling out from the pitch-black surface, slowly climbing up his body. For some reason, Gern felt no disgust towards these worms. Instead, there was a strange sense of familiarity. A vague song echoed in his ears, something he didn't remember hearing before. The melody gave a warm and natural feeling, coming from a very distant memory, as if from his infancy, like when he was still immersed in amniotic fluid, his thoughts completely empty, leaving only tranquility and peace. Mom. Gern tried to open his eyes, but all he saw was the completely tainted mirror in his inner world. The wriggling worms formed strange patterns, resembling some kind of writing. Gern didn't recognize it, yet somehow felt he could discern something from it. As the lullaby in his ears slowly transformed into a tender whisper. Follow my reading. Okay, Gern replied, as if he were a puppet on a string, feeling that the voice was very gentle and reliable, willing to unconditionally believe in her. He repeated after the voice. Try to understand the strange patterns like a baby learning to speak. Language has its own power. It is the foundation of our communication with the world. The correct language can elicit a response from the world and change reality. Is it the light thought? Light thought can change reality. You're so cute. His thoughts raced quickly, while in reality, Blood Tiger and Feng Ling looked on in shock at Gern, who suddenly stood up. In that brief moment, his speed surpassed Blood Tiger and even Feng Ling. Is it the rat? He asked back. Blood Tiger was astonished that this child had managed to evade his attack. No, it's something else. I can't see through it. The woman shook her head. Let's find out. The burly man flashed back in front of Gern, lifting him up again. This time Gern did not dodge. Like a chick, he was grabbed by the neck. He made no effort to struggle, merely extending his hand quietly. Gern lifted his head, tightly closing his right, while his left eye appeared pitch black like an endless abyss. He murmured something, and Blood Tiger couldn't understand those meaningless whispers. His hand transformed into a tiger claw, stabbing towards Gern's ribs, but Feng Ling's pupils jolted. Her expression one of shock. This is the world language? Feng Ling felt the boy's murmurs resonating powerfully with her own shadow thoughts. That was the highest form of shadow thought she had always been pursuing, the power that could change reality forever. The language of the origin of the world. Just finding fragments of these words through the cracks of history could exhaust a lifetime, let alone mastering, understanding, and infusing one's thought waves to express it. Would this 18 or 19-year-old boy really be able to use it? Facing Blood Tiger's attacking claws, Gern merely whispered a strange and awkward word, clearly in a dire situation, yet showing no fear, emanating a calm and proud aura like a king. Destruction. Feng Ling translated, as if interpreting simultaneously. Boom! Blood Tiger's hands exploded instantly, as if every cell had turned into a high-powered bomb, igniting and starting a violent chain explosion. In an instant, his arms and most of his body dispersed into a mist of blood. Gern escaped from his vanishing arms, landing steadily in place, his pitch-black eyes showing no sadness or joy. Beast decision. Regeneration. Blood Tiger had no time to be surprised. He exerted all his power, rapidly repairing his missing body. Blood Tiger roared, his quickly regenerating arms striking out with claws, drawing a large cross in the air. The sharp black beast claws tore through the air. A splash of blood flew up, and Gern's fragile body was easily shredded by this terrifying force, the splattering blood staining the walls. His entire body turning into bits of flesh, his head lifted into the air. His gaze remained unchanged, those abyss-like eyes staring at Blood Tiger, still murmuring something. Time. Feng Ling translated once more. The head in the air suddenly stopped rolling, blood stagnating in the air. Blood Tiger stood there with a ferocious expression. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill, forever frozen in this moment. In the next instant, Blood Tiger found himself stepping back unexpectedly, and the boy he had just torn to pieces appeared before him, completely unharmed, not even a trace of blood on him, not like a high-speed regeneration. His beast regeneration technique was nearing its peak and needed 2 to 3 seconds to activate. How could he recover instantly without even a millisecond? It was as if time had reversed. Beast decision. Super speed. Space. Once again, it was Feng Ling's translation. Blood Tiger quickly transformed his entire body into beast form. He became a pitch-black leopard, maximizing his speed to the extreme. He charged at Gern at full speed. Gern stood still, extending a hand as usual. Clearly, the distance between them was less than 2 meters, and at Blood Tiger's speed, he could cut Gern's throat in an instant, But in his eyes, the passage continued to extend, growing longer and longer. He activated Shadow Thought Beast Decision, sprinting at the fastest speed, the ground beneath him shattering under the high speed. But the faster he went, the more the passage extended. He could never reach the other side, even retreating further and further away. He continuously activated new beast decisions to stack new states, pushing his physical limits. But the challenge before him seemed not to be something the body could surpass. Gern still stood firmly in place, like an unparalleled king who controlled the entire world. As one of the 4 winged knights of the Shadow Crow, Blood Tiger was surprisingly in such a predicament in his hands, like a helpless insect, unable to escape his grasp no matter what. However, this supreme king collapsed to the ground the next second, fainting without any warning, falling into a pool of filth. The passage finally returned to normal. Blood Tiger gasped as he walked up to Gern. Weren't you very impressive? Why aren't you moving anymore? Huh? He stretched out his foot, just about to step down, but suddenly felt a bit apprehensive, his foot hovering there, afraid to step down. Don't move him, we leave. Feng Ling ordered. Did you take him down? No. He fainted on his own. What was that just now? It's a universal language. What fish? You wouldn't understand. Feng Ling had long been accustomed to Blood Tiger's rough ignorance. I've been looking for traces of this kind of power. Leave him. I want him as a research subject. Feng Ling softly chanted a couple of lines. A small part of the shadow beneath her split off, the divided shadow like a butterfly, lightly flying to Gern's arm, leaving a tattoo-like circular mark on his skin. She spoke an ambiguous phrase to get in a voice as enchanting as a dream. Everything follows the guidance of the tide of fate. The tower has arranged everything. This is the best choice. The masked woman held a completely black box, her eyes deep like the ocean. We have found new fragments, but the last piece. Even the leader does not know its location. Only the mouse can find it. Keep his life. We will meet again. The woman turned and walked towards the end of the passage without looking back, disappearing into the thick darkness along with the strong man. Gern lay on the ground as if sleeping soundly. He could still hear that voice lingering in his ears, and he had only learned the 3rd line of that complex pattern. Why didn't you continue? I miss you. Gern suddenly said something inexplicable. Although I don't know you, I miss you. Hearing you speak makes me feel a sadness in my heart. When you wake up, you won't remember anything, and you won't be sad anymore. Who exactly are you? I'll teach you the last line. The voice gently sang out strange words that Gern could not understand. What does this mean? Purity. Her voice slowly faded, and a large amount of black mud that polluted the mirror's surface instantly disappeared. The distractions that would have taken Gern days to clear vanished in an instant. With a mind free of distractions, everything was empty. Gern only felt extremely exhausted, and thus fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 34, Aftershock. You really are something. Saving so few people and ending up like this, wasting someone else's bed. When he opened his eyes again, Gern had already been sent back to the medical area. It was said that a disciple of Celtic, Rong Jianbei, Shi, had brought him out from underground. His injuries were severe, and if he had been rescued any later, the situation would have been much worse. The medical area was filled with makeshift folding beds, various medical instruments crammed in between the beds, and medical personnel hurriedly moving between tents. Occasionally, heavily injured individuals covered in blood were brought into the red emergency tent. Gern was wrapped in bandages, looking a bit frightening, but in reality, the wounds weren't very deep. It was just that the area scraped by that large lizard was too extensive. Helena was chattering beside him, and he didn't see Vicky's figure. She must have been sent home. Gern sat up and picked up a cup of water beside him, his hands still trembling. Not because of the pain, but because of the oppressive feeling that Half-Orc had given him. He was still haunted by it. Was it the power of the Shadow Crow? No wonder when they were hunting the Ratmen back then, the military dispatched 4 Celestial Fire level and 12 full Moon level Light Sages. It was an even bigger show than dealing with a Dragon level Thought Beast. Even if he was just an old man nearing the end of his days, it was worth the military's effort to eliminate him. I seem to have encountered someone from the Shadow Crow. Gern drank 2 cups of hot water, but still felt as if he were carrying ice blocks inside him. What? Helena widened her eyes. Didn't they leave? Otherwise, how could I have been messed up like this by a small thought beast that probably ISNT even at the fierce wolf level? It's not easy to come back to life. That's the Shadow Crow. Helena's tone was like mentioning a terrifying demon king from a fairy tale. In fact, parents often use the Shadow Crow to scare disobedient children. It wasn't that I was captured. They let me go. Why? The Shadow Crow kills without blinking. They probably don't know how many people they've harmed this time. How would I know? Gern showed an innocent, bitter smile. He could mostly guess the outline of the situation. He had released the thought of the rat men, which attracted the Shadow Crow's people. That half-orc discovered that Gern was not being controlled by the rat men, but was instead controlling their powers, so he wanted to kill him. But that woman stopped him for some reason. From their later conversation, it seemed they had retrieved something from underground in the square. Moreover, the Shadow Crow had been searching for similar things, wanting to gather them all, but only the Ratman Sigma knew the whereabouts of one of them. After he died, the only person who could find its location was Gern, so that woman didn't kill him. However, this isn't a good thing. That day, they captured me and tortured me to find out the whereabouts of something, but I didn't know either. The Ratman kept telling me to find it, but he never told me where it was. Gern felt a jumble of confusion in his heart and buried his face in his hands on the bed. What are you talking to yourself about? Helena patted his head and brought him a peeled apple. It's nothing, and I'm an injured person, okay? Can you be a bit gentler? Was this apple peeled with a battle axe? It looks like a dog chewed it. If you don't eat it, give it to me. The attack orchestrated by the Shadow Crow this time had unprecedentedly severe consequences. Although the giant thought beast did not directly attack the urban area, the shockwaves from the explosions still caused great casualties, with thousands dead or injured. The urban area near the square was almost completely destroyed, and it would take many years to rebuild. Keep in mind that the area of Krasno Ironnet that had been previously damaged by thought beasts was still a wasteland to this day. After many years of silence, the Shadow Crow re-emerged into people's sight. The term Shadow Crow, which was almost forgotten, once again became synonymous with fear. For a long time, the Shadow Crow completely dominated the front pages of newspapers and television programs, and online discussions about them spiraled out of control. Despite the government's continuous suppression of online speech, deleting posts, and banning accounts to the greatest extent possible, the fear and curiosity in people's hearts could not be contained. Especially in this era where the internet was a new frontier where people would gather in corners untouched by official hands. During this time, the Control Bureau was also operating frequently, with the number of thought waves exceeding warning levels reaching historic highs, almost 100 times the usual. Every day, large numbers of people were arrested by the Control Bureau, and the control center in Krasno was already overcrowded. It had been many years since such a situation had occurred. Patrols of light sages could be seen on every main street, and both the military and the Light Sage Association were thoroughly enraged. The actions of the Shadow Crow could be described as brazen, and Krasno was the city where the celestial families resided. This was a complete slap in the face to them. It was said that the head of the celestial Eisbarun family, the White Wolf King Bjorn, was not in the celestial city of Krasno at the time, but hurried back from Viscera Academy. By the time he arrived, the Shadow Crow had already detonated the thought beast and retreated. It seemed everything had been calculated by the Shadow Crow. This already indicated a significant problem. There were traitors within the Light Sage organization. Of course, for Gern, all of this felt distant. War, politics, conflicts. When these things truly fell upon ordinary people, you would only be a victim. At least no one around him was affected by the shock, and even his sister was unharmed, which was enough to satisfy him. After resting at home for a few days, Gern's injuries had mostly healed, but adjusting his mindset took a lot longer. Because of the chaotic battle last time, the mirror in his inner world had turned completely black. He could only meditate every day, try to polish it back to its normal state. Originally, Gern was worried that his sister would be frightened by this incident, but it turned out he was overthinking it. Before the giant thought beast was born, because Vicky's light sphere sensed something unusual, they had evacuated many people right from the start. These people were saved due to Vicky's abilities, and being able to help others made her feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Because of her physical condition, she had always been the one being protected and accommodated. This was her first time being able to protect others. After this incident, Vicky seemed much brighter. She felt that she actually possessed energy far beyond her imagination. and her seemingly weak and useless light thought could also save others. Meanwhile, Gern's worries grew heavier. The date for the entrance trials of Viscera Academy was drawing closer. Chapter 35. Farewell and Departure. It wasn't until a week before the entrance trial that Gern told his aunt's family about the recommendation letter. It was also at this time that they learned Gern wasn't awakened. The reactions of his aunt and uncle were understandably significant, especially since the recent incident involving the Shadow Crow attack had made them worry about Gern, and they were initially concerned about whether they should support him in taking the exam. However, considering how rare awakened individuals were, this could be seen as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Gern could become a luminary, he would embark on an extraordinary life and become a hero admired by many, and they would naturally benefit from that as well. After much consideration and several discussions with Gern, confirming that he was indeed confident about participating in the trial, his aunt finally made up her mind to support him in applying to Viscera Academy. With everything made clear, Gern felt much more at ease. Having concealed this from his family for so long left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. His parents had not been around since he was young, and his aunt and uncle were just like his biological parents to him. In the days leading up to the trial, Gern doubled his training efforts, continuously strengthening his control over Shadow Thought. He began by maintaining the state of Shadow Thought armament for combat training, then meditated to organize his mindset, followed by more combat training, repeating this cycle. After spending 3 full days in the rented training venue, Gern had only managed to increase his limit by about a minute. Under the same level of ability, Shadow Thought required lower operational demands compared to Luminary Thought, had stronger combat power, and did not collapse with a weakening will. The only drawback was the backlash effect that occurred after prolonged combat. Overcoming this was the only way to reach the same realm as the Shadow Crow Knight. They could fully control their emotions and not be affected by the emotional fluctuations caused by Shadow Thought. Recalling the half-orc and the masked woman, Gern could still feel that overwhelming strength that seemed insurmountable. Again, Gern nodded, and on the other side of the training area, Helena sprinted forward, riding the waves. After the incident with the Shadow Crow attack, Helena had also recognized the gap between herself and the strong, putting away her previously lazy and arrogant attitude, and began to practice earnestly. It must be said that her talent was indeed high. Within just a few days, her strength had improved significantly. The waves beneath her feet surged powerfully, and the sparks behind her were much clearer, proving that her will had become more resilient than before. Wave surge. Water dragon, Helena shouted, riding the waves up to the training grounds wall, flipping in the air and quickly kicking out a foot. The waves beneath her shot out along the tangent of her kick, forming the shape of a dragon's head from above. Shadow Thought Windwalk. A shadowy figure dashed along the ground. Gern did not take her attack head-on. Instead, he used Shadow Thought to accelerate and dodge directly, causing a spray of water to explode on the ground. The training ground had been specially modified to absorb strong impacts, but even so, it cracked under Helena's powerful strike. Helena repeated her previous move. Before she landed, the water patterns beneath her had already gathered again, and another water dragon surged downwards toward Gern's position. This time, Helena's speed was even faster and more ferocious. Gern jumped into the air, taking advantage of the moment before Helena's luminary thought had fully formed, using his bone wings to hover mid-air, closing the distance to engage her in close combat. However, Helena did not solidify the water dragon, but quickly changed tactics, waving her hand to create several ropes that shot toward Gern. Fenrir's Claw. Gern retracted his bone wings to defend and concentrated bone claws to slash at Helena's water ropes. However, the claws deviated slightly, and Helena skillfully shook the water ropes to evade the attack, slipping through the gaps of the bone claws and binding them around Gern's body. Gern reacted quickly, transforming the bone claws into a bone whip, striking out to entangle Helena's right hand that controlled the water ropes. That's enough. Gern called for a stop, and both sides withdrew their abilities, returning to the chairs beside the training ground. Helena opened a can of sports drink and gulped it down, satisfiedly burping. Well, Shadow, your luminary thought is so powerful, but the control is always a bit off. You should practice focusing your will more. It's hard to explain to you. After all, It's just laziness, haha. Helena playfully punched Gern, laughing heartily. The two had been sparring for a long time. The training ground had no clock, and they had almost forgotten the concept of time until a beam of sunset light slanted through the front windows, making them realize that another day had passed. Shadow, what's wrong? Gern turned to look at Helena. The light from outside illuminated her face, sweat sticking her hair to her skin. Wearing a loose-fitting white training outfit, it strangely suited her temperament. They had grown up together as childhood friends and had known each other for so many years that they were almost too familiar with one another. Yet, for some reason, Gern suddenly felt she was a bit different today. In the future, we probably won't have many opportunities to meet, right? Helena said with a smile that suddenly turned somber. I'm going to Dragon Academy, and you're going to Viscera. The work of a luminary should keep you quite busy. That's good. At least you won't find me annoying. You should go and make some other friends too. I'm not very easy to get along with, so I doubt anyone would want to be my friend, and no one would want to practice with me like this. Helena said with a bitter smile. Don't be so down. It's not like I'm going to die. Gern opened a bottle of soda, holding it up toward Helena. If we both become luminaries, no matter where we are, we will be fighting to protect others. For fairness and justice, for the future of humanity. We'll be battling on the same battlefield. Just don't die. Many people die in the trials every year. Helena reached out and clinked her cup with his. Ugh, that's such an ominous thing to say. Haha, but with your level, you should be fine. If the Shadow Crow can't kill you, then nothing else can. Your life is quite tough. At this moment, I really should treat you to a bottle of wine. Let's save that for next time, when we both become luminaries. Chapter 36. Viscera Academy. Gern didn't know how many times he had seen the name of Viscera Academy on television and in magazines, but he had never seen it in person. The four major academies are all military strongholds on par with military bases, completely managed in a closed-off manner. And even photography is prohibited. Light practitioners are currently the only weapon humans have against thought beasts, and any information regarding light practitioners is strictly protected and managed. The noise from the helicopter's rotor blades continues to fill the cabin, reverberating through the thick military steel plates, causing Gern's eardrums to ache. He is sitting in the cabin of an armed helicopter with over 20 other candidates participating in the trials. The exact location of Viscera Academy is confidential. Candidates can only gather at a designated spot before boarding the helicopter together. Inside the sealed metal box, Gern cannot see the outside world at all. The Academy does not allow candidates to bring any electronic devices, and all personal belongings are directly shipped to the preparation area at the testing site. Therefore, they can only sit there quietly during the journey, without a phone, not even a watch to tell the time. The atmosphere inside the cabin is awkward. No one is willing to speak, and everyone stares silently at each other, some with their eyes closed, trying to sleep. In the upcoming trial arena, everyone will be future enemies. No one wants to reveal their weaknesses to the opponent. Any unnecessary words could potentially lead to your downfall in the trials. The noise from the helicopter's rotors gradually becomes a background hum, and the monotonous journey makes Gern drowsy. But every time he feels like he might fall asleep, the thought of soon arriving at Viscera Academy fills him with excitement, making it impossible to doze off. In this contradictory cycle, Gern remains awake until they reach their destination. Wow! The moment the cabin door opens, the heavy atmosphere is instantly shattered, and everyone involuntarily gasps in awe. Perhaps they have been cooped up for too long. The sudden appearance of the beautiful scenery gives a sense of enlightenment. Below is an endless expanse of ocean, with a beautiful silver beach stretching out. It is a natural coastline that has never been developed. The sea is as blue as the images on a poster, and the slightly salty sea breeze rushes into the cabin, washing away the stale air they had been breathing for hours. Gern suddenly feels as if his lungs have been cleansed. A dozen helicopters are slowly approaching the coast, each filled with candidates participating in this assessment. It looks like some island or a peninsula near the sea, with no signs of human development around. No factories, no buildings, and no polluted waters. The only structure in sight is a massive white castle far along the coastline, with 4 towering spires surrounding a magnificent main building and a powerful city barrier enveloping it, with visible arcs of electricity sparking above. That is Viscera Academy. Gern can't help but feel a surge of emotion excitement flooding his heart. No matter how mature he is compared to his peers, no matter how cynical he usually is, he is still just an 18-year-old boy. Facing such a scene, it is impossible not to feel thrilled. This is the birthplace of the world's most outstanding light practitioners, one of the 4 major academies for light practitioners. The helicopter slowly lands on the beach, and the wind created by the rotor blades carves a large circle on the water's surface. The cabin feels a rumbling vibration as heavy military helicopters continue to land on the sand. The candidates begin to disembark from the cabin. There are a few hundred of them, most of whom are around Gern's age, with a few older ones who may have been eliminated in previous years but are returning for another chance. The candidates who get off the planes gather in a large square on the beach. A glance reveals that each person has a distinct personality with 1,000 different faces. Some are full of confidence, eager to show off their skills, while others are nervous and looking around as if everyone is out to get them. Some stand aloof at a distance, appearing unwilling to mingle with others. In short, there's a wide variety of people. Welcome to Visera Academy, future stars. A man in a red suit stands at the front of the square. He is tall, wearing black leather boots, with his hair neatly slicked back, not a single strand out of place, and sporting a mustache that gives him the appearance of a nutcracker doll, just missing a tall hat. I am a chief examiner for this trial and also a light practitioner instructor at Visera Academy. My name is Buff. The man in the red suit nodded to the crowd, causing a stir among the candidates, who began to whisper among themselves. Is it really him? Haven't you heard? Before retiring, he was notorious for his brutality, known as the Crimson Beast. His light abilities are incredibly destructive, and he gained a bad reputation for causing innocent casualties during battles, often eliminating fallen beings along with thought beasts. After retiring from combat, he started teaching at Visera Academy. Moreover, he is a terrifying teacher. The elimination rate of his students is shockingly high. In a previous trial he supervised, nearly half the candidates were eliminated, and that was just one session. He is the chief examiner this time. What bad luck. This is my 3rd time participating in the trials, and I still encounter the beast as the chief examiner. It seems I have no hope of becoming a light practitioner in this lifetime. Ahem. Buff displayed a chilling smile, his eyes scanning the candidates, and in an instant, the entire area fell silent. Please maintain silence. I do not like noisy children. The upcoming trials will be divided into 3 sessions, each with different assessment rules. The first session will begin tomorrow morning. For today, please rest at the accommodations we have arranged for you. Get your state in order, eat well, and have a good night's sleep to prepare for tomorrow's exam. Buff spoke with a smile, his tone very gentle, yet the words he uttered always seemed to carry an eerie undertone. All the candidates followed his lead to a resting area below Visera Academy, which resembled a vacation town with numerous wooden cabins for resting. There were various facilities available for candidates to train, and the food, recreational, and medical equipment were all well equipped to ensure that all candidates could recover to their best state here. Chapter 37. Turmoil in the lounge as the exam date approaches. Everyone is nervously and orderly preparing for this important examination in their lives. The exam is a crucial opportunity for young people to realize their dreams and change their destinies. And no one wants to fall behind in future competitions and assessments. Visera Academy has opened dedicated dormitories and lounges in the southern area of the exam venue for the new batch of students. Gern followed the guidance of the faculty members and arrived at the southern area of the light examination venue amidst the bustling flow of new students. Wow! The candidates exclaimed in surprise as they took in the scene before them. With the slow rotation of steam hydraulic gears, the heavy white doors of the southern area gradually opened to reveal the academy's dormitories. Directly across from the entrance was a fountain, with a golden statue of a goddess symbolizing the light practitioners standing elegantly in the center, stretching her arms outward as if warmly welcoming the candidates outside. Surrounding the statue and the square were the students' dormitories and activity areas, constructed using a lightweight fiber structure known as honeycomb. Although not particularly luxurious, the area was clean, tidy, and imbued with a strong sense of technology, harmoniously integrating with the venue. The buildings, resembling air bubbles, emitted a soft glow, creating a transparent and comfortable atmosphere. The venue also featured a free cafeteria and training rooms for students, all decorated in a similarly clean and minimalist style, which gradually calmed the spirits of those within this environment. It seemed that the authorities placed great importance on selecting and nurturing the younger generation of light practitioners, sparing no expense, leading many to start fantasizing and yearning for life in the academy after promotion. After arranging his luggage in his room, according to the tag he received upon registration and taking a brief rest, Gern headed to the public training area. There, numerous light orbs for testing light abilities and training dummies were set up for students to practice with. By the time Gern arrived, many people had already gathered in the training area, all engaged in intense training. Many were showcasing their light abilities based on their strengths, competing with one another in a display of skill and spirit. A muscular young man using a power-type light ability gathered his strong light energy in his well-built arms and, with a hearty smile, lifted a weight of several tons, drawing applause and admiration from the crowd. Hearing the cheers, the young man became slightly embarrassed, a subtle blush appearing on his otherwise rugged face. Although a bit shy, he confidently flexed his biceps at the cheering students beside him, showing off his impressive physique, which caught the attention of several young girls. "Please step aside." A blue-haired youth wearing goggles zipped past Gern, who took a half-step back. A dazzling white light flashed before him, swiftly disappearing to the other end of the venue. It was the blue-haired boy's lightning-fast figure. Gern realized he had almost intruded on the speed-type light ability training lane. The blue-haired boy seemed to be an expert in controlling speed-type light abilities. He emitted blue light energy from his feet as he glided on a skateboard, swiftly navigating the various accelerating tracks, like a surfing master riding the waves, skillfully avoiding obstacles while performing daring flips in the air, leaving behind beautiful and dazzling trails, which stirred small waves of excitement and praise among the crowd. Although everyone was there with the goal of becoming formal students of light practitioners, a certain competitive spirit existed among them. Still, they were all peers, and given their young age, they retained some youthful nature. Thus, when they saw someone standing out in the crowd, they were generous with their compliments, hoping to establish familiarity for future collaborative projects during assessments, wishing to find strong teammates for support. Meanwhile, some students with special abilities were also using this opportunity to promote their image and establish a good first impression and basic prestige within the group. Just as various light abilities were being showcased with enthusiasm in the training area, a corner of the training zone exhibited a completely different atmosphere, one that felt excessively cold and eerie. It seemed that a certain table marked the radius of an area everyone tacitly avoided, as if fearing to provoke trouble. Sitting on a sofa by that table was a blond man wearing sunglasses. His pale skin and expensive-looking but poorly coordinated attire, embroidered with a family crest, signified his noble status, exuding the demeanor of a typical rich brat. Behind him stood two similarly bespectacled young men in suits, serving him tea, a classic sycophantic display. The group seemed to share a mutual resentment towards them, a sentiment that Gern pieced together from the whispers around him. This noble youth was named Calvin, who had occupied that space since morning. One of Calvin's henchmen had injured a student who accidentally wandered into their area, causing a broken arm and forcing that student to withdraw from the competition. The organizers intervened, but only disqualified the attacker, while Calvin remained indifferent, surrounded by enough lackeys, many of whom were family members placed there to run alongside him. In the afternoon, he simply switched out two lackeys to sit on the same sofa, maintaining his arrogant demeanor. The others tactfully avoided their occupied area, not wanting to provoke a repeat of the morning's incident. After securing his preferred seating, Calvin's behavior became somewhat restrained, likely out of respect for the event's rules, as he quietly sipped his red tea without causing trouble. However, when he saw the blue-haired boy performing flashy flips that garnered continued praise, his expression suddenly changed, and he broke into an exaggerated smile, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "Ha ha ha," a clown in the gutter dares to say he uses speed-type light ability. He laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, his legs flailing on the ground, completely lacking any semblance of noble decorum. His two lackeys echoed his laughter. "Ha ha ha, clown." Pig. Calvin's gaze turned cold, and with a swift movement, He leaped forward, his long legs propelling him like a spider, quickly positioning himself in front of the speed-type light training lane. He stood there like a wall, arms crossed and legs apart, blocking the path. The blue-haired boy, racing joyfully on the track, had no time to change course and crashed directly into Calvin's body. Calvin, unfazed, casually raised a hand, and a thin, eggshell-like blue light shield appeared, sending the blue-haired boy flying backward. The boy crashed heavily onto the ground surrounding the track, clearly injured, with scrapes on his body, torn clothes, and blood trickling from his nose. Nakawin's long legs moved forward quickly, taking 2 steps that showed he was also using speed-type light thought with skill control, reaching the fallen blue-haired boy in just a few steps. "Bugs, you've blocked my way," he said, a hint of chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Look, my clothes are all torn. How are you going to compensate me?" Nakawin used his long nails to scratch a gash in his own clothes in front of everyone, his attitude extremely arrogant and domineering. However, the bystanders were unwilling to provoke him, all turning their faces away. "Then let your life pay for it." Nakawin's tone became neurotic and brutal. At this moment, his 2 lackeys also rushed out, condensing light thought into 4 daggers, attacking the vital points of the blue-haired boy from 4 directions. They were loyal servants, ready to commit crimes for their master when necessary. Just then, blood splattered in the arena, not from the blue-haired boy, but from the arms of the 2 lackeys. At this moment, Gern moved, leaping into the arena, and with his shadow thought condensed, he knocked Nakawin's 2 bodyguard lackeys to the ground. "You dare!" Nakawin's eyes widened, his pupils beginning to dilate uncontrollably. He glared at Gern with icy blue, dead fish-like eyes. The light thought in his hand also activated at this moment, transforming into a long spear made of crystal aimed at Gern. "Aren't you the one who started this?" Gern's bone claws began to take shape in his hand, ready to strike. Just then, a pressure from a high-level light thought master spread throughout the arena, causing both of them to freeze in place, halting their movements. "Enough. All of you with weapons, stop immediately and go to the confinement room for 3 hours. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the assessment." The administrator's voice echoed through the arena via the light thought communicator. He felt a headache coming on. He had already given enough face to this connected noble, but he still didn't know how to act low-key. Allowing the situation to develop unchecked would only undermine the image of fairness and justice of the management institution. At this point, he could only offer a relatively fair resolution. Chapter 38. The coin grab battle after the administrator's warning was issued. The candidates who had been enjoying the spectacle quickly dispersed. Regardless of which side they supported, no one wanted to get involved in this matter, and the venue fell into silence. It was important to note that the proctor this time was the ferocious beast, Bafu. No one wanted to be caught by him. Cohen's anger flared, and he clenched his fists tightly. The crystalline spear in front of him rapidly transformed into red, and then shattered into pieces that vanished into the void. He glared at the microphone, speaking disdainfully. "You dare to confine me? Do you know who I am? I am Khan of the Defong family. Participating in Vizera's trial with these commoners is already showing you enough respect." Gern, however, said nothing. He had just retracted his shadow thoughts and stepped back 2 paces when a red figure appeared in the distance, bringing with it a chilling aura that made the nearby spectators shiver. "Oh!" Bafu flashed to Khan's side, his mustache dancing joyfully with the smile on his lips. "This candidate, if you behave and go to the confinement room now, I might pretend I didn't hear anything just now." "Oomph, are you threatening me?" The blonde, arrogant young Master Khan retorted disdainfully. "The Defong family. Your father should be Haishi Defong, right? If he were here, he would have acted before me. Only a child like you could maintain such reckless arrogance. Even if Haishi himself came, he wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful to Vizera Academy." Hearing his father's name called directly, Khan felt a surge of irritation, but he truly did not dare to act against this guy and could only retaliate verbally. "Letting me participate in this trial is a foolish decision. With my lineage and abilities, I shouldn't have to compete with these pests. I should be directly admitted. I've seen many nobles die on the battlefield, and they all share your inflated self-esteem. I've also seen the bravest commoners, like my friend, the indomitable Celt. In the eyes of the Celestials, our bloodlines are indistinguishable. Vizera Academy is merely selecting warriors that can be of use to the celestial beings. Bafu lowered his voice, his smile frightening. When the smile vanished, it was even worse. Also, don't keep bringing up bloodlines. It makes you look like a pet dog. You. Khan was about to explode when Bafu shot him a glare that silenced him. This man, dressed like a comical nutcracker, had such a terrifying gaze, one that had emerged from mountains of corpses and blood, completely indifferent to life. The arrogant blonde young master, who had wanted to regain some dignity, was left frozen in place, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. In the end, Gern, Khan, and his few lackeys all entered the confinement room. For Gern, who often sat in meditation, this was not a punishment. After organizing his mindset for a while, 3 hours passed quickly. Meanwhile, Khan was constantly pounding the walls of the confinement room with his fists, filled with pent-up anger with no outlet. He had always acted recklessly and had never experienced such humiliation. That little red-clad clown dared to threaten him and belittle his proud de Fong family lineage. This grudge, even if he couldn't take it out on Bafu, he would make that black-haired kid pay. Khan deeply etched this grudge into his mind during the long, torturous confinement, cursing Gern countless times in his heart, appearing utterly frantic and lacking any noble demeanor. On Gern's side, he didn't take the matter to heart at all. After sinking into meditation, he suddenly found the movement method of the blue-haired youth from earlier quite interesting. It seemed he wasn't simply propelling himself forward with light thoughts. He was also creating a pulling resistance ahead while driving his skateboard forward to help himself accelerate. Perhaps he could mimic that. The more Gern thought about it, the more engrossed he became, planning to redesign his shadow, thought windwalking technique. He continuously practiced and drafted in the meditative world, eventually spending the entire night in the confinement room. Perhaps since the establishment of Vizera's entrance trials, he was the first person to do such a thing. When Gern woke up the next day, he felt refreshed. Indeed, observing how more people used their light thoughts was beneficial. His control over his abilities had become much smoother. After returning to the rest area and eating something to replenish his energy, he waited for about an hour before Mentor Bafu appeared as promised. When the striking red suit appeared, all the candidates felt a mix of excitement and fear. The platform in the center of the rest area rose into the air, and Bafu stood in the middle of the high platform, clapping his hands and clearing his throat. Ahem! Everyone please pay attention. The first round of the Vizera Academy entrance trial is about to begin. Let me explain the rules of the trial. Bafu said slowly while holding his script. Strictly speaking, the trial involves internal combat among candidates. I also dislike disobedient and irritable bad kids, which is why I gave him a small punishment yesterday. However, unfortunately, once you enter the trial grounds, any casualties that occur will only be counted as accidents in the competition, and the Academy will not intervene in principle. Bafu casually spoke some rather cruel words. Although everyone knew about the dangers and casualty rates of the trial, it was only when they found themselves in that situation that they realized the gravity of it. People like Khan, who dared to act ruthlessly even in the rest area, would likely be even more rampant in the trial grounds, and there would definitely be more than one Khan. Now, I will announce the content of the first round. This year's first trial is called Coin Grab. Bafu cheered like a clumsy wedding host, and the candidates below gasped and began to discuss among themselves. The rules were simple. The trial grounds encompassed the area of the mountain ahead, where 3 types of coins were distributed: copper coins, silver coins, and the shiny gold coins everyone loves. The copper coins were located at the farthest edge, the gold coins in the central core area, and the transition zone held the silver coins. As long as the coins were carried, the candidate scores would continuously increase, adding points every 10 minutes. 10 points for gold coins, 3 points for silver coins, and a measly 1 point for copper coins. Scores exceeding 500 would allow advancement, with no upper limit. However, the teacher hinted at this point, oh, by the way, the person with the highest score will gain a significant advantage in the next trial. Bafu suddenly revealed a barely perceptible cold smile at this point. Chapter 39, the trial begins also. There are many thought beasts in this arena, most of which are at the wild dog level, and there are also ferocious wolf levels. However, in the gold coin area, there's a roaming tiger-level beast. The enemies are also part of the test. Oh dear, don't look at me like that. These thought beasts are all mechanical products. They just look real, although their combat power is quite similar. So that's all I have to say. Good luck to all you good kids. Applaud. After BAF announced the rules, all the candidates were given an hour of preparation time. The purpose of this time is obvious, to allow them to form teams freely. Anything not expressly forbidden by the rules is allowed, including forming alliances. Gwen realized this too. As soon as BAF finished speaking, everyone began to eagerly pull each other in. The coin-snatching competition does not have an elimination system, meaning that theoretically everyone can advance. No matter how many people you pull in, as long as you ensure there are enough points to share with teammates afterward, that's fine. Of course, conversely, if your team doesn't snatch enough coins, internal strife will soon occur. Recruiting strong players to form powerful alliances and quickly monopolizing the gold coin area is the optimal strategy for the competition. Weaker teams can only trek far to collect the more distant copper coins, and if they encounter obstacles, they may very well fail to score and be eliminated. The most popular candidates in the team formation market are those who displayed strength from the very beginning, like the incredibly strong power-type candidate, and Kevin, who stole the spotlight right from the start. Kevin fully demonstrated his overwhelming light thought against his peers. Perhaps he was reprimanded by BAF, but to the other candidates, it seemed that even BAF only dared to talk tough and didn't actually confront him, nor did he expel Kevin, proving that this guy truly has strength and background. Following him surely means there will be meat to eat. Candidates with slightly stronger abilities quickly formed various teams, the only exception being Gern. A vacuum zone formed around Gern. No one was willing to approach him, let alone team up with him. The reason is simple. Gwen offended Kevin, thus offending the strongest team. No one wants to be targeted by Kevin and his group. Although Gern displayed strong abilities, no one dared to bet on him. After all, the trial arena allows for killing. One could easily lose their life. Well, I'm happy to be left alone, Gwen thought to himself as he sat off to the side, waiting until the hour was up and the trial arena opened. All candidates were divided into several batches and delivered to the arena by helicopters. Everyone's starting position was in a forest at the foot of a mountain, the farthest point from the low-score area. The silver coin area at the front would be the fiercest battlefield, but some clever individuals would choose to take a longer route to avoid conflict. It all depends on personal choice. Gwen's plan was to seek victories steadily. Among all the candidates he observed, there weren't many speed-type ones. Gwen now mastered the improved version of Shadow Thought Windwalk and could directly charge in, snatching the silver coins from the farthest area, then retreating into the weakest low-score area to protect the coins he held while also collecting some copper coins to make up for the score gap and speed up his scoring time. So he decided to act. As soon as the whistle for the competition blew, Gern immediately spread his bone wings, activated Shadow Thought Windwalk, and transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly jumping onto a nearby tree trunk and quickly traversing the complex terrain of the jungle using the intersecting branches as springboards. After several hours of high-intensity marching, Gwen did not encounter any attacks from other teams. The competition had just begun, and everyone's focus was on snatching coins. In the later stages, those who lacked points would start to fight each other and hunt the weak. Before that, as the target of everyone's ire, Gwen needed to score plenty of points. However, everything did not go as Gwen had scripted. He soon encountered an unexpected situation. Help! No, go away! While jumping over a large tree, Gwen heard a cry for help from below. It was a short-haired boy who looked very quiet, seemingly here to participate in the trial. Or rather, he looked more like a lost student who wandered into the trial area for a spring outing. He was carrying a large backpack and had a leg injury that was bleeding profusely. A bear-shaped mechanical thought beast, about 4 to 5 meters tall, stood in front of him, swinging its claws and snapping a large tree in half, roaring in its throat, while the boy cried out for help in despair. At such a time, isn't calling for help the most foolish action? Who would save a competitor for no reason? Gwen thought to himself. Besides, this guy couldn't even protect himself. Only a fool would step in, right? Don't come over. You're mechanical, right? Is someone controlling you from behind? Can you hear me? I surrender. Don't hit me. My light thought can't fight at all. I can only detect positions. I should have come here. I regret it. The boy cried pitifully, projecting a few beams of light, which were surprisingly similar to Vicky's light thought. After the boy finished speaking, he was swatted away by the giant bear. Gwen closed his eyes and turned his head to the side, almost imagining what would happen to Vicky if she were here. The boy flew away like a rag doll, and the giant bear rushed after him, preparing to sit down on him. Well, it's not the first time doing something foolish. Gwen sighed, accelerated using shadow thought, and jumped onto the head of the bear-shaped thought beast. In midair, he turned around, and the bone wings behind him dissipated in his hands, reforming into bone claws. Fenrir's claw. Slash. The bone claws swung out 3 afterimages, striking the giant bear's head. Using the inertia from the turn, Gwen exerted force again, directly severing the giant bear's head. Indeed, these thought beasts are all mechanical replicas, with metal skeletons and various components inside. After the head was chopped off, the giant bear continued to move normally, but since it couldn't see, it began to swipe its claws randomly. Gwen ducked to avoid a strike, merging the bone claws in front of him and thrusting forward. Fenrir's claw. Thrust. The bone claws spun rapidly and pierced directly into the mechanical giant bear's body, shattering its internal power components, and finally, they pierced through its back. Gwen could see the scenery on the other side, and with a thunderous crash, the giant bear fell directly to the ground, completely turning into a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 40. Forming a team, Gern brought the weak young man to a secluded shade under a tree, laid him on a rock to rest, and fed him some herbs he had gathered. After a long while, the young man slowly awakened. As soon as he woke up, he instinctively grabbed the weapon he had lost beside him, aiming it at Gern, his face full of fear and anxiety. "What do you want?" he shouted at Gern in fear. "Don't be impulsive. I saw you faint on the ground and defeated that beast, then dragged you to a safe place to rest," Gern said softly, noticing the young man's tension. He looked directly into the boy's eyes, his gaze sincere and steady, without a hint of hypocrisy or deceit. The boy recalled the scene before he fainted, saw the jar of herbs beside him, and understood that Gern meant no harm. The weapon he had been tightly gripping slipped from his hand, and his emotions crumbled. He weakly fell back onto the rock and began to cry, feeling isolated and helpless since the trial began, never expecting anyone would help him. Gern shared some of his provisions and drinking water with him, and he wolfed it down under the tree. "Thank you. My name is Ur. May I ask what your name is? I will repay you later if I can still make it out of this forest," he said slowly after finishing his meal, a hint of loneliness and helplessness in his eyes. "It was just a small act, nothing to mention. My name is Gern. Most participants in the assessment travel in pairs. Why are you alone?" Gern asked, intrigued by why this young man named Ur chose to go solo. "Alas, my strength is too weak, and no one is willing to team up with me. At the beginning of the competition, I joined a small group, but they abandoned me as bait," Ur replied, his eyes growing even more despondent, as if struck by some painful truth. "Haha, I'm alone too. If you don't mind, let's team up and move together in the upcoming trials," Gern suggested. I didn't expect you would propose an alliance," Ur said, surprised. "The trials are crucial, and no one wants to team up with a liability." "What's wrong? You don't want to?" Gern asked. "I see. I have a feud with that guy Carvin. I might drag you down." "Then let's part ways," he said, starting to pack his belongings, planning to head to the nearest target point. Time had passed too long, and he couldn't afford to delay any longer. "No, I want to join your team," Ur said firmly, his eyes shining with trust and gratitude. "Then please keep up," Gern said, holding a stick for scouting, walking ahead and waving to Ur with a smile. Ur hurried to catch up, and the two of them left the hidden area, moving forward. The forest was dense and deep, and the two struggled to advance through it. "Are you heading to the White Canyon, to the low-score area?" Ur asked Gern, breathing a bit heavily. His physical condition was too weak. Gern had slowed his pace to accommodate him, but Ur still found it somewhat difficult to follow. "Yes, I have figured out the route to get there over the past few days. According to the original plan, we should be able to reach there in a day. However, I'm actually heading to the silver coin area ahead," Gern revealed, surprised by Ur's keen insight and having no reservations about sharing his plan. "But that's just your original plan. If there are 2 people in the team, our food supply and pace might not meet the established requirements," Ur calmly analyzed. This. Gern halted, having to admit that Ur's analysis made sense. Yor's presence subtly changed the entire plan. To ensure the completion of the original plan, Gern would have to abandon Yor, but that contradicted his principles, and he would never make that choice. Fortune favors the bold. We're not far from the core area of the high-score zone. Why not head there? With your strength, it would be a pity not to go to the high-score area. Seeing Gern hesitating, Yor proposed his plan. However, there's a mid-level zone between here and the high-score zone that we have to cross. There are many obstacles and difficulties inside, and there are plenty of patrolling simulated beasts at the edge of the high-score zone. It would be difficult for just the two of us to handle. Gern voiced his concerns, which was also a reason he had chosen the low-score route initially. We don't have to walk through it. We can fly over it. Yor pressed a button on his wristwatch, and his backpack suddenly expanded into a pair of large gliding wings. My light thought is weak, but my mind is fairly sharp. I've developed several auxiliary devices that should help you. And it's up to you. Gern nodded. We're not far from the brush cliff. It's a steep cliff that most people wouldn't dare to approach. We can glide down from there straight into the high-score zone, Yor said calmly, revealing the reason he was in this edge area. For someone like him, flying with wings to the high-score zone to seek opportunities was his last chance to survive in this trial. All right, let's head to the brush cliff. Gern agreed to Yor's suggestion, and the two made their way to the brush cliff. The path to the brush cliff was overgrown with thorny plants. The two hacked their way through, sustaining numerous scrapes, but fortunately, they encountered no beasts or other competitors, so their journey was relatively smooth. It seemed that all creatures despised such barren land, but to Gern and Yor, it held the promise of victory. After much effort, the two finally reached the summit. Looking out, the view was extremely broad. They could see the entire forest in the distance, stirring a wave of ambition in their hearts. They could see the high-score area beyond the mid-level zone, with a red isolation zone separating it from other areas, like a small island on land. That was their ultimate destination. Yor attached a gliding wing to Gern's back, similar to his own, and shared a flight goggles with him. After some simple adjustments, they were ready for gliding. With their goggles on, they approached the edge of the cliff, looking down at the abyss below, which made them hesitate. However, since they had set their plan, there was no turning back. The two pairs of blue lightweight skeletal wings spread out against the cliff, flapping in the wind, swiftly diving down into the abyss. After a brief moment of free fall, the angle of the gliders began to rise, ascending towards the blue sky. Together, they soared like two mighty dragons breaking through the sky. Chapter 41. Enemies on a narrow path at such a high speed of flight. The trees of the forest and the patterns of the earth beneath them flew past like straight lines of emerald green and yellow-brown. Whoosh! Gern gently rolled his glider, feeling light and free like a bird. Whoosh! Yor accelerated by retracting his wings and playfully dashed ahead of Gern. His gliding technique was remarkably advanced, indicating he had made thorough preparations beforehand. He turned his head slightly and gestured to Gern, signaling him on how to operate the glider. Before long, Gern was also able to skillfully control his glider, and their movements in the sky became increasingly light and effortless. Gern was amazed by Yor's brilliant mind and practical skills. He had redesigned the glider's wings, attaching a special foam structure to improve maneuverability, allowing for longer gliding distances. The two swiftly navigated through the sky and soon reached the edge of the high-level and mid-level zones, where a red boundary line marking the division was clearly visible, presenting a perfect arc from above. Victory was imminent, and the two exchanged smiles, feeling much more relaxed. It seemed they would be the first group to reach the high-level zone, gaining an advantage in the upcoming actions. However, unbeknownst to them, they were already being watched by a pair of vengeful eyes. Kavin, leading his team, had just slaughtered a mid-level mimic beast and looked up at the sky with resentment. He had initially thought that leading the strongest team would ensure his group reached the high-level zone first, but he did not expect others to get there first. He could not accept such a result. He took the compound bow handed to him by a teammate, knocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring taut, shooting it into the sky. The arrow, infused with speed-type light energy, rapidly transformed its speed into potential energy, striking towards Gern and Yor with a thunderous force. Gern barely dodged the arrow, but Yor's glider was struck by a barrage of arrows, causing the wing to break and plummet downward. Gern swiftly maneuvered beneath Yor, catching him. Using the remaining energy in the glider, they barely reached the outer red circle of the high-level zone and were forced to land. They stowed away the glider and proceeded into the high-level zone. The high-level zone was somewhat different from the surrounding forest. It was filled with stone temple-like structures, with towering stone columns emitting a mysterious ancient aura. These were the energy pillars that could grant gold coin bonuses, but they were often guarded by pillar guardians, various forms of mimic beasts with formidable strength. Gern and Yor carefully approached, their expressions showing no signs of slackness or carelessness. Gern instructed Yor to follow closely behind him so that he could provide information about the pillar guardians during their confrontation. They picked up their weapons and climbed up the thick vines twisted through the stone crevices, reaching a marble platform where stone columns grew. As their feet lightly touched the stone platform, it began to tremble violently, and the four corners glowed brightly. The totem patterns on the columns started to crack like spider webs, spreading outward from the center. Roar! A wild, bull-like mimic beast claw broke through the totem's limits, its iron hoof stepping out of the seal and landing powerfully on the stone floor. Subsequently, its massive body emerged from the confinement. Its sharp, bronze-colored horns stood upright like spears on its head, while its muscular neck was covered in tumor-like muscles, appearing strong and stout, and its flame-colored mane spread out to the sides. It exhaled a murky, fiery gas from its nostrils and charged towards Gern and Yor. The rampaging, bull-like beast came like a massive cannonball, reaching them in an instant. With its horns thrusting forward like two sharp swords, it aimed at Gern's chest. Gern's shadow energy transformed into two massive crystal claws, reaching out to grasp the beast's horns and control its head, pulling it aside to protect Yor, leading the beast to a stone platform farther away from Yor, where he began to battle the bull beast. The bull beast, enraged by Gern's actions, abandoned its interest in Yor and solely focused its attacks on Gern. After breaking free from Gern's grasp, it charged at Gern again, kicking up clouds of dust. Gern increased his speed, using his bone claws to barely engage in combat with the bull-like beast. The guardian beasts of the high-level zone were designed for group hunting, and now Gern, with his organic combat power, found it somewhat challenging to cope. He struggled to maintain the rhythm of the battle, buying time for Yor's analysis ability. At that moment, Yor activated his analytical light energy, focusing a clear flash of light on the rampaging giant bull. The structure of the giant bull gradually revealed a transparent view in his eyes. Weight 5.2 tons. Height 2 meters. A strength-type beast, with weak points at the joints of its limbs and the back of its neck. Upon hearing Yor's analysis, Gern positioned his bone claws like a knife and slid towards the bull beast's knee. The knee joint shattered under the pressure, causing the giant bull to lean forward and collapse to the ground like a landslide. Gern quickly jumped up and plunged his bone claws into its spinal column at the back of its neck, causing the mimic beast to disintegrate instantaneously into a particle state, collapsing inward into the shape of a gold coin. The coin emitted an enticing glow, hovering in the air and spinning with a crisp sound. Gern reached out to gather the coin into his embrace, but saw a sharp arrowhead hurtling towards him. Figures with intense light energy rushed towards the platform, and the leading figure, tall and clad in flamboyant clothing, was none other than Gwen, wielding a bow and arrow. In an instant, he arrived on the stone platform. Chapter 42, The True Trial. The crystal arrow shot by Cavan accurately struck the gold coin in the air. The force of the arrow was extremely strong, creating a spark on the surface of the coin and pushing it toward the stone pillar behind. Cavan's intention might have been to pierce the coin with the arrow, but the coins used in the trial were made of some unknown material, incredibly hard, and even his full-force shot couldn't penetrate it. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as the coin was forcibly smashed into the stone pillar, deeply embedded within, while Cavan's arrow shattered, leaving only a white mark on the coin's surface. The haunting presence. Gern looked toward the distant dense forest, where Cavan was watching him with a cold smile. A large group of examinees, nearly 20 in total, had gathered around Cavan, indicating that they had been lying in wait for a long time. Compared to fighting the monsters guarding the pillars, lying in ambush to reap the rewards was certainly easier. If someone like Gern defeated a monster, they would swarm in on him. Few teams could match them. If the challenger was defeated by the monster, at least it would help them exhaust the monster's strength. Either way, it was a sure-win business. I only wanted to catch a few little sheep here, but I didn't expect it to be you. Just right? It saves me from searching the mountains for you. I never intended to let you leave the trial alive. I still haven't settled the score from before. Cavan said with a sinister smile, changing into a long coat while managing his golden hair as he spoke. I don't understand you guys, Gern said, somewhat speechless. The trial has just begun. Instead of sniping others, isn't it better to quickly occupy the new pillars? Isn't what you're doing harming others without benefiting yourselves? You should say less. If you provoke them, we're done for. Joel trembled behind Gern, clutching his waist tightly, suddenly regretting teaming up with this guy. He knew Gern had a grudge with Cavan, but he had held onto a lucky mindset thinking they wouldn't encounter him. Perhaps this was fate. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Cavan suddenly burst into laughter for some reason, and his teammates joined in. Sigh. This is the impoverished mindset of commoners. They completely fail to grasp the realm of people like us. Exactly. To achieve 500 points to advance with our strength, it's simply too easy, sneered a female examinee holding a spear. 1 gold coin can earn 60 points per hour, and there are no restrictions on trading. After one person has enough, they can give it to another. At this rate, everyone will pass easily. This is the trial of Viscela Academy. It can't be that simple. Another examinee added sarcastically. This trial has given us so many days. Are we just supposed to enjoy the scenery? Cavan led his group to the base of the stone pillar, a purple crystal spark gathering behind him, light thoughts coalescing from the void, materializing 2 blades and a suit of armor beside him. Although that red-clad guy is quite annoying, he did reveal a crucial piece of information. The person who comes in first will gain a significant advantage in the next trial. In other words, Cavan said with a false smile, swinging his hand down sharply onto the stone pillar. The incredibly sharp crystal blade plunged deep into the rock, sending a powerful shockwave that resonated all the way to the platform beneath Gern's feet. Ah! Joel gasped in horror, tightly hugging Gern's waist to avoid falling. This means that from the very start of this trial, there can only be one true winner, the one who scores the highest. The rest, even if they're lucky enough to advance, will only have barely scraped by. Haha, this entire gold coin area is under our control. No one else can score here except for our team. Cavan must be the unbreakable first place. Yaho, so what do you gain by helping him? Gern said with a bitter smile. That's none of your business. Cavan waved his hand, sending out a crystal arc blade, the sharp edge slicing through the air, whistling as it flew toward the stone pillar platform. Gern quickly dodged beneath his feet, but the crystal blade suddenly exploded in midair, scattering countless shards. And Gern hurriedly used the shards of his bone wings to counter the attack. You really have some skill, but can you handle all of us? Cavan spread his arms, and all his teammates lined up beside him, putting aside their individual strengths. At the very least, they were all awakened light thinkers. It would be easy to deal with them if they all charged at once, especially since he still had no allies. Joel had no combat ability and could easily become a burden. Gern gritted his teeth, realizing the current situation was quite troublesome. He gathered shadow thoughts, forming a shadow spear in his hand, hoping to take down Cavan with a single blow. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. The moment Gern made a slight movement, several of Cavan's teammates noticed, and a few ranged fighters activated their light thoughts, aiming at Gern and starting to charge up. The spear-wielding woman also raised her spear at Gern, with numerous vines wrapping around it, blooming with poisonous purple flowers. The tension between both sides was palpable, but Cavan's team had just seen Gern's strength. Even if they charged together, they would likely win, but no one wanted to be the first to take Gern's hit. Their flesh and blood bodies couldn't withstand the mechanical bull. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar of a giant beast suddenly echoed, far louder than the sound of the guardian stone pillar, as if the entire earth trembled slightly, containing an incredible power. What the hell? What's going on? A member of Cavan's team recalled the hint that BEF had given them at the beginning. In this gold area, there's a tiger-level thought beast, an obstacle that no examinee of our age can defeat. It can't be that unlucky, can it? Is it coming straight for us? We need to retreat, Cavan said, somewhat exasperated. He had finally caught Gern, but there was no time to waste now. If the tiger-level beast came, everyone would die here. He could only hope that this guy would be unlucky enough to be killed by the thought beast. The spear-wielding woman threw her stone spear, using the vines to retrieve the coin stuck in the rock, and then Cavan's group quickly retreated, having been so aggressive just moments ago, but now ran faster than rabbits upon hearing the sound of the tiger-level beast. Chapter 43. The strange beast heard, aren't you afraid? Looking at the disappearing backs of Cavan and his group, Joel stepped out from behind Gern, a smile on his face. Not afraid. It might work on them, but it won't fool me. Although there was a sound, there wasn't a hint of a thought beast's aura. I've seen dragon-level thought beasts before. That foul-smelling black energy could block out the sun. A tiger-level beast shouldn't be that much weaker, Gern replied calmly. You really are frighteningly calm. Did you actually plan to fight them? If they really wanted to fight, I would have to oblige. Was that voice you moving your hands? It was this. Joel waved his hand, and a drone flew in from the grass in the distance. It seemed like Joel had set it up a long time ago, probably while Gern was fighting the buffalo thought beast. The drone was equipped with a powerful sound amplification system. Joel hadn't packed much in terms of supplies, but he had brought plenty of this kind of random stuff. With so many people eyeing the gold coins, I naturally had to prepare some emergency measures. It's just a pity that we didn't manage to grab any in the end. Let's retreat. This trick won't scare them for long. The two nodded and quickly retreated from the gold pillar, all the while needing to be wary of Cavan and his group potentially launching a surprise attack, as well as the roaming thought beasts. Puffing and panting, Gern and Joel ran through the forest for quite a while before stopping. Once they confirmed there were no pursuers, they plopped down under the shade of a tree, gasping for breath. The summer weather was hot, and they were both dripping with sweat. Gern was in relatively good shape, while Joel just lay on the ground in a starfish position. Gern's perception of his weak teammate had been refreshed again. Fortunately, Joel's quick thinking had scared off Cavan's group. Otherwise, the consequences would have been very serious. He shared a bottle of drinking water from his backpack with Joel, and after both of them gulped it down, they felt a bit cooler and gradually regained some strength. The problem before them now was how to proceed. Originally, with the advantage of the glider technology, they had arrived early in the advanced area, gaining a head start. However, they hadn't expected Cavan to ambush them and steal the gold coins they had obtained from the mimetic thought beast. With their strong numbers and resources, Cavan's group had overwhelmed them. Now, Gern and Joel had lost both the cooked duck gold coins and the opportunity to remain in the advanced area, being forced back to the intermediate area where mimetic thought beasts roamed freely outside the red isolation zone. Surviving here required a certain number of team members to cooperate for tasks like setting up camp, scouting, and keeping watch, which posed a significant challenge for the two of them who were severely shorthanded. The plan to gain an advantage by heading straight to the advanced area had completely collapsed, and they had to reconsider their next steps. Even the clever and resourceful Joel found himself at a loss. Holding his head and shaking in frustration while gently pressing his temples, his eyes filled with confusion. At this point, we can only take it step by step in this intermediate area. You handle the lookout duties and make sure to keep an eye on the surroundings. We need to avoid swamps, steep slopes, and areas dense with thought beasts while collecting coins and heading toward the edge of the lower area. Even if we fail this assessment, at least we'll still have our lives, and there will be opportunities for us in the future. But if we die in this damned place, then it's all over. Gern looked intently at Joel. After spending half a day together, they had already established a basic understanding. Joel nodded firmly behind Gern. Before the exam, Viscera Academy had provided candidates with a rough map of the exam area to help them identify their direction. At this moment, Joel spread the map out in front of him and began making detail markings. Through observing the tracks left by thought beasts on the ground, he discovered that the distribution of thought beasts in the intermediate area followed a certain mathematical pattern. Typically, thought beasts in a region clustered around a core area, while the outskirts of these cores had very few traces of thought beasts. Joel used this pattern to deduce the route he and Gern should take. Joel's planning was highly practical. Aside from one or two close calls, Gern and Joel did not encounter any major threats or obstacles during their journey. Armed with expedition machetes, they slowly made their way through the forests of the intermediate area, gradually approaching the blue isolation zone between the lower and intermediate areas with tense urgency. Something's not right. Joel, holding the map and pencil, suddenly stopped and called out to Gern in front of him. What is wrong? Have we entered a dangerous area? Upon hearing Joel's voice, Gern immediately became alert. No, it's oddly calm. The thought beasts around here seem to have disappeared. Not sure what that means. Let's just be cautious, Joel replied to Gern. Okay, let's move forward slowly and try to scout more clearly. After hearing Joel's response, Gern also began to sense that the surrounding environment felt a bit off. The two slowed their pace and continued forward. Before long, Joel suddenly stopped again. Under his feet were traces of a large-scale herd of thought beasts rushing toward another direction, even leaving the core area defined by the mathematical model. Gern, look, there's definitely something wrong. The thought beasts in this area have left their core region. This doesn't align with the exam setup by Visser Academy. Irregular distribution of thought beasts would make the competition unfair. Someone must be up to something. Just as the two were puzzling over this perplexing phenomenon, a roar of beasts echoed from the distant forest in another area, followed by the sounds of intense fighting. It seemed that Joel's prediction had indeed come true. An unfortunate team had encountered an unusually concentrated herd of thought beasts in the distance and was engaged in fierce combat. Chapter 44. Alliance and competition. Chenyi and the other person exchanged a glance and decided to approach cautiously while ensuring their safety. They quietly made their way through the bushes and walked for a long time before reaching the vicinity of the battlefield. Guen stood on a hilltop where he could see the situation on the other side clearly. There, a small team was actually being besieged by a group of mimicry thought beasts. Other weaker thought beasts had already been eliminated in their fierce fight, leaving behind a ground covered in mechanical corpses. The last two stronger thought beasts were still pressing hard, and the student team was retreating step by step, having retreated to a rocky forest area where they were backed against a large stone, resisting the remaining two thought beasts, having reached a point of no retreat. This small team comprised 4 people, including several familiar faces. Among them was the muscular power-type candidate Pawa, whom Guen had seen in the training area, and the blue-haired youth Fry. The other 2 were unfamiliar faces, presumably temporary team members. The 2 were struggling at the front of the team, battling the 2 thought beasts in front of them. The 2 thought beasts resembled velociraptors, but with a striking pair of red feather crests on their heads, looking somewhat comical as if they had punk hairstyles. However, the small team of students cornered against the large stone had no mind to appreciate this comical appearance. They could only feel an overwhelming fear of death rising from the depths of their hearts. Speed light bullet. The blue light thought bullet shot forth as Fry. The blue-haired youth shouted. He rode his flying skateboard into the air, and thought energy was released from his fingertips, shooting towards the velociraptor thought beast's face. With the enhancement of speed-type thought energy, the dull projectile instantly became incredibly sharp, cutting through gold like iron. Fry's strike actually broke the bone-plated armor on the velociraptor thought beast's face, but prolonged overuse of thought energy had left the boy increasingly weak and sluggish. His fingers trembled as he attempted to fire more thought bullets, and the sparks of thought energy were intermittent, lacking the initial accuracy. Roar! The velociraptor thought beast's green eyes widened, appearing to have entered a state of rage. It flexed its thigh muscles and turned slightly, its thick tail whipping through the air like a shadow of a whip, aiming for the blue-haired youth. Covered in spikes, a hit would surely result in severe injury. At that moment, the boy suspended in mid-air could no longer control his skateboard. Just when it seemed he would be hit, the tall and strong power-type thought soldier Pawa stepped in front of Fry, condensing his thought energy into a hard shield like a turtle shell behind him, taking the blow for the blue-haired youth. Blood spilled from Pawa's mouth, but he showed no sign of retreating. The rescued blue-haired youth Fry no longer had the strength to fight the thought beasts. Now, only the injured strong youth could confront the velociraptor. Titan's shield. The boy spat out a mouthful of blood, and a strong golden light of thought energy erupted from him. At this moment, he had adjusted his thought energy to its maximum state, calmly walking towards the enemy, golden light glimmering on his clenched fists. Just then, a black figure shot down from the surrounding trees like lightning. It was Gern, who had been observing from the side. 2 in number. Height 2, 5 meters. Weight 1 ton. The pattern on the neck is the weakest point. The neck's movement angle is only 40 degrees. The forelimbs are short, suitable for side attacks. Joel's voice came through the transmitter into Guen's ears. Guen leaned down, condensing bone claws in his hand, and swung them towards the necks of the two mimicry thought beasts. A shadow tore through space, and in an instant, the two thought beasts fell to the ground, turning into scrap metal. Seeing Gwen, the sudden savior, instantly slay the mimicry thought beasts, Pawa also dispersed his golden thought energy and took a moment to catch his breath. Joel walked out from behind a tree and approached everyone. The members of the team stood up one after another to thank Gyn and Joel, but at that moment, Gwen interrupted their thanks. "Don't rush to thank us. We need to leave here quickly," Gwen said. "This place has already been set up with sound wave emitters that attract mimicry thought beasts. It seems someone has deliberately laid traps here. I've already cleared and destroyed part of it, but the other side's planning is meticulous. They likely have many set up in various corners. It must be the work of a trap-setting expert," Joel added, raising the discarded device in his hand. While they were fighting fiercely, Joel had already gone to dismantle things in the surrounding jungle. "Bastard, it must be one of Calvin's subordinates. We saw a few of them sneaking around the forest earlier, but we didn't expect this. No wonder we've been ambushed by thought beasts. I thought it was just bad luck. Now I know the reason," Pawa said angrily. "He monopolizes the entire gold area, and that's not enough. He has to trip us up? It's outrageous." Fry also expressed his indignation, ignoring his injuries, and slammed a fist heavily against a nearby tree. Their team was growing larger and larger. Calvin had proclaimed that anyone who joined his team would guarantee his passage. As long as they were willing to support Calvin for first place, 500 points would be a mere donation for Calvin's team. Many people joined them after hearing this. "Does he recruit anyone? Doesn't he fear traitors?" Gwen laughed, seemingly unafraid of this massive team. They all feared Calvin and worried about retaliation. Moreover, Calvin calculated everyone's scores at the end, so before that, everyone had 0 points. It's a profit-binding group, like a short-selling organization in the stock market. If Calvin can't come up with that many points in the end, their team is finished. They will panic and turn on each other. Gwen seemed to catch a whiff of opportunity. "I suddenly have a good idea. Let's team up and deal with Calvin." Chapter 45. The start of the conflict after Gern spoke. Everyone looked at him with astonishment. Although they all had grievances against Calvin, their minds were focused on how to advance in the competition rather than seeking revenge against him. "Are you going to go against Calvin?" Pave scratched his head with his thick fingers. "Let's think of a way to advance first. If we exhaust each other, we'll be the ones who suffer. We can't act on impulse." No, I've thought of a good idea." Gern appeared confident. "First, everyone can advance. Second, we can make Calvin's team fall apart. It's a win-win solution." "Oh, how is that possible?" "But to execute my plan, we need some prerequisites. First, we need starting capital. Do you have any coins on you?" Gern asked. "Only 2 copper coins, collected on the way here. Relying on copper coins to max out our scores. We can only add 144 points per coin. It would take more than 3 days. There are just a little over 4 days left in the trial. Not enough for all of us to advance," Fry quickly calculated. "But if we collect all the copper coins, their total should be more than the gold coins, right? The guardians of the copper coins are only wild dogs, so it won't take much time to clear them, meaning most of the time will just be spent traveling." Gern spekulated. Indeed, according to the map, the total number of copper coin pillars is 15 times that of gold coins. If we get all the copper coins, we could score higher than Calvin. But that's impossible. Just completing all the copper coin areas wouldn't leave us enough time. It's simply unachievable, Joel rationally concluded. "We don't need to achieve it. We just need to make Calvin doubt that we did. That would be enough." Gern nodded as the plan became more refined. "Finally, one question. How does Calvin contact other teams?" "Verbally. Whenever they encounter a team, they pull them in. Ensuring advancement is a huge temptation. They previously wanted to recruit our team, but he's too sinister to be trusted, so we ultimately refused," Pava explained. "So that's why he deliberately came to take revenge on us. That's too much." Guifeng Suteni realized. Just as Gern was about to say something, a loud echo suddenly came from the sky, and a massive screen was raised high, clearly displaying the scores of everyone currently in the trial. Calvin was clearly far ahead, securely in first place, holding all the resources in the gold coin area, with his score skyrocketing to an astonishing 18,000 points. And it was still rising rapidly. By the time the exam ended, he was expected to score over 1,000,000 points. The second place was far behind, with just over 2,000 points. It must be a strong contender who had obtained several silver coins at the start and had now hidden away, waiting for the competition to end. At the very bottom of the leaderboard, there was a long list of names in red. These were the candidates who had not collected 500 points. The moment the trial ended, if their names were still red, they would be directly eliminated. As the leaderboard appeared, Buff's voice also echoed throughout the trial ground, coming from the broadcast towers. Hello, candidates. The trial has been going on for over 2 days. The gold and silver coins have basically been divided up. Many greedy kids have enough points already but still want to grab more coins to prevent others from passing. Such naughty children, but I like it, haha. So noisy. What does this guy want to do? Anyway, the pastoral period has ended. Now it's time for the brutal team competition. Let's fight over the coins. This is my favorite phase to watch. Children, perform well. To make your performances more interesting, I've decided to temporarily add a little incentive for you. Listen carefully to the new rules. The conflict phase begins. From now on, anyone who has their coins taken by others will have half of the points generated by those coins given to the plunderer. This means that anyone who has already reached the score line cannot rest easy either. If someone steals all your coins, you will directly lose half of your points. Especially those who have been relying on a single copper coin for 3 days. They're the most vulnerable. A little push, and they will fall into the abyss. Buff suddenly chuckled maliciously, as if intentionally inciting the candidates to turn on each other. Oh, and let me remind you again, the person in first place will gain a huge advantage in the next phase. So, is it better to rank higher? I won't say it directly. My lovely candidates can think for themselves. Buff's incitement undoubtedly ignited the entire trial ground. Those who had managed to collect 1 or 2 copper coins, thinking they could rest easy, were now tense. With this point deduction mechanism, those who wanted to eliminate competitors for the upcoming matches would act even more frantically. Not to mention Cavan's team, the strongest team at the moment. With this mechanism, their efficiency in taking down other teams would be even higher. Surrounding teams would find themselves in a state of mutual fear. In such a situation, more people would join them, handing over their coins to Cavan in exchange for a secure advancement, which was the best choice for weaker teams. But to Gern, this new rule was precisely the last straw to break the opponent's back. Interesting, this makes things much easier. Gern said thoughtfully, this isn't good news. If we want everyone to advance, we either have to go to the edges to collect more copper coins or raid other teams, Fry said with a gloomy face. Caught in a dilemma. Robbing is indeed the simplest method. You can directly gain half of what others have accumulated. That's quite a lot. Yes, if the person being robbed has over 1,000 points, you can even come back to life at the last moment. Everyone understood this logic. The further it went, the more people would take risks. The burly Pava also sighed. The longer we stay in this jungle, the thinner the connection between people and the civilized world becomes. Even the most orderly individuals will gradually yield to the law of the jungle. So what I want to do is to act contrary to the current situation. I want to establish a new order in this world. Gern, who had not yet scored a single point, exuded an inexplicable confidence. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many dangers. The current situation was nothing to him. Buff just used that broadcast tower to send out the notification, right? Let's start from there. Don't worry, I will ensure that all of you pass. Chapter 46 Game Boss. Another group of 3 is about to join us. A candidate rushed over from a distance to report. Cavan was sitting under a giant stone statue in the center of the gold coin area, stretching out and enjoying the sunlight. Beside him was a bag full of gold coins. The stone pillars in the entire gold coin area had already been thoroughly searched by them, and the low-level coins submitted by the defectors had increased even more. Picking up a shiny gold coin with his sharp, long nails, he looked up at the scoreboard in the sky and felt immensely satisfied. Being the undisputed first place, what could better highlight his noble status? The newcomers will all be sent out to hunt. Anyone unwilling to join our team will be eliminated. Cavan waved his hand, deciding others' fates as casually as instructing a gardener to weed. Understood, boss. How many people do we have now? We now have nearly 30 in the hunting team, with the strongest 10 remaining here. The others are divided into 5 groups to act. Cavan's subordinate reported truthfully, we have more than enough coins. On the last day, I will supplement everyone's scores. All who wish to join are welcome. The subordinate nodded and withdrew. Cavan continued to bask in the sun, feeling that the throne of first place was undoubtedly his. Even if keeping these gold coins would waste a bit of score, it didn't matter, as no one in the arena could surpass him now. At that moment, suddenly, a voice came from the broadcasting tower in the distance. Initially thinking it was BEF who had a whim to announce something, Kevin was surprised to hear a familiar voice. How could it be him? Kevin's anger surged, his nails digging deep into the statue. He's not dead. Could that so-called fierce tiger-level thought beast have been tricking me all along? Tingnu, Kevin called angrily, putting away the gold coins as the female team member wielding a spear approached. What is wrong? Take 3 people and go check the situation at the broadcasting tower. 3 people? Everyone in the arena is watching you. Sending so many to hunt isn't too good, right? Tingnu replied. Do you think I lack the ability to protect myself? Go kill that kid. Hurry. All right, that guy named Gern, right? Just give me 2 people. Tingnu said confidently, a toxic vine growing along her spear. Assassination is my specialty. Meanwhile, Gern was tinkering with the equipment at the broadcasting tower. This place had no restrictions. Anyone could enter. However, using the broadcasting tower in such a precarious situation was akin to inviting disaster. Nevertheless, Gern had his own plans. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Is this how you use it? Gern connected the equipment on the tower, and his voice came out of the loudspeaker, echoing throughout the trial ground. It seems to be working, but what exactly do you want to say? Listen up. All candidates can hear me, right? I'm Gern, one of the candidates participating in this trial, and I want to announce something. I believe many of you are facing the same dilemma right now, right? Not interested in first place, just needing 500 points to pass, while also worrying about being targeted and robbed by other teams. Clearly unwilling to get involved in conflicts. Yet to advance, you must push others under the bus. This is a classic prisoner's dilemma. Gern's voice resonated from the broadcasting tower, reaching everyone in the trial ground. The judges on the edge of the arena suddenly became interested, all ears on what Gern might propose to break the deadlock. For example, let us say everyone has a red ball and a black ball. Each round, everyone anonymously puts a ball into a box. If everyone puts in a red ball, everyone gets 100 points. But if even one person puts in a black ball, everyone else gets 0 and loses 100 points to the person who put in the black ball. To prevent this situation, everyone ends up choosing to put in black balls, which seems the most rational choice individually. However, on a macro level, it's irrational. Everyone understands this logic. The total amount of coins, if distributed reasonably, is enough for everyone to pass. Yet, due to suspicion and opposition, we must fight to the death to pass. Now, someone must break this vicious cycle, and I am willing to be that person. Everyone is unwilling to trust each other because each candidate is a beneficiary of interests. Betrayal can yield points, but I declare that from this moment forward, I will not earn any points. I will allocate 500 points to everyone who joins my team, and I will manage all the coins. No one will get more or less. Perhaps Kevin has offered you the same deal, and his team is strong enough to guarantee it. But let me make this clear. Kevin absolutely cannot fulfill his promises. The biggest difference between our 2 teams is that he wants first place, while I seek not a single point. Everyone can watch the scoreboard. If my score rises, you can overthrow me at any time. Perhaps Kevin can still give excess points to others, but I will now announce the rules of our team's actions. Everyone listen carefully, including those from Kevin's team. Gern paused, and in the top room of the broadcasting tower, his entire team was stunned by his words. Pava Flay and Joel had their mouths agape, not expecting Gern to come up with such a crazy plan. A determined glint flashed in Gern's eyes as he spoke with even more conviction. At any moment, if Kevin's score on the scoreboard stops increasing, our team will immediately hand all coins to one teammate other than myself. At that time, he will receive half of everyone's scores, plus all the growth from the coins. Although the gold coins are monopolized, the total score from silver and copper coins across the entire map is higher than that of gold coins. Copper coins are 1. 5 times, silver coins are double. If we scrape most of the low-score coins, we will soon catch up to Kevin's first-place score. Perhaps Kevin can hold on until the last moment, relying on the points accumulated now to win. But by then, all those who followed him. Will you still be able to get the points he promised? Will he be willing to give up his first place to fulfill his promises to you? Everyone, whether you have coins or not, regardless of your strength, as long as you comply with the distribution, come to broadcasting station number 5. I will give you the 500 points you deserve, with no limit on numbers, including those who defect from Cavan's team. Cavan, didn't you say that only the first place is the winner in this game? Then let me see your determination. If you think we are weak, then I will show you that the weak also have their ways, forcing the strong into a corner. With a sharp crackle of electricity, Gern cut off the loudspeaker, but the signal he transmitted sent the entire trial ground into a frenzy, especially among those within Cavan's team. This was undoubtedly a heavy bombshell. They had no idea how many chips Gern had in hand, or how many would turn to him, judging by Cavan's suspicious nature. He would definitely hold onto the gold coins until the very end, ensuring that the combined low-score coins couldn't shake his first place. By that time, when scores are distributed to others, surely some would end up with nothing. No one wanted to be the one at the bottom. Even if Gern currently held only a measly 2 silver coins, the foundation supporting Cavan's team was already crumbling. And it was only a matter of time before suspicion continued to fester. Hey, you guys don't really believe his words, do you? That loser. Can he mobilize everyone? Can he collect all the low-score coins? Colin laughed mockingly, but his hands began to nervously scratch at the statue. Trying to trick me with such lowly tactics would only lead to his quicker demise. Soon, the Vine Woman would come and take him out. If he enjoyed being eliminated so much, I would help him a bit. Right, the boss is wise. That Gern is the one we robbed of coins before, and now he wants revenge on us without getting any points himself? Is he crazy? Boss, why don't you just give out the points now, using the coins? It won't take long to accumulate enough. We need to stabilize the morale first. Nonsense. How dare you say such things? Colin suddenly exploded in anger, swinging his hand to unleash a crystal spike that grazed the face of that subordinate. Blood streamed down along the skin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't dare again. If I really do that, wouldn't it mean I'm truly scared of him? Besides, with that bunch of rabble, once they have points, why would they still listen to me? Maybe some would even run off with my coins. Don't worry. In the end, you won't get less. Colin himself began to panic. If a large number of people really joined Gern's side, perhaps Gern's plan would actually succeed. If he stayed put in the coin zone, Gern would have plenty of time to loot the low-point coins outside. If he were to go out and confront them head-on, it might be a trap to lure him out for an ambush. Reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. Gern's move truly caught Colin off guard. Old Bear, what should we do now? Should we still hand over the coins we've hunted to Colin? A duo of 2 who joined Colin's group was advancing through the jungle. 2 male candidates, one strong as a bear, the other slender as a snake, carrying a large bag of coins hunted from other teams. Old Snake, you really lack insight. Handing over is pointless. With that idiot's character, the distribution would definitely collapse, and we might end up with nothing. So should we keep it for ourselves? The slender youth asked. No way. If Colin sees our score keep rising, he'll know we've pocketed them and will come after us. We need to find a place to hide. If Colin collapses in the end, we'll have an alternative route. Once everyone betrays him, he won't care about us anymore. Old Bear, you really have good ideas. The 2 quickly found a crevice by a hidden spring to stash the coins, and they were a microcosm of all the hunting teams. All the hunting teams sent out by Colin shared the same mindset as them. They had no stance. They would help whoever could win. Chapter 47. The Judge's Tower. While the students participating in the Academy's examination were struggling on the brink of life and death in the jungle, the scene at the White Tower far on the edge of the exam site was quite different. The small window of the reception room at the top of the tower was slightly open, resembling a peephole on a battlefield fortress. Through the telescope set up above, one could survey the situation in the examination area from a high vantage point, with occasional gusts of wind from the forest blowing through the narrow window, carrying a mournful sound. Bafu twitched his small mustache, pulling his eyes away from the dual eyepiece of the telescope, his expression slightly irritated, with red capillaries flushing his cheeks. That little bastard Cavan is quite interesting. He actually thought up such a sinister trick. If he becomes my student in the future, I'm sure I'll have plenty of methods to teach him. He clenched his gloved fingers, causing his knuckles to crack ominously, his expression strange. I actually think that guy named Gern is quite interesting. His insight into human nature is profound. He might know how to break Cavan's team apart. Moreover, this year's candidates are generally of higher quality than last year, Our students of Isera are truly getting stronger year by year. In contrast, your coffee here is really getting worse every year. That is not a wise way to host guests. A graceful woman held a coffee cup, elegantly sitting on the sofa among the mentors, her posture as supple as a cat, a languid voice emanating from her throat. Her mismatched eyes were adorned with exquisite smoky makeup, and her evening gown showcased her curves. She looked like a stunning dancer. Likewise, you've become increasingly harsh, Bafu said to the woman with irritation. Hee, thank you for the compliment. The woman leaned forward slightly, adjusting her crossed legs, placing her empty coffee cup on the table. Her smile radiant. This woman is Evelyn, the light mentor of Viscera Academy. Although she holds the esteemed position of a mentor, her record of violating school rules is more extensive than that of the most mischievous students. Thanks to her past military achievements, she barely avoided being expelled by the faculty, as nobody wants to provoke such a lunatic, especially a crazy woman. In addition, there were two other mentors sitting on independent sofas in the reception room. One was Raymond, with messy hair and deep-set eyes, looking like he was hungover. The other was a man wearing a shiny silver helmet resembling a medieval knight's mask, sitting upright, silent, exuding a mysterious aura that seemed out of place with the environment. He sat directly opposite Raymond, their postures creating a stark contrast. Bafu was unwilling to continue conversing with Evelyn, and the silver-faced knight remained silent. He could only turn to Raymond to break the awkwardness in the room. I say, old Xiao, weren't you also in Krasno before? After such a situation occurred, you returned unscathed. You really have a charmed life. Bafu walked away from the window, returning to his seat with a smirk as he asked Raymond. Oh, what? Raymond, startled by the question, pulled himself out of his reverie. He had previously seen Gern's figure in the new batch of students' profiles and was lost in thought about the shadowy abilities Gern had used, only to be interrupted by Bafu. It took him a long while to regain his composure. That matter was handled by Celtic. I thought since he stepped in, it should be fine. I didn't expect it would turn into a big deal, Raymond said in a low tone, sounding less like he was answering someone and more like he was talking to himself. I really miss Celtic. When I was a student, he was my idol. Although he is a bit older now, he still exudes masculinity. Older men can be quite charming too, but if we're talking about looks, the Wolf King is the most handsome. And also, Evelyn said, her eyes sparkling, pulling out an inappropriate gossip topic. Wolf King, didn't you call for reinforcements? The iron-masked knight spoke in a somber tone, his voice sounding strange through the mask. I did, but I ignored him, pretending I was asleep and didn't receive it. It doesn't matter. I don't want to get involved with the Shadow Crow anymore. And he didn't even make it. What use would I be? Besides, even Celtic was seriously injured. The Shadow Crow must have suffered losses too, losing 2 winged knights at once. How could this be? No, my idol. Bafu stroked his chin, reminiscing. After the Rat Man was taken down, the winged knights have not appeared again, right? I still miss the days of fighting with the Shadow Crow. The sensation of the beast's hand is so empty. Nothing compares to the feeling of living flesh and blood. This time, the Shadow Crow retreated quickly. It didn't seem like a destruction mission. It felt more like searching for something. After Raymond spoke, the others fell into silence, the atmosphere suddenly heavy. They seemed to know something, but none were willing to speak up. Could that thing be underground in the city? After all these years, it's a wonder they haven't given up. They can't gather it all. The last few pieces are in the hands of the Celestials. They're just struggling to survive. The Shadow Crow's influence is shrinking, and this incident has angered both the military and the Celestials. They have long to live. That is quite good. Bafu agreed as he took a sip of tea. Well, watching these little brats fight is really boring. Sometimes I truly envy those terrorists. They live freely, doing whatever they want. Evelyn lazily stretched in her seat, speaking without a filter. As soon as she finished speaking, Bafu and Raymond looked at her seriously and in shock, as if they had seen an alien. The iron-masked knight, sitting upright, seemed to emanate a cold, killing intent even through his mask. Hey, I was just joking. Don't you usually joke around? Evelyn didn't expect her comment to provoke such a reaction and hurriedly explained, looking at the other 3 in the room as if they were strange creatures, unable to comprehend their response. In the future, please do not make such jokes. Raymond's eyes were cast down, his expression blank, as if he had been reminded of some deeply buried memory. He spoke to Evelyn in a weak voice, saying that the Shadow Crow's recent actions have completely grasped our deployment flaws. The tribunal has always suspected that there are traitors among us. Those old relics one joke with you. The statue-like silver-faced man also turned his face back to its original direction, continuing to sit in a rigid posture with his eyes closed. The light from the crystal chandelier on the ceiling poured down like mercury, casting specks of light on the four of them. A long afternoon was about to pass, ushering in a dim evening. At that moment, the sound of shoes striking the ground echoed from the spiral staircase below the tower. Someone was coming up step by step towards the reception room. Generally speaking, the White Tower serves as a private resting place for the Light Mentors, guarded by soldiers outside, and unauthorized individuals are not allowed to approach easily. Who could this visitor be? Whether friend or foe, the four sitting in the reception room felt a sense of unease. Soon a tall, slender man appeared in the shadowy corner at the door. He wore a well-tailored holy robe and a hood that concealed half of his resolute face in its shadow. When he removed his hood, everyone could see his face clearly and stood up to show their respect. This man was Bjorn, the current head of the Esbaron family, known as the White Wolf King. I'm just here for a routine inspection. There is no need for you to be so formal. Bjorn sat down by the fireplace after all the mentors had taken their seats, roasting his hands over the coals, his expression as cold and calm as ever, as if nothing could shake his inner peace. However, his brow was slightly furrowed, and no one could quite determine what he was thinking. At this moment, Bjorn's gaze swept over the people in the room. He glanced at the scoreboard hanging in the air and then looked out at the dim forest outside, where the moonlight was slowly descending, adding a touch of tranquility and eeriness to the woods. Bjorn's pupils suddenly contracted, locking onto a small area in the forest where a masked figure was swiftly moving through the trees. It's really worrisome. A white-haired girl was darting through the dense forest with agile and swift movements, releasing strong electric sparks with each step. The tree trunks she used as springboards broke and fell as if cut by a chainsaw. She wore a fox mask and a very ordinary sports outfit, which seemed to be intentionally loose, possibly to conceal her figure. In a flash, the white-haired girl moved like lightning, quickly passing by a blocking mimicry beast. The electric blade she conjured pierced effortlessly into the enemy, cleanly slicing it in two. Ahead was a stone pillar used for storing coins. But the white-haired girl didn't even glance at it, continuing her advance. Once she crossed this hill, she would be able to overlook the entire gold coin area. Her goal was obvious. She had to prove it to that person. She must seize this first place. Chapter 48. The wind of poison ivy. After Gern issued the announcement, he quickly saw results. 2 4-person teams approached them, expressing their desire to join. Of course, the initial recruits were weak teams without any points. These people were not pursuing high scores. They only sought to advance. On the Cavan side, many had already been absorbed, and they could not share the resources at all. Gern's speech had also persuaded them. He distributed the remaining copper coins as starting funds among the 2 teams, and instructed the others to split into 2 groups to collect copper coins along the directions he had set. The broadcasting station served as Gern's base, and all exploration teams would eventually return here with their collected coins for redistribution, ensuring that everyone received 500 points. As long as the number of people and coins kept accumulating, the team's resources would soon increase geometrically. According to Gern's estimates, this would be enough to meet everyone's score requirements. Cavan was clearly intimidated as his score continued to rise. Although he occupied the gold coin area, his actions were restricted to the vicinity of that area. His subordinate teams could only hunt nearby, and if anyone attacked the gold coin area to seize the coins from Cavan, they had to be able to respond quickly. This way, Cavan couldn't spare many people to investigate the outside situation, and he was completely unaware of Gern's current state. Under these circumstances, he didn't dare to stop accumulating points nor distribute the gold coins, clinging tightly to them. However, what Gern did not expect was that Cavan still sent someone over despite the immense pressure. He dispatched his strongest combatant to hunt down Gern. A lithe figure darted quickly through the woods. It was a brown-skinned woman. She kept her body low, running like a gust of wind through the forest. Her long ponytail swayed behind her, and she wore a sleeveless leopard print vest and camouflage shorts that showcased her long, powerful thighs, resembling a beautiful yet deadly leopard. In her hand, she wielded a long spear made of primitive wooden material, as if she had stepped out of a documentary about tribal female warriors. It was not that she couldn't handle a metal spear, it was just that what resonated best with her light thought. Behind her, a wooden tube held several retractable spears. If one were to let their guard down because of the primitive inefficacy of such a weapon, they would be gravely mistaken. Combined with her light thought, this antique weapon could unleash deadly power. The wild woman was named Coniel, hailing from the Giselin family of light thinkers in the southern wastelands. While not as prestigious as the Defong family, they held a significant position locally, and Coniel was one of the earliest in her generation to awaken her spark. She disliked being bound by tedious social etiquette and preferred to adventure, hunt, and travel freely. Compared to her real name, she preferred the nickname Vine Woman, and once she became a light thinker, she intended to use this nickname as her title. Only 3 people left behind? Do they look down on me? Coniel quietly climbed to a high point, her amber eyes keenly observing the situation near the broadcasting station. She wore a floral crown hairpin, and the leaves on either side dangled like cat ears, making her appear even more like a wild leopard as she crouched on the ground. Gern had indeed sent most of his people out to collect coins. To avoid being robbed by other teams, he included the members of the Pava team as well. The powerful Fry was also dispatched because of his high mobility, which allowed for efficient coin collection. Now only Pava and Ynir remained behind to assist him. He was not much of a combatant, and staying here made it easier for Gern to calculate deployments. If enemies came knocking, Gern would have to handle it alone. You two, support me. I'm going in first. Coniel signaled to the 2 teammates assigned to her by Kavin. They could barely keep up with her rapid pace, panting as they followed behind, trying to keep their breathing low to avoid detection. Vine Woman, don't act impulsively. That guy is very strong. Exactly. Even Kavin might not win in a one-on-one. The 2 teammates were twins. The older brother was named Fry, and the younger brother was named Frank. Both had rushed to Kavin's side at the start of the trial, and their abilities were decent. Fry's light thought allowed him to create earth spikes, while Frank's was toxic mud. Both had ground-type abilities and lacked any means to enhance their speed, so just keeping up with Coniel was already a challenge. I never thought Kavin was that strong. I'm not following him because I think he has strength. He is just easy to utilize. Coniel smirked disdainfully. You 2 stay here and watch. I can handle this alone. From Coniel's feet, a multitude of vines began to sprout, the bizarre purple-flowered vines looking strange and alluring. The vines crawled up her legs and enveloped her entire body, causing her figure to blend into the underbrush as if she melted into the forest, leaving only faint footprints on the ground to prove her existence. Meanwhile, Gern was still planning more routes within the broadcasting tower. As they had previously planned, they were almost done collecting all the copper coins, and the sooner the better, if they waited until the last 2 days. Even if the number of coins multiplied several times, they still wouldn't be able to catch up with Kavin and establish any deterrence against him. Can this really work? Pava stood behind Gern, a bit anxious. His injuries had been bandaged, and he was recovering well. Do you trust me? Gern replied. Even if I don't, I'll still help. You just saved me. I'm not the kind of person who likes to owe others favors. Pava said with a simple smile. Actually, I don't know either. I just don't want someone like Kavin to succeed. Being able to stand in this trial ground and walk the path to becoming a light thinker is a lifelong dream for many people. We should compete, but we shouldn't maliciously trample on others' ideals. The selection of light thinkers we hope to see shouldn't become so ugly and bloody. Just like the story I told about the red and black balls, someone has to break this vicious cycle. Someone has to be the first to throw a red ball, regardless of the outcome. Ganspolka Zinsaidi. Are you really going to maintain 0 points and get eliminated in the end? Of course not. Actually, Before Gern could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a piercing wind by his ear. The grass beside him was empty, yet he felt a sharp chill. Watch out. Gern and Pava moved almost simultaneously. Gern ducked while Pava stepped in front of him, gathering his light thought to create a barrier. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the empty space before them, as if it had emerged from thin air. Even Gern's keen eyesight couldn't capture its shape. Just a second before it collided with the barrier, the incoming object suddenly changed direction. It swiftly circled around Pava's shield and arrived behind him. In that instant, Gern finally saw what it was, a rapidly spinning sharpened wooden stick wrapped in layers of green vines. Fenrir's claw. Slash. Gern quickly condensed his shadow thought and struck out a claw. He aimed for the center of the stick and swung down, but the strike felt empty, completely hitting nothing but air. The vines on the stick suddenly straightened, forcibly altering its trajectory. Clearly an inanimate object, it moved with the agility of a living creature. The vines were not very long. Overall, they were semi-transparent, adorned with purple flowers. Gern felt like he had seen this somewhere before. In a moment of crisis, Gern had no choice but to use a new move he had just thought of. The sharp blades on his bone claws suddenly separated and were swiftly thrown out with a wave, spinning through the air and transforming into 3 flying blades. Crack! Just before the spear could stab Pava, Gern's flying blades sliced it in half, and the broken spearhead flew out with inertia deeply embedding itself in the ground nearby. Be careful of the person using the spear. Gwen recalled the ambush by Cavan earlier, where there was a woman in the opposing team who wielded such a spear. His gaze quickly swept around, keenly capturing subtle changes, but he couldn't locate the ambusher at all. That person was just using light thought to control the direction of the spear. The range of light thought is limited. The further away, the greater the consumption. So she must be nearby. That guy really doesn't learn. At this time, instead of leaving more people to defend, she still has time to sneak attack us. Pava's temples bulged, his expression extremely angry. Unable to find her position, her light thought might be suitable for assassination and hiding. Then that works. Pava took a deep breath, concentrated, and expanded the light thought around them, forming a semicircular shield to protect both of them. This won't last long, so it's up to you. Hurry and find her. Gern lowered his head, his mind racing. Now the enemy was hidden while he was exposed. If the opponent kept playing a war of attrition, Gern would suffer greatly. Fry and their team couldn't possibly return for reinforcements anytime soon, and Gwen didn't want them wasting time gathering resources on meaningless battles. Her light thought hadn't been retracted yet. Gwen thought, as he saw the broken spear segments, still entwined with faintly visible vines. The vines slowly wriggling and reconnecting the broken spear. That vine woman must be thinking that the moment Pava drops the shield, she would launch a surprise attack. Light thought is the embodiment of the mind. Gwen quickly considered how to break the deadlock. When a person bravely attacks, the aggressiveness of light thought increases. But when a person is fearful, light thought instinctively retracts to protect oneself. What are you mumbling about? When I rush out, you turn off the shield. Gwen lowered his voice. 3, 2, 1, step. With a sound like a beast stomping the ground, the moment Pava removed the shield, Gwen pushed off the ground and charged out fiercely. Found you, Gwen shouted, releasing a wave of shadow thought around him. He didn't condense anything, simply wanted to let the opponent feel the pressure of shadow thought. Chapter 49. The traitor at the moment when he unleashed his momentum. Gern's eyes were still fixed on the short spear on the ground. He had no idea where the vine woman was at that moment. He was merely bluffing. But as long as he could scare her even a little, even a hint of fear, her spirit would waver, a buried instinct deep within her heart, not as easy to hide as the body. Sure enough, the vines on the ground twitched rapidly, and the vine woman instinctively thought of protecting herself, causing her light thoughts to waver as well. In that direction, that was where she was hiding. Tailwind. Gern gathered the released shadow thoughts in his hand into a bone whip, the attack method with the largest coverage. He had roughly located the vine woman's position. But from here on, it was all guesswork. Whoosh! The sound of the whip cracking through the air erupted with a loud bang. And a small tree in that direction was directly snapped by Gern's strike. At the same time, a blurry figure appeared. The vine woman quickly dodged the whip, her body seeming to suddenly emerge from the air, just like the short spear moments before. She was wrapped in blooming purple vines, indicating that her light thoughts indeed had a cloaking effect, but getting too close or making large movements would reveal her. Indeed, quite clever. A smile of approval appeared on the vine woman's face as she took a new spear from her back. With a click, a wooden tube about the length of her forearm sprang open, transforming into a spear nearly 2 meters long. It really is you. Last time we met, I let you slip away. This time, we can have a proper contest. Your light thoughts are quite interesting, but it seems they only work when attached to something else. You're inherently a very insecure person. Cut the small talk. The vine woman waved her hand, pointing the spear forward, and the vines growing from her hand quickly wrapped around the spear. Gern readied himself for battle, and Pava rushed forward to help. But Gern gestured for him to step back, saying, "Your light thoughts are suitable for close combat and defense. You'll be at a disadvantage against her. I can handle this alone." Thud! The vine woman leaned forward and ran quickly, her figure slowly becoming blurry as she advanced, eventually blending into the air. Here we go again? Gern felt like crying. The same trick wouldn't he work on her a second time. Forcing her out of her hiding place would not be easy. However, Gern couldn't see her, and she couldn't approach him either. The moment she attacked would be when she exposed a flaw. The spear would only become visible once it was within a certain range. The vine woman knew this as well, so she would definitely run a bit further to avoid Gern guessing her location. Whoosh! Crack! The moment the spear flew toward him, Gern also struck out, whipping in the direction he anticipated. He hit. The vine woman's figure became faintly visible, and her expression was one of surprise. She hadn't expected Gern to catch onto her trajectory. However, because he couldn't see her, Gern could only make a half guess. This strike only hit her ankle, and before he could continue the chase, her spear was already flying toward him. Gern quickly dodged the incoming spear. The vine woman, enduring the pain in her foot, employed the same trick again, using her light thoughts to drag the spear downward, aiming at Gern, who was crouching to evade. Fenrir's Claw. Gern hurriedly summoned his double-bone claws. One blocked the spear coming from above, while the other swatted away another spear coming from behind. The spear from behind was the one the vine woman had just repaired. She had indeed used this trick, but thankfully Gern had been cautious. "Is this all you know how to do?" Gern propped himself up, and without waiting to get back on his feet, transformed one of his bone claws into a spear, throwing it toward the blurry figure in the distance. The spear instantly pierced through the figure, pinning a shadow wrapped in vines against a nearby tree. The texture felt somewhat light, which was odd. Gern took a closer look and realized it was the vine woman's outer garment. She had vanished the moment she revealed herself, leaving behind a half-visible garment as bait. Gern, northeast at a bearing of 35. Yule's voice suddenly rang out. He had been watching from the broadcast station, right? I almost forgot about him. Gern felt a surge of joy. While Yule's combat ability wasn't too strong, his ability was very effective against stealthy enemies, similar to Vicky. 42, 39, 50. Yule continuously reported the vine woman's location, and Gern transformed his remaining bone claw into a spear, focusing his mind and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Spear of Longinus. Gern took a step forward, channeling power through his feet, waist, shoulders, and arms. All his strength converged into the black spear in his hand. He hurled it with force. The black spear tore through the air, creating waves of air rings as it shot toward the coordinates Yule had just reported. Whoosh! At the same time, the vine woman took another spear from her back and threw it. The two fast-moving projectiles collided, with a crisp cracking sound of wood breaking. Gern's thrown black spear split the vine woman's spear in half. It continued flying toward her without any obstruction. The vine woman didn't dodge. She reached out with her hand, and the broken spear's attached vines quickly reached out, wrapping around the black spear. The vines pulled in one direction, altering the black spear's trajectory, grazing past her face and embedding itself into the ground behind her, kicking up a cloud of dust. "All right, I'm done fighting." The vine woman suddenly raised a hand, and the purple vine she had used for concealment fell away. After sacrificing her disguise, she was left with only a fitted tank top, sweat running down along her abdominal lines, her figure resembling that of a fashion model, tall and perfectly proportioned. "What trick are you playing now?" Gern refused to listen to her further, calling back his shadow thoughts, the two black spears transforming back into weapons in his hands. "There's no trick. I don't want to follow Carvin anymore. I'm here to defect. You were right, in the end. You want to be able to give me my share, so I might as well switch sides early." The vine woman shrugged, the sudden change leaving Gern a bit confused. "Why should I trust you? I brought a gift for my defection." The vine woman snapped her fingers, and several screams came from the bushes nearby, followed by muffled sounds of someone's mouth being covered. Hiding in the bushes, Fli and Frank had seen she was at a disadvantage and were about to come out to help when they stepped into traps left by the vine woman. They were both bound tightly by her purple vines, indicating she had planned to trap them from start. The purple vines tightened rapidly, dragging the two, unable to struggle, to Gern and the vine woman. Both brothers were hefty, leaving deep furrows in the grass as they were pulled along. MMM, MMM, MMM. Oh. The two brothers stammered and howled. The vine woman looked annoyed and took out a retractable spear, using the shaft to knock each of them out cold. Now it's quiet. The vine woman clapped her hands and giggled. You're serious? Of course, I'm not the particularly loyal type. I only follow the victor. If you're about to collapse, I'll run away immediately. Don't trust her. Pavel warned sternly from behind. It might be Carvin's trick. Such a person cannot be trusted. However, continuing to fight like this isn't a solution. We can't afford to lose more men. And she doesn't need to do any work for us. She just needs to let others know she has defected, and Carvin's side will be unstable. Smart person. The vine woman nodded with a smile. I'm Coniel Giesland. You know me, so no need for further introduction. Normally, those who join now are supposed to go far away to collect copper coins. We're short on manpower, but as I just said, you don't need to do anything. Just stay here. Gern pointed at the unconscious Fli and Frank. You can keep watch over the captives for us. There will inevitably be battles ahead, and there will be quite a few captives. At the same time, I'll stay here, so you can keep an eye on me too. Coniel winked. The joining of the Vine Girl had an astonishing effect. First, Gern announced over the loudspeaker that he was opposing Cavan, and then strong members from Cavan's team switched sides. The news spread quickly, although there was no broadcast. Every large team sent people to scout and relay information, and soon a large number of people were aware of this event. In just one afternoon, Gern recruited nearly 20 people. Like the previous expedition team, Gern divided the new members into 3 teams to harvest copper coins in a different direction, and redistributed the coins each person was carrying. Those with over 1,000 points would share half of their score with teammates. If someone fled with their points, Gern would not pursue them. As long as the distribution was completed in the end, the points would be enough for all the candidates to pass. The later it got, the more newcomers would continue to join. Of course, other candidates would constantly interfere with their plans, not only attacking teams to rob coins, but also seizing resources from map pillars that had not yet been collected. Although Gern arranged routes to prioritize collecting resources from the most remote corners, it was inevitable that he would encounter similarly cautious individuals. What Gern needed to do next was to continue expanding his team, allowing those who had enough points but were worried about being robbed at the last moment to join him for protection. This way, Gern could acquire their excess points and coins and continue redistributing them. Safety and points were the most valuable commodities in this trial. It seemed like a chaotic fight without rules, but in fact, it was more about testing their decision-making and strategic abilities. Chapter 50. The Rise of the Heroes. It was the 4th day since the start of the trial, and more than half of the time for the first trial had already passed. Nearly half of the participants on the leaderboard had yet to meet the qualification standards for advancement, and the competition was about to become increasingly fierce. Among those who had not scored yet, part of them were from the Carwin team. He held a large amount of gold coins but would only allocate scores to others after securing the first position. The remaining participants could be divided into 2 types. One type genuinely lacked capability, exhausted just from facing the roaming simulated thought beasts, unable to compete for coins at all. The second type consisted of hidden lurkers. They deliberately avoided scoring in the early stages to prevent being targeted by other teams, conserving their strength, gathering intelligence, and planning to launch an attack at the last moment to directly plunder other scores. In addition to Carwin and Gern, there were also many candidates banding together to form large groups of over 10 people, with some, like Gern, using communication towers to call out and recruit others. The common strategy among all teams was to accumulate enough points to fend off external threats and ensure that all members within their team advanced. However, each team had different objectives. For example, Carwin aimed to maintain his first position to obtain hidden rewards, while another team called the Meteor Knights was focused on gathering information on every participant. The leader of the Meteor Knights, Arthur, hailed from the star-fallen city of Lord Island, the closest human gathering point to the fallen star tower in the world. The level of the Vance effect there is higher, and being near the sea, it frequently faces attacks from giant marine thought beasts. Naturally, those who survive in such conditions are skilled individuals. Most members of Arthur's team were candidates from his region. With only about 1 million people in Lord Island, yet 15 participated in the trial this year, indicating a high proportion of awakeners. Having known each other before the competition, they naturally prioritized selecting the strongest, Arthur, as their leader during team formation. It seemed that Arthur did not place much importance on this trial. For them, passing was easy, and few teams posed a threat to their small group. Arthur did not compete for first place, and the amount of coins he held was not worth the risk for others. Their team resembled a fierce wolf. There wasn't much meat, but it was dangerous and ferocious. After achieving enough points, they spent the remaining time investigating information about other candidates, preparing for the upcoming assessments. As long as they could uncover others' weaknesses, the subsequent competition would be much easier. Another noteworthy team was the Dark Star, led by a guy named Sass. This team consisted of those lurking in the shadows. Sass compiled a list of strong candidates, and whenever someone on that list fell into a vulnerable position for various reasons, they would take advantage of the opportunity to launch an assassination. Compared to scoring points, the Dark Star's mission seemed more like eliminating strong competitors. By eliminating powerful rivals in advance, they could avoid encountering them in the next personal battle. Although the content of the trial had not yet been released, continuous team battles were impossible, and the next round would likely be arena duels or personal free-for-alls. The Dark Star team was small, but each member was exceptionally skilled. To join Dark Star, one had to undergo a one-on-one assessment with Sass. Only those he recognized could join. It went without saying that Carwin, Arthur, and Gern were all targets for them. It was possible that even Conir, Pawa, and others were on the list. When the Vine Woman Conir patrolled near the communication tower, she had already spotted several Dark Star assassins multiple times. These individuals were easy to identify, as they all had black crescent shapes painted with plant dye on their hands. Shouldn't we be concerned about them? The Vine Woman leaned against the outer wall of the communication tower, basking in the sun. They were highly vigilant and hid outside your Vine's attack range, making it not worth the effort to chase them. Gern and Yol were still calculating the distribution of coins. Their team had now gathered 43 members, not far off from Carwin's numbers, but their average strength was slightly inferior. They needed to allocate scores to everyone and plan their routes for collecting coins, calculating the most suitable times. Luckily, Yol, who was good at strategizing, was helping. Otherwise, Gern would probably have a headache. Aren't you afraid of Sass coming to ambush you? I've heard he's incredibly strong and never holds back. Some have even died at his hands, really dead. The Academy doesn't investigate casualties during the trials. If we're going to kill him, we should first eliminate Carwin. Carwin has quite a few experts. If we get the chance, we can take them all out at once. Plus, Carwin has the highest score in the entire trial. I believe a madman like Sass would definitely be interested in the first place, don't you think? Gern said, suddenly looking up at the distant dense forest, where two blurred black shadows were hiding. Upon hearing Gern's words, they immediately retreated and disappeared. Those were the Dark Star members. They seemed to be monitoring Gern. If other teams attacked Gern, and both sides ended up suffering losses, they would immediately notify their teammates to come and reap the spoils. If Arthur and Carwin resembled lions and wolves, Sass and his teammates were like hyenas, always lurking in the shadows, waiting to deliver a fatal blow when you were weak. Gern had little information about the other teams. He had sent all his personnel to gather copper coins. Copper coins were plentiful but yielded fewer points, meaning they required more time and manpower. Thus, Gern could not deploy a large number of team members as scouts to gather intelligence like Sass. If it weren't for the Vine Woman bringing back a lot of information from Carwin's side, Gern might not even know about these two newly emerging forces. Aren't you interested in the first place? Please, I'm currently in last place. I haven't scored a single point yet. Gern appeared indifferent. In this trial, until the last moment, no one can say for sure. You worry too much. I've already allocated points to you, so just hold on and wait for the trial to end. According to their agreement, Gern also allocated points to the Vine Woman, and she now had 200 points plus 1 copper coin. In about a day, she would be eligible for advancement. Then it's up to you to protect me. Carwin must hate me right now. If he comes over, he'll want to take me out first. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to protect everyone on our team. Besides, it's actually quite safe to join us. We all only take 500 points and blend in with other wandering teams, making it difficult for them to target us. It feels like our team is like ants, not concerning ourselves with anything, just diligently moving bricks. But don't underestimate ants. The power of insect can be quite formidable. Gern wore a confident smile, exuding an inexplicable self-assurance. When an ant swarm marches in formation, even wolves and tigers must give way. Chapter 51. Meteorite Core in the Silver Coin Zone, Uzel Hill. The base of the Meteorite Core. As soon as the candidates from Rhodes Island's Fallen Star land entered the trial grounds, they occupied this territory, easily repelling attacks from 2 small teams along the way. The others hardly lifted a finger. Arthur single-handedly dealt with all the enemies. Even before the trial began, they had already heard of Arthur's name. He hails from the lordly lord family of Fallen Star land, awakened his light thought before he could walk. And his father is the quasi-Skyfire-level powerhouse, known as the Meteor Sword Saint, William Lord. His elder brother is the rising star of Lorne Dragon Academy, the hotshot Lancelot Lord. Arthur's own strength is needless to say. His father directly named him Arthur after the name of the Lord family's ancestor. With such prestige, the people of Fallen Starland naturally are willing to recognize him as their leader. Many other candidates, upon hearing Arthur's name, flocked to join him, forming the current Meteorite Core. The terrain of Uzel Hill is very suitable for defense, surrounded by high ground on 3 sides. Arthur arranged his team at the only opening, sufficient to withstand most small team attacks. A scout team brought new intelligence, having detected the combat power of 3 candidates. A member of the Meteorite Core walked in from outside. His appearance was that of a typical Fallen Star land person, with black curly hair, a high-nosed bridge, amber eyes, and slightly dark skin. Sitting in the center of the small cabin was their leader, Arthur. His appearance was very unlike that of a Rhodes Islander. He had flowing golden hair, pupils like a blue sea, and his skin was much fairer than the others, perhaps due to his mother's genes. The Meteor Sword Saint's wife comes from the celestial clan of the European Holy Union region, and Arthur seems to have inherited all the advantages of both families. He possesses the robust physique and willpower of the people from Fallen Star land, as well as the enviable powerful light thought of the celestial family. Very well. The intelligence has been mostly collected. Compile it and distribute it to all the brothers, Arthur nodded. His voice had an elegant magnetism, a sound one would expect from a leader. Arthur, are you really not planning to compete for points? That guy Carvin has already surpassed us by a lot. Another team member expressed concern. I will definitely pass the trial. Arthur's blue eyes exuded boundless confidence. But I want to ensure that as many brothers from Fallen Star land pass as possible. Once we officially become students of Viscera Academy, we cannot be divided. We must form our own collective to make our mark in the academy. The golden-haired youth displayed his foresight. His purpose had been clear from the start. Exactly. Points are just a game. Let those childish guys play it. What is the use of fighting each other until we're bloodied? I will follow Arthur's arrangements, said the 2 team members, who were second only to Arthur in strength within the Meteorite Core. The tall, cheerful one was named Boris, while the quiet one was named Mordred. Their families were both vassals of the Lord family, and the 3 children had played and trained together since childhood, now entering Viscera Academy together. Has the 3rd and 6th team not returned yet? Arthur asked. No news. They might have run into trouble. The 7th team hasn't replied either, Mordred replied. Have they been attacked? Mordred showed concern. Who would have nothing better to do than to attack our people? The scout team doesn't carry many coins. There is no benefit in fighting them, Boris said, unless they are targeting us specifically. The Dark Star people. At the mention of the Dark Star, several team members in the room shuddered. Recently, they had discovered 2 candidates' corpses near their base, hung by sharpened tree branches, their bodies riddled with deep knife wounds, emitting a foul stench that attracted swarms of flies. There's a bird called the shrike. When they eat, they hang their prey on trees and tear the flesh off piece by piece with their sharp beaks, extremely cruel and bloody. After a while, The trees where they roost often become filled with corpses, which people call bone gallows. SARS is like a bloodthirsty shrike, lurking in the shadows, waiting to hang solitary prey on the branches. The Dark Star people never take the initiative, Arthur calmly analyzed. They only target the wounded prey. It might be that guy Gern. His team has the most members and the greatest pressure for points, so he may have started attacking other teams. Bully speculated. Hasn't he always advocated for ceasing conflicts? That's just hypocritical rhetoric. No one can consistently uphold pacifism. Arthur, should we send someone to look for them? Our manpower is already stretched thin, Mordred reminded. If we reduce our defenses any further, SARS might strike us. Then we must find them. We can't just watch our brothers fall into danger. Send half the manpower to support them, and report back immediately if you find anything, Arthur ordered decisively, hardly hesitating. The Meteorite core base was a small wooden cabin transformed from a structure in the trial grounds. The group used light thought to fell trees and reinforce the outer walls and roof, making it look quite shabby. Inside, there was only a campfire as a light source, making it seem quite dilapidated. However, once Arthur sat in the central chair, the entire room looked much brighter and tidier. Many of the troops left to search, leaving only Boris, Mordred, and 5 other team members to defend the base. The searching teams had not returned by nightfall. As darkness deepened, the area around the hills became pitch black. To prevent ambushes, Arthur ordered the nearby trees to be cleared. The defenders had the high ground and a clear line of sight, making it easy to spot anyone trying to approach. However, when the attack came, the sentinels were completely unaware. It was only when the enemy rushed to the mouth of Uzel Hill that they realized what was happening. A member of the Meteorite Corps was hit by the enemy's light thought attack, clutching his chest and falling from the makeshift watchtower. We're under attack. The enemy is coming. Prepare to engage. Arthur's team members snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly gathered, while Boris and the others in the base rushed out to join the fight. Can you see how many there are? Boris raised a light thought barrier to protect himself as a Knight team member, beaten to the ground, crawled slowly into his barrier. At least 20 people. Their firepower is intense, and they should have hidden light thought. We only noticed them when they got close, Boris said angrily, punching the ground. So many. It must be Gern's team. No, it's Carvin. Chapter 52, Golden Lion Mordred's sharp gaze fell upon the enemy's ranks, where they had placed 7 or 8 men at the front as vanguards, continuously firing light essence projectiles to suppress the knights. The essence projectiles were the simplest form of light essence attack, usable by all types of light essence, just like light essence healing spells. The remaining troops formed a circle at the back, concentrating a barrier, with Cavan standing arrogantly in the center of the barrier. Hey, you little brat on Arthur's side. I've captured your people. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly, Cavan said, fiddling with the ends of his hair in a haughty tone. Oh, the turtle has come out of the gold coin area? Are you here to rob us? You must have come to the wrong place, Boris retorted. Oof, I'm looking for you. Where's Arthur? Is he too scared to come out? Cavan mocked from outside, as his subordinates launched another round of concentrated fire, while Arthur's forces, hiding behind the hill, occasionally counterattacked. Arthur was Cavan's true target for coming here. The departure of the Vine Woman had greatly shaken the morale of his troops, and their spirit was increasingly low. At this moment, the best way to stabilize troop morale was to defeat a strong enemy and increase his own prestige. Arthur was undoubtedly the best choice. As long as he could take him down, no one would dare to doubt Cavan's strength. Are you looking for me? A golden blur leaped down from the hill. It was Arthur, the leader of the Meteor Knights. Cavan's troops all aimed at him and fired a volley of essence projectiles and light arrows. Faced with the overwhelming assault, Arthur summoned his light essence, and a gigantic light shadow appeared behind him. It was a golden lion, and it was a battle lion clad in armor. The beast formed from light essence swung its sharp claws, protecting its master within. The dense projectiles crashed against the lion, bouncing off harmlessly, and Arthur appeared relaxed, as the enemy's attacks posed no pressure on him whatsoever. Cavan of the Defong family, we have no disputes. Release my teammates, and I can spare you, Arthur said firmly, landing steadily, while the majestic lion stood proudly behind him, its translucent fangs resembling dozens of half-meter-long swords. Huh, You don't seem to understand the situation. You should be begging me to spare you, Cavan sneered. And how can we not have disputes? This is the testing ground of Viscera, and we are all competitors. You are my biggest rival. It's easier to deal with you here than to have you overshadow me at the academy later. Boss, the people from Starfall Land don't have many coins left. Let us rob them once, and maybe Arthur will be eliminated, a freckled subordinate said to Cavan, half hidden in the shadows of the night, indicating that his light essence had helped Cavan conceal the entire squad. Frogo, you've done a great job this time. I won't treat you unfairly. Since you refuse to reconcile, then let's fight. Our Lord family never shies away from battle. Arthur waved his hand forward, and the armored lion charged out. Its sharp claws plowed deep trenches into the ground. The furious roar from the lion's throat seemed to rip the earth apart. Lionheart charge. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the lion crashed into Cavan's formation. About 10 of Cavan's team members gathered their light essence to form a barrier, barely blocking Arthur's strike. The dispersing light essence created shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. The lion didn't stop there. After slowing its charge, it raised its massive paw, ready to strike down. Humph! Cavan remained calm, sneering as a blue crystal arrow formed in his hand, quickly shooting toward Arthur, who had no light essence protection. Arthur sharply sensed Cavan's small action and withdrew one of the lion's massive claws, which returned his front like a giant shield blocking Cavan's cold arrow. However, this meant the battle lion could no longer continue its attack. How about this? A glint of killing intent flashed in Cavan's eyes as he waved his hand, releasing dozens of crystal arrows. These arrows were not aimed at Arthur, but were thrown into the sky, each arrow shattering and raining down countless fragments like a torrential downpour. Oh no! Arthur suddenly realized Cavan's target was the high ground behind him, where his subordinates were hiding. Glory Guard! At a critical moment, Boris roared loudly, his light essence spreading out, forming shields above each member of the Meteor Knights to block the deadly rain. Counterattack! Arthur commanded the battle lion to fiercely assault the enemy's shell formation, and Mordred leaped down from the heights, wielding a white light sword in hand. The members of the Meteor Knights followed him to support Arthur, while Boris stayed at the back, providing protection for everyone. Cavan gathered a giant crystal spike and launched a fierce attack that pushed the battle lion back. Then they scattered their formation, clashing head-on with the charging Meteor Knights. At first, both sides used essence projectiles and their respective special light essence for long-range attacks. Once they got close, the battle instantly turned into a primal melee, with the melee-type light essence users having a significant advantage. The candidates of the Meteor Knights were all from Starfall Land, physically strong and trained in swordsmanship since childhood. And with sword masters like Mordred among them, it was almost like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, breaking into Cavan's formation. Cavan's subordinates were thrown into chaos, and after Mordred cut down two with his sword, they collapsed in disarray. Earth spikes. Cavan, unable to watch any longer, waved his hand to summon a large number of crystal spikes. The spikes erupting from the ground forced Mordred back, and Cavan's subordinates began to flee in panic, retreating toward a distant slope. Cavan himself created a crystal warhorse, charging down the slope at the front. The morale of the Meteor Knights surged as they pursued the enemy from behind, and Mordred summoned a two-handed greatsword, fully activating his light essence to accelerate. His feet moving as if riding the wind, unstoppable. This doesn't feel right. Mordred, don't chase them. Arthur sensed that something was off, but the members of the Meteor Knights had already pursued ahead. Although Cavan was arrogant, he was certainly not foolish. First, he scattered his formation to engage in melee with the candidates from Starfall Land, and then retreated in such a disheveled manner. He must be plotting something. Chapter 53. The Joy of Hunting Hoof. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Cavan's mouth as he rode his crystalline warhorse in retreat. Although he had lost many of his subordinates, there was no hint of despair in his eyes, as if he were the victor, and in fact, the outcome was still uncertain at this moment. A cold light flashed from behind him. Mordred had accelerated to catch up with Cavan. The crystalline warhorse kept its pace, but could not shake off the black-haired youth filled with battle intent. Two pale lightsabers intertwined in the air, their deadly blade light aimed directly at Cavan's neck. Kevin, however, remained calm, conjuring a crystalline stabbing sword in his hand and thrusting it out with sharp blue light. The blue and white sword blades clashed in rapid succession. A sharp spike emerged from Kevin's sword, aiming for Mordred's shoulder. Mordred used his left-hand sword to block it, but unexpectedly, spikes unfolded from both sides of the crystalline warhorse, resembling the wings of a mythical Pegasus. The spikes suddenly whipped back, forcing Mordred to abandon his attack and kick off the crystalline horse to land on the ground. Their swordsmanship is just average. The people from Starfall Land aren't as strong as the legends say, Kevin mocked proudly. Oh really? Mordred stood up from the ground, at which point Kevin noticed that he only had one sword left in his hands. Suddenly, a bright light flared from one side of the crystalline warhorse, and Kevin's expression turned to one of shock. Mordred had actually thrust his sword into the wing of the Pegasus just as he jumped off, the blade deeply embedded in the crystal, leaving Kevin momentarily unable to dislodge it. Wind Spirit, Freya, Mordred shouted as he released a swirling wind circle from his double-edged sword. His body was pulled towards it as if attracted by another sword, and Kevin had just managed to create some distance when Mordred caught up with him again. Doom Spirit, Irenaeus. As Mordred approached Kevin, he drew his sword and struck. The moment the white sword swung out, it turned black. The warhorse beneath Kevin took 2 steps forward, then suddenly split into 2 parts, explosively shattering, and Kevin fell to the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Cough, cough. Damn it, you commoner. How dare you do this to me? Rolling on the ground a few times, Kevin's hair was a mess, and his clothes were torn in several places. He angrily shouted at his fleeing subordinates. Vogo, lock them up. Boss, Arthur hasn't come in yet, replied a short, freckled guy. I don't care. Kill them. Okay. Vogo suddenly crushed a light thought sphere in his hand, and the ground began to rumble. Layers of barriers rose from the ground, blocking the Starfall Knights behind, while numerous thought beasts also emerged from the nearby ground, estimated to be over a dozen. Although the barriers weren't high, and these thought beasts were only the lowest level wild dog level simulated thought beasts, their appearance in this situation undoubtedly turned the tide of the battle. What? What's going on? It's a trap. They deliberately lured us in. What did they set this up? So close to our base? Didn't anyone notice? The Starfall Knights were suddenly in a panic, surrounded by the rapidly approaching thought beasts, while Kevin's side quickly reorganized their formation, shedding their earlier defeated appearance. It seemed everything was part of their plan. Of course they didn't notice. My light thought is perfect for hiding and setting traps. These things were already in the trial ground, including hidden thought beasts that would revive upon triggering. I just moved them here. The frog-faced student named Vogel laughed. Despicable. Boris spat and released a barrier to protect the surrounding team members. They had to attack the encroaching thought beasts while dealing with Kevin's men, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. There is a poem that says, well, despicable is the passport of the despicable. Kevin adjusted his dirt-stained coat, summoning a row of crystalline arrows. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. I suggest you surrender immediately. I don't want to cause any casualties. The Starfall Knights formed a defensive formation back-to-back, managing to repel 2 approaching thought beasts. These creatures posed no threat under normal circumstances, but in the current situation, being ambushed was indeed deadly. At the critical moment, a golden brilliance suddenly lit up on a distant high ground. A golden lion stood tall, and a golden-haired youth rode atop the armored lion, raising his fist high above his head. Roar! The armored lion let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by a fierce wind, it swept down the valley, the sound penetrating eardrums as if it would shatter bones. All low-level thought beasts within the trap froze in place, as if they were frogs frozen by a snake's gaze, completely unable to move. Kevin's group also felt the impact. A few even fell to the ground in shock, and even Kevin, the strongest among them, had to extend his hand to shield himself from the wind pressure, his brow furrowed as the crystalline arrows he had just gathered dispersed. This light thought is too outrageous. The frog-faced Vogo hid at the back of the crowd, trembling in fear. He had only seen such overwhelming combat power on competitive broadcasts and during live streams of raids. Arthur, we are ambushed. Be careful. When Arthur arrived, the Starfall Knights were greatly encouraged. taking advantage of the simulated thought beasts being suppressed by Arthur's light thought. They quickly struck, killing 3 of them and creating a breach in the encirclement. What is so great about it? Cavan was annoyed that this battle was to restore his prestige, and being suppressed by Arthur left him very displeased. He brought out his trump card and gathered all his light thought. A layer of crystalline frost spread out beneath Cavan's feet, quickly covering the surrounding grass and rocks. Cavan's subordinates gasped in alarm as a 3-meter-tall crystalline giant wolf was created behind him, releasing a majestic light thought that carried a chill, lowering the temperature around him by several degrees. Cavan's light thought reserves were not as abundant as Arthur's. This move was merely a show of strength, but successfully restored his face. The wolf and lion bared their sharp fangs and claws, both sides on the brink of conflict. Goo, 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 goo. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak tension, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed around, resembling an owl or a crow. Strange sounds continued one after another, and with each call, a pair of eyes lit up in the darkness, growing more eerie with the peculiar bird calls, as if a group of strange birds were holding a concert in the forest. It was a special bird whistle. Someone was calling for companions and exchanging information. "The Shrike is here," Mordred whispered, glancing towards the treetops where a pair of blood-red eyes were fixed in their direction. One pair, another pair, and then yet another pair. With every sound, another pair of eyes lit up in the darkness, and with the strange bird whistle, the atmosphere became increasingly bizarre. That's the Dark Star team, led by Sass. "How'd he get here?" Cavan felt a bit flustered. "It must be that we made too much noise, or he's been keeping an eye on us all along." Goo goo. The sharpest bird whistle sounded, and at the front of the woods appeared a figure dressed in a black tight suit, nearly blending into the night. He wore a mask resembling a demonic Shura, crouching like a cat on a treetop, seeming like a mere shadow with no weight. The treetop didn't even bend under him. "Sass, I advise you not to meddle," Cavan shouted, braving his fear as the giant wolf behind him unleashed a barrage of spikes at the lurking members of the Dark Star team. "Who?" Sass's figure didn't even move. The incoming spikes were instantly disintegrated before him, each one cut into uniformly sized fragments, as if surrounded by countless invisible blades. "He didn't come to help me, and he didn't need to help me." Arthur rode the lion into the herd of thought beasts, and the armored lion turned around and swiped its claws, smashing the remaining thought beasts. "They won't help anyone. Just waiting for us to fight to the point of mutual destruction," Boris said. "Who's afraid of them? A bunch of rats hiding in the corners." Cavan was still being tough. His light thoughts had already been mostly exhausted, and Arthur wasn't doing much better. If this stalemate continued, they might be completely taken out by these ambushers. "Do you still want to fight?" Arthur glared at Cavan coldly. "You might as well surrender to me now. Let's deal with this rat together. He must have a lot of points in his hands, and I'll give them all to you as long as you're willing to bow down." Daydreaming. "You captured so many of our brothers and still want me to bow down?" "I didn't do that. Don't frame me, although I did attack because I saw you had fewer people. Who else could it be?" "Well, those lonely souls and wild ghosts. Maybe they got separated and were all killed." "That's impossible." Arthur's tone was firm. The names of those team members were still on the leaderboard, and their scores were still rising, proving they still had coins and were alive. "I'll take you down, and then deal with Sad later." Mordred's tone was stubborn, but his light thoughts were clearly not comparable to the two captains and were now almost gone, his twin swords becoming increasingly transparent. "Don't think this matter is settled." Cavan threw down a harsh remark, dissolving the crystal giant wolf. Arthur also felt relieved, recalling the armored lion. Although the people on both sides were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to give in under the dual pressure of the captains and Dark Star, and they all withdrew their light thoughts. Cuckoo! Sad's body hung upside down on a tree branch like a bat, slowly disappearing into the forest. The others from Dark Star also vanished into the woods. He wore a mask, hiding his expression, but the two whistles revealed a sense of disappointment. Losing 2 good prey was the greatest regret for a good hunter. Cavan sounded the retreat, leading his team back to the territory of the gold coin area, while Arthur also took his knights back to Uzel Hill, keeping a vigilant lookout for any signs of Dark Star following them. "Arthur, wasn't the scout team captured by Cavan?" Boris asked worriedly. "Whether it was or not, we won't know until we attack. Are you going to the gold coin area?" We don't have enough people right now. We need a helper. Arthur clenched his teeth, anger rising on his handsome face. Chapter 54. Alliance. Things are progressing faster than I imagined. Gern stretched out lazily on a comfortable hammock. Yes, I didn't expect that after collecting all the coins from the corners, the score would still be quite impressive. It all relied on Gern's initial plan being solid enough. After gathering enough manpower, his team moved away from the vicinity of the broadcast tower. After all, Carvin had started to act as well, and staying in one place could easily attract attention. Following the suggestion of the Vine Woman, Gern found a concealed volcanic crater that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The environment was also quite nice, with a river nearby for water and plenty of berries to eat. With so many people in the team, supply was a significant issue, and moving the base here made things much more comfortable. Gern's team had now grown to 38 members, becoming the largest team in the entire trial arena. Since other teams had names, Gern named his team the Red Ant Squad, hoping everyone could unite like an ant colony and work together to pass the trial. Now, nearly 80% of the members in the Red Ant Squad had met the promotion requirements, and the remaining ones just needed to exchange coins for scores, which could be easily managed. As long as they defended the base well and avoided enemy sneak attacks, Gern's earlier promise of having everyone promoted could definitely be fulfilled. Therefore, he left some of the stronger members, such as Fry and Pava, to guard the base, sending only a few members to patrol the surrounding area and collect any missed coins. Although the number of members was large, the overall strength of the Red Ant Squad hadn't increased much. In terms of actual combat capability, only Gern, Pava, Fry, and the Vine Woman Conial could hold their own. They could handle ordinary small teams, but if they faced the Meteor Knights or Carvin's team, it would likely be difficult to withstand. There were only 2 days left. They had to hold on. Gern's own score was still 0. He had your hold onto 1,000 points, and once the last member received their score, he would distribute 500 points to himself, as that was the only way he could gain everyone's trust. They couldn't let their guard down. They needed to strengthen their defenses. Conial yanked on the hammock, pulling the drowsy Gern down, even without considering those who might come to steal points. They had to watch out for that group of lunatics from Dark Star. Others might just want points, but they were eyeing our heads. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Gern helplessly got up, just as a team member rushed over to report. Captain Gern, what's wrong? Did a nightmare beast break in? No, it's worse than that. It's Arthur. Arthur is approaching the volcanic crater with people. The team member looked panicked. Even if he wasn't from Rhodes Island, he had heard of Arthur's name, the genius star from the Falling Star Land, the brother of Blacklight Lancelot. What would he be doing here? Gern Vondet. The Meteor Knights rarely participated in battles. They generally held their territory and focused on gathering intelligence, much like Gern's situation, just waiting for the trial time to end. I don't know, but they come with ill intentions, so be prepared. Conial sharpened her spear on a rock. Gern actually didn't know why she liked spears so much. Logically, her abilities should align more with throwing darts. Arthur approached from the front of the volcanic crater, with the members of the Meteor Knights closely following him. The people from Falling Star Land were full of martial virtue. Even in the era of spiritual cultivation focused on light thoughts, they insisted on practicing swordsmanship and martial arts. They all came armed, looking very imposing. Stop. Fry stood on a makeshift wooden lookout, gathering blue light bullets in his hands. This is the base of the Red Ant Squad. What brings you here? Pava stood at the main entrance, blocking the way like an immovable wall, while other team members prepared for battle from high ground, even though they feared Arthur's strength. Since the opponent had come to their door, the members of the Red Ant Squad united firmly, with no one willing to back down. We mean no harm. Arthur finally spoke. I want to talk to Gern. He unbuckled the gilded lion's sword from his waist and threw it at his feet. A series of clattering sounds echoed as several members of the Meteor Knights simultaneously sheathed their weapons. Though they all fought with light thoughts, and swords were merely decorations, the knights disarming themselves indicated their sincerity. I'm here. Since the Meteor Knights have come, I wonder what brings you here. Gern stepped out from the base, his tone very calm and casual, easing the atmosphere between both sides. I hope to cooperate with you. Arthur got straight to the point without any unnecessary pleasantries. Cooperate? Both our teams aren't lacking points right now, are we? Gern looked up at the leaderboard in the sky. My people have been captured by Carven. I need to attack the gold area to rescue my companions, and I need your strength. Carven shouldn't be your match, right? Sass is also watching me. If I fight Carven to a standstill, he will take advantage of the situation. I must have an overwhelming advantage. Arthur said bluntly, I will give you all the gold coins I have, and I still have plenty of points. I can help you take first place. What do you think? Gern shrugged, not very interested. I can't risk the entire team for my own sake. They wouldn't agree to that either. Arthur pondered for a moment and added, the candidate information I have can be shared with you. There will be personal battles later. You should know the value of intelligence. We have collected the abilities and combat data of most candidates, except for those from Dark Star. Mordred presented a thick booklet. It is indeed somewhat useful. But Carven's strength shouldn't be underestimated. If we get eliminated here, that data will be useless, and people might even die, which doesn't benefit me at all. I heard what you said at the broadcast tower. I thought you were a righteous knight with spirit. Arthur seemed somewhat disappointed. I only said it wasn't beneficial. But I didn't say that I wouldn't do it if it wasn't beneficial. Gern smiled and suddenly changed the subject. I will help you. I also don't like that guy Carven. What? But don't get me wrong when I say I will help you. I don't have a right to represent the entire Red Ant squad. I'm just personally willing to join you. Gern turned to the members on high ground, raising his hand and calling out, those who are willing to come with me can join. Those that don't want to take the risk can stay and guard the base. I won't force anyone. Gern's words caused a stir among the crowd. Whether from the Red Ant squad or the Meteor Knights, no one expected things to take this direction. Don't look at me. I'm not doing that. The vine woman Conial leaned against a big tree, turning her face away. I'll go with you. Just as everyone hesitated, a tall figure walked up beside Gern. It was Pava. Chapter 55. Surprise attack on the gold coin zone yesterday. We also had a small team go missing. At first, we thought they got lost, but now it seems they might have been captured by Cavan, Pava said calmly. Why would he do that? There's not much time left, and our team's ability to suppress him will gradually weaken. By the last day, even if we gather all the coins onto one person, we won't be able to catch up to his score. At that point, he will be completely unrestricted, and the first thing he'll want to do is take revenge. Gern analyzed, stating that we are the team he hates the most, so naturally, we would be his first target for revenge. Therefore, rather than waiting until then, it's better to strike first now. Fry also jumped down from the watchtower, his figure turning into a blue light as he instantly appeared beside Gern. I'm going to. Count me in. After that, 8 more people volunteered to join the mission. The remaining team members stayed back at the base, with Joel managing daily affairs and Cornell responsible for combat command. Once the base was organized, Gern immediately set off with Arthur, making a total of 22 people marching aggressively toward the gold coin zone. On the way, Arthur and Gern didn't talk much, but Boris introduced a lot about their team's situation. From the current circumstances, Cavan is indeed highly suspected. First, he captured the scout team, then ambushed the reinforcements, and finally took advantage of the chaos to attack the Meteor Knights. It all makes sense. The volcano is located in the northern copper coin zone, and by heading south through a narrow strip of the coin zone, we can reach Cavan's territory. Since we are moving from a higher place to a lower one, the speed of the march increased significantly, and by evening, they reached the edge of the gold coin zone. It must be said that Cavan's choice to station himself in the gold coin zone was very clever. The border of the gold coin zone had a large number of bionic thought beasts wandering around, originally intended to create difficulties for candidates entering the gold coin zone. Now, these monsters have become the guards of Cavan's team. Although most of these monsters are wild dog level, with only a few being fierce wolf level. Their combat power isn't strong, but their numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, once a fight breaks out, Cavan's people are not deaf. They will definitely hear any commotion. Have you ever been to the gold coin zone? Boris asked Gern. I went in once without attracting the monster's attention. At that time, I used a glider to enter. It works for 1 or 2 people, but with such a large team, that method won't work. Gern shook his head. Then it seems we can only launch a frontal attack, Arthur said. We should avoid combat as much as possible. Gern bit his finger, desperately thinking of feasible plans. Unless we split into 2 routes, with a small team drawing the thought beast away while the main group quickly enters through the opening. The small team can retreat and find a chance to regroup. The fewer people in the bait team, the larger the loophole they can exploit. That's too dangerous. We might attract more than 20 thought beasts at once. If anything goes wrong, it will be very dangerous, Fry said. So, we need the strongest people to be the bait. It can't be too many, just 4 people, Gern said. I can do it alone. You all go in first, Arthur said, taking off his cloak and tightening his sword, ready for a solo mission. The members of the Meteor Knights urged him not to take risks. Now is not the time to be a hero, for people is the most reasonable. I'll go too. Who else wants to join? Gern walked over to Arthur. I'll join as well. Mordred stepped out of the team. Since that's the case, I can't be left out. Boris was about to walk over when suddenly a blue figure rushed past him. Let me do it, since I have to be the bait and run away. My light thought is the most suitable, Fry said with a bright smile. And since this is such an exciting thing, I definitely want to take on the challenge. After some debate among the group, the members of the bait team were finally decided. Everyone divided their tasks, and before dark, they began their operation. They aimed to all enter the gold coin zone by evening, find suitable positions to ambush, and launch a surprise attack in the dead of night. Arthur originally disagreed with the ambush plan and intended to directly confront the enemy after entering, but in order to save their companions while minimizing casualties, he ultimately agreed to Gern's idea, and both teams set off simultaneously. Hey, big guy, look at this. Fry rode his skateboard, creating a long blue light trail, drifting to the side of a guarding thought beast, throwing a condensed bomb at its face, and then turning to run. Soon, he arrived in front of another thought beast and repeated the trick to lure another one. In this way, using his high-speed ability, Fry attracted a large area of thought beasts, with a total of about 17 or 18 following behind him. Meanwhile, in another direction, Mordred attracted a similar number of thought beasts. Using his light thought ability, he constantly switched to the Wind Fairy's protective sword, increasing his speed, and his acceleration was even faster than Fry's. The tails following both of them grew larger as they converged from 2 directions, ultimately gathering a total of 35 thought beasts, including 2 fierce wolf level and the rest being wild dog level. Fry and Mordred led the thought beasts into a low valley, while the main force took the opportunity to enter through the breach. Although there were no communication devices, they coordinated very well. Arthur had already ambushed in the rocky ruins above the valley, while Gern positioned himself on the other side. After Fry and the others gathered the thought beasts together, they immediately accelerated to create some distance, and Arthur and Gern also took action. Fenrir's Claw. Break! The war lion roared. Arthur summoned the armored lion, letting out a fierce roar that released a pressure of light thought, suppressing a group of thought beasts in place. Gern swung his bone claws violently, knocking down a huge rock from above. Boom! The rock crashed to the ground with a loud noise, blocking the thought beast's escape route and trapping them in the valley. We can't hold them off for long. Hurry and retreat. Gern summoned his bone wings and glided down from above. Nice job. Fry made a victory gesture, and everyone quickly entered the gold coin zone, with the sounds of thought beasts scratching at the rocks behind them, desperately trying to climb out of their predicament. Roar! A fierce wolf-level thought beast jumped directly out of the pit. Its appearance resembled that of a giant lynx, but it had 6 legs and 6 massive ears. The lynx thought beast leaped in front of the 4, blocking their path and displaying its sharp claws and fangs, hissing a threatening sound from its throat. Chapter 56. The mysterious cave. Arthur waved his hand to give instructions, and the golden lion launched a fierce attack from the flank, biting accurately into the lynx's neck. The simulated thought beast let out a piercing wail, and Gern seized the opportunity to strike hard, summoning a black-bone sword and accelerating towards the beast. The sword slicing through the air in a white arc and piercing directly into the beast's chest. Mordred almost simultaneously struck, his dual swords following closely behind Gern's, hitting the simulated thought beast's fatal spot as well. The lynx thought beast was taken down by the combined efforts of the 3, and before the other thought beasts could escape the pit, they immediately retreated to a safe area. Wait, where's Fry? After running a considerable distance, Gern suddenly realized one person was missing. The boy in the blue tight suit was no longer with the group. Did he fall behind? Mordred frowned. That shouldn't be. That guy is not much good at anything else, but he's top-notch at running away and should have kept close to us. You guys go ahead. Hey, don't be impulsive. Gern turned back to the previous position, the lynx-thought beast's corpse still lying there. But there was no sign of Fry, as if he had vanished into thin air. How could this happen? Gern anxiously searched around, and looking left and right, he found a large hole about 1/2 meter in diameter on the ground. What is this? Upon closer inspection, the hole was bottomless and pitch black, leading to an unknown destination. Gern remembered that this large hole hadn't been there when they were fighting the lynx-thought beast. Could it have been done by Cavan's people? Despite the confusion in his heart, the thought beasts nearby wouldn't wait for anyone. He could already see a few trying to crawl out of the pit and had to retreat temporarily. Gern activated Shadow, thought Windwalk with all his strength, quickly catching up with Arthur and the others, who had already regrouped. Fry was still missing. Cavan should not have discovered us. The scouting team reported that their personnel had not been mobilized, and everyone was still inside the base. Pava reported, "Perfect, gear up and prepare for the attack." Gern Geschut, and everyone immediately began to prepare. Cavan's team was still unaware of the enemy's arrival, with most of the members gathered around the central campfire, barbecuing and drinking. The gold coin area not only produced the most scoring coins, but also a large number of resource supply boxes, containing many luxurious consumables. While the copper coin area could only yield bread and mineral water, but the gold coin area could provide beer and high-quality beef. On one hand, Cavan's team, having not yet scored points, was naturally anxious and tense, tried to relieve their emotions through excessive feasting. On the other hand, Cavan hoped to stabilize their morale. So he let them indulge, even assigning only 2 patrolling sentries, as no one wanted to do that hard work. The night was deep, and the cool night breeze swept through the valley, echoing with a mournful sound. Tonight was a moonless night, and the high tower's light did not shine. It was a suitable night for a surprise attack. Arthur arranged his personnel at the front, with 7 forming a conical array. The members of the Meteor Knight Brigade holding their long swords, well-trained and in formation. Mordred and Boris were at the forefront, one attacking and one defending, leading the charge. Gern's team spread out around the area for support strikes. Arthur and Gern stood at the center of the formation, tasked with targeting Cavan. As soon as he showed his face, Arthur and Gern together would be able to take him down quickly, capture the king first. With a command from Arthur, the attack officially commenced, and the members of the Meteor Knight Brigade charged forward. Cavan's sentries quickly sounded the alarm, but the enemy had already penetrated deep into their camp like a sharp sword. 2 beams of white light surged at the front of the team. Those were Mordred's dual long swords. He led the charge into the enemy ranks, swinging his swords to take down 2 of Cavan's team members. The Meteor Knight Brigade had already reached the center of the base, and it was only then that the enemies by the campfire reacted and hastily gathered to fight back. "Cavan, you sent me a big gift before. Now I'm here to return the favor." Arthur charged forward on his armored lion, his cape billowing behind him, the war lion's claws smashing into the ground as he roared thunderously at the enemy ranks. Lionheart roar. The armored lion roared to the sky, the massive sound wave rippling through the grass below, and all of Cavan's team members were suppressed by this move, raising their hands and bending over, pinned in place by the intense wind pressure. A giant crystal spike, like a crossbow bolt, shot towards the armored lion, interrupting Arthur. The latter managed to steady himself as the lion stepped back a couple of paces. The attacker was, of course, Cavan, who emerged from his tent, glaring at Arthur with disdain. "I let you off before, but you came right to my door." Cavan snorted coldly, conjuring dozens of crystal blades behind him. "Where are the people you captured hiding? You can tell me now, or we could tie you up and ask slowly." Gern jumped onto the head of Arthur's giant lion, standing beside him. "You're here too? That's just right. We can settle old and new scores together." The blades behind Cavan fanned out, and with a wave of his hand, they flew forward, spinning into the Meteor Knight Brigade's ranks. Boris stood in front, creating a massive barrier to block the attack. Cavan's strike seemed light and without any lethality, clearly blocked, yet he smirked as if it was just what he wanted. "I originally planned to save this move for later, but since you 2 came together, you should show some real skills, right?" Cavan brought his fingers together like a sword, and Boris suddenly swung out, crystal dream poison. The crystal blades that had just been blocked by Boris exploded one after another, releasing a large amount of blue mist, with glowing specks of light within the fog. resembling countless fireflies dancing. Bullies, be careful. Cover your mouth and nose. Don't breathe it in. Boris hurriedly stepped back, but the mist spread quickly and had already reached his legs. As he tried to step back again, he found his legs unresponsive, and he suddenly fell to the ground, his lower body completely covered by the mist, growing a layer of translucent crystal shell. While many of his teammates behind him were also affected, as the mist seeped through the barrier and floated in. Chapter 57. The Guidance of Light, What Have You Done? Arthur charged forward on the armored lion, reaching Cavan in a rush. The golden lion let out a furious roar and pounced, but Cavan remained calm, detonating the crystals beneath him, releasing a bright blue toxic mist that enveloped him. Whoosh! The armored lion swiped its claw to disperse the smoke, but Cavan was already gone. Not much, just let them take a nap. But if you want them to recover, you'd better act quickly. I can't guarantee their safety if too much time passes. Cavan's voice came from the smoke in the distance, unaffected by the toxic mist, swiftly moving through the blue haze while occasionally throwing crystal shurikens to attack Arthur. Don't let him affect you. Stay calm, Gern reminded from the side. Arthur nodded, swiping his claws to shatter the incoming shurikens. The shattered crystals released a large amount of toxic smoke, and relying on the armored lion to clear the mist was inefficient. The toxic smoke Cavan had just released had already incapacitated 5 members of the Meteor Knights, with the crystals rapidly spreading over their bodies. Anyone touched by it quickly lost the ability to move. The crystallization effect requires a continuous mental energy, and you can't hold out for long, can you? Gern maneuvered to the battlefield's flank, keeping a close eye on Cavan, ready to launch an attack. However, Cavan remained hidden in the smoke, preparing to engage in a war of attrition. Ha ha! Only ignorant commoners would think that way, Cavan sneered. The crystal dream poison is a secret technique of the Defon family. It consumes very little light energy. I can keep wearing you down until you die. Is that so? Gern heard this for the first time. What he said is true. Every bloodline of the light nobles has its own secret technique. My fearless lion and my brother's lightless sword are both family secrets. Arthur sighed helplessly. This won't work. Gern surveyed the battlefield. The Meteor Knights had lost over half their members. The Red Ant team was not very powerful, and Cavan's side had regained their composure amidst the chaos. They were fighting on their home turf, holding the advantage. If they didn't deal with Cavan quickly, they would soon be counterattacked. What's wrong? Are you panicking? Cavan laughed arrogantly. Launching 2 shurikens, said Gern. Gern dared not intercept them with an attack, and had to activate his shadow energy to dodge quickly. Arthur, let me try. Mordred broke free from the ambush of several of Cavan's team members and quickly ran to the side of the Golden Lion, the 2 of them covering each other's backs. His ability counters melee. You can't get close, Arthur warned. I should be able to do it at extreme speed. Even if I can't hurt him, I can force him out of the mist before I'm pinned down. The rest is up to you. Don't waste my sacrifice. No, we can't afford to lose more members. This is the only way. Wind Spirit. Freya. Mordred left a sword planted in the ground and, ignoring Arthur's protests, charged into the blue mist at full speed. The moment his skin touched the mist, a layer of crystal formed on the surface. Gern could see his silhouette swiftly moving through the blue fog, the long sword in his hand emitting a faint glow that was quickly overshadowed by the toxic mist blue light. Mordred, come back, Arthur shouted, but there was no response from a mist. Stop shouting. There's only one chance. Don't betray his trust. Gern concentrated his shadow energy into a spear, focusing on Mordred's figure, waiting for the right moment. Arthur seemed somewhat frustrated. Everyone had high expectations of him, from his family to the people of Starfall Land, and the Meteor Knights had regarded him as their leader from the very beginning. Yet he had never felt ready to shoulder these responsibilities. Don't dawdle, it's coming. Gern lowered his body, the spear in his hand, gathering power. Pawa led the Red Ant team in a hard-fought battle behind him, barely holding off the attack. The outcome of the battle hinged on this critical strike. Light Spirit. Farina. Mordred's battle cry echoed across the battlefield, and the longsword in his hand blazed with light, a pure white beam piercing through the mist. The black-haired youth moved like the wind, the white light on his sword elongating into a zigzag of lightning. Annoying. Cavan reached out, releasing a volley of crystal arrows. Mordred swung his sword to deflect them, but the shattered crystals released even denser smoke. Unable to perfectly block due to the obstructed view, a sharp arrow pierced through a gap in his sword and struck his shoulder, the crystals rapidly spreading from the wound to cover his entire right arm in seconds. Don't think you can escape. Mordred gritted his teeth, switching the sword to his left hand, a ring of explosive airflow erupting behind him as he accelerated toward Cavan. Well done, but that's all you can do. Cavan raised a finger, and just as Mordred's long sword approached his shoulder, a layer of crystalline armor suddenly formed over Cavan's body. Mordred had reached his limit in this charge. Both his legs and right arm could no longer move, and the weak swing of his sword couldn't penetrate the armor, merely digging in shallowly. Outside the blue mist, Arthur sat atop the golden lion at a loss. He just wanted to save his companions, but ended up putting more people in danger. This was no child's game. It was the qualification trial of Vesala Academy, a life-and-death competition. Was he truly mature enough for this? Could he really lead everyone forward? Arthur. Amidst the noisy sounds of battle, he vaguely saw a small figure. In the dark basement, a short, black-haired boy was climbing down from a skylight, agilely landing on the ground and grinning as he approached. Arthur, you've knelt all day. You must be hungry. I brought you something to eat. I'm fine. You should leave. If someone finds you, you'll have to kneel with me. I'll kneel with you now. Let's eat together. Young Mordred forcefully stuffed half a cheese bread into his hands, then knelt on the empty ground beside him. The carving on the wall in front depicted Arthur Lord, the ancestor of the Lord family, after whom his father had named him. Every time Arthur made a mistake, he would come here to repent before this Arthur. The family's honor forbade them from using light energy against ordinary people, but that day, Arthur made an exception to stop a rapist, and Mordred had stayed in the basement with him, kneeling all night. The two children talked a lot that night, but Arthur barely remembered all. There was just one sentence that he recalled vividly to this day. Actually, this name should belong to my brother. He's stronger and smarter than me, more like Arthur. But he's not. You are. Why is that? I'm not as good as him. Why did you hit that guy today? Because I'm a big idiot. Be serious. Because, how would I know why? By the time I realized it, I had already acted. That's why you were Arthur. Last time I almost fell from the tower, you rushed to save me without thinking. You almost fell to your death too. You make people feel reliable and safe. You have a kind of irrational yet unwavering sense of justice. You shine from birth. Light. Arthur seemed to see the glow he emitted in Mordred's eyes. But later he realized it was the light from the tower outside the skylight. That's right. So we all, like you, trust you and believe. In things that Lord William can't do, in things that Lancelot can't do, you can do it. You are someone who embodies the spirit of the Light Knights. You will be the light of this era. Stop joking. I clearly can't do anything right. That's because we are still young. Your light is still small. But one day, your light will overshadow your brother. To say something offensive, you will surpass this Arthur. You can illuminate all of us like a tower. No, even more brilliant than a tower. Light. Of course, you shouldn't feel too much pressure. We will work hard together. You guide me, and I'll guide you, just like our father. We can go to battle together, fighting against the beasts of thought. Wow, look, it's so beautiful. Arthur raised his head, the radiant light of the tower shining through the skylight onto his face. But at that moment, the light on his face was from Mordred's sword. Arthur. The shout of the black-haired boy brought him back to reality. Mordred's sword did not cut through Cavan's armor, but the blade erupted with dazzling white light. The sword he had left by Arthur's feet was also glowing, creating a path of light that connected the two swords, illuminating the thick fog, like a road guided by starlight. You idiot, what are you doing? Cavan reached for the hilt of the sword, but couldn't pry the black-haired boy's hand away. Step on my shoulder. Mordred had no strength left to speak, but still shouted with all his might, become the light of salvation. Arthur looked at the path beneath his feet, clenched his fists, anger rising in his brow. He gritted his teeth, his golden hair in disarray, almost like the lion beneath him. He remembered the young figure and the words he had spoken. And he also recalled the portrait he had seen that day in the meditation room. In the hands of his ancestor Arthur, he tightly gripped a giant sword. Now's the time. Gawain seized the opportunity and threw the black spear towards the end of the light path. Arthur jumped off the lion and charged forward on the light path. The armored lion followed behind him, its body becoming smaller, its golden light growing brighter, until it jumped into his hand, transforming into a lion-patterned giant sword. Lionheart sword. Arthur gathered the light and thrust the sword upward. The golden light, rushing forth, tore through the poisonous mist, like an unstoppable lion charging towards the enemy. The explosion of the sword cutting through the air was like a roar of a lion shaking the heavens. This is bad. Cavan was caught tightly between the attacks from both sides, with no escape. The blinding golden light was getting closer until it illuminated his entire being. The whole battlefield was also illuminated, and everyone stopped fighting, as if a sun had risen in the center of the gold coin area. Chapter 58. Shadow of the White Wolf. Cavan lay helplessly in a large pit on the ground, having been knocked unconscious by a strong impact. Fortunately, he didn't sustain any fatal injuries, as Arthur had slightly diverted his sword to avoid harming Mordred. The unmatched slash swept past the two of them, and a shockwave knocked them to the ground. Those who had been immobilized by Cavan's light energy regained their senses, and the situation on the battlefield quickly turned. The members of the Meteor Knights returned to the fight, and with Arthur, who had gained new power, Cavan's team had no strength left to resist and surrendered one after another. When Han-Ti contributed much in the second half of the battle, he rested on the sidelines, organizing his thoughts as he waited for the meditation to finish. By the time he ended his meditation, everyone was already cleaning up the battlefield. According to their agreement, the Red Ant team took all the spoils, finding a large amount of coins in the camp, which were secretly hoarded by Cavan's subordinates. It seemed he had long lost the people's support. The casualties were acceptable. The Red Ant team had 7 injured. The Meteor Knights had 3 injured, including Mordred, who was hit in the shoulder by Cavan. Cavan's side had 12 injured, but none were fatal. They treated the prisoners well, and those willing to join the Red Ant team could all be accepted. The trial was nearing its end, and my promise remained unchanged. Everyone who joined would receive 500 points, and everyone was equal. Gwen walked past the prisoner camp, where Cavan's team was all locked inside, guarded by Pava and his men outside. Understood. The members of the Red Ant team responded loudly, although they were dissatisfied with Cavan's team's behavior. They trusted Gwen and followed his orders. Thanks for your help this time. Gwen turned to find Arthur had approached him. His golden hair was a bit disheveled, and his clothes were torn from the fight, but his regal aura remained. We help each other out. We're here to save people too. That move you just did was so cool. It nearly blinded me. Gwen scratched his head and laughed heartily. You're strong too. Arthur's words carried no hint of humility. Just now, he had clearly seen Gwen strike almost simultaneously with him. His sword wind collided with the black spear Gwen threw, and the explosion resulted from the fierce clash of their attacks. This meant that Gwen's attack was nearly equal to his full power strike. Just how strong was he? Arthur, we found someone. Come quick. Suddenly, a member of the Meteor Knights ran over. They had located the place where Cavan was holding prisoners. Arthur and Gwen immediately followed him. Cavan's men had dug a large pit in the ground, covered it with an iron net, and added a layer of grass on top for concealment, making it very hidden. They had searched for a long time before discovering it. The people inside seemed to have been paralyzed by Cavan's crystal dream poison. They appear to have just woken up and were about to break through the iron net when Arthur arrived. Finally rescued, everyone felt a great sense of relief. Arthur also sighed, but when counting the numbers, he discovered that only the reinforcements he sent to rescue the scout team were inside the pit. The earliest missing group was not there, and the members of the Red Ant team were also absent. What is going on? Does Cavan have other dungeons? Arthur furrowed his brows. We can only ask him directly. After being defeated by Arthur, Cavan was locked in a tent, strictly guarded by Boris and his men. Given Cavan's strength, a moment of negligence could allow him to escape. Ordinary people could not stop him. When Gwen and Arthur came to interrogate him, he was still unconscious. Stop pretending to be asleep. I know you're planning to escape. Gwen kicked his chair, causing Cavan to sway and open his eyes. Gwen could sense emotional changes in people. Though not as accurately as his sister, he easily picked up on Cavan's agitated emotions, filled with thoughts of escape and revenge. What do you want? Here to insult me? Cavan, already a defeated soldier, still refused to bow his head, glaring fiercely at everyone. Just wait. In the upcoming trials, I will make you all pay back one by one. Do you still have a chance to continue? Gwen crossed his arms and grinned. What do you do to me? You can only take away half of my points. I have over 300,000 points. I can pass no matter what. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Come on then, try it. Cavan stretched his neck, a proud smile on his face. Half of your points? You don't understand the settlement mechanism, do you? Buff only said that taking coins from you would deduct half the points generated by those coins. Not that it's limited to one time. You. What do you mean? Which means I can keep shoving coins at you and taking them away until your score is 0. Want to get a try? You dare to do that. Just wait and see. Cavan still held his ground, but a hint of fear showed on his face. Quickly tell me where you're holding people. On the southern hillside. Anything else? No, just that one place. There are only about 10 people. I don't remember them all. What about the people you captured before? What did you do to them? Arthur stepped forward, somewhat angry, but Gwen reached out to steady him. There is no need for lies now. I wasn't specifically trying to capture your people. When I attacked you last time, they just happened to run into me. I can't be blamed for that. I truly haven't seen those people you mentioned before. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Who cares? They might have been killed by the SARS people. You, don't be impulsive. Remember Fry? The one who came with us. Gwen thought calmly. After we lured away the mind beasts, he disappeared. Arthur nodded. He's not in that basement. And when I went back to look for him, I found a large hole in the ground. Gwen recalled the situation at that time. A large hole? Yes, so I wondered if it was done by other teams. But Fry's skill isn't low, and your team's people should be the same. It wouldn't be easy to take them away. If it really was the SARS people, then it would be troublesome. After discussing for a while, they couldn't come to any conclusion and had to put it aside for the moment. Arthur sent a team to search around the gold coin area to see if they could find any clues. At that moment, Gwen saw an unexpected person. Corneal had come with other members of the Red Ant team. They marched into the camp in a large group, and a few of them were injured, apparently having fought with mind beasts while crossing the border. Fortunately, they had many people and barely managed to win. Why did you come here? Some strange things happened. The base over there is no longer safe, so I figured it would be better to come find you. Corneal said casually. What happened? A few more people went missing, just like before, and all our prisoners are gone. Corneal had been responsible for watching the prisoners, and she had specifically found a cave to hold them. Gone? Yes. I found a large hole on the ground of the cave, and a similar one near the base. That person must have some kind of ability to burrow underground and launch an attack from below. Corneal described what she had seen. Another hole. A sense of unease rose in Gwen's heart. It can't be the candidates. Arthur said firmly, for one person to accomplish such a feat, their strength would be too terrifying. I don't believe there is anyone like that among the candidates, and SARS couldn't do it either. Then it's a design problem with the trial grounds. I said this trial couldn't be this simple. Gwen said, Did you capture Cavan? The vine woman suddenly asked. Yes, he is inside. Haven't you taken his points yet? He's still in first place. People haven't been found yet, so how can we manage that? But it's only a matter of time. Let's first give it to those who don't have enough points. I'll be the last to take it. Gern lifted the flap of the tent, and before he even stepped inside, a blinding white lightning bolt shot out from within. Gern couldn't see the person's face clearly, only a blurry silhouette. Thanks, I'll take it. As the lightning faded, a white-haired girl stood in the distance, wearing a fox mask and holding a large bag, waving at Gern. Before Gern could react, she transformed into a bolt of lightning and escaped, her speed leaving Gern in the dust. His top speed likely didn't even match half of hers. The others also noticed the intruder and seemed to go after her, but of course, it was futile. In the end, they could only watch her disappear from sight. The names on the leaderboard quickly began to refresh, and Carwin finally dropped from the first position, replaced by a new name. Gonaria. Is it her? No wonder she looks so familiar. Gern suddenly remembered the celestial girl he had seen before. Her name seemed to be that, and her figure, hair color, and light ability all matched. Is she someone you know? Coniel asked. Not really, just acquainted with her. The duck I almost flew away. Gern appeared completely unconcerned. He wasn't particularly interested in the first place anyway, so if he lost it, so be it. What mattered more now was to find those missing people. Their fates were still unknown, and until that mysterious underground assassin was dealt with, no one could feel at ease. No one knew if they would be the next prey. The missing people had no common traits. Some had enough points to advance, while others did not. And they came from different factions. There were certainly many from other small teams as well. Gern led the group to the location of the cave he had discovered earlier to start investigating. Everyone cleared out the nearby thought beasts and surrounded the deep, pitch-black cave. Chapter 59. Beasts of the Underground. The heavy bag in Nai Li's hands made a crisp metallic clatter, and she hummed a tune with a cheerful mood. She had been lying in wait for Kevin for a long time, but the other side always acted in groups and never left their team. She was confident in taking down Kevin alone, but dealing with a team of more than 20 was still too difficult. Just then, the chaos created an opportunity for her, and she struck as soon as the defense relaxed. With only one day left in the trial, the first place was essentially locked in. Even if other teams began to gather points now, they would not be able to surpass her. Nyla was not concerned about any extra rewards mentioned by Buff. She was doing this solely to prove herself. That person must be watching her from somewhere in the trial ground, right? She had to show him and prove to herself that she was a genuine celestial bloodline, that she was no worse than anyone else, and that those truths were merely baseless rumors. As she left the gold zone, several low-level thought beasts noticed her and immediately shrieked as they surrounded her. Nyla didn't pay them any mind. She gathered lightning into blades in her hands, her figure darting like lightning, swiftly taking them all down. The simulated thought beasts she usually trained with were far superior to these creatures. They posed no threat to her at all. Among the candidates, there were hardly any she deemed worthy. Just a moment ago, she had been hiding in the shadows, watching Kevin and the other two team leaders fight. If it came down to one-on-one, she was confident she could defeat each of them. After leaving the gold zone, she entered a valley area, where it seemed there were no other candidates around. It looked like she could safely stay here until the end. After tidying herself up a bit, Nyla discovered strange traces nearby. Although there was no biological activity, the ground was marked with several odd large pits, some in soft mud, others breaking through solid rock. These holes weren't very large, just enough for a person to enter, pitch black inside, with nothing visible. Are these traps? Nyla cautiously crouched down, pressing close to the ground. Weak arcs of electricity emanated from her hands, spreading along the ground into the distance, slowly forming a circular ring. And Nyla's vision gradually expanded with the ring's range. She found nothing. Was she overthinking it? Just as she was about to get up and leave, she suddenly sensed a vibration beneath her, approximately 3 meters underground. She had just happened to use light thought to scout. Otherwise, she might not have noticed such a subtle tremor. Boom! A massive tentacle burst through the ground. Nyla had been prepared and sidestepped to avoid its attack, her body flashing with electric light as she leaped aside. There was definitely something amiss. Nyla didn't dare to slack off. She continuously converted light thought into electric energy, enveloping herself in a battle armor of electricity. The tentacle was covered in dirt, resembling the roots of some plant from a distance. One side was smooth, while the other was covered in suckers like an octopus. With a ring of sharp teeth in the center, no one would want to experience being caught by this thing. Those large holes were undoubtedly created by it. Several unfortunate candidates had probably been targeted by it and dragged into those pits, and who knows where they would lead. Thunderbird, Nyla called out softly, throwing 2 bolts of electric light with her hands, which transformed into 2 light, flying birds. The seemingly harmless little birds exploded violently upon landing on the tentacle, turning into massive spherical bolts of lightning. The tentacle twisted wildly under the thunderous impact. The spots where the lightning struck charred black, revealing the circuits and liquid metal beneath. This was a simulated thought beast, but its size was too enormous. Before Nyla could launch another attack, the ground trembled again, and another tentacle burst forth, coiling upward like a giant dragon emerging from the earth. Nyla dodged, while a third tentacle emerged from an already opened hole, attacking her from 3 directions. Thunderbird. Scatter. Nyla spun in the air, like performing an elegant dance, sending countless electric light birds flying in all directions from her hands. The flock collided violently with the incoming tentacles, and one spherical bolt of lightning after another exploded, allowing her to slip through the encirclement. In a moment of escape, Nyla condensed an electric blade and struck at the tentacle, slicing it smoothly, but the center was exceptionally hard, and she couldn't sever it completely. Just as she landed, Nailu suddenly sensed something was off. Looking down at her feet, she found a tentacle no thicker than a finger had wrapped around her leg without her noticing. It turned out that when she severed the larger tentacle, a large number of smaller ones had split off from the severed end. Disgusting. Nailu swung her electric blade to cut the smaller tentacles, while the underground monster continued its relentless assault. It seemed frustrated to encounter such a troublesome enemy for the first time, letting out a deep, muffled roar from underground, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. Oh no! In a moment of carelessness, Nailu was caught by a large tentacle. Her electric armor could deflect damage, but she was still trapped and unable to escape. The tentacle quickly pulled her back underground, dragging her down tightly with it. Her vision suddenly went black, and a strong smell of earth filled her nostrils as she was completely pulled underground. Panic set in, and she struggled desperately to free herself. At that moment, her mind went blank. She couldn't recall any techniques or secret arts. All she remembered was the most basic transformation of light thought into electricity. She poured all her spirit into it, the immense light thought within her transforming into surging lightning. Bolts of electricity shot out from the hole in the ground. The pitch-black underground was illuminated as bright as day. Nailu's hair stood on end as an unimaginable amount of energy surged forth uncontrollably. The crackling explosions echoed continuously, even drowning out the monster's painful roars. Huff, huff, huff. Nailu took a deep breath and slowly stood up, kicking the now motionless tentacle away from her. She felt completely drained, her head pounding, and even gathering a small ball of electric light for illumination was difficult. The ends of those tentacles had already snapped off. Clearly the monster had actively severed them to escape the damage. She had no idea how deep underground she was, in the depths of the distant cave. It was pitch black, and the faint electric light seemed to be sucked into a black hole, illuminating nothing. Chapter 60. The maze. Hello. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Gern shouted deep into the cave, but all he received in response was an empty echo. He had slid down directly from the opening above into this enormous underground space. The strange holes were just big enough for a person to enter, and he never expected that below would be such a spacious area. The walls of the underground cave were rough and uneven, not like they were excavated by humans, but rather like something large had drilled through. If it was just one creature, that thing must be huge. Ah! A scream came from above. Gern turned his head to see Yue tumbling down head first, biting into the dirt and spitting out several times, looking completely covered in grime. How did you come down here? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gern, are you okay? We've been calling for you for so long, and when you didn't respond, we thought something happened to you. I was just leaning over the hole, and I don't know who pushed me down. Yue had a face full of misfortune. Haha, that's pretty tragic. Do you have a light source? My ability can illuminate. Yenoskid. Let's go back. There might be monsters down here. We finally made it down here, and, of course, we need to explore. We've lost so many people. We can't just leave it like this. Gern rolled up his sleeves, eager to explore, striding confidently deeper into the cave. Yue doubted his ears. So many people had mysteriously disappeared, and this guy wasn't he scared at all? You really want to go down there? Yue stood frozen in place. Of course. Do you have any fire or a lamp? We might not be able to see anything further down. I do have something. Yue took out a small cylindrical container, opened the lid, and a flicker of flame sprang out. This alcohol canister was originally meant for starting fires, and he wasn't sure how long it would last for lighting. The light was dim, and the air in the cave was thin, barely illuminating a little bit of the path. Our territory is far from here. If the same monster attacked them, it should have almost hollowed out this trial ground. Gern analyzed the situation while moving forward. Stop talking. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Teacher Bafu said there's a monster at the level of a fierce tiger in this area. Remember? You used this to scare Carwin, but it's been almost 6 days since the trial started, and no one has seen it. Candidates should have searched the entire area by now. If we really encounter it, can you handle it? Yue asked tremulously. Of course not. The weakest fierce tiger-level monster is 10 times stronger than a ferocious wolf-level monster. Right now, I can only handle 2 or 3 ferocious wolves at most. Then why are you still going? We should hurry back. I'm not saying I want to fight, Escaping is still possible. Maybe we can rescue everyone if they're not dead yet. Amidst Yuer's frantic cries, Gwen walked several kilometers ahead, only to hear some faint noises in the distance. Gwen immediately became alert, dark mist gathering in his hand as he summoned the shadow-thought giant sword, signaling Yuer to be quiet. What? Is it coming? What do we do? What do we do? Shouting so loudly will only make it more dangerous. Gwen shot him a glare, and Yuer quickly covered his mouth and quieted down. It seems to be right around the corner. Gwen bent down, extinguished the flame, lowered his footsteps, and when he got close to the corner, he lunged forward to slash with his sword. Clang! The sword collided with a hard object. A blue glowing blade pressed against Gwen's black sword, and someone rushed over from the other side. The opponent moved swiftly, flicking their sword to deflect Gwen's blade. Gwen used the momentum to swing his sword horizontally, blocking it in front of him. It's you? The blue electric blade illuminated the surroundings, and that person recognized Gwen. The person in front held a blade made of blue electricity with short white hair, and her figure and posture were identical to the one who had just snatched the gold coins, except her mask was missing. Long time no see. Gwen retracted his black sword, but didn't let his guard down. By the way, someone like you still needs to participate in the trial? Shut your mouth. If you dare to go around talking about my business, you'll be in big trouble. Ned Ned, the glow of the electric blade intensifying as she seemed to tug at a wound, and her brow furrowed slightly. You're injured? You weren't attacked by that thing, were you? Gwen leaned in to take a look. Yuer, did you bring any medicine? Get away. Nailu held the electric blade in front of her, looking a bit tense. She had witnessed Gwen's strength, and having just stolen his gold coins not long ago, she was in poor condition because of that monster. If they were to fight, she wasn't entirely confident. I'm just looking at your wound. You don't think I'm still holding a grudge, do you? You can keep the gold coins. I'm giving them to you. I wasn't interested anyway. If you encounter that monster, I hope you can give me some information. Someone from our team was taken by it, and so was Arthur S. side. I'm just here to rescue people. Yen patiently explained. Why should I believe you? You don't have to believe me. You can just trust me. Gwen sighed and dispersed the black sword to show his sincerity. Nailu also relaxed, the electric blade in her hand fading away. But she still took a step back to maintain a safe distance. It's a monster like an octopus, probably that fierce tiger-level simulated thought beast. I chase it away, but I don't know its location. Nidu spoke coldly. You're quite impressive. No wonder you're the... Gwen almost blurted out, glancing at Yuer beside him and holding his tongue. The white-haired girl seemed not to want others to know about her matters, secretly running to the slums, then coming to participate in the trial. What a strange person. Isn't Viscera Academy her home? Why go through all this trouble? We came from over there, and we didn't run into it, so it should be in another direction. Let us pursue. Gwen said to Yuer. Pursue? Forget it. You see how strong this lady is? Neither you nor Arthur could stop her, and she's not the monster S match either. You might die. What did you say? Nyla was very dissatisfied with this assessment. I didn't say anything. Didn't say? Then I'll go alone. Yuer, you go inform Arthur and the others. I'll leave markers for you along the way. I'll go with you. Nyla said unexpectedly. Huh? Why are you? At the start, that perverted little mustache said, right? That fierce tiger-level monster is an opponent that candidates can never defeat. No candidate has ever challenged it. It seemed that Yuer's earlier words had triggered something in her, and Nailu suddenly thought of something. That is true. If I kill it, wouldn't that prove I'm strong, unprecedented? Nailu smiled, a wild energy emanating from her. Of course. Ianu did. Then I'll go kill it. Nailu's white hair crackled with electricity. I not only want to take first place in this trial, but I also want to take the first place in history. This is bad. Yuer's expression at that moment was as if he had eaten a fly, quietly complaining in a voice even he couldn't hear. These two are both crazy. Chapter 61. The Song of the Beast Hunt. The three of them quickly advanced in the direction that Gern had speculated. And soon Gern saw the tentacles that the monster had shed. Nayla had fallen from the spot before, but the hole above had collapsed, which was why she had been searching for an exit in the cave. It was unclear whether it had been the monster or her own doing that caused the collapse. As they moved forward, they found more traces of the monsters crawling and writhing, and a crackling sound grew louder. It was the sound of Yuer's teeth chattering. He shrank behind Gern and Nayla like a frightened rabbit. Gern told him to go back and notify Arthur, but he was too scared to walk alone, fearing he might encounter a monster if he turned around. So he had no choice but to follow the two of them, trembling. The moon was down, the forest quiet and wild, for doves circled, dropping forth shadows as the gun barrel was pressed against the cold hunting knife. Shadows, oh shadows, take me to find it. Shadows, oh shadows, mourn for my fate. I am the wolf of the hunt, I am the lonely wolf. Nayla hummed something softly. She had sung this poem before when she passed through the valley, and Gern listened, somewhat captivated. What are you singing? I won't sing anymore. Come on, it's nice. Tell me. The Beast Hunt song, I learned it by chance. It seems to have been composed by an ancestor of my family. This song has a power to it. Listening to it makes me feel less afraid, Gern said with a smile. Really? I still feel quite scared, you're quietly added. It's just a melody, Nayla said coldly. The melody is a projection of the spirit. The spirit in the song is a gift from your ancestors. It will become your light. Hopefully. I particularly like the songs of Ueshier. Every time I hear her voice, I feel. Gern suddenly became enthusiastic. Just mentioning Ueshier could make him talk endlessly for a day, no matter who he was talking to. But this time, it seemed he wouldn't have that opportunity, as the ground began to tremble slightly, as if something was about to break through. It's coming. Nayla sensed the familiar vibration and her spirit jolted. Is it underground? How many layers has it dug? Gern looked down at the ground, but Nayla pulled him aside. No, it's from the side. It's on the other side of the wall. Before Nayla finished speaking, a giant tentacle pierced through the wall. Debris fell like rain in the narrow space, and Ymir screamed loudly, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Griffin's claw. Gern summoned his bone claw to block the sweep of the tentacle. The creature's strength was astonishing, nearly flipping him over. Go find its main body. Hitting these tentacles is useless, Nayla shouted, her electric armor flashing on her body. The electric blades in her hands merging into a giant sword, and she transformed into a blue shadow and dashed out. Wait for me. Gern followed closely, and two more tentacles pierced through the wall. The two of them dodged or blocked and hurriedly dealt with them, struggling to advance through the tentacles. You nobles, don't you have some powerful secret techniques? Gern struck a tentacle fiercely with his claw, creating a gash from which a mercury-like liquid flowed. But he couldn't sever it directly. I've tried, it doesn't work. Then let me try. Gern had no choice but to give it his all. The bone claw in his hand transformed into a great sword, a magic sword. Calibalk. The giant sword swung out a black semicircle and struck the tentacle. Gern felt his palms go numb from the impact, and with one last effort, he sliced through the tentacle, which was as thick as a barrel. The incredible power of this strike shocked Nayla. How is that possible? Don't dawdle. Charge. Gern jumped over the severed tentacle, rushing towards the other end of the pit. On the other side of the wall, an enormous figure appeared before him. Seeing those tentacles, Gern could guess it was a huge creature, but seeing the full form of the monster still stunned him. It was a moving mountain of flesh, with tentacles covering its spherical body. More like a giant sea urchin than an octopus. I found them. They're still alive. Gern saw that the sphere was covered in bulges, each bulge containing a person. The missing members of the Red Ant team were among them, and members of the Meteor Knight squad were definitely inside as well. Nayla quickly followed and arrived. She was trying hard to mask her anxiety and fear, and the two electro blades in her hands fused into a giant sword just like Gern's. Let me handle it. It's my prey. Then let us see who has the skill. Judging by this appearance, we have to take it down to rescue the people, Gern said. Just as the two were about to attack, suddenly a display screen extended from the monster's head, and a snowy image flickered, revealing a comical face. Ho ho ho! Congratulations on discovering the truth. Buffer's face appeared on the screen, holding a white porcelain teacup, his little mustaches dancing happily as he spoke. I only said there was a tiger-level psychic beast in the arena. I didn't say it was on the ground. Ha ha ha. So, can you release the people? Gern asked, hands on his hips. Unfortunately, I can't. These people were captured due to negligence in defense. That's a failure in the assessment. A true psychic warrior can never let their guard down. Buffer shrugged. The scores of the captured will be reset, and when the time is up, they will be eliminated. What if we kill this guy and release them? Can they regain their qualifications? Don't joke around. No candidate can do that. This is a tiger-level psychic beast. It would take 10 light mirror-level psychic warriors to form a battle team to defeat it, or 1 crescent moon-level psychic warrior. Do you know what crescent moon means? Many instructors are only crescent moon level. Then I have to give it a shot. Nayla stepped below the screen, brandishing her sword. Are all the instructors watching? Then you better take a good look. Chapter 62, Secret Transmission and Ballads Well, if you insist on this. BF looked helpless as the display screen retracted back into the monster's body, and his comical face disappeared. This monster is named Abuos, a terrifying thought beast that strikes fear in reality, a brutal and fearsome underground lord. Although the mechanical bionic body is a bit weaker, it's not something you can defeat. The game begins. Roar. The thought beast immediately regained its frenzied appearance, its tentacles thrashing wildly as they lashed out towards the two. BF had already given them his final warning. This Abuos was far beyond what the candidates could handle. If they insisted on trying, they would have to bear the consequences. Nailu and Gern dodged the incoming tentacles, running in opposite directions. Nailu's electric armor flickered with blue light, illuminating the surrounding environment, while Gern blended into the darkness, the black sword in his hand seeming to absorb the remaining light around him. In such a cramped space, avoiding the multitude of tentacle attacks was quite difficult. The best strategy was to strike fast and decisively, concentrating their fire on the core body of the opponent. Neither of them possessed the strength of a crescent moon level, but this simulated thought beast was merely a mechanical entity made of liquid metal. It wasn't as powerful as a true ferocious thought beast. You wanted to see the secret transmission, right? Nailu dodged attacks along the wall, with tentacles continuously slamming into her path. You said it was useless, didn't you? It's different once you find a core. Nailu jumped into the air, a flash of electricity propelling her towards the spherical body. Just watch closely. The secret transmission of the Eisberlon family. Nailu spread her arms, releasing a layer of static arcs from her body, floating in the air as if upheld by an invisible force beneath her. Tentacles attacked from all directions, but before they could get close, Nailu clapped her hands together and unleashed an astonishing force. Dragon Hunter Lightning Spear, she shouted, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot from her hands. Unlike the blue light surrounding her, this lightning was straight and tangible, flashing with white light as it cut through the air. Gern could even smell the ozone generated by the ionization. The next moment, the scent intensified, mixed with the smell of burning rubber. The lightning spear pierced Abuos' core. Abuos raised its tentacles to form a wall of flesh, but the white light pierced through directly. The lightning spear released an incredible current and high temperature, scorching and short-circuiting the liquid metal and components that made up the monster's body. A large section of the oval body caved in, with half of the tentacles losing control and drooping limply, while the other half thrashed even more violently. It worked. Gern cheered, clenching his fist. Nailu had deliberately avoided the capture people on the sea urchin, and now it was like a deflated balloon, its body beginning to shrink. Just one more hit and the battle would be over. Phew! The electric arcs on Nailu gradually faded, and her body fell from the air. Most of the tentacles that had surrounded her lost their power, allowing her to escape safely. She had hoped for a single strike to defeat the enemy, but the energy she consumed when caught by the tentacles had been too great. Although this attack was effective, it was far from the power she had anticipated. This move is one of the secret transmissions of the Eisberlon family. The Celestial family has a very long history, long before that mysterious meteorite came to Earth. And before the era of light thoughts arrived, they already possessed certain mysterious powers. It wasn't the tower that birthed the Celestials, but rather the bloodline of the Celestials was inherently different from that of mortals. The tower merely opened this mysterious door, amplifying the powers they originally possessed 100-fold. Legend has it that the Eisberlon family has been dragon hunters for centuries. Nyla didn't know if dragons truly existed, but she had seen the head of a giant ghoul, a monster hunted by the ancestors of the Eisberlon family. It must have been over 10 meters tall, like a walking skyscraper. Back then, during the Renaissance, people's understanding of light thoughts was almost zero, and they were completely unaware of the Vance effect and dark matter. Their ancestors fought against such monsters relying on the unique mysterious perception in their bloodline. Without the amplifying effect of the crystal tower. The Vance effect generated by human brain thought waves is extremely small and unstable. It was through countless lives and years of experience that they researched the most suitable combat methods, which is the secret transmission. After the awakening of light thoughts, the power of secret transmissions greatly increased, which is the biggest gap between nobles and ordinary light thought warriors. Hey, don't daze off. One more time. It's almost done for. Nyla was still lost in thought when Gern's shout pulled her back to reality. Her mental energy had reached its limit. Just standing was already very difficult. I need some time. You help me hold it off. Nyla bit her lip, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A twinge of pain kept her awake as she struggled to gather her energy, pushing through her exhaustion to continue fighting. She was not the kind of person to say she couldn't do it or that she was unable to. She had never given up in her life. Isberlon people should be like this. Then it's up to me. I can do it. I just need a moment. Gern jumped over a fallen tentacle in front of him. His only long-range attack method was the spear, but he didn't have Nylu's ability to add lightning. The damage the black spear could inflict was purely physical. It was fine against smaller thought beasts, but against such a big one, the effect was very limited. Even if he stabbed it through, it wouldn't be fatal. This mechanical enemy lacked the scent that true thought beasts had, so Gern couldn't locate its core. In a moment of desperation, Gern recalled the time he fought alongside Arthur, when his lion transformed into a sword in his hand, slashing out a massive wave of sword wind that defeated Cavit. Was it like this? Gern attempted to mimic Arthur's movements, but the bone sword in his hand quickly transformed, completely different from what he imagined, soon breaking apart into a mass, like a clump of mud in his grip. All of Gern's battle techniques so far had come from the memories of the Ratman Sigma, with only a few fixed styles: claws, swords, spears, wings. And the names of these techniques, Fingal's claw, Beelzebub's wing, Tiefing's tail, were all names given by the Ratman. Gern didn't know what these names meant. He just knew to follow the form and perform them. He had always been training to tame these memories, never thinking of fighting in his own way. Perhaps he had tried once. When rescuing those trapped during the Shadow Crow attack, he had tried to release shadow thoughts haphazardly, creating a large amount of ball-shaped condensed blasts. Such a rough technique was the limit of what he could do. After all, Gern wasn't as gifted as Helena, nor did he have the professional guidance like children from light thought families, nor any secret transmissions. Everything relied solely on his own hard work. Boom! Gern panicked as a wildly swinging tentacle struck him. He was slammed against the wall, the violent impact making him taste blood in his throat, nearly coughing it out. You idiot. I asked you to delay, not to perform acrobatics. Neduskulded, Fwoning. I wanted to use Arthur's move, but I can't figure out how he did it. That's a secret transmission of the Starfall family, a result of centuries of accumulation. How could you possibly think of it? The tower has only been around for a little over 100 years, right? Why is there a centuries-old accumulation? Too lazy to explain so much. Nehru has recovered a bit, but she can only move normally and still can't launch an attack, let alone use the secret technique. That move just now was her trying to be tough. Her level is far from being able to casually use the Dragon Hunter Thunder Spear. The use of secret techniques is rigorous and dangerous, and it's already good luck that nothing unexpected happened. For Pigeons circled down, casting 4 shadows on the gun barrel. Cold as ice. Shadow, oh shadow, lead me to it. Where are you playing at? Nehru felt a wave of frustration. At this time, this guy still had the mind to learn her song. No, when I hear this song, I feel a kind of power, but it seems I can't sing it well, Gern said. What nonsense are you talking about? Just sing it, Nehru replied. I won't do it. A tentacle lunged at Gern, who had no choice but to summon the black sword again to cut it down, repeatedly muttering the lyrics, feeling like he could find something within them. Look, Gern shouted. He struggled to guide that feeling, and finally, a flash of electricity danced on the black sword in his hand. It was black as ink, radiating an ominous aura. How is this possible? Nehru was horrified. The black lightning flashed by, but she indeed saw it. Just finish singing. Maybe your ancestor hid some secret in it. Nehru turned her head away, a flush rising on her face. This is too embarrassing. She never thought she would have to sing in battle one day. And it's for this guy. She still remembered their first meeting when that guy arrogantly spoke to her, and he knew about her rampage and fall. Instead of singing, She should take this opportunity to silence him. That said, Nehru still took a deep breath, trying to recall the melody. Moon, moon. The moon is quietly descending. The forest is lonely and wild. For pigeons circle down, casting 4 shadows on the gun barrel, cold as ice. Shadow, oh shadow, lead me to it. Shadow, oh shadow, mourn for my fate. I am the hunting wolf. I am the lonely wolf. Gern closed his eyes, charging forward with the giant sword in hand. Try to forget the monster in front of him, forget that he was in a cave, fully immersing himself in the song. He saw a man in a black robe walking through the forest, the bright moon shining high, carrying a long sword on his back, holding a harp in his hands, playing as he walked through the silent forest. Bang! The black lightning appeared again. This time it didn't just flash by. Instead, it covered the black sword. Blacker than Gern's hair, darker than the cold midnight. This pitch-black cave was even darker. It was the blackness of death. Chapter 63, Hidden Ancient Coins. The long sword wrapped in black lightning dragged a long cut across the ground, and where the black lightning passed, even the hard rocks were neatly sliced open. This is the feeling. Just like this, Gern felt a distant power merging into his body. He didn't know how many years had passed, but that spirit was attached to this song, reaching into his mind. The black sword struck heavily against Gern's shoulder. Gern dared not wait long, fearing that this elusive power would suddenly disappear. Strands of black lightning shot out radially, and Abuhos's tentacles broke and flailed in the air. The tentacles hit by the black lightning were all torn into small pieces, like worms cut into segments by a mischievous child. Boom! The largest bolt of black lightning struck Abuhos's main body, piercing and opening the size of a person in the oval shape, and liquid metal gushed out like a waterfall. The core components inside had been completely destroyed. Nayla was completely stunned on the side. Her full-strength strike was far inferior to this bolt of black lightning. For the first time since her birth, she felt this sense of defeat. What made her even more unwilling to accept was that the one who defeated her was not from some celestial family. He wasn't even a noble lightcaster, just an ordinary commoner. Whoosh! The blisters on Abuhos burst one by one, and the people soaked inside were finally released. They all lay on the ground, gasping for air, coughing out the residual mucus from their lungs. Just thinking about being soaked in the monster's bodily fluids made one feel uncomfortable. Gern hadn't aimed at all, but fortune was on his side. He didn't injure anyone inside Abuhos. As the monster crashed to the ground, the cave began to rumble, and large rocks started to fall from above. In movies, after defeating a boss, the place quickly collapses, but of course, that's not the case in reality. The cave was about to collapse now entirely because Gern's black lightning shattered the supporting wall behind. That attack not only pierced through Abuhos, but still had astonishing residual power. There was no time for lengthy explanations. Gern led everyone to escape through the opening formed by the collapse to the surface. That guy, had been huddled in a corner, seemingly scared out of his wits. And as soon as he saw an exit, he was the first to run out. Nayla stood frozen in place like a wooden chicken. If it weren't for Gern pulling her, she wouldn't even remember to escape. That bolt of black lightning didn't just strike the walls and the monster. It struck her heart heavily. How did things turn out like this? It shouldn't be like this. I am the best. I am a celestial. I am the High Nylia of the Eisberlon family. Of course, no matter how devastated Nayla felt inside, facts are facts. Although she couldn't accept it now, she could only slowly digest it. A total of 20 people were rescued from Abuhos. After clarifying the situation, Gern brought everyone back to the base in the coin area. When the others saw Gern returning with people, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur counted the rescued individuals. Everyone who had gone missing from the Meteorite Corps was among them. Several members of the Red Ant Corps were also included, and many were from independent teams, all captured by Abuhos. That's great, you're all okay. Arthur patted the shoulders of his teammates, and the frown on his face finally eased. Arthur, I'm sorry. We failed to complete the mission and were attacked by the monster underground. Our scores have all been reset. Given this situation, we really can't ask you to redistribute scores to us. Arthur spoke steadily. What are you talking about? The fact that you can return safely is already completing the mission. It was my decision to send you to gather intel that got you targeted by the monster. We, the people of Starfall, must unite. No matter the situation, I will not give up on you. As for the lacking scores, we can redistribute them to you. Gern said, although the gold coins are taken away, we found quite a bit from Cavan's subordinates earlier, and with 1 day left, if we distribute carefully, it should be enough. What 1 day? There are only 3 hours left before the trial ends. The vine woman said irritably. What? Has so much time passed? Gern realized he had wasted so much time underground. Without a clock and unable to see the sun, time really flies by. So we need to hurry. You're. Gern dragged the half-dead You're out from the crowd. Time to work, calculate scores, and distribute coins. We need to ensure all teammates can pass. Can't I just lie down for a bit? My heart really can't take it. I almost died just now. Yours complexion was pale. And when he opened his mouth, it seemed like he was about to spit out his soul. You weren't the one fighting. It was me who almost died just now. Thanks to that white-haired girl. Wait, where did she go? Gern scanned the crowd and then realized Nayla had disappeared without a trace. On a distant hillside, the silver-haired girl leaned against a large tree and sighed deeply. A streak of sunset hung on the distant horizon, and the entire sky was painted in colors like a spilled palette. Such beauty could only be seen in the outskirts far from the city. But Nayla clearly wasn't in the mood to appreciate it now. When the sun sets and night falls, the trial will come to an end. She still held a heavy bag of gold coins in her hand, and on the enormous screen in the sky, her name was prominently listed in first place. Yet deep down, she knew she was not the true first place. What are you thinking about? Gern's voice suddenly came from behind, startling Nayla. In usual times, she would have noticed someone approaching, but now her mind was preoccupied, and she was not paying attention to her surroundings. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. Nayla glared at him. Why are you acting like a child? Gern couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't we just cooperate wonderfully? I thought you were a spoiled and unruly celestial lady, but it turns out you're quite nice. I was rude when we first met, so don't take it to heart. We've never met before. Forget everything you said. Nayla turned around and pointed at Gern's face, her finger almost poking his nose. Yeah, I hadn't seen you before. How do you expect me to forget? Also, what do you mean by saying you didn't expect me to be nice? When did I need your approval? Is there any problem with me being a bad-tempered celestial lady? You're just an insignificant commoner. Nayla launched a series of attacks, and after venting, she seemed to feel much better inside. Just now, I stole your prey, so you're unhappy, right? Gern didn't answer her words, just focused on thinking about the crux of the problem. This was his accumulated experience over the years, especially after interacting with bizarre women like Sophia. He deeply understood one principle. When a woman is angry, don't listen to what she says on the surface. She is just looking for trouble. Whatever you say is wrong. You must think about why she is angry. No, actually, it's not my merit. I just had good luck. That move is recorded in the song you sang, so it can't be counted as me defeating it. It was a collaboration between us, and I borrowed the power of your ancestor. Really? I thought you made me sing on purpose to mess with me. After hearing this, Nayla felt much better, and her expression returned to normal. She was quite cute when she wasn't angry. At that time, I was almost dead. I didn't have time to mess with you. What I'm saying is, we should find a way to analyze the things in the song. It might be a hidden secret transmission. My father never taught me similar secret transmissions, and I've never seen black lightning. That's why it's hidden. If you can crack it, you'll master a unique skill that even the White Wolf King can't do. Isn't that cool? So how do we analyze it? Nayla's tone was very flat, but her eyes revealed her emotions. I don't know. Why don't you sing a few more times? Gwen stroked his chin and chuckled. I still feel like you're messing with me. I don't sing well. Clearly, you sing really well. Can you sing anything else? I like you Sierras the most. The two chatted by the big tree until night fell, when a red signal flare streaked across the sky, symbolizing that the time was up and the first trial was over. Gwen suddenly realized something, jumping up from the ground as if he had sat on fire. Damn! How did I forget? Gwen scratched his head with both hands, looking regretful. What's wrong? I'm still at 0 points. I was too busy looking for you. I forgot to have you'll leave my share. I going to be eliminated? I'll give you half. Nail pulled out a small pile of shiny gold coins from her pocket. The coins clinking together made a pleasant sound, especially in Gwen's ears, like the sound of life-saving rain falling. Just give me 2 or 3. I only need 500 points. All candidates, gather at the entrance of the venue. I will only announce this once. The clearing will begin in 1 hour. Scores are now frozen. Candidates with insufficient scores will be immediately eliminated. The coin contest is now over. Candidates who meet the advancement criteria will progress to the next trial. That is all. The voice coming from the broadcasting tower was not Bafu's, but a dull and serious male voice. As the examiner's announcement ended, all the candidates began to return to the entrance to face their fate. Chapter 64, Hidden Rewards Yohu. Is everyone here? At the entrance of the trial grounds, Buffer was standing on a high platform as 200 candidates gathered in the square below. After 7 days in the jungle, most of them looked dirty and disheveled. In the fierce battle for coins, 35 people had lost their lives, and many others were seriously injured. Fortunately, the medical team from Viscera Academy was on standby, ready to pull anyone back as long as they still had a breath left. Even so, many had withdrawn due to injuries, some had lost their fighting spirit in battle, and others were eliminated because they had all their coins stolen and didn't have enough points. Out of more than 250 who entered the trial grounds, only 180 remained in the square, which was considered a good result in past trials, proving that this year's candidates were of decent quality. In previous trials, it was common for half of the participants to be eliminated in the first round. Among those who died, 5 or 6 perished due to the harsh terrain, falling off cliffs or being swept away by waterfalls, which were fatal. Others fell victim to the biomechanical beasts. However, more than half were killed by attacks from others, with many being the work of SAR's Dark Star team. In the square, Gern finally saw SARS. He and his team stood at the edge of the field, and no one dared to approach within 10 meters of them, as if there were an invisible wall. Oh, so many people are still left? Buffer scratched his head, looking quite uncomfortable. He wasn't wearing the red suit from last time, but had changed into a pink outfit. It seems this team competition was too lenient, with quite a few merciful captains allowing some to slip through the cracks. A graceful figure stepped out from behind Buffer, wearing a sleeveless rose-red gown that accentuated her shoulders and prominent bust. The candidates below gasped in surprise. Some who had just been dazed were now fully alert, not only because of the tutor's stunning appearance, but also due to her reputation. The famous Red Scorpion, Evelyn, whose radiant and charming light powers were both alluring and deadly. Just like her title, as a light sorceress, she often graced the covers of fashion magazines, had starred in movies, and was a frequent guest on variety shows. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a hot star, and all the young boys participating in the Viscera Academy trials were somewhat hoping to see her. But that's fine, Evelyn covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "The next round 1T be a team competition. Those who have been coasting along should better withdraw on their own. Otherwise, it could cost them their lives. Now, let me announce a few extra awards. These are hidden rewards." Buffer cleared his throat and took out a list. Beast Slayer, on Lycanda. This award is given to the candidate who kills the most simulated beasts. Many only kill enemies they have to fight for points, but Only spent the entire time hunting beasts, and his final kill count was 285. After Buffer finished reading, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This person averaged over 40 beast kills a day, and without any benefits, what terrifying energy and willpower that was. May the Lord have mercy. Only spoke in a deep voice. He was a man about 1.90 meters tall, with dark skin, wearing a loose robe of a recluse and a cross on his chest, but his muscles bulged, almost stretching the robe into a tight tank top. The title of Slayer carries too much killing intent. I am a warrior of the Lord, and I bear no malice, only a sincere desire to purify the evil. Is he really the same age as us? I initially thought he was a tutor. He looks to be in his 30s. Keep it down. Be careful he doesn't T-hit you. Look at those arms. Can you take a punch? Next is the coin harvester, Nylaya. She scored the highest in the competition, although she snatched the points from others at the last moment, but rules are rules. Congratulations to our winner. The candidates applauded, but Nylaya lowered her head in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. Perfect leader, Arthur Lord. According to the real-time observations of the examiners, Arthur's team was the most cohesive, united, and harmonious of all the teams, and he truly deserves this award. Buffer smirked and muttered, "Reading from the script is so boring." But the next part will not be boring. The real hidden award. Buffer took out a coin. Unlike the coins the candidates had seen before, this one was rusty, with the uncorroded parts still showing a dark blue base color. This was left by the founder of Viscera Academy, Lord Van Helsing Esperin, one of the 4 heroes who participated in the Battle of Salvation and one of the most powerful light sorcerers. He designed this trial and once said that those who challenge and kill Abos would be able to obtain it. Gern, come up on stage. Evelyn beckoned with her finger. In theory, the candidate's strength was absolutely insufficient to challenge Abos, but someone had to try. When the beasts first appeared, everyone thought humans could not contend with such monsters. But we succeeded in the end. Generations of light sorcerers have defeated countless beasts as strong as gods. And to this day, we continue to fight on the front lines. Light sorcerers exist to challenge the impossible, and in this new era, this spirit should continue to be inherited. At this point, even Buffer became serious. Didn't he expect to be suddenly called out? All eyes were on him, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Go up. Pava pushed him from behind, and Gern nervously walked up to the high platform, where Buffer placed the ancient coin in his hand. The person who receives this coin will directly gain 100 million points, tying for first place with the highest score of this round. Gern, Nailua, and others who received hidden rewards will gain extra advantages in the next trial. Actually, it was Nailaya and I who fought Abos together. Without her, I absolutely couldn't have done it. I just took advantage of the situation, and I feel unworthy of this reward, Gern said. Well, there is nothing to be done. This coin only has one, and you are the first to achieve it. Before you, no one had ever obtained it. I will give it to Nailaya. She is strong and has an extraordinary will. It was her insistence to challenge Abos. At first, I just want to save people. She deserves this reward. Being young is wonderful. Such pure and innocent feelings make my heart flutter, Evelyn said excitedly, cradling her face. What you choose to do is your business. Anyway, I've finished reading my script. All candidates, please proceed to the rest area. The next trial will begin tomorrow morning. After Buffer and the other examiners announced the matters, they left, but the results of this trial stirred up a huge wave among the candidates. Those who received hidden awards naturally became the topic of conversation. Arthur's strength and leadership were well known, so it was normal for him to win an award. However, the emergence of the others was unexpected, especially Gern, who had actually killed a beast of the tiger level, a strength that could be compared to professional light sorcerers. At first, when he spoke at the broadcast tower, many people were skeptical, even scoffing, believing he was too idealistic and would surely stumble. Now it seemed, he truly had that strength. That guy named Onlai was also worth discussing. He hardly engaged with others. His strength was a mystery, but he was certainly a formidable opponent. The white-haired girl, named Janelia, had not shown herself before. She did not form a team and had been acting alone. Others knew very little about her. Yet she surprisingly defeated Carvin and snatched gold coins from him. Moreover, that Gern was still on stage saying that it was Janelia who joined him in the hunt against Abos. The specifics were unknown to anyone, making it impossible to tell who was the main force in that battle. In any case, this white-haired girl should not be underestimated. Finally, there was Sass. That silent candidate did not win any awards, but the candidates had silently awarded him a blood-red medal in their hearts. He ruthlessly sniped about 10 people in the trial arena, ostentatiously hanging their corpses, making him a cold-hearted killer without humanity. Regardless of how strong the others were, encountering them was still better than encountering Sass. As everyone discussed these outstanding figures, they immersed themselves in the excitement of passing the trial. Some, however, were gloomy and worried about the next trial, feeling a mixture of emotions, and so everyone arrived at the lakeside resting area. Having passed the first trial was already like having one foot in the door of Viscera Academy. They no longer had to stay in the previous shabby resting area. Behind the trial arena was a large lake, its water a deep, clear blue, resembling a huge and smooth blue crystal. The candidates were assigned to 2 castle-like buildings beside the lake. One was called Crimson Hall, and the other was Blue Hall. The inside space was large, but currently only part of it was open to the candidates. The students of Viscera Academy usually engaged in recreational activities here, while the remaining areas belonged to various clubs, accessible only to those who officially became candidates. Everyone could choose their accommodation freely, with access to the cafeteria, hot springs, and training facilities. upon seeing such luxurious lakeside villas. Gern, who had never seen the world, was extremely excited and pulled Yul to pick a room. After days of eating only compressed biscuits, sleeping in a hammock, and constantly being on guard against attacks from other teams, he could finally relax and get a good sleep. I feel so much pressure walking beside you, Yul said tremblingly. Gern put his arm around his shoulder, and it seemed that other candidates were looking this way. Gern was the first person in history to receive this hidden award, making it hard not to attract attention. Don't think about all that messy stuff. Although I don't like to show off, since it's already like this, I can only enjoy the honor. With 2 trials left, attracting attention now wouldn't be very wise. I was already targeted when I shouted over the broadcasting station, so let's just consider it part of the trial. You really are someone who doesn't know fear. Perhaps only someone like you can accomplish the impossible. Yul sighed. By the way, have you seen Nayla? No. The 2 walked past the entrance of Blue Hall when a person dressed as a servant stopped them. Mr. Gern, your accommodation is not here, the person said respectfully. Huh? Why? All those who received hidden awards are assigned to the Golden Hall at the back. Please follow me. Chapter 65. The Golden Pavilion. The page boy led Gern to a clearing behind the deep blue pavilion. From a distance, Gern could only see 2 ancient-style castles, with nothing behind them and not a single tree around. Compared to the beautiful scenery by the lake, this place seemed much more desolate. The Golden Pavilion, a place for receiving the most outstanding candidates from previous years, shouldn't be a single-story building, right? Moreover, it was completely bare here. There wasn't even a tent, let alone a house. Gern was full of questions as he followed the page boy to the center of the clearing. Suddenly, the page boy stopped and gestured for Gern to enter. Is this a joke? There's nothing here. Please come in. Welcome to the Golden Pavilion. Only the most outstanding candidates are qualified to enter. I hope you will continue to strive and perform excellently in the upcoming trials, the page boy said, maintaining a smile as if wearing a mask of cheerfulness. But there's nothing here. Please come in, the page boy repeated, mechanically following his routine without addressing Gern's confusion. Sigh. All right, is anyone there? Gern was puzzled by what trick was being played. He stepped forward and pretended to knock on an invisible door. If no one answers, I'm coming in. Gern took a step forward, and suddenly the world in front of him spun wildly. The scenery he saw was rapidly swirling in a spiral. Gern blinked in surprise, and when the dizziness subsided, he found himself indoors. The wasteland had vanished, replaced by a golden fountain statue of a goddess. He was now in an extremely luxurious hall, adorned with glittering statues and picture frames. A faint fragrance filled the air, reminiscent of wine and some plant aroma. Upon closer inspection, he found that the fountain was overflowing with a light green, fragrant liquid. Are all the good children here? A graceful figure glided down the staircase, step by step. Mentor Evelyn, Arthur said, placing his hand over his chest in greeting. Nella and Onlai were on the other side of the hall. One had a disdainful expression, while the other remained silent. Arthur stood between them, like the only well-behaved student who wore his school uniform to the class meeting. Hey, what's going on? There was clearly nothing just now. Gern was still trying to come to terms with it. It's light thought, Nella said, unfazed, as she had been here since she was very young. The Visela Academy was as familiar to her as her own backyard. She could come here anytime she wanted. Did light thought conceal this building? Not conceal. The entire building is a light thought space. We're no longer in the real world. This is a transitional zone between reality and virtual space, Nella explained. This is a bit hard to understand. It is difficult to understand, but what does it matter? Everything here is beautiful and lovely, isn't it? Welcome to the Golden Pavilion, Evelyn said with a smile, spreading her arms. The ground around them shimmered with rainbow colors. The wine fountain began to flow backward, and the paintings and sculptures on the walls sang in unison. The sounds of violins and pianos filled the air from unknown sources, and the entire hall resonated with the beautiful melody of the symphony. This scene was dazzling and magical, but to Gern, it felt somewhat inexplicably eerie. Light thought. So who created this light thought? No one created it. It exists on its own. Perhaps it is a projection of people's fantasies about a dreamlike life cast by the tower. An endless stream of dark energy flows here, providing it with the power to maintain its existence. Evelyn yawned, clearly uninterested in explaining these tedious principles. There are many such existences in this world. The tower turns many fantasies into reality, whether intentionally or unintentionally. We call them anomalies. Many anomalies, like this golden pavilion, are harmless, but there are also many that are extremely dangerous. They are enemies we must confront, just like the thought beasts. Thank you for your guidance. My father once mentioned the existence of anomalies, but this is the first time I've seen one with my own eyes, Arthur said. You all can rest here. Just a reminder, it's best not to move around outside this hall and room. The golden pavilion is infinitely large, and it can be troublesome if you get lost. Evelyn said before her body suddenly became transparent and disappeared from sight. Gern had previously thought about entering, and he ended up here. It seemed that if he wanted to leave, he just had to think about going out and would be teleported away. He was truly amazed that such magical things existed in the world. Material and enjoyment are all illusory things. All I need is a quiet little room to meditate. Onlai said, crossing himself as if standing on such luxurious flooring was a sin. That's going to be difficult. The rooms here are huge. You could run a marathon in one, Nella replied coldly. Nella, you came here too. I've been looking for you. Gern approached her and took out an old coin. What are you doing? I'm giving this to you. Gern placed the coin in her palm and pushed her fingers to close around it. I don't want it. This is your prize for defeating that monster, not mine. I'm not angry. I just want some peace and quiet. It has nothing to do with you. Ganz smilet, lowering his voice to speak quietly since others were around. Take it. It's originally yours. It should go back to its rightful owner. Thank you. No. Thank you for singing to me. Gern stretched and walked over to the fountain to scoop up some wine. It was sweet and rich, not too strong, and it was his favorite flavor. Awesome. I'm a bit hungry. When's dinner? Look, the clock over there. After it strikes the hour, food will automatically appear on the long table, Nella said, familiar with the place since her father had brought her here many times. Is there no menu? The golden pavilion can read everyone's thoughts. It knows what you want to eat. Just like the wine you just drank, it will turn into what you most desire when you taste it. Everyone experiences it differently. I'll give it a try. Arthur walked over to the fountain, scooped some liquid into his mouth, and his expression gradually relaxed. It's wine from Rhodes Island. The geographical environment of Starfall Land is special. So our wine tastes different from elsewhere. Onlai, skeptical, walked over like a moving mountain. His hands were as large as ladles. After drinking, his expression showed no change. How is it? It's water, Onlai nodded. In simple terms, that's how it is, Nella shrugged. She had no interest in the wine fountain and turned to return to her room. Around the hall, the spiral staircase had countless doors, and these rooms could be used freely. Gern guessed correctly that the moment he opened a door, the room would transform into his favorite appearance. Sure enough, after casually opening a door, Gern saw mountains of moonlight records piled up high, posters of moonlight on the walls, and high-end sound equipment. Just as Nella had said, the room was enormous. It even had a big swimming pool, and the bed was so large that lying on it felt like sleeping on a velvety basketball court. Gern turned on the sound system, happily rolling around on the bed while enjoying his favorite song, Moonlight's Color of the Stars. As he played an enormous sensory game that covered an entire wall, when the clock struck the hour and Gern hadn't left his room, the golden pavilion directly delivered food to him. The clock chimed 3 times, and steaming hot dishes appeared on his table. Honey-glazed chicken, sweet and sour eggplant, steamed grouper, along with refreshing fruits and chocolate brownies, are all things that Gern loves to eat. There aren't any high-end dishes because he hasn't been to particularly fancy restaurants and doesn't know what gourmet food tastes like. The golden coffin seems to provide nothing beyond his understanding. After finishing a fulfilling meal, Gern felt all his fatigue dissipate. How wonderful it would be to live here for a lifetime, though it was just a fleeting thought, and he quickly dismissed it to avoid the golden coffin, taking it seriously. After completing his daily meditation and calming his mind, just as he was about to go to sleep, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Gern was about to get up to open the door when the golden coffin had already opened it for him. Nid? Gern looked at the white-haired girl who had suddenly walked in, feeling a bit at a loss. What are you doing here? Wait a minute. I just finished swimming and haven't put on any clothes yet. But Nyla didn't care about that at all. She boldly walked in, saying, the pattern on this coin is not that simple. Hurry up. We might find some secrets. Chapter 66, The Recluse. Hey. I'm really not wearing any clothes. Look, on this side of the coin, there are 4 doves, and that song also mentioned 4 doves. This side has a harp and a sword. Nair pushed the coin in front of Gern. The ancient coin was already rusty, but the patterns on it were still somewhat clear. She said that saying they were doves had a bit of bias. The main part of the design on that side was actually 4 tentacles with the bird patterns above. You could only tell they were birds. Saying they were doves would work, and saying they were eagles would be fine too. What do the tentacles mean? Gern picked up the coin and turned it over to examine it closely. He couldn't figure out what material it was made of. It just felt heavier than ordinary metal. Even heavier than gold. Beast of thought. I thought of the ancient gods. Gods. They are different from what we understand as gods. They're monsters from ancient myths, transcending our world, a powerful and indescribable existence, which can be understood as beings far superior to humans. Who came up with all this nonsense? Then why tentacles? Didn't you say they were indescribable? Naia was confused. Because when something is unclear, distorted, and vague, people tend to associate it with tentacles. I can't figure it out. What does the harp on the other side mean? Speaking of the harp, when I heard you sing that song in the underground cave, I had a vision in my mind of a man holding a harp walking through a forest. Gern recalque kia folie. Is this the person? Nair took out her phone and pulled up a photo. It was an oil painting, and in the center was a man on horseback, holding a harp in one hand and a large cross-sword in the other, dressed in black, with a black cloak billowing behind him. His facial features, indeed, looked exactly like the one Gern had seen. It really is him. How amazing. I told you that song has some kind of power. It hides many things. This person is my ancestor, Nibelungen Eisberon, the legendary dragon hunter, the founder of the Eisberon family, Nair said. Wait, how did you bring your phone in? Aren't candidates not allowed to bring communication devices? I'm a celestial being. I can do whatever I want. No one can control me. Naia schlugt. Damn privileged class. Gern pouted and muttered. Don't worry about that. Anyway, that ballad was likely written by Nibelungen. It's a secret tradition he didn't pass down. Or perhaps he wanted to hide it for some reason. Forbidden technique. Sounds cool. Can you still use it? We need to try again. It seems I can't anymore. At that time, I could only catch a faint feeling to use it. And besides, you wouldn't want to try here, would you? It would be terrible to damage such a nice room. Gern looked at the wall full of limited edition merchandise of the Moonlight Child, worried that a careless move would shatter everything with black lightning. It's all generated by light thought. What's there to be sorry about? It's not real. And this room of yours looks like a 30-something-year-old unemployed guitarist, filled with things that smelly otaku love. Nair was quite speechless. It doesn't matter if it's not real. I can't damage my goddess's merchandise. Fine. Anyway, the golden pavilion is huge. Follow me. Gern had forgotten he wasn't wearing any clothes after talking with her for a long time. He lifted the blanket and stood up, feeling a chill all over. Nair didn't blush and scream like a shy girl. She just turned her head to the side and urged Gern to get dressed quickly before slipping out. After entering the hall, Nair directly led Gern down to a basement. The corridor below was astonishingly long, and unlike the luxurious style of the hall, the underground space was dark and eerie. It seemed to be a very large wooden house. No matter how they walked, they couldn't find the end. There were no windows, no foyer, no connection to the outside world, only long corridors and countless doors. Everything was made of wood, the walls, the ceiling, the old furniture, the creaking floorboards. Walking barefoot on the worn wooden corridor, they saw many frames hanging on the walls, but they were all empty, only a void of blackness inside. Hey, the deeper we go, the eerier it gets. Didn't teacher Evelyn tell us not to wander around? We might get lost. The creaking floor made Gern feel uneasy. Don't worry, I know this place very well. Besides, do you think you can get lost in the Golden Pavilion? Just think about it, and you can get out. Why come down to such a deep place? Wouldn't it be fine in the hall? This is our family's hidden tradition. It's best not to let others know. The tradition is the key to the survival of the Light Thought family. Arthur and that big guy are from other families. I can't trust them. Isn't it better for everyone to share the tradition? Clearly, the beast of thought is our enemy. Gaunzeit. It's not as simple as you think. Kid, you've stumbled into quite a place. As the two were walking quietly down the corridor, Gern suddenly heard a third voice. He thought it was a ghost at first, but the voice was very familiar. It was the Ratman Sigma. Ever since Gern had played a trick on him last time, He hadn't shown up again, not even when meditating in the inner world. Now, he suddenly appeared. There's a powerful old guy hiding down here. The entire space was created by him. But it seems he hasn't noticed what's happening outside, not knowing how many years he has been asleep. The rat man babbled on as soon as he appeared. This is the Golden Pavilion. It's indeed an extraordinary place. You can make anything come true. Gern thought in his heart, and the rat man could hear his thoughts. Whatever it's called, it's a space created by a recluse. After the tower appeared, many sleeping recluses were also affected. Sleeping? Yes, just like your meditative state. But high-level recluses can sleep for a very long time, completely isolating their bodies from the outside world, immortal and indestructible. To have such powerful intent. He should be someone from hundreds of years ago, Gern thought. Hundreds of years? Ha ha. I've seen over 1,000 years. Be careful if that old guy wakes up. He could crush you all like ants. That's too exaggerated. Here we are, this should do. After chatting with the rat man for a while, Nair had already pushed open a large door. Inside was a large room made entirely of wood. Aside from the floor and walls, there was nothing else, making it quite suitable as a practice room. Let me see if I can find that feeling from before. Gern began to chant the poem, calling forth the black sword to try to find the feeling he had when defeating Abhos. However, after several attempts, he still found himself only swinging the long sword in the air. The terrifying black lightning of death did not appear. The two tried other methods, having Nair sing that song, looking for some mystery on the coin. Nair even pulled up Nibelungen's biography for Gern to understand, but in the end, nothing worked. They didn't know how long they had been trying in the empty room, and both were somewhat disheartened. Isn't it because there's no sense of pressure? When facing a strong enemy and fear, people can unleash their potential. Naya Pundit, what are you going to do? Find another Abhos? Spare me. Gern quickly waved his hand. Then let me try. You sing yours. Nair concentrated her light thought and summoned a lightning sword in her hand, closing her eyes to find the feeling. After swinging a few swords in the air, she tried to use other secret traditions. The Thunderbird flew around the wooden house, creating large holes in the wooden floor until she was exhausted and still hadn't found the trick. Looking at the devastated room, Nair thought for a moment, and the floor immediately returned to its normal state. The Golden Hall was indeed convenient as a practice room. Stop trying. Could it be that this is a light thought space affecting our light thought performance? Let's try again when we have the chance. Gern advised her to stop. But once Nair focused on something, she nearly went mad with concentration and refused to stop. I think I'm starting to get a feel for it. Let me rest a bit and try again. Nair sat down against the wall, her clothes soaked with sweat, and glistening droplets slid down her smooth, fair neck to her chest. This girl is quite interesting. She uses the light thought of the Eisberlin family, but she isn't of their bloodline, the rat man murmured, observing Nair through Gern's eyes. She is indeed from the Eisberlin family, the daughter of the White Wolf King. I fought with Bjorn. This girl's light thought is completely different from a celestial being, though quite similar, both being electric type. I've even met Bjorn's father, and she's much stronger than him. He was a legendary figure at the Corona level. Since the War of Salvation, no one has reached the Corona level again. Light thought warriors are really getting worse with each generation, he said with a crackling sound. Are you serious? What would I gain from lying to you? But the fact that she's trained to this level is already impressive. Although she's not a celestial being, the amount of light thought in her body is comparable to that of one. I wonder what her origins are. Suddenly, Gern stood up and pushed open the door to the room, turning to say, let's go. What's wrong? Nair was puzzled by his sudden change. I am hungry. Let's go back to eat. The food at the Golden Hall is worth every penny. You've never seen the world, commoner. Nair rolled her eyes at him, but got up and walked out with him. However, what they didn't expect was that the corridor outside the room had vanished. And beyond the door was a bizarre scene they had never encountered before. Chapter 67. Distorted space, what's going on? Nair frowned, as everything she saw exceeded her understanding of the Golden Pavilion. Aren't you familiar with this place? Before them lay a twisted space where they could see houses, trees, paintings, musical instruments, and even animals. Everything visible in this half-dream, half-wake state was distorted and folded, resembling a bizarre space far beyond human comprehension. Here, one could not see the path, the exit, or even where they were. Did we trigger something? Glenn recalled what the rat man had said. Could it be the hermit who created the golden pavilion? Can't we just think our way out? Nair closed her eyes and imagined leaving, her body quickly becoming transparent and disappearing from the spot. Out, 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 out. Glenn tried to do the same, but when he opened his eyes, he was still trapped in this mysterious space. He imagined opening a door, picturing the hall and the world outside, but to no avail. An inexplicable sense of fear washed over him. How could this be? Glenn took a step forward, only to find himself stepping onto a twisted tree that looked like a pretzel. His feet did not touch the trunk, but floated in the air instead. The distorted world seemed endless. Teacher Evelyn had once told them that the golden pavilion had no boundaries. Getting lost would be troublesome. But now it seemed more than just troublesome. He might end up trapped here forever. Why did she get out? That old man wants to keep you. The rat man Sigma laughed maliciously. You're in trouble now. If I have business, you have to die with me. Glenn cursed. You want to die? That guy isn't awake yet. This is just a reaction from his subconscious, but you want to be getting out anytime soon. Is this his fantasy world? The things beneath his feet were spinning and changing. Glenn cautiously moved forward, each step feeling as if he were stepping on invisible transparent blocks, and he gradually relaxed, running boldly through this chaotic space. Everything around him was a product of the hermit's imagination. Everything he had ever seen, countless unfamiliar faces, ancient artworks, extinct animals, and things that clearly did not exist. The outermost layer of the fantasy was the golden pavilion, symbolizing humanity's simplest and most direct pursuit. The deeper one went, the more chaotic and blurred the human mind became. Glenn recalled his own mental world, which consisted of a giant mirror and those annoying black muds. Perhaps his barrier was not strong enough to solidify his memories. The deeper you go, the harder it is to get out, the rat man reminded him. I don't know how to go back. In the haze, Glenn saw many words floating in the air. To call them words was a stretch. They were just some haphazard strokes, but among them were things he had seen before. What is that? Who knows? Just the random fantasies of that old man. The rat man scoffed. But I've seen it. Someone taught me. She taught me how to read it over and over again. You're losing it. I didn't find anything in your memories. I remember it like this. Glenn focused on those floating characters, trying to recite them again and again. He remembered it was just a very simple vocabulary, but if the pronunciation or state of mind was unstable, he couldn't say it. It would get stuck at the tip of his tongue, causing a dull pain in his chest as if he had been hit. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Glenn concentrated and tried again, repeating the process until finally he read it completely. In an instant, he felt a rush of relief, like finally being able to lie down after lifting weights all day, feeling relaxed from head to toe. The language of the world. Space. That gentle, motherly voice echoed in Glenn's ears, and the rat man exclaimed as he dove back into the depths of consciousness. The surrounding distorted space began to collapse and condense, everything shrinking and retreating like a reverse cosmic explosion. Glenn stared in astonishment at the changes, unsure of how to react, standing dumbfounded until everything converged before his eyes into a point. A pure white light that slowly unfolded into a circular arch resembling a large door, moving toward him. The moment he passed through the arch, Glenn found himself back in the open space outside the golden pavilion, where Nair stood with her arms crossed, looking impatient. What took you so long? You've been in there for half an hour. I couldn't find you in the hall. Have you gotten addicted to wandering around the haunted house? Nair came over, questioning him fiercely. I came out quickly, didn't I? Maybe something went wrong with the golden pavilion, and it took longer to send me out. Glenn scratched his head and played dumb. What had just happened was too absurd, and he didn't intend to tell anyone. I'm feeling better now. There's a training ground in the deep blue pavilion. Let us try that again. No way. The deep blue pavilion has hot springs too. Let us soak in the hot springs and practice next time. Secret techniques aren't that easy to find. Relax, relax. Glenn chuckled, turning to walk toward the distant castle-style building. Don't you have a hot spring in your room? It's the real deal. After what had just happened, Glenn felt a bit uneasy about the things created by light thought, and he shuddered at the thought. Upon entering the deep blue pavilion, the attendant did not stop him this time. It seemed they were just guiding him before, which made sense, without guidance. How could a ghost find the location of the golden pavilion? The environment inside the deep blue pavilion, while not as splendid and luxurious as the golden pavilion, was still elegant and high-end. The main building was arranged for each examinee's room, and at the back were various facilities. Glenn had the attendant lead him to the hot spring pool within the pavilion. This was a genuine natural hot spring. As soon as he approached, he could smell a unique sulfur scent, and the warm steam greeted him. In the large central pool, many examinees were already soaking, including familiar faces like Pava, Fry, and Joel. Glenn happily ran over to greet them, and Pava waved him over to sit beside them. "Oh, this feels so good." Glenn changed his clothes and found a spot next to them. The warm spring water rose to his neck, and the warmth penetrated his skin into his bones. At the bottom of the hot spring was a whole piece of jade, seamlessly integrated with the ground, unlike something that had been moved and pieced together later. Such a large piece of jade grew naturally beside the spring, marveling at the wonders of nature. Chapter 68. The hunt duel. Pava was chatting casually with Gern, while your Flay stepped aside. Even the other candidates in the hot spring were casting strange glances, with some even getting up and leaving, as if they had seen a play god. What are they doing? It can't be that serious, can it? Gern seid bitterlich. They're scared of you. Pava laughed heartily. What is there to be afraid of? In the future, we'll all be colleagues. The trial isn't over yet, now that you've shown your strength. They're worried about getting too close and being targeted by you. The next round will likely be a personal battle, and no one wants to be singled out by a strong opponent, Pava explained. They should be more wary of Arthur. That guy has already gathered all the information on everyone while they were collecting coins. Gern felt wronged. What about you? Aren't you afraid? Of course I am. But if you lose to you, I'll accept it. Pava was straightforward and generous. Flay, who was listening nearby, felt a bit ashamed. Gern had saved him twice, once in the resting area, which led to a conflict with Carvin, and once in the trial grounds. After joining the Red Ant group, they had also earned their deserved points. Being cautious of Gern now felt quite disloyal. Gern, didn't you go to the Golden Pavilion? Why are you back? Flay also lowered his guard and swam over. I came to soak in the hot spring and chat with you guys. Any news? Yes. You might have missed it in the Golden Pavilion, but a giant thought beast just approached this island, but it has been eliminated now. Sigh. The thought beasts in the sea are truly massive, at least at the level of a demon. It's terrifying. We'll have to fight against things like that in the future. Flay gestured vigorously. Did the instructors handle it? No. The Vissala Academy has a giant thought conductor, which blasted it to pieces with one shot. The splashing seawater was like a torrential rain. There are such things? I thought only light thought warriors could deal with thought beasts. This was the first time Gern had heard of a weapon that could deal with thought beasts. It still relies on light thought warriors to maintain it. It simply stores light thought inside, like a battery. However, it's more convenient to use. Thought conductors are rare items, and small weapons are exorbitantly priced. I can't believe Vissala Academy has such a large, heavy thought conductor. For the celestial families, it's just a small matter. By the way, why do giant thought beasts appear in the sea? Is there something special about the seawater? Gern was puzzled. He had also seen scenes of subjugation mostly taking place at sea in TV dramas. The four major academies and the military had a large number of naval ships specifically responsible for transporting light thought warriors. It's not the seawater, but the tower. The tower is in the middle of the Pacific, and of course, the closer you get to it, the stronger the thought beasts become. After all these years, no one has been able to reach the Crystal Continent. If we could control the tower, it might solve everything once and for all. Gern thought of how each family kept their secret techniques hidden and felt a bit emotional. When will people be able to eliminate barriers? Perhaps then they could truly defeat thought beasts. In that case, it has nothing to do with us. With thought beasts around, light thought warriors will be valuable. Don't think about that anymore. Everyone chatted for a long time without noticing the passage of time. In the end, they all emerged from the hot spring with red faces, pointing at each other and laughing. Gern had left early and had not spoken to Gern at all. After leaving the deep blue pavilion, Gern did not return to the golden pavilion, but went to the square in front of the trial ground alone. He found a piece of open ground to sit and meditate. When he woke up, it was already dawn, and he naturally became the first person to arrive at the square. Other candidates arrived one after another half an hour later. The trial grounds, which had previously been a rich wilderness with forests, plains, and mountains, had overnight transformed into a gigantic maze made of bricks and stones. Faced with such a miraculous change, the candidates exclaimed in surprise. Only Gern, Nair, and others were unfazed. Having seen the Golden Pavilion, this level of change was no longer shocking to them. Wow, good kids are right on time, not sleeping in after a comfy bed. I'm very pleased, teachers. Buffer soon appeared, walking out from the entrance of the maze, dressed in a colorful checkered suit that made him look more like a clown. Enough chit-chat. What are the trial rules? Let us get started, Carvin shouted impatiently from below, his eyes not on Buffer, but glaring venomously at Gern. Unlike others, Carvin was not afraid. Rather, he loathed Gern even more because of the trouble he caused with Arthur, which led to him losing first place. This grudge was greater than any previous petty grievances. This time, it's a personal battle, and Carvin was very confident. Without Arthur's help, Gern would definitely not be his opponent. All that talk about defeating a fierce tiger-level thought beast was probably all thanks to that white-haired girl. Carvin vividly remembered how she had charged into the camp and snatched the gold coins while Arthur and Gern could do nothing about her. She was the true threat, while Gern was just someone who picked up scraps. Is someone already losing patience? Good, because this trial is all about quick battles, Buffer said, twirling his comical little mustache. This trial is called the Hunt Duel. As the name suggests, it's about hunting. Were we hunting? It's this. Buffer pulled out a ribbon that looked just like an ordinary colored ribbon, except that a chip was embedded in the middle. Each ribbon had a number, and all of you will receive one ribbon. Then you will draw 3 numbers, and upon entering, if you obtain these 3 ribbons, you can advance. It's that simple. After Buffer finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Many candidates who had just been eager to go were now stunned and dispirited. Anyone with a bit of sense could tell how cruel this rule was. Each person has to grab 3 ribbons. This means that to advance, one has to eliminate 3 others. In one go, 3/4 of the candidates will be eliminated. Is the elimination rate this high in the second round of trials? I love seeing your shocked expressions. Don't worry, we're not devils. Besides the ribbons in your hands, there are plenty more ribbons in the venue, held by thought beasts and special enemies. You can also earn ribbons by defeating them. Buffer laughed heartily, finding satisfaction in the fearful expressions of the young candidates. So that is how it is. I knew it wouldn't be that strict. You scare me for a moment. What are special enemies? Before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, Buffer's next words brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Special enemies are higher-level light thought warrior students than you. They are also waiting for you in the maze, each with a radar showing the 3 numbers you need to hunt. Before that, you want to know who the enemy will be. If you chase and find out it's upperclassmen, there's no chance to escape. They will chase you down and attack. Exciting, right? Buffer, I have a question. If I happen to draw a higher grade opponent and can't get a ribbon, wouldn't that mean immediate elimination? This would turn it into a trial of luck, and to be blunt, it seems unfair. Flay mustered the courage to raise his hand. Good question. If you can't get the number you need to hunt, you can substitute it with any 3 ribbons, meaning you can throw away the radar when entering and randomly kill 9 people to pass. That is also allowed. Buffer's pleasure was hard to conceal. He clearly favored this kind of gameplay. Then, if I meet the conditions to pass, but my ribbon gets taken away, what happens? The questioner was Mordred from the Meteor Knight Corps, and Gern had a deep impression of him. Immediate elimination, Buffer replied coldly, wiping his neck. If you can't even protect your own belongings, no amount of effort is worth it. That's the cruel rule. By the way, I mentioned before that candidates who receive special rewards have privileges, right? Here come the privileges. Step forward. Gern, Cornelia, Arthur. And Onlai stepped out of the crowd and approached Buff. The clownish mentor took out 4 silk ribbons and placed them in front of them. Buff suddenly swung his hand, laughing exaggeratedly. Did you think I was going to give you each one for free? Think again. But you can choose who to give it to. If you give it to a weakling, it's no different from giving it away for nothing. Go ahead. The Lord's mercy. Onlai showed a pained expression, made a prayer gesture in front of his chest. I do not wish to fight. I will not take land, and I will not harm anyone. Once I enter, I will hunt the thought beasts myself, not just 9, but as many as possible. I disdain to use such means. All right. Gern grinned and nodded, snatching the silk ribbon from Buff's hand and walking into the crowd. The people scattered in a wide circle as if avoiding a plague, but it was in vain. If Gern truly wanted to give it to someone, according to the rules, they could only accept, passing by a group of candidates. Gern directly handed the silk ribbon to Joel, who turned pale and collapsed to the ground, as if sentenced to death. Joel felt incredulous, but upon reflection, it was understandable. There was no one weaker than him in the entire venue. Gern had been taking care of him during the coin-snatching battle, and now it was time to collect. The others breathed a sigh of relief, looking at this unfortunate soul with a mix of pity and schadenfreude. As soon as he entered, he would be ruthlessly hunted down like a rabbit. After all, it was Gern, the one who had killed Abu Hose. Wasn't it easy to take him out? Arthur hesitated for a moment, then also took the silk ribbon, and the tense atmosphere spread once again. But to everyone's surprise, Arthur walked directly towards a shadow at the edge of the arena. The person stood there disinterestedly. He had removed his mask today, but covered the lower half of his face with a black scarf. When Arthur approached him, the person looked slightly surprised, but returned to normal after a second. "Sass, the one I am hunting is you," Arthur said with unwavering determination. Chapter 69. The maze opens. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone was astonished but speechless. The face beneath the black scarf showed no reaction. Sass neither spoke nor displayed any expression. In the face of this blatant declaration of war, he acted as if he saw nothing, merely extending his hand stiffly to accept the silk ribbon and tie it around his wrist. "You haven't killed my people, and I'm not retaliating because you're planning to attack me. I simply cannot tolerate your actions." Arthur's expression was serious and righteous. Allowing someone like you to become a light knight would be an insult to the identity of a light knight. Sass completely ignored him, his eyes filled only with numbness. "I will defeat you in this trial. Even if it's not for promotion, I will do it." Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Arthur boldly declared war. Those who had once been in the Dark Star team scoffed. They all knew Sass's strength, and provoking him would definitely lead to dire consequences. Don't forget, this isn't a straightforward one-on-one duel. Once you enter the trial ground, any treacherous means are permissible. No matter how strong you are, there will always be moments of carelessness, moments of fatigue. At that time, who hunts whom is still uncertain. After such an exciting warm-up, BEF announced that the hunt officially began. Unlike the leisurely coin scramble, this hunt only had 10 hours of time. Once inside, every second counted, and there could be no waste. Each candidate received their radar, a small display screen worn on the wrist. It served both as a radar and a positioning device, helping them locate targets. At the same time, the hunters were using it to find their locations. The display only showed the positions of the targets without any other information. When they got close, they wouldn't even know who the other person was. The moment they met would be the moment of slaughter. Following the same rules as the first round, candidates were airdropped in batches into the exam venue, each sent to a random location. The trial officially began when the last person entered the maze and the countdown started. Gern was dropped into a corner of the maze. The vast space of the first trial was completely replaced by this large maze. Compared to before, the current maze looked much more monotonous. Everywhere was just yellowish-brown bricks, and towering walls divided the space into layers of huge mazes, leaving only a 2-meter-wide passage in between. Completing the maze in 10 hours was indeed quite difficult. Time was of the essence. Gern raised his hand to look at the radar. The screen displayed only 3 red dots, which are the 3 targets Gern needed to find. The hunter tracking him was not shown, meaning everyone could only see the target's location without knowing where their hunter was, instantly creating a sense of tense pressure. First, he had to ensure that his ribbon wasn't stolen. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Gern confidently tied the ribbon around his wrist. Hiding it more discreetly wouldn't help much. No matter how well it was concealed, if he was defeated by a hunter, they would find a way to retrieve it. The maze had no markers, and it was easy to lose one's direction within. If it weren't for the light spots on the radar getting closer, Gern would have felt like he was just going in circles. The radar could only provide a general direction. Sometimes, if he encountered a dead end, he would have to turn back and retrace his steps. If he had flight capabilities, it might be much easier. The walls of the maze were about 7 to 8 meters high, roughly 3 stories tall, and the walls were smooth with no climbing points. Although Gern could create wings, Those bony wings could only glide. In other words, they could only flutter and couldn't fly over such high walls. BF did not say that destroying the walls was prohibited when announcing the rules. In the absence of prohibitions, anything was allowed. However, wasting energy on the walls to take a shortcut was indeed unwise, and making such a loud noise would expose his position. After hitting several dead ends, Gern finally approached the position of a red dot and immediately accelerated to round the corner and attack. The opponent was startled, falling backward and sitting on the ground. Raising his hand to protect his face, he looked through his fingers at Gern, his expression turning even more fearful. "You're lucky me, I ran into you first," Gern said, hands on his hips, approaching with ill intent. You was so frightened he couldn't speak. The boy slumped on the ground, tightly clutching the ribbon with his number. The same ribbon Gern had personally given him upon entry. Even when facing an overwhelmingly strong enemy, you still refused to surrender the ribbon, instead forcing himself to stand up and muster the spirit to fight Gern. "Oh, not surrendering? If it really comes to blows, I can't control my strength." Gern remarked. "Don't underestimate me." You retorted, though his words came out meekly. Suddenly, a mechanical claw shot out from his large backpack. The claw seemed to be ejected at high speed by some device, swiftly lunging at Gern. The latter summoned his bone claws and sliced it apart. The severed claw crashed heavily against the wall, embedding itself in a deep crack. Seizing the opportunity, you pulled out a glove-like device from his pocket and put on his arm. Raising his hand, he launched a light condensation bomb. Gern had never seen your fight before. He initially thought it would be similar to a regular condensation bomb and planned to block it with his bone claws. However, as it approached, Gern felt a violent wave emanating from his sphere, prompting him to halt his actions, twist his waist, and dodge to the side. The sphere exploded violently against the wall, creating a shockwave that sent a large circle of bricks crashing down. Gern didn't give you another chance to counterattack. After dodging the blast, he quickly jumped onto the wall, using the momentum from the height to dive down with his bone wings toward you. He grabbed the large bag behind you with one hand and pressed down on the opponent's head with the other, delivering a kick to his waist, using his weight and the inertia from his dive to pin you to the ground. Thud! The heavy sound echoed like a drum, symbolizing the start of battle. But now the fight was already over. Ugh! You gritted his teeth, still trying to struggle to get up, refusing to let go of the ribbon in his hand. However, it was clearly futile. This move was one Gern had used in the virtual combat room with the Lucky Rabbit's foot, and even when pinned down, he had no way to escape. "Do you have any self-destruct bombs in your bag? If not, you lose. I will not admit defeat, you scoundrel. You only picked me because you think I'm weak. I will prove to you all," you said, displaying rare spirit, but unfortunately, it was already too late. "Get up." Gern released his hold and stepped aside, extending a hand to help you up. "What are you doing? Are you going to insult me again? I never intended to take your ribbon. I gave you the ribbon. Everyone saw it, so I wouldn't target you. You suddenly attacked me. Out of respect, of course, I had to fight you seriously. You did well. Practice hard in the future." Gern explained, and you hesitated but eventually reached out to let Gern help him up. "You scare me to death. Do I look like that kind of person? I initially planned to take 5 ribbons, the other 2 markers plus 3 beasts. Hey, helping you only increased my workload. You better help out." After all, it concerned promotion, and everyone was resorting to desperate measures. Don't think of everyone like you. Didn't T. Arthur choose Sass? Who isn't easier to deal with than Sass? Gern looked at you disdainfully. If their positions were reversed, you would definitely not be as merciful as he was now. Of course, he didn't care about that. Just as the two were talking, a broadcast suddenly sounded from the sky. The first person to pass the trial appeared, taking only 24 minutes, setting the fastest record in the history of the hunting duel. Bafu's voice came from the broadcast, congratulating the contestant Sass, and encouraging the others to keep trying. What? How could it be so fast? Yule was almost stunned. Finding 3 targets in just over 20 minutes was simply unimaginable. There's nothing impossible. He just used the radar and casually found 9 people as soon as he entered the arena. Gern guessed the outcome. Was it because he was afraid of Arthur? That way, Arthur would have 1 less target. Not necessarily. Sass is a killing maniac, and for him, the more he kills, the better, regardless of whether they are targets or not. If he were given the trolley problem, he would definitely put everyone on one track and run them all over. How terrifying. I hope I don't run into him next time. Yule shivered, then looked at Gern again, but I still don't understand. Why do you want to help me? We've only known each other for a few days, right? This doesn't make sense. Didn't you just not surrender? Knowing full well that you couldn't beat me, that also doesn't make sense. You know your own strength, yet you insist on moving forward. I want to know why. Gern spoke frankly. He always had a fondness for the weak yet determined people, as they reminded him of his sister. Do you know about this? Pava and the others talked to you about it. Yule pondered for a moment and raised his hand. The metal glove shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and through the armor plates, one could see the moving mechanical structure inside. The glove? Is there a problem with this? This is a thought guide device, a weapon that allows those with weak psychic abilities to fight against psychic beasts. Yule's voice was filled with emotion. Chapter 70. Thought Conductor. The thought conductor is made from high tower crystals. It can amplify and store human brain thought waves. Although humans have never set foot on the high tower, many fragments are often washed ashore by the waves, and some large thought beasts also contain fragments. My family made our fortune by producing thought conductors. We acquire high tower crystal fragments through various means, and then use them to create weapons for the light thought warriors. You sat against the wall, narrating to Gern. Are the large thought conductors in the academy made by you as well? That's impressive. Even without light thought warriors guarding the city, the people can protect themselves. Yes, but the crystals used for large thought conductors are very hard to find. Most of what we have are these small crystals, which can only be used by individuals. He removed his gloves. In the palm of his mechanical glove was a pale purple crystal about the size of a thumb, emitting a faint light similar to the dazzling light of the high tower visible at the horizon every day. This is a small high tower containing boundless energy and secrets. Beautiful, Gern exclaimed sincerely. It is beautiful, but also very dangerous. When I polished it, my thought wave suppressor turned red several times. If it weren't for my family's connections, I would have been sent to the control bureau long ago. Why is that? The high tower amplifies human spirit and also affects individuals. Making thought conductors is a high-risk endeavor. My father had two brothers who both had accidents. One went mad, and the other was killed by a thought beast he created after falling from grace. Perhaps one day it'll be my turn, or maybe it will be yours. You stroked the crystal, his expression very complex, filled with both fear and fascination. Then why do you want to become a light thought warrior? Can't you fight this way? Can't you change the world? Gern asked, somewhat puzzled. To prove myself, to prove that I am right. You clenched his fist. His fingers were slender and agile, suitable for precise work or playing the piano, yet his eyes held the determination of a warrior. Everyone in my family believes that thought conductors are weapons of the strong. They waste vast amounts of fragments to make large thought conductors. 100 such fragments can combine to form a core capable of operating a large thought conductor. But that could arm 100 ordinary people. You continued, even those with the worst talents, even those without the spark of awakening, can fight with it. Do you know what this means? It's the beginning of a new era. We no longer have to rely on light thought warriors. Ordinary people can do the same things as them. The families of light thought warriors will no longer stand on a pedestal. Everyone can become a god. Indeed, that's quite revolutionary. But that would be amazing. If one day we could ascend the high tower and obtain enough crystals, we could arm all of humanity. Thought beasts would no longer be a threat, and we could usher in a new era. Yes, light thought warriors are like the knights of the medieval era, a luxurious and privileged class supported by the entire nation to wield power. But this is not a long-term solution. Once all the farmers are equipped with firearms, the knights will be useless. Times must progress. It's a pity no one agrees with my viewpoint, not even my father. He almost kicked me out of the family. So I thought, perhaps only by becoming a light thought warrior and using the thought conductors I developed myself could I achieve the same things as the top light thought warriors and gain everyone's recognition. Great idea. It's worth my help, but you need to work hard. Gern smiled and said, with your current level, you're still far from becoming a light thought warrior. I know, because I'm also an unawakened. What I told you about my light thought being the ability to see weaknesses was actually a lie. I rely on this. You made a surprising move that astonished Gern. He directly removed his left eye. Huh, what is this? This is also a thought conductor. With it, I can see the weaknesses in others. My left, I was damaged in an accident when I was young, and my father made this for me. No wonder your wave fluctuations are so subtle. But you are quite brave to participate in the trials without any light thought. Ha ha ha, because I have no light thought. I can have all kinds of light thoughts. You reinserted his glove and waved his hand, releasing a burst of flames that instantly charred the wall in front of him. Why didn't you use that before and made me come to your rescue? Gern recalled how you had been cornered by a low-level thought beast earlier. I did, but I missed. Because I didn't have the spark of awakening, my light thought was too weak, so I could only sit and wait for death. He explained somewhat sheepishly. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Gern also received the answers he wanted. They didn't have time for more idle chatter. They hadn't collected a single ribbon yet and needed to hurry. You plotted a route, connecting the markers on their radars and proceeding with the fastest plan. He had an excellent memory. Even in a featureless maze, he could remember the paths they had taken, saving them from taking many detours. After about half an hour, Gern arrived at his next mark point. This point hadn't moved much. He had previously guessed it was likely a simulated thought beast. Upon reaching the target location, he indeed saw a thought beast core floating in the air. The core of a simulated thought beast was made of liquid metal, and as Gern approached, the radar signal on his hand quickly activated it, causing a simulated thought beast to hatch rapidly. It was a monster with a head resembling a raptor, but a body like a lion, with a pair of small wings on either side that seemed insufficient for flight. Gern thought of the griffin from ancient legends. Fighting the thought beast was much simpler. It had little intelligence, and there wasn't much to worry about when attacking it. Gern summoned his black sword and charged forward. The simulated thought beast used for this trial was at a level slightly above Ferocious Wolf, stronger than the lynx monsters in the coin scramble battle, but still within Gern's capability. After about 10 minutes of fighting, he found an opportunity and pierced the griffin's chest with a single sword strike, ending the battle. As the griffin monster fell, its body turned into liquid metal and flowed into the earth, leaving only a ribbon behind. One down. Gern picked up the ribbon, and the light point on the radar decreased by one, leaving only the final target far away at the other end of the maze. You're so strong. This was not the first time you had witnessed Gern's fighting skills, but he still expressed his admiration. Gern's attack style was not flashy at all. It was simple yet powerful, striking at the opponent's fatal weakness, achieving a one-hit kill. It lacked the stunning spectacle of Arthur's armored lion or Cavan's crystal mist, but it was filled with a mysterious simplicity, like a top basketball player's free throw, where every detail was executed to perfection, with no unnecessary movements. With more training, anyone can reach this level, right? How do you train? Meditation every day, running, delivering packages at over 500 meters high. By the way, I know a very powerful person in the fiber world. She teaches me combat. You're just talented. Even if ordinary people have professional coaches guiding them and practice hard every day, they can't reach this level. That thought beast skin is harder than steel, and you pierce through it in one shot. Perhaps you should focus more on yourself. You haven't completed your task yet, so don't expect me to help you. I fear I can only get this far. The two continued toward the next target point, which was Yuz. Along the way, they encountered several candidates. The maze was vast, but with 200 people wandering around, they were bound to meet. All the faces were unfamiliar, and since neither side was a target, they passed by each other without interfering. Those people recognized Gern. When they saw him, they were somewhat terrified, but once they realized he had no intention of attacking them, they quickly left. Gern was puzzled. He clearly was the friendliest person during the first trial. The Red Ant group welcomed almost everyone and didn't actively attack anyone. Was it really necessary to be so wary of him just because he came in first? He quickened his pace through the maze, only to encounter a familiar face. This time it wasn't a contestant, but a girl with fiery red hair and twin tails standing bored at the end of a dead end. Her eyes lit up when she saw someone approaching. It was none other than Ella of the Garcia family, the apprentice light practitioner who had recommended Gern for the trial and who used fire-type light magic. Hey, we meet again. What's up? Are you my hunter? Ella said with an excited smile, flames igniting in her hands. Unfortunately, no. I'm just passing through here by coincidence, Gern replied. He didn't want to have a match with her, but now wasn't the time. What are you doing here? Are you playing the role of an NPC? Yeah, I drew the short straw. The coward Maury didn't want to come to my place, so I'm stuck here bored out of my mind. It's hot and stuffy. And since that guy won't come, I can't leave, Ella said, fanning herself with her hand, looking impatient. Being stuck there waiting for someone was torture for her. Whoever runs into you is really unfortunate, Gern remarked. Don't worry, we won't go all out. As long as that person performs well, they can get the band. Ella reassured him. What counts as performing well? You finally heard some good news. He had been worried that there were seniors among his targets. At least take 10 punches from me, Ella said, grinning as she punched her palm, sending a wave of heat that made you take a few steps back. Ella looked forward with anticipation, and Gern felt a bit sorry for whoever drew her. That's quite harsh. We have to keep moving. Once I enroll, I'll treat you to a meal. By the way, you newcomers probably don't know this, but there are loopholes in this trial. Do you want me to tell you? Ella suddenly thought of something. Oh, do tell. Chapter 71. Joel's battle. Ella pointed at them. Don't you have 2 people? If the 2 of you team up privately, you can exploit the loophole. Huh? Why 2 people? Joel asked. You both have radar watches. As long as you swap watches, you can track each other's prey and just return them to each other before the match ends. The rules don't say you can't discard or exchange the radar. As long as neither of your hunters can find you, you can just focus on hunting others. That's just swapping hunters. It's not really meaningful, Gern said. Don't the straps you have all have numbers? When you enter, you draw lots for the numbers. When his hunter finds you, show him your strap. And if it's not his number, just say you swapped radars and you don't know where he is, then swap back when the match ends. That's indeed a good idea, but this guy isn't strong enough. This plan only works to prevent attacks from opponents of similar strength. If I give it to him, he still can't beat my target. That's too bad. I did it like that during my exam, Ella shrugged. You don't look like that kind of person. Shouldn't you be more excited to have an opponent? Haha, it's another kind of fun. I enjoy watching others chase after something only to end up missing. After saying goodbye to Ella, Gern and the others continued wandering through the maze. Soon, they arrived at the location of Joel's hunting target. The light spot hadn't moved for a long time, and at first, they thought it was another simulated thought beast. But to their surprise, it was something else entirely. On the ground lay only a radar watch, and that person had long disappeared. Gern picked up the watch and couldn't help but laugh. Ella had just told him about exploiting loopholes, and here they were, encountering it for real. Of course, one person could also use this method. Just throw away the watch upon entering and indiscriminately hunt the 9 targets, specifically targeting thought beast eggs and weak contestants. If the opponent just happened to have a strap, that would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Each prey had over an hour of time. Although it was a bit rushed, it emphasized caution. If he knew you were the hunter, he definitely wouldn't do this. The fear of the unknown is indeed the most terrifying, Gern joked. Stop mocking me. Let us think about what to do next, Joel said, almost in tears. He originally thought it would be hard enough to get a ribbon, but now he had lost a prey. Then you can only find 3 more to replace it. The heavens want to destroy me. Also, look at this guy. There are only 2 red dots on the radar. He must have quickly eliminated 1 enemy before discarding the radar. This guy is quite clever, maximizing his benefits, Gern observed. Luckily, you chose to be my hunter. At least I don't have to be on edge. Now you know. Just now you were attacking me. If you had that momentum, you could have beaten quite a few people. Really? You just need to pay attention to your methods. Your attack intervals are too long, and your accuracy is poor. You'd better not rush to attack. Wait for the opportunity to strike decisively, Gern advised earnestly. My aim is poor mainly because my hands shake. My thought conductor is very precise. Right? Can't you see through the opponent's weaknesses? Just aim there. Overcome your fear and strike decisively. I'll try my best, Joel answered vaguely. Turning a corner, they found another thought beast egg, and Gern gave him a push to go forward. Now it's the perfect time to test it, Gern said. Test? Test what? I can't do it. Joel shook his head like a rattle drum. If you don't go, you'll never advance. There has to be a starting point. Just perform like you did when you fought me earlier. That was because I was really pushed to my limits. Then push yourself a little more. Gern gave him another hard shove. Joel stumbled forward, falling in front of the thought beast egg. The radar's signal activated, and soon, a griffin thought beast hatched from the egg, letting out a sharp, piercing cry. Joel was so scared he shivered and took 2 steps back, but Gern was behind him, pushing him forward. Joel glanced back, gritted his teeth, and moved forward, constantly cheering himself on. I won't back down. My thought conductor is the strongest. I can do what you can do. That's the spirit. Go for it. The griffin lunged forward with its two front claws, and the wind from its wings knocked Joel off balance. As the thought beast charged, Joel waved his hand towards a nearby wall, and a grappling hook shot out from his glove, embedding itself in the wall. He used it to evade the attack, hanging on the side of the wall, observing the thought beast with the eye of his thought conductor. A red mark appeared beneath its left wing. Cough! Just as Joel was about to launch an attack, the griffin suddenly turned and swung its wings, unleashing a blade of wind that knocked him off the wall. Joel fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get back up, the griffin pounced with its claws. Joel had to use the grappling hook again to pull himself away from the attack, but he remained in a passive position. Gern shook his head, watching from the side. If Joel had used the grappling hook in the opposite direction, he could have slid under the thought beast's soft belly, avoiding the attack and seizing the opportunity to strike at its weak point. Joel used the grappling hook to pull himself to the wall, but with the thought beast attacking from the front, he had no way to dodge. The griffin raised its left claw, condensing a strong wind into a wind blade sphere, and struck down towards Joel's head. Gern pressed his hand to his waist, gripping the hilt of his black sword. But what he didn't expect was that this time, Joel was faster than him. Aim for the weak point. One strike to kill. Joel repeated Gern's words like a mantra, raising his hand to aim at the red mark on the thought beast. He didn't have Gern's agile and strong body, so he couldn't circle around to the side of the thought beast. He could only force it to attack first, exposing its weakness and giving him the only chance to strike. Boom! A powerful condensed projectile struck the weak point beneath the griffin's wing, and the thought beast let out a terrible cry. A gap blasted open in its body, revealing the mechanical core beneath. Joel's strike was very accurate, but not enough to pierce and shatter the core. Overload. Rapid fire, Joel shouted, twisting the knob on his glove. Instantly, a purple light burst forth from beneath the armor plates of the glove, identical to the light on the crystal. Boom! Another even more deadly condensed projectile shot out, this time directly drilling into the breach on the thought beast's body, exploding inside and scattering both the core and the shell into a puddle of liquid metal on the ground. Chapter 72. The hunter strikes. Isn't this going well? Gern walked over with a grin, patting Joel on the head, looking happier than if he had just won a match himself. I really have no strength left. My head is still spinning. Joel was drenched in the metallic liquid of the thought beasts, fumbling to pick up the strap. This was his first time obtaining loot through battle, so he naturally cherished it immensely. How do you feel? My mind is blank. Did I really do that just now? Joel didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his expression very complex. What else could it be? I've never fought this hard in my life. You'll be doing this often from now on. Don't forget your goal is to become the best thought warrior. You have to outdo everyone. They had no extra time to rest. Once Joel regained a bit of energy, he continued on, while Gern's last mark point kept moving further away, as if intentionally trying to escape him. Of course, that was impossible. No one could know the hunter's location. On the way, Gern defeated 2 more thought beasts. Now he only needed the strap from the last target and any random strap to meet the conditions, and with 7 hours left, it was still fairly relaxed for Gern, but a bit troublesome for Joel. Just as they were focusing on their journey, Gern suddenly stopped, as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? Someone is approaching. Following me closely, Gern lowered his voice. It's a hunter. If my hunter is you, then it can only be your hunter. He is coming closer. Gern turned to look back at the maze, and a figure slowly emerged from around the corner. It was a stranger, someone Gern had never seen before. The person was a frail boy with brown hair, heavy eye bags, and a dejected demeanor, lacking the oppressive presence of a hunter. However, a mark on the back of his hand caught Gern's attention. A black star mark. That is the mark of the Dark Star. Are you one of Sass's subordinates? Gern asked. The team competition has ended, and I'm only concerned about my own survival now. However, Sass mentioned gathering everyone from the Dark Star again for enrollment, but that is a later matter. First, I need to defeat you to advance. The boy revealed a sinister smile. His face was already gaunt, and when he smiled, he looked even more like a zombie from a movie. Accept the challenge. If you want the strap, come at me. Gern summoned the black sword, and Joel had already hidden to the side. The hunter tilted his head, watching Gern, not knowing what he was assessing. "My name is White. I know you're strong, but I still have to defeat you. You're the last one I need to get the strap from. You killed a fierce thought beast, something I can't do, but I have to tell you, humans are different from thought beasts. Sometimes killing thought beasts is difficult, but killing people is easy, especially with my light thought." The hunter displayed a strange smile, and the battle began. A large puddle of sludge suddenly appeared beneath Gern's feet, spreading outwards and extending thin lines to bind Gern's legs. Gern quickly jumped away, leaving the spot before the sludge could wrap around him. He wasn't hurt, but his shoes were destroyed. The sludge corroded them as quickly as acid. "These shoes were bought with my hard-earned money. They've been with me for 2 years. Gern brushed the dust off himself, looking quite angry. "Sorry, but soon you won't be angry anymore." White clapped both hands on the ground, and suddenly numerous mud pits appeared in front of Gern, circular pits forming like bubbles, blocking his path forward. "Huh!" Gern jumped onto the wall and began to run quickly along it. But unexpectedly, a poisonous pit also appeared on the wall. Caught off guard, Gern stepped right into it. Though he quickly pulled himself out, a sharp pain shot through his foot, accompanied by a numbness that traveled up his leg. "This guy's poison is probably not ordinary. I need to end this quickly. You've been hit once. It'll be harder to dodge now. I can still take a few more hits. How many do you think you can withstand?" Gern refused to back down, transforming the black sword into a whip, unleashing thunderous cracks as it flew towards White. "Zitsong." White separated his hands and brought them together in front of his chest. A group of large-headed fish leaped out from the surrounding mud pits, resembling piranhas from the rainforest, small in size but sporting terrifying sharp teeth. The whip lashed through the air, producing explosive sounds as Gern struck down the airborne fish one after another. The momentum of the whip did not stop, flying directly towards White and wrapping around his neck. With a strong pull, Gern yanked him toward himself. White's frail body had little weight, and with a powerful tug, he was sent flying into the air. As they closed in, Gern threw a punch straight at White's face. But at the moment of the punch, Gern suddenly saw White's eyes. Normally, people would react instinctively to an imminent attack, closing their eyes, turning their heads, or raising their hands to block. These are basic instincts. However, White showed no reaction. Even with Gern's fist right in front of him, he remained wide-eyed, not even blinking. Something's not right. Gern sharply sensed something was off. Recalling the puppets he encountered in the iron mesh area, and thought of when Minter Raymond was ambushed. Sometimes killing thought beasts might be hard, but killing people is easy, especially with my light thought. Gern remembered what White had just said and immediately retracted his punch, using the whip to send White flipping away. White's body didn't fly far before a violent explosion occurred. A large amount of corrosive sludge splattered everywhere. Clouds of white smoke rose from the walls and ground, leaving pockmarked holes where the sludge had splashed. If Gern's punch had hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, it's a puppet. Your skills aren't subtle enough, and you've exposed yourself. Gern retracted his bone wings. At the moment of the puppet's explosion, he transformed the whip into wings to shield himself from the splattering sludge. And the resilient bone wings were corroded with numerous small holes, looking like a sieve. "No wonder you're the top. I'm no match for you. I concede and will take my leave." White's voice echoed from a maze of surroundings, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. "Don't even think about running." Without a second thought, Gern chased after a path. Chapter 73. The Gambler Byros. Actually, Gern couldn't be sure of the opponent's location either. But he guessed that someone with such a personality wouldn't dare to show up personally in battle, relying instead on puppets created by light thought to scheme against others. They would definitely hide in a position opposite to the puppet, watching the fight with peace of mind. Accelerating with shadow thought, Gern quickly rounded the corner and caught up, while White's abilities seemed unable to be used for speed, so he was soon overtaken by Gern. Seeing that Gern had actually caught up, White could only temporarily create 3 mud clones, mixing among them and fleeing in different directions. "Nayla, let me borrow your technique." 4 pitch-black birds appeared in Gern's hands, and he waved them toward the 4 clones. These were the secret thunder sparrows of the Eisberon family. To research the hidden secrets, Nayla had shared some of the techniques with Gern, though she hadn't revealed the most important parts. However, Gern executed them quite well. The 4 blackbirds were larger than the thunder sparrows Nayla used, flying about like 4 gigantic crows. The moment the crows collided with the opponent, they exploded, scattering black feathers like blades. The power was akin to a shrapnel bomb. The 3 clones were destroyed in the explosion, while White's true body fell to the ground, coughing up blood with several black feathers embedded in his back, apparently injuring his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Don't come any closer. I've already given up hunting you. Why are you still chasing me? White coughed up 2 mouthfuls of bright red liquid, watching Gern approach and forcing his body to crawl back a couple of steps. You may have given up, but I haven't. There are others besides Arthur who can't stand the Dark Star people. SARS has run away. But you can't escape. Gern grinned, rolling up his sleeves, with 2 crows perched on his shoulders, looking like a harbinger of death. Why you can't kill me? White recalled what he had done in the first trial and was extremely worried that he would meet the same fate. He knew better than anyone that the slaughter in the trial ground was unrestricted. I want to kill you. Just leave your band and quickly exit the trial to heal. Gern unexpectedly offered such a merciful condition. Naturally, White gratefully took out the band, and the yellow silk band was immediately soaked with blood. Thank you, I was wrong. I'm different from you guys, continuing the trial rules to satisfy your bloodlust, stealing coins from those people. They would have been eliminated anyway. Why did you have to kill them? Gern snatched the silk band, looking somewhat disgusted at the bloodstains, and threw it directly to Jor. I don't know. I didn't intend to kill them at first, but when Sar spoke to me, my eyes turned red, my mind went blank, and I felt only fervor. I became nothing like myself. White recalled, fear appearing on his face. I bled so much. I think I just woke up. What did he say? Jur didn't believe that a person could be brainwashed so easily. I don't remember. Not at all. I can't even recall his voice. SARS never speaks, but I just knew what he meant. White held his head, nearly collapsing, and in the end, he didn't know if it was the pressure or blood loss that caused him to faint. In the end, Gern pressed the waiver button on his radar watch. The medical team's mentor appeared beside him like a ghost, quickly using light thought to seal his wounds, lifting him onto a stretcher and leaving rapidly, leaving Gern alone to ponder White's words. Who exactly is that SARS? His actions don't resemble those of a candidate at all. Who is he? A boy of 18 or 19. How could he be so cold-blooded? And the terrifying ability to manipulate people's hearts. The mystery could not be solved unless he met SARS himself. Jor came over to remind him it was time to go, and Gern was still dazed for a few minutes before he snapped back to reality. On the journey ahead, the 2 of them no longer encountered any thought beast eggs. Indeed, compared to candidates, thought beasts were a better way to score points. As time passed, these thought beast eggs would soon be snatched up. Not to mention there was a madman, online, among the candidates, who was fanatically intent on exterminating all thought beasts, even if they were just simulated mechanical thought beasts. Buffer's broadcast continued to sound, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the blink of an eye, there was less than half the remaining time left. With each report of a candidate advancing, the remaining resources in the venue dwindled. Currently, more than 30 people had advanced, and, counting the thought beasts and seniors, at least over 70 had been eliminated, leaving only half the candidates in the venue. On the road, Gern and the others encountered quite a few candidates, but he had no intention of randomly attacking people to obtain bands until the last moment. He could only continue towards his target point. The previously moving target point had stopped. It hadn't moved for over half an hour. Gern accelerated to catch up, but Jor was a bit unable to keep up with his speed, deciding to search for the remaining thought beast eggs on his own, agreeing to meet Gern at the entrance of the trial ground. After all, he had to rely on himself to pass the trial, and Gern didn't say much. After they parted ways, he could move at full speed, and he soon arrived in front of the target point. The person wasn't a candidate. He wasn't holding a radar and was just sitting quietly on the ground of the maze, basking in the sun leisurely. Oh, it's you. I've heard of you. You're the one who got the ancient coins. You've been quite the talk of the town. We seniors have been discussing you. What's your name again? The man had dark skin, his hair slicked back, and his face resembled that of a South Asian. He wore traditional attire from the South Asian region, donning a headscarf and a loose, colorful robe. My name is Gern. You have my band, Gern said. I do have one, but I wasn't originally your prey. Your prey came to challenge me and was then eliminated by me, so his band is with me. If you defeat me, I'll also give you one of my own. The dark-skinned man draped both bands over his hand. Just right, I'm sure 2 bands. Come on. Gern condensed a black sword, but unexpectedly, the opponent waved his hand, looking entirely dismissive. I've already fought once today. Constantly fighting is too boring. Let's play a game instead. The dark-skinned man didn't even stand up, looking relaxed. My name is Byros, the president of the Flying Fish Club at Viscera Academy. They all call me the Gambler Byros. Playing games with a gambler doesn't seem fair, but I accept. How do you want to play? Chapter 74. Ghost catching cards. Beerus twisted the 2 ribbons in his hand into a ball, and when he opened his hand again, the ribbons had transformed into 2 cards. There were the 2 aces from a deck of playing cards, one a colorful joker and the other a black and white joker. He tossed the small joker to Gern and kept the big joker for himself. The card felt no different from an ordinary playing card in his hand. There was no detectable energy fluctuation, and it was impossible to tell it was made from energy by Beerus. This game is called Ghost Catching, and the rules are simple. Here is a deck of playing cards. Beerus magically fanned out a set of cards from his seemingly empty hand, and Gern didn't even blink, still unable to see the opponent's movements. I've removed the old K cards. Only cards numbered 3 to 10 are left. We each take half, and take turns playing cards. You can play up to 4 cards at a time, but they must be the same rank. The next player must play a higher card than the previous one. For example, if I play a 3, you can play a 4 or 3 4s at once. What's so fun about that? Isn't it just a game of luck? Gern asked. No. This is a game of intellect. We will cover our cards, and you can say whatever you want when you play. You can even play 4 random cards and deceive me into thinking they're 4 10s. In this ghost-catching game, lying is allowed. Beerus had a friendly smile on his face. What if I keep lying? Gern inquirit. I can challenge you at any time. At that point, you will reveal your cards. If I catch you lying, you have to take back the cards you just played. Conversely, if I guess wrong, I have to draw a card. Do you understand? I think I get it. The more cards you have, the further you are from victory, but you also have more resources. Once your cards are almost out, your options become limited, and the opponent can guess your cards by counting to see if you're lying. Gern understood after just one explanation. Let's try a round. Beerus dealt a stack of cards to Gern, who sat cross-legged in front of him, using the ground as their card table. What's the ghost card for? Since we're catching ghosts, it must be useful, right? Gern asked. Of course. The ghost card can be used as any card, and besides playing out your cards. There's another victory condition, catching the ghost. You can point out where my ghost card is at any time. If you guess correctly, you win instantly. Of course, if you guess wrong, you lose immediately, and each person only gets one chance. Beerus waved his finger in front of him. Let's begin. Gern quickly arranged his cards into a fan. He didn't often play poker, but he was confident in his memory. Here's a little tip. I can win not because I cheat, but because my eyes are sharp. Lies can't escape my sight. 2 3s. Gern covered his cards and played them. Lying, take them back. Beerus said without hesitation. Gern froze for a moment. He didn't expect the opponent to question him right off the bat, and over such a small card. He flipped over the 2 cards he had played, revealing a 3 and a 4. He had indeed lied and had to take back his played cards. My turn now, 1-4. In the following rounds, Gern played by the rules, while Beerus maintained a relaxed, mocking smile, appearing to have the entire game under control. The opponent kept playing multiple cards, and Gern didn't question him until his own cards were nearly out. Suddenly, Beerus pointed at Gern's hand. The second card from the left, I've caught you. The opponent's expression was full of confidence. Gern revealed his hand, and indeed, the card Beerus pointed to was the ghost card. How is that possible? Gern was filled with confusion. He still had 4 cards left, and couldn't possibly have calculated so precisely. Moreover, how did he know the exact position? Even if he remembered the order of each card, he couldn't possibly know which one it was. Not to mention accounting for the cards that might have been lied about. Once the order was disrupted, the possibilities would be countless. Could he really see through people's hearts? No way. It must be cheating. These cards must have invisible marks. Before Gern could recover from his shock, Beerus had already gathered the deck, skillfully shuffled the cards, and dealt them into 2 piles. His movements were incredibly fast. The cards flew around and obediently returned to his hand, making it impossible to see what tricks he had played. Wait, let me shuffle them. Gern said, feel free, The opponent replied nonchalantly. As I said, I didn't win by cheating. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Gern awkwardly shuffled the cards, cut them, and redealt them into 2 piles before announcing the start. This time it's not practice. I have 2 ribbons. How many do you want to bet? Beerus smiled. I have 4 ribbons. I'll bet 1 first. You have 5, counting your own. Beerus spread his hands and said, all right, 1 it is. New players are always cautious. Once you get into it, you'll start betting bigger. 2 tens. Gern took the initiative. Starting off big, huh? Ha pass. Gern's first few hands were still honest. But as the game progressed, he found himself with only mixed cards, while Beerus shamelessly controlled the pace. If Gern wasn't going to lie, he wouldn't be able to play at all. 3 eights. Beerus played. Lying, take them all back. Gern caught him accurately. Huh, you're getting the hang of it. But this time it was intentional. Beerus collected a large pile of discarded cards back, looking quite satisfied. Most of those cards were played by Gern, and he could remember what they were. The opponent was likely using this to his advantage, mixing cards to make Gern think he had certain card types, blending truth with lies, making it even harder to catch him. The two continued their intense battle, staring into each other's eyes, trying to glean some information from them. When Gern was down to 4 cards, Beerus suddenly called out, Ghost catching. I don't have a ghost card. You lose. I didn't catch the one in your hand. Your ghost card is right here. Beerus grinned as he peeled away the layers of covered cards, selecting the ghost card from the card Gern had played 3 turns ago, successfully catching it. Gern was completely stunned. It was as if this person could see through his thoughts. You knew from the start. Why didn't you catch the ghost then? I can only confirm at the end, and besides, wouldn't it be better to play a little longer? Beerus fanned the ghost card in his hand, his smile becoming even more irritating. Chapter 75, Gern's counterattack. Bet and accept defeat. Beerus flicked his hand, and a strap tied to Gern's arm flew out, landing in his grasp. Did you cheat with the cards? If you can tell me, I'll consider a loss on my part. Go ahead, speak up. I can't see it, but something's definitely wrong. I've told you, there's nothing wrong with the cards. I can smell the scent of your lies. Every move you make is under my control. I am Beerus, the card shark. I have never lost a game. The dark-skinned man smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Let's go again. Gern bet another strap, feeling slightly dizzy, gradually unable to remember what cards had been played. Even if he could remember, it wouldn't seem matter. No matter how he played, Beerus always had the upper hand, and the rhythm of the game was always under his control. The outcome of this round was the same as the previous 2. Gern was caught off guard again. Whether he held the cards or played them, Beerus always managed to pinpoint that ghost card. Gern tried to sense the light energy fluctuations on each card, but he had no clues. Perhaps this was Beerus's trick. He deliberately let Gern see him transform the strap into a card, making Gern think those 2 ghost cards were condensed from light energy, when in fact, he had simply swapped them out for 2 ordinary cards. Want to continue? It's not too late to leave now. You still have time to find another strap. Beerus yawned, seemingly tired of the game. Come on, this time I bet 3 straps, all of mine including my own. Gern tore off all the silk straps on him and slapped them down on the ground. Haha, you've lost your mind. I'll tell you, gamblers who lose their minds can never win. Staying clear-headed is the only way to win. I know what I'm doing. Shuffle the cards. Beerus showcased a completely different style of shuffling, making one wonder if he was born with a deck of cards in hand. His hand seemed destined for sleight of hand. What he didn't expect this time was that after receiving the cards, Gern didn't even look at them. He shuffled in the ghost card and casually cut the deck twice, then placed the entire stack covered at his feet. What are you doing? Beerus was confused by Gern's actions, and it was his turn to be stunned. I'm going to play covered and do whatever comes to mind. I'm betting on luck against you. Gern casually stated something quite shocking. Are you crazy? My luck has always been great. I survived a psychic beast attack when I was a child. I won't lose today either. Gern sat up straight, and his unreasonable play regained him the initiative. You're being reckless. The odds of winning like this are almost 0. That is still better than playing with face-up cards against the card shark. This time, I'll go first, 2 threes. Gern casually grabbed 2 cards from the deck and played them. Challenge. Beerus certainly didn't believe his luck could be that good. But when he flipped over the cards, it turned out to be 2 threes. I told you my luck is great. Believe it or not. Beerus's face turned sour, as if he had eaten a fly. He took back the 2 threes and played 4 fours. 4 fives. Gern didn't even look as he casually swept down 4 cards from the top. Challenge. Weird things happened again when Gern flipped over the cover cards. There were 3 5s and 1 ghost card, and Beerus once again failed his challenge. What is wrong, Card Shark? You can't catch my ghost this round. You have 2 ghost cards in hand, and now it's my turn to catch. Gan Laukit. What trick did you pull? Beerus had clearly seen Gern cut the deck. He knew hundreds of card switching methods, but Gern obviously hadn't used any. Maybe I used the same methods as you. With no other choice, Beerus had to continue playing. Gern kept playing blindly, saying whatever came to mind, but Beerus would always be left empty-handed with every challenge. Gern didn't look at the cards, so he couldn't know what they were. They continued until both of their piles were nearly gone. Just as Beerus played a 9, Gern suddenly shouted that he successfully caught the ghost. He won back all his straps, plus that target strap of Gern from Beerus, turning the game around in one go. In the end, Beerus couldn't figure out what trick Gern had used. Want to play again? I want to win that last strap from you. Gern said proudly. You have some skills. It seems I underestimated you. This time I bet 5 straps, still going all in. I don't have 5 straps to bet against you. Beerus smiled bitterly. If I win, I'll take that strap from you. Plus you help me with something once I enter the academy. What kind of thing? I hate vague bets. I haven't thought it through, but you wouldn't dare to refuse to bet, would you? Gern figured out Beerus' temperament and deliberately provoked him. His tactic worked, and Beerus gritted his teeth and accepted, but he requested that the task must not violate the academy's rules. Gern nodded, and the final round began. This time, Gern didn't play with cover cards. He held his cards properly in hand. Beerus was thrown off rhythm by him once, and this time his grabs weren't as precise. Both sides were lying, with successes and failures in their challenges. This round was evidently much more intense, and both displayed their true skills. Until the end, both were left with only 2 cards. Beerus still couldn't pinpoint Gern's ghost card. At this moment, Gern played 1 card, and he found his opportunity. Challenge. Fail. That card is a 6. I didn't say anything. The remaining card is the ghost. Catch the ghost. Beerus was making a final gamble. None of the cards Gern played earlier could be the ghost, so it had to be one of these 2. Sorry, Fail. You lost. Gern revealed his hand, showing the smallest 3. How could this be? Beerus couldn't believe it, collapsing to the ground with his head in his hands. Where's your ghost card? You cheated. Right here. Gern flipped over the thick stack of cards and pointed at the very first card he had played. The first hand? Yes, I played the ghost as a 3 from the start. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want you to see through me. As long as you miscalculate 1 hand, I have the chance to win. You lost. Card Shark Beerus, you owe me a favor, and I'll come to collect it later. Gern took back the last strap on him, finally gathering all the straps needed for promotion. You really dare to gamble. What if you lost? I'd already made plans. If I lost, I'd roll up my sleeves and deal with you. I wouldn't care about any rules. Gern confessed. Ha 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 ha. You're really interesting, Junior. Beerus laughed, covering his face. The confidence and ease on his face faded, leaving only his self-deprecating helplessness. I owe you a favor. You are one of the few who can win against the card shark Beerus. Be proud of that. Chapter 76, the second match, ends, I have to say. Playing cards is definitely more time-consuming than fighting. After messing around with the cheater Beerus for quite a while, there was only an hour left for the trial. Fortunately, he was playing cards. If it were mahjong, it would have dragged on until the end, right? In the end, Beerus still didn't know how Gern managed to win blind. Actually, it was quite simple. Gern directly woke up the Ratman Sigma inside him and let it look at the cards, then told himself what to play. Before that, Gern didn't know what the cards were, and Beerus certainly wouldn't know either. Sigma, of course, wouldn't listen to Gern's commands, but fortunately, he also found that arrogant guy unpleasant, so he was willing to mess with Beerus a bit. However, it was only once, during the last round. The Ratman couldn't be called upon at all. Luckily, Beerus' rhythm was also disrupted, and Gern still managed to win with an unexpected strategy. It was quite a close win, but Gern's statement was not wrong. His luck was indeed very good. When returning to the entrance of the maze, Gern unexpectedly encountered the maniac Onlai, who was holding a large bunch of straps and confronting a griffin-type thought beast. Onlai was using some kind of light thought. He charged towards the thought beast with big strides, and his massive fist smashed the beast without any technique, directly obliterating it. These realistic thought beasts were also made with special principles, and only light thought could harm them. Online must have covered his body with light thought, but it was unclear why he chose to fight this way. Judging by the straps in his hand, he seemed to have cleared out the excess thought beasts in the maze. Other candidates were probably furious, as there were already so few opportunities, and this kind of person was seizing resources. Brother Gern. Online picked up the straps and, hearing Gern's footsteps, knew he was coming. Have you gathered all the straps? Do you need help? I've gathered them all. Aren't you tired? Slaying thought beasts and their filth is our duty. How could I be tired? Even if it's practice. I must give my all. Then you must have quite a few target straps, right? That would make you quite hated. Just a few people came to find me, and I've already sent their straps out. I'm only here to eliminate thought beasts. I have no interest in these straps. Onlai's voice was as dull as a stone, and his large build resembled a small mountain made of rocks. In some ways, this person's thoughts were even more transparent than Beerus's. Onlai didn't linger and started rampaging through the maze again, searching for excess thought beast eggs. Gern sighed at this weirdo and continued on his way to the maze exit. When he reached the exit, Gern was surprised to see her as well. He looked battered and bruised, and his large backpack was deflated, as if he had exhausted all his top-tier items. His target had escaped. Previously, he had obtained one target strap, and Gern had given him whites as well. When they parted, he still needed 2 target straps and 1 arbitrary strap. What surprised Gern was that this guy had actually managed to collect everything himself. He had defeated a candidate target, who was from the Carven team and not very strong. And after fighting a thought beast, he hadn't recovered yet when Yer took advantage of the situation. From that person, Yer got 1 target strap, plus 2 straps that person had previously collected. After that, Yer challenged 2 more thought beasts, pushing himself to his limits and successfully meeting the advancement conditions. Gern had originally planned to help him, but unexpectedly, he passed on his own, which was somewhat gratifying. Gern, how's it going on your side? Were the targets easy to deal with? Yer asked weakly. He was an unawakened, and after 3 battles, the thought conductor in his hand was nearly drained, making him sway as he walked. I encountered a senior. He was a weirdo who lost 2 straps to me while playing cards. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? Yer looked completely defeated, thinking he had hit the jackpot, only to find out Gern hadn't fought a single battle. But it's not all good fortune. I barely won. If I had to do it again, I'd choose to just beat him up directly. As the two were talking, Arthur also emerged from deep within the maze. He had designated Sass as his hunting target, but unexpectedly found that the opponent was very fast, and upon entering the maze, had thrown away his radar. He had no chance to engage with that guy, and had to look for other targets to replace him. Arthur looked quite down, especially since Sass had escaped. His clothes were also charred black. Although he still looked handsome as before, he appeared somewhat disheveled. You all can advance. That's great. Upon seeing Gern and the others, Arthur slightly nodded, revealing a knowing smile. Arthur, what happened to you? Thought beasts shouldn't breathe fire, right? You were startled. I ran into a senior. Her fire-type light thought was quite powerful. Luckily, I had previously comprehended the secret of the Lion Heart Sword, or I might not have been able to withstand her. It's Ella. You actually beat that madwoman. Gern recalled how impatient Ella had been before and could imagine the fury Arthur faced. Arthur shook his head. I didn't beat her. After a while, she said I qualified and gave me the strap. After all, she is from the Garcia family, an old family of light thought practitioners. How do you know that? Her hair. Only people from the Garcia family have such fiery patterned hair. As the trial time neared its end, Buff called out a few times outside using the broadcast, resembling a proctor urging students to submit their papers during a high school exam. The 3 didn't linger and walked out of the examination room together. Arthur Lord, meets conditions, advancement successful. Gern, meets conditions, advancement successful. Your Audrian, meets conditions, advancement successful. The broadcast sounded one after another, and as they exited the examination room, Gern finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were only 10 minutes left, but he hadn't heard Hynalia's name yet. She would be like online, lingering inside for boring reasons. Why hasn't she come out yet? Could it be that she encountered some trouble? Gern couldn't help but feel worried, then patted his head, wondering why he was so concerned about that person when he had previously disliked the Celestials the most. Chapter 77. Spatial curvature. The time for the hunting duel has ended, and all candidates in the examination hall have stopped scoring and left the venue. To prevent some directionally challenged individuals from getting lost, the walls surrounding the maze descended uniformly, with the complex pathways inside sinking into the ground, leaving only a few main roads back to the entrance. Those three-story high walls could retract and extend at will, leading Gern to suspect that the entire venue below was hollow, capable of changing its terrain according to different trial themes. Cornelia, qualified, successfully advanced. When Gern heard the announcement, he saw Naira emerging from the maze. She looked somewhat fatigued. He wondered if she had encountered a difficult opponent. After all, many seniors had mixed in among the enemies, so it was normal to be caught in a tough battle. This felt like a trial from Viscera Academy. He had encountered one too, a peculiar guy like Beerus, though he was uncertain about that guy's strength. However, he was the president of a club at the academy, so his skills should not be lacking. Perhaps it would be easier to play cards with him than to fight. In this round of trials, only 80 candidates passed. Although it wasn't as drastic as the anticipated elimination of 3/4 of the participants, the elimination rate was still considerable, with many barely making it through. Just thinking about it made him feel anxious. There was only one last match left, and the competition would only become more intense. He wondered how many would make it to the end. The candidates who advanced returned to the resting area by the lake. When Gern got back to the Golden Pavilion, he found that Naira had already arrived before him. "Why did you take so long? Did you get lost?" Gern initiated the conversation. "I was trying that secret transmission," Naira replied. "You're still trying? No need to rush, you know. I finished the straps in about 20 minutes. I had some time to kill." Naira said this very naturally, but anyone who had been through it knew that finishing 3 target points in 20 minutes was quite difficult, not to mention the battles. Then you must be the first to pass, even faster than Pisa's. Competing for this doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I just want to understand that secret transmission. But my efforts haven't been in vain. I've figured out a bit. What? Really? Really? Do you want me to demonstrate? All right, then let's go to the basement. Gern immediately thought of the basement of the Golden Pavilion. Last time, he almost got stuck inside, but for training, he couldn't think of a better place. No, that won't work. Follow me. Naira led Gern to the trial area, where the maze had already been dismantled, leaving only a vast expanse of bare stone ground. Gern was puzzled as to why Naira brought him here, and then she directly approached an academy instructor who was clearing the area. Baff had already left. His personality wasn't suited for tedious chores. The one in charge of logistics was a kind, middle-aged man named Food, who wore glasses. Naira got a spirit beast egg from him. It was clear that he recognized Naira's identity. This was against the rules, but he was helpless. After all, she was a young lady of the Esperlin family. With the spirit beast egg, Naira and Gern found an empty spot in the trial area. Gern was still in the dark, unsure of what she was up to. "Watch closely." Naira pressed a button on the spirit beast egg, and a simulated spirit beast quickly hatched in the empty space, still the griffin spirit beast used in the hunting duel. Once the spirit beast hatched, it immediately assumed a battle stance, crouching down and glaring at Naira, its wings raised high. Naira skillfully condensed a sword. She had never used such a thing before. But since she started studying that secret transmission, she had condensed lightning into a sword countless times over the past few days, and it had become second nature. Crack! Arcs of electricity burst from Naira's sword, and just as the spirit beast lunged at her, she swung the sword sharply, sending the arcs flying. They transformed into 3 bolts of electricity the width of a wrist. Gern felt a familiar sensation. Light energy was not just simple imagination and release. The complex light energy techniques required long-term training and constant conceptualization. Those famous light energy users had unique light energy techniques, and even if they actively tried to teach others, it would be difficult to learn. These special light energy configurations were the secret transmission, requiring unique methods to guide their use. The move Naira just used was the same one Gern employed when battling Abohos. The feeling of the energy wave frequency was identical. Only the electric arcs were much thinner, and instead of being black, they were blue and white. The 3 bolts of electricity formed a special arc, directly severing the griffin spirit beast in half. The cut was incredibly smooth, showcasing the power of the strike. Huh! Naira let out a long breath and made a gesture to sheath her sword. calming her breath. You did it. That's amazing. It really is the hidden secret transmission. Gern became excited, looking even happier than Naira. There's still a significant difference. The power is much weaker, even less than the lightning spear. Naira doused his excitement with cold water. How did you just do that? We couldn't get to work in the basement. Do you know why? Naira retorted. Why? Because there was no enemy? Not just that. Naira glanced around as if searching for something. Since she couldn't do it, she simply tore a piece of fabric from her coat and held it up. Naira organized her thoughts and slowly began to explain. The space we are in is like this piece of paper. But this isn't a piece of paper. This paper was initially flat, but when the energy wave appears, it starts to sink. The stronger the energy wave, the greater the sinking. These spirit beasts, although simulated, have special devices inside to store energy waves so they can simulate it. However, when the amplitude of the energy wave reaches the point of advance effect, the space begins to tear, and dark energy flows into our world. This is the essence of light energy and spirit beasts. Naira ignored Gern's complaints and continued explaining. This move channels the light energy along this amplitude, flowing from high to low. The stronger the enemy, the greater the curvature, and the more powerful the move. While we were in the Golden Pavilion, the energy waves generated by the pavilion flattened the entire space, making it impossible to use at all. So that's how it is. Gern reflected on her explanation, seeming to gain a new level of understanding regarding light energy. He just didn't understand why the color of the electric arcs was different. Could it be because the enemy was too weak? That must be it. You can only unleash the previous effect against a beast of the fierce tiger level. You just said it yourself. The stronger the enemy, the more effective it is. Gern felt a vague notion. He himself knew that those black lightning bolts were probably related to his shadow energy. Chapter 78. The seed of the world tree, what lay before them, was undoubtedly a tree. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Mingia would never have believed that such a massive tree could exist in the world. The roots and branches hanging down formed a forest. Walking within it made him feel like an insignificantly small ant, with even the tiniest roots towering like giant trees. All the roots converged towards the central trunk, which was indescribably enormous, composed of two giant trees hinged together. One displayed a jade-like light green color, while the other appeared withered and dull gray, as if lifeless. The two main trunks intertwined and climbed towards the sky, their size beyond imagination. When standing before the trunk, it was almost impossible to see how it curved. It resembled a wall with no end. If someone claimed that above it lay an ocean, a desert, or even an entirely unknown world, Mingio would absolutely believe it. Such a presence could not be shaken by human strength. Even if set on fire, it would likely take tens of thousands of years to burn. Could this truly be a product of human imagination? Perhaps it had always existed, merely revealed by the tower opening this door. What are you staring at? Veliki suddenly slapped Mingia on the back, startling him back to his senses. Aren't you shocked at all? This is a new world above us. We've practically arrived on a new planet. Mingia exclaimed. You should see more of the world and stop acting so surprised, Veliki scoffed, looking at him as if he were a country bumpkin. Haven't you been to the Golden Pavilion? It's big inside, too. It's not strange to call this an anomaly. It's just a bigger tree. Not just a tree. This is merely part of the world tree. People from the Holy Union have discovered similar anomalies. It spans the entire world, but we usually can't see it. This is a miracle. You know that. Yet you're still not quick to move? If we wait too long, everything will be snatched away by the Holy Union people. Got it. Urged by Veliki Garcia. Mingia had no choice but to strap on his backpack and follow her. Behind them trailed a detection team of over 20 people, all belonging to the Anomaly Research Department of Vizera Academy, each seasoned in dealing with anomalies and experienced. They carried various instruments needed for scientific research, including many precious thought conduits. The surrounding trees were not like ordinary trees with bark and leaves. Their surfaces were bare, with faintly glowing green lines appearing on the wooden structure, resembling characters or images. No one could decipher the meaning of these symbols. Anomalies always carried many secrets that people could not understand. Perhaps they had no meaning at all. It was precisely because they were peculiar and difficult to comprehend that they were called anomalies. Mingia turned back every few steps, noticing that many of the symbols resembled eyes. He felt as if something was observing them through those eyes. The symbols seemed to move, but whenever he looked closely, he saw no changes. He hoped he was just being paranoid. Exploration Team Number 5 is recording in real time. Veliki shouted into the communicator, her voice as impatient as her personality. Her fiery red hair suited her well. Anomaly number WS002. Codename World Tree. Type Spatial Anomaly. No aggressive behavior discovered so far. The exploration team is approaching the anomaly's core. Sample collection is complete. Thought wave data analysis is normal. Requesting entry into the anomaly. This is Bjorn Eisbrun. A cold voice came from the communicator. The one commanding the operation had been Professor Lostrov from the Anomaly Research Department. You've arrived. Even the impatient Veliki became humble in front of this person. The task has changed. The Holy Union's anomaly investigation has found a seed of the World Tree, which is of great research value. You better find one too. The White Wolf King casually issued the task, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. We will do our best. Do you need to increase manpower? That's enough. Wait for our good news. There are many uncertainties with spatial anomalies. You should hurry. The portal of the World Tree has only opened once in the past decade. Understood? After hanging up, Veliki hurriedly moved forward, while Minjia trudged behind, lamenting. He had thought that working in the Anomaly Research Department would mean less combat against thought beasts and a more relaxed job. But it seemed he was still stuck doing hard labor. What's wrong? Minjia groaned, dragging a heavy bag of thought conduits, while Veliki moved effortlessly ahead. As light as a swallow. The boss has given orders to find the seed, and we need to move quickly. The portal might close at any moment. Seed? Does the World Tree have seeds? Why are you talking so much? The group moved quickly, and after circling around the roots for a long time, they finally found an entrance. The doorway to this world was incredibly small, barely allowing a person to pass through. If they could bring in an off-road vehicle or a helicopter, it would make things much easier. Minjia was filled with complaints. Even getting a bicycle inside would be more convenient than this. That entrance was merely a tiny hole compared to the entire tree. But from the perspective of the exploration team, this cave was astonishingly vast, enough to fit a whole mountain inside. It opened at the junction of the green and black trunks. The engineers and the team switched on specialized neon lights for detection, but the intense light was completely swallowed up, and the cave remained pitch black with no visible path. Strange symbols also appeared on the trunk of the World Tree. As they approached, the faint green symbols slowly turned black. The duality of the World Tree. One symbolizing life, the other death. The death inscriptions lit up, clearly a warning. It seems it doesn't welcome us, Minjia said timidly. Can you stop being so mystical? If you're not coming, then get lost. Veliki snapped, unable to contain her frustration. Follow me. She conjured a blazing flame in her hand, cautiously probing into the depths of the cave. As she walked, the path slowly illuminated. Compared to humans, the World Tree seemed to despise fire even more. As the flames approached, those runes darkened further. Other members of the exploration team followed Veliki into the cave, while Minjia hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed suit. The path beneath them was formed by massive roots, so large that even though it was cylindrical, walking on it felt as flat as ground. The team advanced behind Veliki. The crackling of the raging flames echoed, accompanied by the fiery red hair, an emblem of the Garcia family, and that peculiar temperament. They were kin of the Eisbrun family, who fought alongside Van Helsing Eisbrun during the War of Salvation. Minjia found it hard to get along with her. He preferred gentle and petite women, but every time they went on a mission, his companions were either Veliki or Evelyn. Both were stunning beauties fit for magazine covers. Others might envy him, but only by experiencing it could one truly understand how difficult it was to get along with such people. After moving along the routes for a long time, the surrounding world gradually became clearer, and they could see countless enormous branches intertwining above them. If there were insects on this tree, they would likely be even larger than thought beasts at the dragon level. As Minjia lost himself in thought, a sudden loud noise erupted from beneath his feet, shaking the roots and causing everyone to stumble. Minjia, watch your surroundings, Veliki shouted. Understood. Minjia summoned his light thought and countless iron chains, the thickness of fingers, flew out from his hands, spreading out beneath his feet and probing into the pitch-black surroundings. The places where the chains passed slowly began to glow, and everyone held their breath. As the light gradually rose, Minjia's mouth widened in disbelief. The product of his earlier wild thoughts had actually appeared. He suppressed his fear and managed not to cry out. The branches around him were crawling with enormous bugs, resembling aphids commonly seen on plants, but magnified thousands of times, each the size of a 4- or 5-story building. The aphids were tightly packed together, one pressed against the other, and if one did not look closely, they would only appear as an uneven surface on the branches. The bodies of the bugs emitted rhythmic vibrations, as if they were communicating with one another. The slight tremors they created on the branches felt like a series of small earthquakes. When Minjia's chain touched one of the aphids, he noticed it bore similar eye-like patterns, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Don't disturb them, idiot," Veliki whispered urgently. Minjia quickly retracted the chains, and the aphids seemed completely unaware. "They are part of the world tree. I see runes on them just like on the trunk," Minjia said softly. "To hell with the runes. Hurry up and find the seeds." Veliki minimized the flames in her hands, slowing her movements to avoid disturbing the swarm. They crossed from one branch to another at the connection points, time passing slowly. The exploration team still had no findings, and she inevitably grew anxious. Unfortunately, all the various thought guides were unable to detect any signals here, and they were left fishing for a needle in the ocean, not knowing when they would find one. The door to the world tree could close at any moment, and who knew how many years it would be before it opened again. "Look, what is that?" Just when they were at their wits' end, a team member suddenly exclaimed in delight. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a deep green oval floating at the end of a branch, emitting a faint glow. Chapter 79. The exploration team is trapped, that is. The seed of the world tree. Veliki swallowed hard. She was about to call off the mission, but unexpectedly, they had found one by chance. "Be careful. Let me handle it," Minjia said as he stepped in front of her, worried that she might get too excited and disturb the aphids. Veliki suddenly looked at him with new respect. She and T expected him to be so reliable at such a crucial moment. Secret technique, Silver Serpent. Minjia twisted his body, and chains formed from his mental energy extended outward, approaching the seed like sensitive snakes. The chains moved quietly and quickly along the ground without making a sound. When the snakes got close to the seed, they didn't immediately try to take it. Instead, they coiled around it to probe for a moment. These snakes were manifestations of Minjia's consciousness. The moment they touched the seed, his spirit instantly collided with the seed's mental waves. What a marvelous mental wave. I can see everything in the world. This is the power of the world tree. Minjia murmured, looking quite pleased. "We don't have time for you to enjoy it slowly. Hurry up and take action." Veliki couldn't stand his slow pace. "Don't rush me. Give me a bag that can hold about 20 kilograms of weight." The team members filled a large bag with some miscellaneous items based on his description and placed it on his device. Minjia controlled a snake to touch the large bag. "No good. It's too heavy. Reduce it by half a kilogram." After adjusting it 3 times, he finally felt satisfied and let the snake drag the backpack closer to the seed. The next task was very precise. The snake carefully wrapped around the seed and placed the bag in a position that was very close. Swish! Veliki didn't see its movement clearly. The snake swiftly swapped the positions of the seed and the backpack, quickly returning to Minjia's side with the seed. It seemed that the world tree hadn't noticed this minor change. There was no tremor in the ground, and the aphids remained undisturbed. Touching the seed of the world tree and sensing the marvelous mental waves emanating from it, Minjia finally felt relieved. "Got it. Let us retreat." Veliki turned and waved her hand. "Good job, Minjia. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get out. Forget it. Just convert it to cash for me. You really have no sense of romance." Romance depends on who it's for. The exploration team returned to the previous branch and quickly made their way back. To ensure they moved fast enough, Veliki ordered everyone to discard unnecessary burdens and proceed lightly. However, as they passed the aphid swarm again, an unexpected change occurred. The dim environment around them suddenly brightened, and everyone, accustomed to the dark, squinted their eyes. "It's the runes on the aphids." They have pairs of transparent wings sprouting from their backs, and those runes emitted blinding light, transforming into huge fireflies. The ground trembled violently, and everyone had to hold on tightly to the branches to avoid being thrown off. Damn it! This damn tree knows everything. It's playing us. Valiki cursed furiously. Run. Back to the exit. One team member shouted. There's no time. Minjia looked at the distant cave entrance, which had previously been large enough to fit a mountain, but was now reduced to the size of a single person. Within a few breaths, it had tightly closed, leaving no gap for light to penetrate. They were trapped inside. The countless aphids around them crashed into the branches like flying mountains, and the whole world seemed to spin violently. The intense tremors felt like a prelude to the world's destruction. That's the wrath of the world tree. Eek. Gern lay on a soft bed, his belly open as he drank orange soda, tossing the game controller aside and lazily reaching out for another cup. Another cup of perfectly chilled soda appeared in his hand, and the feeling of being in the Golden Hall was indescribably refreshing. Having grown tired of the game, with his stomach almost bursting, Gern lazily put on his virtual glasses, and the entry screen for the fiber world unfolded before his eyes. He had been busy with trials lately, and hadn't logged in to check for a long time. The updates in the fiber world were happening so quickly that after half a month without logging in, everything had changed to a state he didn't recognize. Familiar rooms had switched places. With a lucky rabbit's foot charm hanging from him, he searched for a long time but didn't see anyone familiar. After wandering around the game room for a bit, he felt a bit hollow inside. He went to the movie room for a while when suddenly a message popped up. Shadow, what are you doing? Lucky Rabbit's foot? I've been looking for you for a long time. You've been offline. Aren't you in trials? How can you be online? Did you get brushed off? No, I advanced, and now I'm in the Golden Hall. How about that? Impressive, right? This is my reward for outstanding performance. It has everything in here. It's amazing. Well done. It seems I'll see you in the academy soon. Remember to call me senior then. Are you really from Viscera Academy? Is there any doubt? I'm 2 grades ahead of you. No mistake about it. Let me name a few seniors I know. See if you recognize them. There's so many people in the academy. How could I know everyone? Do you know Ella? From the Garcia family. She has bright red hair like fire. She is very noticeable. I only know Valiki Garcia. She was my combat teacher, but she was transferred to the abnormal research department last year. Raymond? The drunkard Raymond. He is a team leader, not doing so well. I heard he was a combat hero in the past. Bilas, I don't know his last name, but he said his nickname is Old Cheat Bilas, the president of some club. That guy has a lot of nicknames. He changes them every day, and none of them are good. You really know quite a bit. Who are you? I want to tell you. Anyway, I'm a person of significance, and if you know, you'll come begging for my attention. Annoying. Even through the chat box, Gern could hear the affected tone of Lucky Rabbit's foot. Who isn't a person of significance? Bilas said your seniors are all talking about me. I got that ancient coin. Is it you? Of course. No more talking. Want to spar? Sure, same place. Wait, Gern just exited the movie room and returned to the hall, using friend teleportation to get next to Lucky Rabbit's foot, who was slumped over as if listening to an outside phone call. What's wrong? There's an emergency. I have to go. The principal is calling us all to the Golden Hall, Lucky Rabbit's foot said. Huh? Isn't the Golden Hall only accessible with special rewards? I don't know. It seems something big has happened. The principal. Is it the White Wolf King? Nyla S. Never mind, you don't know. Without saying goodbye, Lucky Rabbit's foot logged off, disappearing from the fiber world. Gern sighed and also took off his glasses, returning to reality. There was a commotion outside, and it seemed Lucky Rabbit's foot was right. The principal was indeed gathering all the students. When he opened the door, he saw the hall outside was already packed with people, most of whom were wearing student uniforms, blue and white long outfits. At least 1,000 people had gathered, and more were continuously teleporting in. Wow, what is going on? Gern exclaimed, noticing that Arthur and Onlai had also come out from the opposite room, looking just as puzzled. He originally wanted to find out who Lucky Rabbit's foot was, but with so many people around, it was unlikely he could discern anything. However, Gern did spot the White Wolf King, Bjorn Eisbaron. He was standing on the suspended platform on the second floor of the hall, looking seriously at all the trainees below, and even the mentors had been summoned. indicating that the situation was extremely urgent. "Listen, I will only say this once," the White Wolf King spoke. The crowd below, which had been noisy with discussions, fell silent at his words. "The exploration team we sent has entered this special world. It is an extraordinarily unfamiliar world, completely independent from the real world, just like this Golden Hall. Veliki Garcia and Mia Galzid, two light mentors, along with a group of adventurers, are trapped inside." Just as Bjorn finished speaking, a mentor presented a strange wooden plate and placed it in front of the fountain in the hall. The wooden plate appeared plain, but a green circular ring emerged on its surface, through which one could see the outline of another world. "They don't have much time. I need someone among you to locate their position. No one can get close to that giant tree right now. We must determine their location remotely before we can bring them out of danger. This is why I have gathered you." The White Wolf King briefly explained the situation. The crowd began discussing feasible plans. Through that large door, one could indeed see an enormous tree that overshadowed the sky. Its trunk is massive as a continent, reminiscent of a legendary world tree. "To what extent do we need to locate them? Is it enough just to have a location?" A trainee asked. "We need to pinpoint each person's location, with an error margin of within 10 centimeters. As long as we can find their positions, we can use the power of the Golden Hall to bring them back." "That is why you are here," replied an elderly man, Professor Lostraff, who was in charge of the entire abnormal research department. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt somewhat disheartened. Many had detection abilities, but such high precision was a tall order. And with such a long distance, it was likely that no one could achieve it. Time was slipping away, and that entrance was gradually shrinking. The hope of rescuing the exploration team flickering dimmer. "I know someone who might be able to do it." Gern suddenly spoke, breaking the silence, and all eyes in the room turned to him. Chapter 80. The Guiding Light. "Who are you?" Professor Lostraff turned to look at Gern, who suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He had spoken out of a desperate desire to help, and upon reflection, this job was indeed too challenging. "I'm the candidate, Gern. I just passed the second round of trials, and I'm not yet a student of Viscera Academy. Can you locate Variki and the others?" The tone of the White Wolf King, usually calm, became somewhat urgent. "I can't, but my sister might be able to. I'm from Krasno, and recently the Shadow Ravens attacked our city. My sister was able to locate them from over 10 kilometers away, and she accurately sensed the light scholars who came to help, down to each individual," Gern explained, vividly recalling the precision of Vicky's light sphere. "That's far from enough. They have already entered the world tree's interior, which is at least hundreds of kilometers away. Can she really do it?" Bjorn shook his head. "I don't know, but maybe we can try. We don't have that much time." "Where is she now?" Lostraff asked. "Still in Krasno. It might take her half a day to get here." "Contact her. Use the Golden Hall to bring her here," Bjorn said bluntly. The Golden Hall was a secret of the Academy, open only to the most outstanding students. And now he had no choice but to use its power on such a large scale. The Golden Hall could not be fully controlled by them, and if it went out of control, the consequences would be dire. Dr. Lostraff's assistant handed Gern a communicator, and he dialed his sister's phone. After 2 rings, she picked up. "Bro, aren't you in? Don't ask too many questions right now. Where are you?" Gern wanted to chat with his sister, but the urgency of the situation forced him to interrupt her. I'm at home. Don't move. Just stay where you are or don't open the door," he urged. After Gern spoke, the assistants had already located Vicky using the communicator as positioning feature. With the thought wave limiter around their necks, it was easy to track each citizen's real-time location. Dr. Lostraff uploaded Vicky's location to the Golden Hall using his light thought, and a faint wave of thought spread through the air. The space beside him twisted slightly, and a black-haired girl suddenly appeared beside the doctor. She had smooth, long black hair and looked quite frail. Even her wheelchair was transported by the Golden Hall. The sudden change clearly startled her, and upon seeing so many unfamiliar faces around her, she became frightened. "Vicky, don't be afraid." Gern quickly approached her, gently patting his sister's back to comfort her. "This is Viscera Academy. They're all my mentors and seniors. We have an urgent matter and need to borrow your ability." Bro, what happened?" Vicky calmed down a little, but she didn't know what she could do to help. She felt very small, surrounded by many important light scholars she often saw on television. Red Scorpion Evelyn, Ironheart Ballas, and the White Wolf King. "Our exploration team, is trapped in a location. I need you to locate them. As long as we can find out where they are, we can bring them back just like we brought you here, Gern explained as quickly as he could. Me? Vicky became anxious. She didn't know if she could do it. Little girl, Dr. Lostraff said softly, even if there is only a slim chance, we have to try. The thought wave guiding device is completely blocked by the world tree's field. And even the most perceptive light scholar among us can't find them. You might be our only chance. Please show us your ability. I'll give a try. Vicky gently raised her hand, her palm hovering in front of her chest. She rarely used her ability, and being in front of so many people made her nervous, causing her mind to go blank. It took her over 10 seconds to gradually stabilize her thoughts, and a pure white light sphere floated in front of them. The light sphere was nearly transparent, appearing fragile and powerless, ready to disappear at any moment. The lives of the entire exploration team hung in the balance on this light sphere. It was like their hope of survival, so faint. Suddenly, as if influenced by the dense thought waves around her, Vicky's light sphere suddenly burst forth with brilliance. Countless fine lines and arrows spread outwards, transforming the entire light sphere into a smooth disk. How could this happen? I've never seen anything like this. Vicky's voice trembled with a hint of tears. It's the Golden Hall, Gern said. Nayla told me before that the thought waves from the Golden Hall are strong and will flatten the surrounding thought wave space, making it impossible to sense anything here. Indeed, Dr. Lostraff nodded. We need to enter the space of the world tree. Miss Vicky, you should try with the other students who have sensing abilities. The green door emitted a fearsome aura, but the students resolutely stepped inside. Vicky turned to look at Gern, who wore a worried expression. Vicky, it's dangerous in there. Are you sure you want to go? I want to try. I want to do something for others. Before, at the festival square, I saved someone using my ability, and I felt so happy. Perhaps this is my talent. I want to help more people. Okay, I'll accompany you. Hurry up, the White Wolf King said coldly. Just now, when Gern mentioned Nayla, he glanced down to see a white-haired girl in the corner, looking down and avoiding his gaze. Gern pushed his sister through the green door. The hall of the Golden Hall was very spacious, but compared to the space of the World Tree, it felt like an ant hole, narrow and cramped. The moment they passed through the door, an endless vast world unfolded before their eyes. There was no ground or sky. The sky was filled with enormous leaves that blocked out the sun, and the ground was made up of roots that rose high like mountains. The source of light was not the sun, but glowing runes on the World Tree. Everything here was made of trees. Trees were the only substance. And the universe, as humans know, it cannot explain its existence. It was the first space that existed in the dark matter world. If the tower hadn't opened this door, even if human civilization developed for tens of thousands of years, they would never have explored here. The World Tree. When you face it, you can hardly imagine that the universe created it. You can only envision the fruits of the universe growing beneath its immense branches and leaves. This place is beyond human comprehension, beyond what we can observe. Less than 20% of the visible matter universe. There was no wind or sound. But Gern felt as if a grand and magnificent song was playing in his ears, praising the greatness of the World Tree. Bro, can you hear that sound? Vicky asked weakly. I can hear it. Hear what? Another student asked, startled, as he heard nothing and was taken aback by their conversation. Vicky expanded her light thought once more. This time her light sphere elongated into a sharp angle, the pointed end directed towards the World Tree. If the thought waves of the Golden Hall were spread out, then the thought waves of the World Tree were concentrated. Everything in the entire space was absorbed by the World Tree, returning to a single point. I found them, Vicky exclaimed. The most powerful source of thought waves in this world was, of course, the World Tree. Her light sphere was pulled towards it, but beneath this giant arrow, she could still find some faint lines, some pointed towards the surroundings, which were the mentors and students who came to rescue, and two lines coincided with the giant arrow, pointing towards the trunk. Those were clearly the two light scholars trapped in the exploration team, Minya and Variki. Vicky's discovery quickly shook the entire academy, and everyone gasped as they gathered around. Others also used their abilities to sense. But with a distance of over 100 miles and the powerful interference from the World Tree, they couldn't find anything. However, Vicky accurately pinpointed two directions. Those two thin lines were still moving rapidly, corresponding to the real-life Mia and Veliki running for their lives inside the World Tree. Their thin lines occasionally fluctuated, indicating that they were truly using their light thoughts to fight against an enemy, but no one knew who that enemy was. Perhaps it was the World Tree itself. This is great. This is great. Dr. Lostraff approached, his face brimming with excitement, rubbing his hands together, his whole body shaking. Your light thought is so unique. Not only can it lock onto a target, but can also reveal the opponent's specific condition. I've never seen such light thought before. You are a treasure on the same level as the seed of the World Tree. Vicky was startled by him and stepped back, while the doctor was pulled back by a tall female assistant. Sorry. This old man gets like this whenever he sees rare light thoughts, and I scared you. The female assistant directly grabbed the old doctor's collar and called him an old man, knowing that doctor. Lostraff's status in the Viscera Academy is second only to the White Wolf King and a few major board members. But just knowing the direction is not enough. Your positioning can't determine the distance at all. It can only confirm the directional angle. The teleportation of the Golden Hall requires absolutely perfect data, the old doctor lamented. His skin wrinkled to an absurd degree, like a layer of dried cowhide. Am I really that useless? Vicky felt a sense of loss. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the entrance, and a short boy stumbled in. I have a way. You're Chapter 81, Escaping from Danger Hay. ISNT, that the little brat from the Robert family? The old doctor frowned, the skin on his forehead becoming even more like dry cowhide, and he turned his face away like a mischievous old man. Joel had mentioned that everyone in their family worked in the creation and research of thought conductors. So it seemed that the doctor and their family had some grievances, while Joel nodded at him in respect. Doctor, I send my regard for my father and grandfather. Spare me, I want to live a few more years. The little brats from the Robert family are all like this. Your dad was a little brat, just like you back in the day, full of twisted logic. You're even more outrageous. I've heard about your affairs. That cursed device was built by you, right? Truly harmful. The people from the Robert family always like to use their talents in strange places. Heaven has eyes. It would be nice if you could share some of your cleverness with my grandson. The old man began to ramble on, seemingly forgetting the current situation. It was a young female assistant who interrupted him again, this time even more rudely. She coughed a few times, and when the old man ignored her, she directly slapped him on the waist. The doctor cried out in pain, finally quieting down for a while. Joel, do you have any ideas? Gwen asked while introducing his sister. This is Joel, a friend I met during the trial. Hello, you should put this on quickly. Without saying much, Joel took off his gloves, adjusted them, and handed them to Vicky. The gloves were a bit big for her, but Vicky easily slipped her hands inside. The plates at the bottom quickly tightened and clasped around her wrists, and the high tower crystal emitted a faint purple light. Knowing that this thing was dangerous, Gwen felt a bit nervous. I can't use light thought. Any more sweat beads appeared on Vicky's forehead. It's because the high tower crystal is interfering with your thought waves. You need to imagine merging your spirit into the crystal. Then release through it. Joel slowly guided her as time ticked by, and the people around them grew tense, uncertain if they would succeed. Finally, Vicky released light thought through the crystal, and the light sphere rose again, becoming larger and clearer than before, yet still lacking specific coordinates. But to Joel, it seemed like they had succeeded. He asked the doctor's assistant for a portable computer, connected it to the gloves with a data cable, imported a program he had written earlier onto a cloud drive, and quickly modified some details to make the program compatible with Vicky's light thought like this. It should work now. Joel's fingers flew over the keyboard, and just as he pressed the run button, the light sphere in Vicky's hand began to spin and expand. It unfolded from a sharp-angled triangle into a complete three-dimensional image, through which they could see 2 points moving rapidly. Compared to them, the thought waves representing the World Tree were unimaginably vast, a complex maze layered upon itself, with all exits sealed off and countless small dots approaching them. We did it. That's our location. The old doctor excitedly got up from the ground. I could determine coordinates in real time through the program. Do you think this will work? Joel focused intensely. In areas he was skilled in, he was very reliable. The little brat from the Robert family can occasionally do something good. They've been moving. We can't capture them. The female assistant said, I'll go prepare at the Golden Pavilion. Once they stop, we'll act immediately. Just 1 second will be enough. In the trunk of the world tree, Veliki was quickly jumping over a branch, throwing 2 blazing fireballs in her hands. The high temperature could melt rocks, and the fierce flames struck the aphids, with sparks flying and not leaving a single wound. The aphids, as large as small mountains, kept attacking from the air, moving quickly and impervious to blades and guns. Neither Veliki's flames nor Minya's chains could harm them, and the thought conductors were even more useless. They were as indestructible as the world tree itself. 3 accompanying members of the exploration team had already been bitten by them. Once touched by the aphid's teeth, a human would become part of the world tree, quickly petrifying and rooting into the environment, forever left behind. We can't keep running like this. Minya shouted loudly. There is nothing we can do. It's so vast here. We can't find an exit. We need to stop. The doctor will use the power of the Golden Pavilion to bring us back. If we keep running, they won't be able to locate us. Minya thought rationally, as communication had been cut off for a long time. The doctor would surely guess what was happening. I've been trying. I've said open the door in my head hundreds of times. Veliki was extremely angry. She hated this feeling of helplessness and hated running even more, but now she had no choice. The world tree was something humanity could not conquer. Stopping will allow them to locate us. The doctor is definitely thinking of a way. Minya swung her chains, leading a researcher to escape the aphid's pursuit. Those accompanying members were not light thought warriors. Their stamina could not keep up with Minya and Veliki. If they fell behind, only death awaited them. Stopping means certain death. I can hold on for a while. Minya gritted her teeth, making a difficult decision. Are you serious? Our family's secret people from the Galzid family have 3 chains of fate: luck, bond, and life. Cutting one can change one's destiny. I cut my luck when I was a child in danger, and I've been unlucky ever since. To have to act with you, a female demon, and encounter this kind of situation. Are you done yet? I'll let you die right now if you keep this up. Secret technique. Chain of fate. 2 chains appeared in front of Minya, different from the chains he used in battle. These were thin like the tips of pens, looking as if they couldn't bear any weight, much like a person's fate. He turned and charged towards the swarming world tree insects, gritting his teeth with no fear on his face. The swarm was immediately attracted to Minya, just as his body was being gradually assimilated by the world tree. 1 chain snapped, and Minya's body disappeared from the spot, returning to Veliki's side as if nothing had happened. The fate had shifted in a matter of seconds. He consumed his future, his destiny, and it was in this brief moment that they gained the only chance to escape. A fleeting light flashed, and the 2 disappeared from the spot. The Golden Pavilion had acted, snatching the prey from the world tree. Tremors. The entire world shook. This world was made of trees. The sky, the earth, everything was part of the tree, and it was the tree that trembled. It was angry. In countless years, few creatures dared to challenge its power, let alone desecrate its majesty. Run! A mentor from the academy shouted, and everyone rushed back through the door to the Golden Pavilion. But the door was only big enough for 1 person at a time, and with so many people, the efficiency of passing would naturally decrease. Compounded by the crowding and the earthquake, Vicky, get up here! Gwen decisively turned around, carrying his sister on his back, using shadow thought to accelerate. He rushed to the door. The ground behind him rolled up, and the crowd stumbled like ants on a giant, almost being thrown out. The torn ground transformed into countless sharp roots, rapidly spinning with runes, venting their anger towards these tiny invaders. This unstoppable force was something Gern had never felt before. Not even the giant psychic beast of the Shadow Raven, nor the mysterious hidden ones of the Golden Pavilion, were worth mentioning in the face of the World Tree's wrath. Gern thought of that word, the one that controlled the power of space, that gentle voice like a mother's. The voice that had taught him, which he had once read aloud in the Golden Pavilion. He tried to say it, but even the first sound got stuck in his throat. He couldn't calm his mind now. All he could think about was protecting his sister. His heart was in turmoil. Fear and helplessness intertwined, and he couldn't even speak ordinary language, let alone the obscure world language. Dragon slaying, thunder spear. At the critical moment, a voice as imposing as a deity echoed through the sky, and blinding lightning made it impossible to open one's eyes. Gern couldn't see what was happening at all. He only heard a violent explosion coming from behind him. The massive roots that had attacked were severed. The thunder spears falling from the sky were hundreds of times larger than those used by Binal, and dozens fell simultaneously. They pinned the world tree's roots to the ground. Bjorn Isbaron floated in the air, as still as a mountain, like a heavenly god. Go! The White Wolf King glared down, and everyone quickened their pace, rushing into the gate. The world tree's fury did not subside. It became even more violent as the ground nearly turned upside down. Fortunately, everyone was skilled light psychics. Not just anyone could pass the Academy's trials. If they couldn't fight, they could still escape quickly, and soon most had evacuated. The White Wolf King also did not linger. He was strongly disturbed in the world tree's space, relying solely on his stored light energy to fight. After unleashing another round of thunder spears, he descended back to the gate to cover everyone's retreat. The gate began to shrink, and just before the last second, it finally evacuated everyone. All the runes on the world tree turned black, and those eye-like patterns seemed filled with rage, glaring at the despicable ants below. The green gate closed completely, its roots blocked outside, helplessly watching the ants succeed in their escape. Boom! Boom! The world tree emitted a tremendous roar, but those who had escaped were, of course, unable to hear it. Vicky's positioning could only lock on a light psychics, and all accompanying personnel who had entered the world tree with the expedition team were killed, with 3 students who were thrown away in the tremors forever left behind. Vizera Academy paid a heavy price this time, in exchange for that seed of the world tree. Chapter 82. Tears of Victory. Gern was almost the last to rush through the door, lying on the ground of the Golden Hall. He felt his heart racing. The world in front of him blurred with double images, and the chandelier on the ceiling seemed to split into countless pieces. His sister lay beside him on the ground, her small face pale, looking no better than Gern. A group of candidates who had narrowly escaped were all still shaken. During the recent earthquake, if they hadn't held onto the ground tightly, they would have been thrown out with no chance of survival. Each of them could say they had walked through the gates of death, almost not making it back. Although many had died during the trial, it was completely different from the oppressive feeling brought by the world tree. Humanity's greatest fear has always been the unknown. The fear stemming from the unknown far surpasses death itself. Many people dare to bravely face death, but it's difficult to overcome their fear of the unknown. Deep within the human soul lie some things more terrifying than death itself. Sister, a fiery red figure dashed in from outside the hall and with a thud, leaped into Veliki's arms. It was a red-haired girl with twin ponytails, looking about 6 or 7 years younger than Veliki. The two resembled each other closely, their features almost carved from the same mold, and their hair color was identical. Isla, Veliki completely lost her earlier imposing demeanor. Having just escaped death, she felt as if she had been pulled from the depths of the sea, now only feeling cold all over, her limbs weak. You scare me to death. I thought you would never come back. What nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly fall to a broken tree? I'm the Phoenix Veliki. You almost did fall. If it weren't for me, we both would have perished in there. Minjia finally caught her breath and sat up. But my chain of destiny. Enough, stop talking. Veliki impatiently slapped her, and after regaining a bit of strength, she perked up again. You acted on your own. If you hadn't gone in, I actually had a way. Who needs to owe you a favor? You better really come up with a solution. Why should I tell you? Cough, cough. Enough. You two go back and argue slowly. Where's this stuff? Doctor. Lostrauf couldn't stand it anymore and tapped the ground with his cane. The two finally quieted down, turning their faces away from each other. Here. Minjia unfastened her large backpack, revealing an oval-shaped green object inside. The pale green giant seed emitted a faint glow, with some unknown runes originating from the world tree visible on it. A thin membrane like a seed coat wrapped it, quickly withering and falling off upon contact with the air, leaving only the seed floating alone in the air. This seed stood 74 centimeters tall, with a horizontal radius of 35 centimeters, and was entirely a highly translucent green. In the very center, there was a white, blurry shadow, making it impossible to determine its exact composition. After a quick glance, The old doctor immediately instructed several assistants to securely store the seed. The Golden Hall was now filled with candidates who had gathered. Although they were all on the same side, there were many eyes and ears. The significance of the World Tree Project was immense, and it was not suitable for too many people to know the inside story. What about Jed and Boken? Veliki looked around, but couldn't find any members of her exploration team who had acted alongside her. Minjia didn't speak, but he probably guessed something. Didn't make it back? The old doctor said truthfully, only the two of you return alive. Miss Vicky's positioning ability can only locate those with light thoughts. As for the others, they have forever become a part of the World Tree. We will always remember their contributions. With the seed of the World Tree, humanity is one step closer to conquering the tower. What nonsense are you talking about? Is that what I asked you? Hurry and save them. What are you all standing around for? Veliki stood up excitedly, and Isla desperately held onto her sister. She understood her sister's temper best. Once she got worked up, she didn't care about anything else. We've done our best. Getting both of you and the seed out is already the best result. We abandoned them. How desperate must they be, watching us leave, waiting to die. It's so dark inside that big tree, there's nothing. Veliki was completely emotional now, tears streaming down her face, her whole being on the edge of hysteria. Calm down, you saw what just happened. We almost died too. Minjia slowly walked in front of her, pressing his hands on Veliki's shoulders. The latter could not calm down at all and pushed him away in a frenzy. It wasn't until a tall female assistant quietly circled behind Veliki and swiftly injected her with a syringe that this farce finally came to an end. Brother, I'm sorry. I still couldn't save everyone. If only I were a bit stronger. Vicky sobbed quietly, crying as heartbreakingly as Veliki. Fool, you did wonderfully. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have saved anyone. You helped us obtain the seed from that big tree. Didn't the doctor say we are one step closer to the tower? You've indirectly saved thousands of lives. Gern comforted her. At that moment, the authoritative voice echoed once more as the White Wolf King returned to the podium of the Golden Hall, as if to make a grand conclusion to this tragicomedy. How embarrassing, right? Bjorn said. The scene where he alone shook the World Tree had shocked everyone. No one would doubt his strength. It is embarrassing. Bjorn smiled wryly. Humanity has always been this embarrassing. When the thought beast came, we hid in caves, and we don't know how much effort it took to reclaim the surface. Faced with these bizarre, inexplicable anomalies, we always end up in such a mess. We humans have always been this embarrassing. Even I, in front of that tree, could only cope a little, not daring to utter such wild words about defeating or destroying it. I'm embarrassed too. His self-deprecating remarks left the entire crowd stunned. No one knew why the White Wolf King suddenly wanted to say this. But so what if it's embarrassing? We survived. We lived in this monster-filled world. We climbed out of the caves, took back the world from the thought beasts, and gained strength from one anomaly after another. One day, we will completely eliminate the thought beasts, and all of this must start from the most humiliating steps, just like our ancestors, lying on the ground, lower than dirt and dust, bit by bit, strike by strike, breaking open the bones of animals, sucking that little bit of life-saving marrow, until fire and bronze transformed this entire world. Chapter 82. The Silver Key. The White Wolf King's office was much simpler than Gern had imagined. It was at the top of a tower in Viscera Academy, not very spacious, with just a large desk and walls lined with built-in bookshelves filled with thick books, their covers adorned with incomprehensible obscure texts. Gern, Vicky, and Yul stood in the center of the room, while Principal Bjorn and Dr. Lostroff sat before them, the atmosphere tense, the three young children looking awkward and helpless. You all did very well this time, Vicky and Yul. Without the two of you, the exploration team would have been completely wiped out, and we wouldn't have gotten any clues related to the World Tree. Bjorn placed a wooden tray on the table. It was the tray used to open the World Tree's door before, now completely withered, resembling a tangle of dead vines. This tray was left by a mystic scholar 1,000 years ago. It can only be used once. There are 2 such trays in total. We in the Holy Alliance each obtained one. They encountered no danger at all on their side. It was us who let our guard down. The old doctor sighed. If we had known that the World Tree space was so dangerous, we should have prepared more. Bjorn interrupted him. It's pointless to say more. The sacrifices have been made, and only by quickly unraveling the secret of the World Tree seed can we comfort those brave warriors who sacrifice themselves. Vicky, your light thought ability is very special. The doctor wants to invite you to be his assistant and work for our anomaly research department. What do you think? You also saw that dealing with anomalies is quite dangerous, no less than battling thought beasts. If you don't agree, we won't force you. Vicky. Gern turned to look at his sister. He was certainly very worried, but he also understood her personality and respected her choice. I definitely want to. Vicky's initial panic was quickly replaced by joy as she nodded firmly in agreement. May I ask, is your body not very convenient? Well, I was injured by a thought beast attack when I was young, so I hope no one else has to endure the same pain as I did. Vicky lowered her head, her legs still covered by a blanket. She had left her wheelchair in the World Tree space for a long time, and that female assistant had asked the medical department to get her a new one. This is also our mission. Vessel Academy has the most advanced medical team and doctor. Lostrauf has many useful controllable anomalies. If you join the Anomaly Research Department, you will receive the best treatment. Even if it's not for myself, I will join. Vicky's tone was firm. I have dreamed of being able to be useful. I have been taken care of by everyone since I was young, and I want to do more for others one day. Your awareness is higher than many of our students. The White Wolf King looked at her with approval. As for you, Joel from the Robert family, your father works closely with us. I just saw your talent. Can you join the Anomaly Research Department with Miss Vicky? The research on that seed needs many excellent researchers like you. The White Wolf King turned his gaze to Joel. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept. To everyone's surprise, Joel flatly refused. I want to become a light thought warrior no matter what. That's why I came here. Amber said it well. You are indeed a stubborn child. That's your choice, and you have indeed passed 2 trials. I hope you can prove yourself with your strength. Finally, Bjorn looked at Gern again. As for you, Gern, even without today's events, I intended to meet you. You performed exceptionally well in the first 2 trials. I haven't seen such a promising newcomer in a long time. You're overpraising me. I'm just doing my best. You also obtained that ancient coin. That's impressive. Among so many candidates, you are the first. That's just credit for me. The credit for defeating that monster is mostly due to Naila. Gern said, just as he had on stage, and of course that was the truth. This is a personal reward for you. Bjorn took out a silver object and pushed it across the table to Gern. The key to the silver treasury? The old doctor exclaimed. What is this? Gern couldn't tell what this small silver piece was for. After enrolling, you can use it to enter the silver treasury once and select one item from everything inside. This was originally a reward for light thought warriors who completed tasks excellently. With your strength, you will get it sooner or later. Consider this an early gift. Bjorn said casually, while Dr. Lostrauf's eyes were almost popping out. The silver treasury is essentially the collection of the Eisberon family, filled with countless treasures of immense value, including precious thought guiding devices. Those are rare treasures for light thought warriors, and very few people are qualified to enter the silver treasury. Only the most elite can receive this recognition. Gern didn't hesitate to take it since it was a gift for him. He had no concept of the silver treasury and couldn't imagine the weight of this thin silver piece. There was still one last trial to go, and the principal didn't want to waste their resting time. After saying everything that needed to be said, he let Gern and the others go back. The old doctor took Vicky to familiarize herself with the Anomaly Research Department, which was essentially a tour of the work environment, and she was very willing and happily agreed. After everyone else had left, Bjorn looked toward a corner next to the office and said slowly, everyone else has received their rewards. What about you? A white-haired girl stepped out from behind the curtain, looking down and remaining silent. What's wrong? Still sulking? Seeing his daughter, Bjorn rarely showed a smile, although it was a helpless, bitter smile. No, I don't need any rewards. I didn't help much, and my performance was not outstanding. Naila said sulkily. You performed very well, but for an ordinary student for the heir of the Eisberon family, you are still far from enough. Have you experienced enough? If you find it uninteresting, you can come back at any time. No, I have learned a lot, and I want to continue completing the trials. This was your promise to me. What have you learned? Some things that shocked you when you saw them. Chapter 83. Crystal, the Golden Pavilion had been closed for use due to previous events. Although the door to the World Tree space had been shut, the Golden Pavilion had also suffered some impact. The members of the abnormal research department needed to continue their observations for a while, and naturally, Gern and the others could no longer enter. So, in the days to come, he had to live with Yor and the others in the deep blue pavilion. Gern felt quite regretful, wondering if he would have another chance to enter the golden pavilion. It wasn't just because it was comfortable inside. Gern also wanted to figure out what was going on with the recluse who created the golden pavilion. How many more secrets were hidden in that mysterious underground space? It seemed there was no way for now. Yor, on the other hand, was quite happy, specifically clearing out his room for Gern's stay in. There were plenty of empty rooms in the deep blue pavilion, but having a good friend around added to the excitement of living together. Due to the World Tree incident consuming a lot of resources, the trial period was postponed by a day, allowing the candidates to catch their breath and rest a bit longer. Gern and you went to soak in the hot springs together, and then they went to the restaurant for a big meal. Of course, the food here was not as perfectly suited to Gern's taste as it was in the Golden Pavilion, but there were also benefits. He got to enjoy many delicious dishes he had never imagined before, like black truffles and caviar, along with some bizarre molecular cuisine, which was also a nice experience. Gern spent most of his extra time exercising, not only to build his body but also to strengthen his will. He hadn't stopped meditating for even a day. Even during breaks, he didn't dare to slack off. This had almost become a part of his life. If he didn't practice diligently for a day, he would feel uncomfortable all over. You try to work out with him, but he got tired and breathless after only a short time on the treadmill, and he didn't even want to touch the equipment made of steel pipes and lead weights. "Aren't you tired?" You're asked as he watched Gern do bench presses for half the day. "Not really. I'm used to it. This is much easier than working part-time. I used to deliver 300 packages a day." Have you ever seen those old residential buildings? They were built in the later stages of the Salvation War. I had to run up and down many times each day. You're a monster. If you don't work out properly, you can't fight just by relying on light thought. You won't even be able to catch up with your opponent. Problems that can be solved through effort are the simplest. Look at Nelle. Her stamina is even better than mine. She's also a monster, and so are Arthur and Sass. Maybe I should get some kind of device that can help me keep up with your monstrous speed. Machines are cold. Your own body is the most reliable. Wrong. Machines are the most reliable. Machines never get tired and always stay at peak performance. As long as they are used properly, thought conduits can definitely surpass light thought users. Remember, back in the World Tree space, it was my machine that turned the tide, right? You argued stubbornly. You do have some skills. How did you manage that back then? It wasn't me. It was your sister. The thought conduit just amplified her light thought, guiding her to do things she couldn't originally do, you explained. Sound complex. Can I use it? If I use a thought conduit, will I be able to perform more powerful moves? Give it a try. Here, the practice station. The training ground had various fitness and meditation equipment, as well as space for sparring. The two found an empty area, and you took off his gloves and handed them to Gern. Be careful. I don't know your parameters. You might overload. What happens if I overload? Not much. Just feel weak all over. The crystal will drain all your light thought. I intentionally overloaded it in the maze before. That is how I was able to unleash stronger attacks. Gern put on the thought conduit gloves and felt a powerful suction coming from his palms. His head became a bit dizzy, and the shadow thought flowing inside him quickly decreased, all being absorbed by the crystal. What a strange reaction. I've never seen this before. What should I do? Input your light thought into it, then release it through the crystal. You repeated what he had said to Vicky earlier. Gern closed his eyes and slowly tried to do as you're instructed. However, something unexpected happened. A pitch-black tentacle emerged from the glove. Then came a second one, followed by a strange wing. Gern quickly pressed down on his wrist, but the shadow thought kept surging toward the crystal, and his power suddenly went out of control. What is happening? What did you do? You also sensed the unusual thought wave. I don't know. Gern shouted. Stop it. I can't take it off. Gern tried to rip the armor plate off his hand, but the glove seemed glued to him. No matter how hard he struggled, it wouldn't budge. A strange roar echoed from the glove, and Gern saw that the light purple crystal had completely turned black. A large amount of black mist was pouring out, and the surrounding candidates also noticed the anomaly, all gasping in shock. Divine corruption? Everyone naturally thought of this. The black mist and the strange objects emerging from the glove were exactly like thought beasts. However, the limiter on Gern's neck still showed green. And only Gern himself knew that his current situation was dire. He could no longer suppress the shadow thought like before. In a moment of crisis, Gern suddenly realized what was happening. His shadow thought principle was to prevent thought beasts from forming a core, allowing his mind to replace the core of the thought beasts to control parts of their bodies. His wings, bone claws, and black sword were all parts of the thought beast. But now, it was not him releasing the shadow thought to condense the thought beast. It was the crystal. That crystal was turning into the core of the thought beast. This was serious. Gern cried out in alarm in his heart. Your approach to try to do something, but was blown away by a shockwave released from the glove. Cough, cough. That hurts. Don't come near me. Gern shouted to drive away other candidates who wanted to help. Quickly find a mentor. This is a thought beast? How could it appear here? Don't just stand there. Run. Amidst the chaos, a swift shadow suddenly flashed by. Hearing the commotion, the mentor arrived just in time. Gern recognized the person. It was Raymond, whom he had met by chance in the iron mesh area. Stand still. Raymond shouted sternly, extending his one arm towards Gern, as a mirror-like surface slowly formed in his hand. Chapter 84. The sword of heaven and earth. The mirror floated in Raymond's hand, reflecting the monster being generated in Gern's hand. The creature was almost taking shape, with tentacles and wings forming a distorted bat. You better be careful. My hand is still in there. Gern suddenly felt a bit anxious. He had witnessed Raymond's mirror before. During the fight with the black sugar merchants in the iron mesh area, when the image in the mirror cracked, the enemy was torn in half as well. Shut up. Raymond focused all his energy on the mirror, framing the monster completely within it, and then a crisp shattering sound echoed. Crack! The mirror shattered in 3 directions. Gern closed his eyes and turned his face away, feeling as if he were undergoing a dangerous surgery, without any anesthesia. Fortunately, the result of the operation was relatively smooth. The armored plates on the gloves were torn apart, and the intricate mechanical structures inside fell to the ground like scrap metal. The core crystal also dropped down, and the monster that had grown on the crystal naturally disintegrated, with the remaining limbs falling to the ground and twisting a few times before completely vanishing. The crystal had been completely tainted, turning deep black with no transparency, resembling a dense black agate. Phew, you scared me. Gern patted his chest, relieved that Raymond arrived in time, preventing things from escalating too much. What the hell are you doing? Don't conduct such dangerous experiments in the training room. Raymond questioned angrily. My gloves. Joel, recovering from the earlier panic, glanced at the pile of fragments and collapsed on the ground, wanting to cry without tears. Joel let me try his thought conductor, and I don't know how it ended up like this. Don't you know the reason? Raymond shot him a glance, took a sip from his flask, and added, I handled it this time. If any other instructors find out, I can't help you. Gern bowed his head in silence. Raymond knew he could use shadow thoughts, and this drunkard seemed to recognize someone who could use shadow thoughts, but Gern didn't know the specifics. I understand. I'll be careful. Everything's fine now. What are you looking at? Get out of here. If you make any more noise, I'll put you all in detention. Raymond turned to leave, waving away the onlookers who had gathered to watch. However, there were still many discussions afterward. Since many people had seen Gern's abilities, it was indeed strange, resembling a thought beast, and soon numerous bizarre rumors circulated. Gern couldn't be bothered to engage with them. After returning to his room, Joel tried to repair the crystal. But no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. The structure of the crystal seemed to have changed, and the resonating wave frequency inside was completely different from before. It's ruined, completely destroyed. It seems it can't be repaired. Joel crashed his head on the table, tools clattering to the ground. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Forget it. You didn't know it would turn out like this. I think it's because your thought wave frequency is different from normal people. I was too hasty. This is broken. Can you still participate in the trials later? Gern started to worry for him. Without a thought conductor, Joel would be no different from an ordinary person. Don't worry, I have a spare. Joel pulled out a small handgun-like thought conductor from his bag, which had a small high-tower crystal on stock. The principal gave me that silver key. Once I enroll, I'll get you a better thought conductor. Gern reassured him, and Joel didn't blame him much. But Gern still felt guilty. No need. The thought conductor I made is the best in the world. Yes, too bad I can't use it. Geh on Zeit. It's getting late. You should go to sleep. I'm going to explore a bit more. The structure inside is so strange after it turned black. Joel dove back into examining the black crystal, and Gern, unable to sleep, put on virtual glasses to enter the fiber world. As soon as the startup animation of the colorful thread finished, Gern saw a large rabbit bounce in front of him, as if it had been waiting for him in the square for a long time. Hey, are you that bored? Just online, every day? Gern chuckled. Isn't it because of that strange tree? Classes were canceled all day today, so I'm bored. The lucky rabbit foot stuck out its tongue. I'm just glad you're alive. 3 students couldn't evacuate. I was worried it might be you. Hey, you underestimate me. I told you I'm a big deal. I'm really strong. Sure. And my light thought can't detect. I never even went in, but I did see you. Well, you're a bit more handsome than I imagined. Just a bit too silly. How am I silly? You just look dumb, but boys your age are like that. Too cunning. Only you saw me. I still don't know who you are. Give me a clue. I'm not telling you. You come find me. The lucky rabbit foot teased. The clue being that if you knew who I was, you'd definitely be shocked. What kind of clue is that? I'm too lazy to think. I have a hacker friend. I could just have her check you out. Gern didn't intimidate her. If Sophia were to investigate, she would definitely find out who she was. But it wasn't worth bothering that girl over something so trivial. Hey, who isn't a hacker? The information I provided is fake. I'm using someone else's collar. Go ahead and check. The lucky rabbit foot said confidently. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Want to play? All right. What do you want to play? Let's play Heaven and Earth Sword. Gern opened the door to a game room. Heaven and Earth Sword was an Eastern-style fighting game produced by the Fighting Room Studio, and it was quite popular. The two entered the central arena of the room. White blocks quickly fell from the sky, forming a detailed environment that transformed into a floating platform in the middle of a large river, with rushing waters and swirling clouds. Gern and the lucky rabbit foot had already changed into their character outfits, standing opposite each other, creating an atmosphere of a high-level battle. In the virtual world, light thoughts couldn't be used, so both had to rely on their reflexes to release each character's specific skills, competing in reaction speed and understanding of the game. Gern chose the character of the Snow Mountain Swordsman, while the lucky rabbit foot used Iron Fist, one being agile and high damage output, and the other being straightforward with simple moves. The countdown timer in the air started, and the two charged at each other to begin their duel. Gern's character was still that simple little black character, dressed in a white Snow Mountain Swordsman outfit and wielding a wooden sword, looking quite comical. The lucky rabbit foot was a large rabbit dressed in coarse martial arts clothing, wearing 2 iron armors. Gern had played this character for a long time, so he was very familiar with it. As they got closer, he first used a move called Snowfall on the plane, the sword blade drawing a circle on the ground, moving him to the side of the lucky rabbit foot, followed by Frost Flower flying, sending out 2 sword energies that struck the opponent. This combo was nearly unavoidable, gaining an advantage right from the start. But Iron Fist's character was tough and could withstand a couple of hits without much impact. The lucky rabbit foot still had time to chat with Gern, pretty fierce, but you used so much energy right from the start. You won't be able to beat me later. How about this? Gern's sword energy had already marked the opponent's character, and the next move, Frost Stab, flew directly to the opponent's face, dealing 2 critical hits and causing the lucky rabbit foot's health to drop by a third. That's what I was waiting for. The lucky rabbit's foot let out a hearty laugh as the character model shrank back, pulling out a wine gourd and chugging it down. This was Iron Fist's skill, Drunken Master for 1,000 years, which reduces damage and puts the user in an uninterruptible state when activated. Gern, withstanding the opponent's defensive skill, completed a full combo, causing the lucky rabbit's foot to lose half its health, but successfully endured Gern's burst phase. Boom! Gern's character was grabbed by Iron Fist in a hold and slammed hard onto the ground with a shoulder throw. The lucky rabbit's foot then executed a full combo, tossing Gern's Snow Mountain Swordsman around like a sandbag. Iron Fist's skills were simple, direct, and heavy, usually used by beginners. Yet the lucky rabbit's foot used them with incredible agility, with a perfect connection between each skill, watching his health bar drop 1 segment at a time. Gern waited for the opponent to make a mistake to counterattack. Iron Fist's skills would eventually go on cooldown, and then he could escape. After taking a beating, The moment he could move, Gern immediately jumped up, but to his surprise, the lucky rabbit's foot anticipated his move and let Iron Fist jump up with an uppercut. Gern was hit in the air, and Iron Fist followed up with 2 normal attack combos, buying a few seconds before the Snow Mountain swordsman was once again grabbed. Then came the familiar scenario. Gern was unable to move and was hit by a flurry of combos. This time, his health couldn't hold up, and he was completely comboed to death. The lucky rabbit's foot laughed heartily, looking quite pleased with itself, while Gern was naturally unwilling to accept defeat. The two competed in 4 more matches, with Gern only winning 1, barely clinching victory by dodging all of the opponent's skills. In the other matches, one mistake turned him into a punching bag. "That's enough for me. I'm tired," Gern gasped, calling for a stop. I haven't had enough fun yet. There's still a trial tomorrow. After it's done, I'll slowly play with you." "All right, it's a deal." Gern also knew that the lucky rabbit's foot was intentionally using a beginner character against him. If it switched to a higher-level character, he probably wouldn't win a single match. However, the gap between them had narrowed significantly since they first met, and the lucky rabbit's foot was willing to keep playing with him because Gern never backed down and was improving quickly. Chapter 85. Black Light having exited the fiber world. Several hours had passed without my noticing, and it was now deep into the night. I was surprised to see Joel still hunched over the table, not having moved an inch for hours. "Aren't you asleep yet?" I asked. I discovered some interesting things. Joel was engrossed in whatever he was doing, and after a while, he excitedly slapped the table and stood up. "What are you messing with this time? You were warned by Mentor Raymond before. You should take it easy. This is a major discovery. Come take a look." A completely black crystal was floating above a strange device, its surface emanating an eerie black light, and its shape had transformed from a diamond to an egg-like oval. "Is there something special about it?" I couldn't see anything unusual. I tried adjusting its wave frequency, and to my surprise, it actually activated. "It seems this crystal has been infected by your light thought, and now it has become a structure that resonates at your frequency. I've never seen such a reaction before. You might be able to use it now, and only you can." "No way. Didn't you learn your lesson during the day? This time will definitely be fine." With a click, the crystal fell into the device, getting tightly clamped by the spring above, embedding itself inside the device. The black light spread along the mechanical circuits. It was a large object resembling a flashlight. I reached out hesitantly, still uneasy about previous events. However, this time the reaction wasn't as intense. Grasping the flashlight, I felt my shadow thought gradually inputting into it. Unlike before when it felt like a siphoning force, this time it was just a gentle stream, smooth and comfortable. The black lines on it lit up as I input my shadow thought, the black light growing stronger. Finally, a blade of pure black shot out from the front of the flashlight, emitting a buzzing sound. With a purity even higher than that of the black sword I had formed myself, radiating a violent energy that slightly distorted the surrounding space. "Wow, that's so cool." I couldn't help but exclaim. The lines of the black sword exhibited an extreme minimalist beauty, looking very beautiful even without any embellishments. "Of course, this is my creation," Joel said, hands on hips, unable to hide his joy. "I wonder how powerful it is." I casually made a slash, and to my surprise, the wind blade emitted by the black sword cleaved the table in half. The cut portions charred as if sawed through by a red-hot chainsaw. I hadn't even struck directly. The sword's power exceeded my expectations. Quickly retracting the blade, I found that after Joel made some improvements, the sword was very obedient, retracting and extending without any loss of control. I was very satisfied. This thought conductor not only had great power, but also consumed less than the black sword I had formed myself, making it a very suitable weapon for me. "The power is good. It meets my expectations, and it's perfect for you," Joel said, stroking his chin, completely unconcerned about the damaged table and scattered tools. "Hey, are you giving this to me?" Joel nodded, "Of course. No one else can use it. Only you have that special thought wave. Consider it a thank you gift for helping me so many times before. Is it easy to use?" "Yes, it's fantastic. I wonder if it can be used for long-range attacks." I thought about trying to transform it into a whip or a spear, but decided against it, as the room couldn't take more chaos. "Good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Get to me first. I'll modify a bit." Joel's eyes sparkled as he took the sword handle back, and he spent the entire rest of the night tirelessly making adjustments based on my combat habits, until we were both exhausted and finally laid down to sleep as dawn approached. The next day, I woke up at noon, having missed the delicious breakfast at the deep blue pavilion, which made me regret it immensely. After we enrolled, getting meals here would cost points, and students at Visela Academy each had a set number of points that could be spent anywhere in the academy, just like money. Joel, however, had risen early. By the time I woke up, he had just finished modifying the thought conductor. Based on my combat habits, it could now be adjusted into two ranged forms, a whip and a crossbow bolt, suitable for dealing with mid to long-range enemies. Joel's perseverance and talent in dealing with the thought conductor were quite impressive, and I couldn't help but look at him in a new light. The final trial was set to start in the afternoon, so we had no extra time to test the thought conductor. We hurried off for lunch, knowing we had to gather at the trial site soon. To our surprise, the main examiner for this trial was not Baff. The candidates heard that he had been sent on an urgent mission. However, Baff had already retired and technically shouldn't have been on any missions. No one knew exactly what had happened. Raymond stood at the trial grounds, appearing rather disheveled and impatiently waiting for everyone to arrive, scratching his neck as if it had been 3 minutes since he last drank. The trial grounds had transformed from the previous maze into a new layout, now divided into over a dozen equally sized circular platforms. It looked quite similar to the arena we had played in the Fiber World. And just thinking about the matches I had been brutally beaten in yesterday made me feel infuriated. Is everyone here? I'm getting annoyed. Anyone who arrives late will be disqualified. Raymond checked his watch every 10 seconds, clearly agitated. Of course, he was just saying that. He wouldn't actually go through with it. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the candidates had gathered and Raymond began explaining the rules for the final trial. Actually, there wasn't much to say. This round was the simplest Swiss round arena, where each of you would fight one at a time, and the winners would then battle each other until only one person remained. Raymond lazily scratched his ear as he spoke. What? Only one person can be accepted in the end? That's too harsh. The candidates erupted in outrage. Although the elimination rate was high every year, no one had ever seen a situation where only one person would be accepted. If that were the case, there would be no need for a competition at all. It was almost certain that one of Sass, Gern, Arthur, Carvin, Onlai, or Gonelio would win, and the others didn't stand a chance against these guys. Can you not misinterpret my words? Who said only one person would be accepted? Raymond's hasty speech startled everyone. There will be winners and losers in every match, and only one person will emerge victorious. But I never said only the winner would be accepted. The examining team will carefully observe each of your battles. As long as you demonstrate a qualifying level during the fight, you could potentially be accepted. Even if you go up and lose directly, you might still be accepted. Understand? What does qualifying level mean? That's too vague. I can't really explain it. It's just about whether you are qualified to be a light thought warrior. In any case, everyone should fight with all their might. Raymond's words provided little clarity, and the thought of our fates resting in the hands of such a person made everyone uneasy. So the final winner will definitely advance, right? Arthur, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Pretty much. Sometimes a single win or loss doesn't reveal much. Each battle is actually about you showcasing yourselves. The further you go, the greater your chances of being accepted. This round doesn't limit the maximum number of acceptances. In other words, if everyone performs well, everyone can be accepted. Are there any rules in the arena? Carvin asked confidently. If you fall out of the arena, it's considered a loss. If you get beaten to the point where you can't get up, that's also a loss. Of course, if you die, that's a loss as well. There are no time limits or other rule restrictions. If you want to use a none device or weapons, you just need to apply in advance. Upon hearing this, Uera let out a sigh of relief. If the use of none devices was prohibited, he would have simply forfeited. With no one having any other questions, Raymond announced with relief that the final trial duel dance officially began. The large stone discs in the trial arena floated up, forming a stepped structure. The large display screen in the sky also changed. It previously showed the time during the second trial, but now it displayed the order of names. Everyone's names were listed above, connected by red lines to their upcoming opponents, forming a pyramid shape. Of course, the top of the pyramid was still empty and the screen would update in real time when a winner appeared. The candidates would fight in 2 batches. Gern was placed in the second batch, and his opponent had not yet been assigned. Uera and Arthur were in the first batch, with Uera's opponent being the vine woman Coniel, whom he had encountered during the coin battle. When he saw his opponent, the expression on Uera's face could be described as quite spectacular. Uera was very aware of Coniel's strength. She had even joined the Red Ant group and had repelled several waves of enemy attacks on her own. Her combat power equivalent to that of 4 or 5 ordinary candidates. "This is bad. I have to step back first," Uera said dejectedly. "It's fine. Just go ahead and fight. Even if you lose, make sure the examiner sees you lose spectacularly." Gern patted him on the shoulder. "All right." Uera took a deep breath, then declared, "I'll give him the most spectacular loss of the entire match." Chapter 86. The dance of Duel. The dueling arena was set up in a tiered fashion, and the first batch of examinees had entered and been assigned their opponents. On one side of the arena was the floating viewing platform used by the examiners, accompanied by numerous monitors that recorded each contestant's performance in real time. Those not currently in the arena waited on another side of the platform. The examinees could see the situation in the arena and adjust their tactics accordingly. The ones who emerged victorious could very likely be their opponents in the next round, so it was always wise to observe carefully. Notable matches in the first half included Arthur's battle against Onlai, as well as Sasa, whose opponent was an obscure individual. However, at least the crowd would finally get to see Sasa in action, as his abilities had always been a mystery. Sasa only struck from the shadows, and those who had witnessed his attacks never made it this far. The Dark Star members kept tight-lipped and revealed nothing about Sasa. All contestants were ready, and the chief examiner rang the bell, initiating battles on all 12 dueling platforms simultaneously. Although there were screens on the viewing platform, the simultaneous broadcasts of so many fights left the examinees somewhat dazed, and they could only choose the most interesting matches to focus on. They crowded around the screens showing Sasa and Arthur, while Gern continued to watch Uera's match, where his opponent was Corneille. The disparity in strength was quite evident, but Gern believed he would fight with all his might. "Hey, we meet again," you're greeted. The battles on the other platforms were already intense, but his side was relatively peaceful. "Aren't you going to surrender? If it comes down to it, I want to hold back," Vine Lady said nonchalantly as she tidied her nails, not even bringing her usual spear onto the field. She couldn't be bothered to waste time applying for weapons against someone like Ur. Gern said the same thing last match, and in the end, I gave him a good beating. He didn't even manage to get my badge and had to slink off to find someone else. You're boasted, hands on his hips. With your personality, it's clear you were chosen to protect me, right? Corneille ruthlessly exposed him. "All right, you saw right through me, but if you're so careless, you'll regret it. Bring it on." You pulled out a small pistol, spinning it and striking a cowboy pose. He always remembered what Gern taught him. He had only 2 chances to attack, so he had to be precise. Meanwhile, Arthur and Onlai's platform erupted in chaos. From the start, both had gone all out without holding back. Arthur summoned the sword of the Lionheart and unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in a blinding flash of golden light that even affected the nearby platforms. The shockwave was felt on the examinee's side as well. However, in the face of such a formidable attack, Onlai didn't T-dodge at all. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of him and took the full brunt of the assault. Blood poured from his hands, and deep cuts revealed bone. The muscles coiling around his arms hung limply. Even so, he did not frown, steadily advancing toward Arthur as if he were a resolute and devout ascetic. Arthur was clearly shocked by Onlai's actions. He swung the sword of the Lionheart again, but Onlai still managed to block it, seemingly unaffected by the pain. This was the final battle, and Arthur wouldn't hold back, yet he was still stunned by such a self-destructive fighting style. "I am a warrior devoted to the divine. I only wish to combat the evil, but to gain the chance and strength to fight against it, I must defeat you. Forgive me." Onlai spoke with a tone full of compassion, as if he were already on the verge of victory despite being at such a disadvantage. "I want to say the same thing. Sorry, but you're going down." Arthur hurled the sword of the Lionheart, and the blade transformed into a terrifying giant war lion in midair, swinging its claws down. A colossal blow struck Onlai's rock-solid body. As the golden light faded, Everyone realized that Onlai had not taken a single step back. His feet seemed rooted to the platform as he continued to advance toward Arthur. His steps steady and composed despite his numerous wounds. "Why aren't you fighting back?" Arthur asked. "I am fighting back. I want to win, but I don't want to hurt you. I just need to walk over and throw you off," Onlai replied calmly. "Dream on." Gern couldn't decipher Onlai's thoughts. It seemed Arthur was almost guaranteed to win this match. He shifted his gaze back to your side, noting that Sasa's match had already ended. His opponent had rushed in, only to be thrown into the air, covered in dozens of smooth, clean cuts. Examinees speculated that Sasa's light ability must be some form of invisible blade or air control. Fortunately, this exam was under the watchful eyes of the examiners, and Sasa hadn't used lethal force. His opponent was still breathing and was immediately taken away by the medical team after being declared defeated. Given Sasa's strength, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to simply behead his opponent if he had wanted to. On Yur's platform, he was now alone. Corneille had used her light ability to blend into the environment and was lying in wait for a chance to end the match. After all, the essence of this trial was to showcase one's abilities, and since her opponent was weak, she aimed to display her skills more flamboyantly to catch the examiner's attention. Standing alone in the center of the dueling platform, Yer kept glancing around, unable to see his opponent's figure, like a spider caught in a web. "Wait, that's not right." Gern suddenly recalled something. Yor's eyes were also conduits for his abilities. When Corneille attacked earlier, Yer had accurately reported her location. He could see where she was. He was just pretending. If Corneille let her guard down and attacked suddenly, Yer would seize the opportunity. "Good kid, you've got it." Gern grinned, praising him. Thud! The sound of footsteps echoed. Corneille was finally making her move. Yer heard the sound too, but without looking back. He turned and fired a shot behind him. He hit. Gern cheered, pumping his fist. Yer rolled away and distanced himself from Corneille. The light bullet fired from the conduit whizzed past Corneille's head, grazing her shoulder but not inflicting a fatal injury. Yer had no chance in close combat against her and needed to find another opportunity. "You can see me." Corneille was slightly shaken but quickly regained her composure. Fortunately, her reaction speed was far superior to yours, and at the last moment, she ducked, narrowly avoiding a hit to her head. "I can't see you. I'm just guessing." Yer continued to play dumb. Just now, Corneille had slammed the ground with vines to create the sound of footsteps. He had seen her movements all along and had naturally not been fooled. Then why don't you guess this move? Chapter 87. The rose garden. Corneille revealed a strange smile, and the vines attached to her body fell away, leaving only those on her hands, resembling a pair of green lace gloves. The vine woman swung forward, and the vines that fell to the ground quickly twisted, forming a circle of thorns that flew towards Yer. Yer tried to run to the side, but his opponent had clearly anticipated all his options, as hidden thorn traps were laid on either side. This kind of attack might not be very useful against ordinary candidates. Corneille's vines weren't very strong, and Yer could forcefully blast through them with light energy. However, it was deadly for Yer, as he only had 1 or 2 shots left to open a path, leaving him unable to attack. Bang! At a critical moment, Yer chose to fire a shot at the incoming thorns, but the thorns did not disappear. Instead, Yer's body vanished from the spot. Corneille's strike missed, and just as she felt surprised, a wave of intense heat rushed in from the side. With the experience from just now, she immediately dodged, but the sphere shot towards the wall outside the arena, quickly shattering into sparks. It was just an ordinary flare. The real attack was coming from behind her, and now she was in the air, unable to evade. Overload. Double strike. Yer's figure appeared behind Corneille. When he brushed past her earlier, he had collected the vines from her body, quickly analyzed her parameters with his prosthetic eye's energy guide, and filled that information into his pistol's energy guide, allowing him to unleash similar moves, albeit in a lower quality version. This enabled him to become invisible for a few seconds. The previous strike left a deep impression on Corneille. She would surely be like a startled bird, trying to evade. Therefore, Yer first fired a flare to draw out her flaw. 2 light energy bullets hit Corneille in the waist, and the wheat-skinned girl let out a scream as she was knocked to the edge of the arena, blood trickling down her legs. This was an attack that could kill a griffin beast in 1 shot. Fortunately, she had a layer of vine armor for protection, which blocked some of the damage. But even so, She was severely injured now. Phew, you look so slender, yet you can take a hit like that. You're gasped heavily. He had exhausted his mental energy to ensure victory by firing 2 shots, and now he was unable to continue fighting. You little runt. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, but this is where it ends for you, right? Corneille's eyes were sharp, and she quickly saw through Yor's predicament. She was injured but could still continue fighting. The outcome was already decided. Corneille took off the hairpin that held her bun. She now regretted not bringing a spear. But of course, throwing darts was also her specialty. Yor had nowhere to escape now. 1 strike would be enough to end the battle. Then let's take a gamble and see if I still have some strength left. Yor raised his gun, aiming at her. Swish! Corneille didn't waste words with him, throwing the energy-laden hairpin. She controlled its direction with her vines. If Yor fired, she would block the bullet. If he had no follow-up, this strike would pierce him right through. Yor indeed raised his hand and fired a shot. Corneille sensitively controlled the hairpin to intercept the bullet. But this strike was just a feint. It was merely an ordinary flare, but this maneuver bought Yor some time. He threw a bundle of black substance to the ground, and a thick cloud of smoke rose in the arena, allowing him to rush towards Corneille through the smoke. He still had a grappling hook, and, using it, he moved quickly in the smoke, making it hard for her to hear his footsteps. As long as he could get close. Corneille was heavily injured and unable to move. If he could just get close enough to push her down, he would win. This thought consumed Yor's mind as he charged towards Corneille's position. You're doing well, but it's coming to an end. The Vine Woman naturally saw through Yor's intentions. She couldn't find his location, but she could still launch an attack without knowing where he was. Secret technique, Rose Garden. Corneille softly called out, and a mass of vines spread out from beneath her feet, rapidly growing and soon covering the entire arena, without leaving a single blind spot. This was an all-range attack. Boom! The incredibly solid dueling arena was shattered by her strike, the roots of the vines deeply